Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 23:27 to Chapter 24:11. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the room, he felt everyone's eyes on them. Ho Renfeng was actually a little shy and hid behind Ling Xiao. On the other hand, Ling Xiao looked at the crowd indifferently. He observed these people. There were acquaintances and strangers. The acquaintances were naturally the mountain lords of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain, as well as Xianxia, Desert Cloud, and Akira, whom he had met before. Naturally, there were more strangers. Ling Xiao had never seen most of the participants before coming here. These people were the true elites of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. That time in the ghost prison trial was nothing. Ling Xiao. Boss. Seeing Ling Xiao, Xianxia and Lin Yang excitedly walked over, obviously to prevent Ling Xiao from feeling awkward. However, they were worried too much. Ling Xiao had experienced such a scene more than once. Ling Xiao had also experienced scenes grander than this, but it was nothing. After Ling Xiao greeted Xianxia and Lin Yang, he looked at the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Over there, Qi Lian was looking at him with a smile, as if his evil plan had succeeded. Qi Ling'er and Sha Diyun were also gloating. It was as if they were saying, "You're done for, kid. Your Black Deity Mountain is done for." Ling Xiao ignored them. Instead, he looked towards the seats of the Black Immortal Mountain. At this time, Zhou Tong was sitting there alone. This guy was not polite at all, sitting directly on the seat that only the mountain lords were qualified to sit on, and bragging to the female disciples beside him. When Ling Xiao saw this bastard, he couldn't help but feel angry. He really didn't know why Dark Knight Formless still wanted this kind of traitor. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao walked over. "Get lost." His voice was filled with murderous intent. "Zhou Tong, don't be afraid. He won't dare to do anything to you. I'll stand up for you here." Seeing that Zhou Tong had been intimidated by Ling Xiao, he stood up and was about to leave. At this moment, Desert Cloud suddenly said something. Zhou Tong sat back down. With the Desert Cloud, what was there to be afraid of? It was not like he was facing Ling Xiao alone. Desert Cloud looked at Ling Xiao arrogantly and said, "I don't believe that with me here, you dare to touch him. Idiot, you think too highly of yourself." Finished talking, Ling Xiao suddenly made a move, slapping Zhou Tong on the face, directly sending Zhou Tong flying out. Not only was this slap ruthless, it was also skillful, sending Zhou Tong directly into the crowd of Scarlet Immortal Mountain. "You traitorous dog. Since you like the Scarlet Immortal Mountain so much, don't ever return to the Black Immortal Mountain again." Then, he looked at the stunned Desert Cloud and said, "Desert Cloud, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have hit him. It's all your fault. Don't think too highly of yourself. In my eyes, you're really nothing." Desert Cloud's face turned red from all the choking, but he couldn't say anything for a long time. Instead, Qi Lian sneered and said, "Ling Xiao, do you know your crime? What crime have I committed?" Ling Xiao looked at Qi Lian and asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "You're at the 8 Immortal Mountain, and you beat up my guarding disciple. That's one of the reasons. Just now, outside, you killed more than 10 warriors of the Tianma outpost. That's the second reason, and it's a capital offense. Now, you're offending your superiors and beating up your own senior brother. That's the third reason. Your death is not to be regretted." Qi Lian said with a cold smile. "Ha ha ha, Mountain Lord Qi Lian, I thought that as a Mountain Lord, you would at least have some sense of shame. But I didn't expect that not only do you have no sense of shame, you don't even care about your face. Do you think that just because you're the Mountain Lord of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, you can do whatever you want and look down on others? The 8 Immortal Mountain doesn't belong to your Qi family, and it doesn't belong to you, Qi Lian. You're not worthy." Ling Xiao suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, saying something shocking. At this moment, the scene was as silent as a dead land. There was no sound at all. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in shock. Even the mountain lords were included. They were all experts, but they never thought that Ling Xiao would dare to curse Qi Lian in front of so many people. After a moment, the shocked expressions on some people's faces turned into meaningful smiles. For some, it turned into anger. The most furious ones were naturally the disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. In their hearts, Qi Lian was a supreme expert. They usually respected him and did not even dare to talk about him behind his back. They did not expect that Ling Xiao would dare to insult their mountain lord today. If Ling Xiao didn't die, how could the Scarlet Immortal Mountain establish itself in the Eight Immortal Mountain in the future? Ho Renfeng, Qing Feiying, and Lin Yang were completely dumbfounded. They never dreamed that Ling Xiao would be so bold. It was fine if he went against the disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, but today, he even dared to go against Qi Lian. Wasn't this a little too valiant? What should they do? They all looked at the mountain lord of the Black Immortal Mountain. At this time, only this person could save Ling Xiao's life. Yi Knight Formless sighed helplessly and looked at Ling Xiao indifferently, as if he was looking at his past self. Should he let this kid suffer a little and remember this lesson, or should he protect him? Yi Knight Formless was a little conflicted. As for Ling Xiao, he just looked at Qi Lian without the slightest hint of fear. Although Qi Lian's cultivation was much stronger than his, it was not a problem. If Yi Knight Formless was willing to help, he would naturally not die. If Yi Knight Formless was not willing to help, then Ling Xiao also had a way to deal with Qi Lian. Without this bit of confidence, he would not have acted like this. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he would lose his life. At this time, many people were looking at Qi Lian, waiting to see what he would do. However, at this time, several disciples jumped out from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. They were all warriors of the second level of hell. There was also one who was at the peak of the second level of hell. They wanted to win back face for their mountain lord. Kid, you're only at the peak of the first level of hell. Letting you participate in the Eight Immortal Mountains assessment is already giving you enough face. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful and not repent after committing such a big mistake. You even insulted our mountain lord in front of everyone. You deserve to die. The one who spoke was the peak of the first level of hell. He was probably only slightly weaker than Akira in the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. He was considered very strong. However, after speaking, he did not make a move. Instead, it was the people behind him who pounced on Ling Xiao. Qi Lian just watched indifferently as his disciples attacked Ling Xiao. Many others were also happy to watch the show. However, the Orange Immortal Mountain's mountain lord stood up with a smile. A faint aura spread out and actually blocked those people. Aya, Ling Xiao, this is your fault. Mountain Lord Qi Lian is a senior, an elder of the Eight Immortal Mountain. You must be respectful to her. Even if she said something wrong, you can't talk back, and you can't scold her. You're a junior, you must learn to swallow your anger. Old Cheng, scram. Today's matter isn't something you can meddle in. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. Just as the Orange Immortal Mountain's mountain lord finished speaking, Qi Lian suddenly threatened in a cold voice. Even the Orange Immortal Mountain's mountain lord's expression darkened when he heard this. He was old enough to be Qi Lian's grandfather. Although he was not as strong as Qi Lian, how could he feel good after being insulted like this? Senior Cheng, you saw it too. Not only does Qi Lian look down on our mountain lord, he doesn't even take you seriously. Actually, you don't have to be angry. If you get angry with such a shameless person, you'll hurt your body. Others will be happy. At this point, Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Qi Lian and said, You said my 3 sins. Today, I'll tear off your ugly and shameless face in front of everyone. Qi Lian was aggressive. He would definitely not sit still and wait for death. There were some things that had to be said clearly. At this moment, outside the meeting hall, a few figures who were originally rushing over suddenly stopped. Because the leader had given an order. He seemed to be listening to the conversation in the meeting hall with interest. Qi Lian, you said I hit your mountain guard disciple, but you didn't ask why. The immortal boat had not left yet, but they lied to us, saying that the immortal boat had already left and refused to let us onto Scarlet Immortal Mountain. It's fine if it's me, but they actually insulted and criticized our mountain lord. Is it wrong for me to hit them? You said I killed the disciples of the Skyfiend outpost. Yes, but that's what they deserved. As martial artists of the outpost, they did not know how to be loyal to their duties. Instead, they bullied the weak and feared the strong. They even offended their superiors and tried to kill our mountain lord. Is it wrong for me to kill them? You said I offended my superiors by hitting Zhou Tong? What a joke. Zhou Tong has long been expelled from Black Immortal Mountain by our mountain lord. He's no longer a disciple of Black Immortal Mountain. Shouldn't I beat up such a traitor who is occupying the seats of our Black Immortal Mountain? You're talking nonsense. When was I expelled from Black Immortal Mountain? Half of Zhou Tong's face was swollen, but he could not help but shout. When I left the Eight Immortals Mountain. Dark Knight Formless suddenly spoke up, that was my final test for you, but it's a pity that you're still so stubborn. Since that's the case, you, Zhou Tong, are no longer a disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain. Ah? Zhou Tong was completely dumbfounded. In the past, no matter how mischievous he was, Dark Knight Formless would always be able to endure and forgive him. But why this time, why not? He was actually expelled from the Black Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao, it must be that guy Ling Xiao. He was the one who stirred up trouble in front of Dark Knight Formless. Zhou Tong hated Ling Xiao to death. But when he touched the side of his face that was in so much pain, he didn't dare to say anything. Ling Xiao dared to beat him up in front of Desert Cloud. He was really afraid that the lunatic would kill him regardless of the consequences. That would be too unlucky. After casting a disdainful glance at Zhou Tong, Ling Xiao turned to Qi Lian and said, Qi Lian, tell me about my 3 sins. I'd like to tell you about your 3 sins. The first sin is that you instigated your subordinates to lie and become enemies with the Black Immortal Mountain, destroying the unity of the Eight Immortal Mountain. As the Mountain Lord, you are extremely narrow-minded. The second sin is that you bribed the warriors of the outpost to support them and make them deal with the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord. You are simply heartless. The third sin is that you falsely accused me in an attempt to sever my future. As a senior, an elder of the Eight Immortal Mountain, don't you feel ashamed for treating a mere disciple like me? To be honest, I'm truly ashamed to be associated with you. Why does the Eight Immortal Mountain have an elder like you? When these impassioned words were spoken, everyone was even more shocked. Some people were even angrier, so angry that their bodies trembled. Some people had faint smiles, finding it amusing. Some people were still gloating. It was unknown if they were targeting Ling Xiao or Qi Lian. Although Qi Lian was enjoying her current glory, there were still many people who secretly wished for her to be unlucky. If all the crimes that Ling Xiao said were true, then Qi Lian really couldn't afford to be punished. Of course, everyone knew that even if those crimes were true, the Eight Immortal Mountain wouldn't do anything to Qi Lian. At most, they would verbally reprimand her or even fine her salary. But even so, Qi Lian was embarrassed enough. What people like her cared about the most was their reputation. If she was punished by a mere disciple of the Eight Immortal Mountain, Qi Lian would really go crazy with anger. What nonsense. With a disciple like you in the Black Immortal Mountain, it seems like it won't be long before it is completely destroyed. Qi Lian finally stood up. Just now, she had allowed her disciples to do it, but now, she felt that she had no choice but to do it herself. I'm just spouting nonsense. I have solid evidence for everything I say. Do you want me to show it all to you, especially the evidence of you bribing the warriors of the outpost? I believe that many people will be very interested. After all, many people covet the position of Elder of the Eight Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao sneered. In the Eight Immortal Mountain, the number of elders was fixed, so only when other elders stepped down could the people behind them follow. Otherwise, even if one's cultivation was similar to an elder's, one could only be second. No need. You don't have evidence. It's all the same. Qi Lian's voice was gloomy and cold. For her, killing Ling Xiao was enough. There was no need to prove her innocence at all. Anyway, the sect wouldn't defend her for Ling Xiao. Qi Lian was a member of the Sand Race. When she was promoted to the Eight Immortal Mountain, she had already been taken in by the Sand Race. As long as the Sand Race didn't fall, Qi Lian wouldn't fall. One had to know that Sha Hai had caused so much trouble in the trial on the first floor of the ghost prison. Logically speaking, his death shouldn't be regretted. However, because of the Sand Race, not only did Sha Hai not die, but he also received some compensation. Of course, poor Sha Hai had taken a solid step on the road of death. In the end, he was killed by Ling Xiao. It could be considered as getting his wish. Although Qi Lian wasn't a member of the Sand Race, she was the wife of a member of the Sand Race. Her husband was a big shot in the Sand Race and a doyen of the Eight Immortal Mountain. Since Sha Hai was fine, it was even more impossible for her to be in trouble. Are you going to kill me? Are you angry from embarrassment? Ling Xiao looked at Qi Lian and asked with a sneer. Whatever you say. You're just a small disciple of the Eight Immortal Mountain. Just because you contradicted me, you deserve to die. Nothing will happen to me if I kill you. Qi Lian's words were very straightforward and cruel. It was like this in the mystic world. If you had strength and status, you could make mistakes and even commit crimes. If you killed someone, you wouldn't have to bear any responsibility. Sigh, what a pity. I heard that this little guy is quite talented. Even if he can't advance to the Eight Immortal Mountain this year, he can still do it next year. Now, there's no chance. Yeah, he doesn't know how to endure everything. Instead, he's so reckless. If he doesn't die, he'll be letting down his character. You can't say that. He wants to endure, but the problem is that Qi Lian is so overbearing. She directly gave him the 3 sins. Is he going to accept it without saying anything? Won't he still die if he accepts it? Orange Fairy Mountain's mountain master disagreed. In the beginning, he also hoped that Ling Xiao could endure. After all, he was a junior. It was fine to endure. But with Qi Lian's crazy personality, there was no way he could endure it. Akira and Desert Cloud looked at Ling Xiao coldly. They thought that Ling Xiao's ability to court death had improved. It seemed that they didn't have to do anything. Zhou Tong shouted hysterically, Mountain Master Qi Lian, kill him. Kill that arrogant kid. If Miss Yen wasn't killed by him, he wouldn't have had the chance to participate in the Eight Immortal Mountains test. You must avenge Miss Yen. These words were said at the right time. Qi Lian's gaze turned even colder when she thought of her dead daughter. Her expression became even more ferocious. At that moment, a terrifying aura swept over, wanting to devour Ling Xiao completely. Ling Xiao tried his best to resist, but he still felt terrified. It was as if the surrounding space was about to collapse, compressing his body continuously. So strong. Although this old witch has a bad temper and is very shameless, I have to admit that I can't fight with her with my current strength. I can only run. Ling Xiao had already prepared a way out for himself. However, whether he wanted to run or not depended on whether Knight Formless was willing to help. If he wanted the Black Fairy Mountain's mountain master to regain his former arrogance, he had to take some risks. At this time, it was very likely that he would be injured. Damn it. As long as I don't die and can summon back Knight Formless fighting spirit, it's worth it. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and quickly transformed into the iron-armored bull demon. Under this transformation, his defense was the strongest. He's not running? What is he trying to do? Actually, everyone thought that Ling Xiao would use his movement technique to escape. Knight Formless thought so too. However, Ling Xiao refused to run away at all. He stood there and transformed into the armored bull demon, activating the intermediate lava combat body. In addition to the steel-armored ox demon transformation, there was an additional layer of powerful lava armor. Lunatic, does he really want to die? Crimson Viper isn't the desert sea. He can't really be planning to meet force with force, right? Is this child's brain flooded with water? Who knows? Many of his methods have always been incomprehensible. I guess it's because of his bad temper. He listened to the discussions around him. In fact, Ling Xiao was also under a lot of pressure. However, he believed that with his profound world physique, steel-armored ox demon transformation, lava armor, and Life Martial Soul's terrifying recovery ability, he would be able to escape. It was basically impossible for Crimson Viper to kill him in one strike. Humph. If you ran, you might still have a chance. Why are you standing there and waiting for death? Only his backbone was worthy of my praise. However, he still has to die. Crimson Viper snorted coldly and pounced on Ling Xiao. She used nearly 50% of her strength in the fierce palm strike. Of course, she couldn't use all her strength to deal with Ling Xiao. What a joke. She was the mountain master of Crimson Fairy Mountain. Ling Xiao was nothing. If she really attacked with all her strength, she would become a complete laughingstock. However, she believed that 50% of her strength was enough to kill Ling Xiao. When she attacked with her palm, Ling Xiao hurriedly threw out a palm strike. The two palms collided. Crimson Viper frowned slightly. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was directly sent flying out of the door of the meeting hall and fell heavily outside. Everyone inside could hear the sound of something being knocked over. Night formless figure flashed and pounced out. Everyone also walked out of the meeting hall. Because many people wanted to know how badly Ling Xiao had been beaten. I guess even his bones are broken. Mountain Master Crimson Demonic Nether Palm was used just now. I guess Ling Xiao's corpse would have long been turned into a pool of blood. TSK, TSK. If that's the case, that kid really deserves it. Who asked him to provoke? Mountain Master Crimson Fairy for no reason? I wonder how strong he is. What a joke. While chatting and laughing, everyone went outside. However, the laughter came to an abrupt end at this moment. Even though Ling Xiao looked like he was in a sorry state, he still managed to get up from the ground. Other than his lava armor being shattered and his steel-armored bull demon transformation being reverted to its original form, there was only a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. This injury seemed to be much lighter than he had imagined. It must be an internal injury. That kid is forcing himself. Someone said. The one who spoke was naturally a disciple of Crimson Fairy Mountain because they couldn't accept the fact that Crimson Fairy's palm strike couldn't kill Ling Xiao. Yes, yes, yes. It must be an internal injury. I guess he will die soon. Another person chimed in. However, it was a pity. Ling Xiao just stood there and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Crimson Fairy with a smile and said, "Old witch, your palm strike isn't that strong. You can't even kill me and you want to kill Senior Qing?" Yihei Wuxing stood beside Ling Xiao and sighed softly, "Enough, Ling Xiao. You will learn to endure after suffering a little. Go and heal your injuries first. I will settle the rest for you." The reason why he didn't help just now was because he could see that Ling Xiao wouldn't die, but he would definitely suffer a little. He hoped that this suffering could teach Ling Xiao a lesson and let Ling Xiao know the benefits of keeping a low profile. However, Ling Xiao only glanced at Yihei Wuxing and said, "Mountain Master, I don't know what happened to you in the past, but I, Ling Xiao, can't apologize to this son of a bitch. I would rather die than endure. This is my martial Dao, my, Ling Xiao's, unyielding martial Dao." After suffering from Crimson Fairy's palm strike, Ling Xiao became even more confident. Because he knew the limits of what he could endure. He knew that Crimson Fairy didn't use her full strength, but he didn't use his full strength either. Therefore, if they really fought, it would be hard to say. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, a young figure suddenly appeared in Yihei Wuxing's mind. That was his son. In the past, he had the same top-notch talent as Ling Xiao and admired Ling Yan very much. However, because he refused to admit defeat, he was beaten to death. That child had always said that persistence was his martial Dao, but in the end, was persistence so important? Why couldn't he admit defeat? If he admitted defeat, perhaps he wouldn't have to die. "Mountain Master, if I admit defeat, I really won't have to die?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. When you encounter someone like Crimson Fairy, the result of admitting defeat will only be a worse death. The little birds on the streets don't know how to resist and are tortured to death by those vicious children. However, scorpions are smaller than ants, but they know how to resist. Even if they die, they will stab their poisonous tails into the other party's body. Instead, they survived. If others want you to die, it's not a matter of whether you admit defeat or resist, but a matter of whether you are strong or weak. Ling Xiao's words might have been simple. They might have been extreme. But they rang in dark night formless seers like a morning bell. Deafening, he'd never thought of it that way before. His son's death wasn't because he refused to admit defeat, nor was it because he was a coward. It was because the enemy was too cruel. Because his son was too weak. Ever since his son's death, he'd been depressed. He'd never even considered avenging his son. For one thing, the enemy's status was too high. For another, he'd been dealt a heavy blow. He hadn't been able to protect his son, but couldn't he protect his disciple as well? His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Suddenly, he shielded Ling Xiao behind him and looked at the dark cultivator who'd been eavesdropping on the conversation. "No light in the night, are you not going to intervene?" Dark Knight Formless asked the dark cultivator coldly. "Why should I intervene if he wants to die? If he can survive, then he'll be strong." If he can survive Crimson Viper's attack without help, then I can announce that he's a member of the dark race. He won't have to take any tests. No Light in the Night said coolly. You're still as cold and heartless as ever. Dark Knight Formless sighed. His tone suddenly turned stern. You'd better not stop me. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. What? Everyone thought they'd heard wrong. The Mountain Lord was considered the most cowardly and incompetent of the lower 8 immortal mountain. How dare he threaten a high and mighty Dark Elder? Do you still know how to kill? No Light in the Night sneered. More than enough to kill you. Dark Knight Formless said coolly. Haha, there's no use in talking. Stop Crimson Viper first. No Light in the Night chuckled. Dark Knight Formless looked at Crimson Viper. His voice was as cold as ice. Stop. You're no match for me, and I won't allow you to hurt my disciple. What a joke. Crimson Viper didn't take Dark Knight Formless seriously. He was secretly delighted that No Light in the Night wasn't going to intervene. He wanted to beat up both Dark Knight Formless and Xianxia. It was the same Crimson Demon Dark Palm, but it was more powerful than before. A crimson demon appeared in its wake. Crimson Demon Viper's dark purple flames burned in the air. Stubborn. Dark Knight Formless seemed to have changed into a different person. His attitude changed from his previous humble and low-key attitude to domineering and cold. Perhaps this was his true personality, which had been hidden by that mask for too long. Perhaps it was because of this personality that he and Xianxia had common topics to talk about. After all, the two of them were quite similar in personality. Black Soul Form Destroying Fist. The moment Qi Lian's palm wind approached Dark Knight, only then did Dark Knight Formless suddenly punch out. A terrifying fist wind burst out. A strange situation occurred. All of Crimson Viper's palm wind and palm force had actually disappeared. It was as if it had been erased by something. It had completely disappeared. Qi Lian retreated dozens of meters in horror before he could stop himself. She wasn't injured in the collision, but Dark Knight Formless' strength had left a deep impression on her. He wasn't a coward. He was a truly terrifying existence. I didn't expect Dark Knight Formless to be so strong. This guy is too low-key. He didn't even fight when he was humiliated by ordinary disciples. I thought he didn't know martial arts anymore. I suddenly remembered the title he once had, Yixichen said. You mean killing without leaving a trace? That's right. At that time, those who were killed by him seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth and could never be found again. His terror had already been widely spread by the people of Jianghu. However, it was also after that he suddenly disappeared without a trace. He's back. The lords discussed among themselves. They seemed to be thinking of that terrifying existence. Dark Knight Formless glanced at the nervous Crimson Viper. He didn't pursue him. Instead, he turned to No Light in the Night. You're an elder of the Dark Clan. Let's talk about the test at 8 Immortals Mountain. Hee, you're not as good as you used to be. Crimson Viper should have been turned into ashes by now. No Light in the Night laughed. Why don't you try? Dark Knight Formless said. Forget it. If you have that kind of strength, you should guard your Black Immortal Mountain well. No Light in the Night smiled. Then, he looked at the others and said, let's go in. It's time to get to the point. He simply said that sentence. He didn't release any pressure or aura. Then, he walked toward the meeting hall. But other than Dark Knight Formless, the others didn't dare to disobey. They followed him in. Let's go. Dark Knight Formless didn't explain anything to Xianxia. He just said softly and led his disciples back into the meeting hall. Crimson Viper was furious. But she still had to hold it in. She was no match for Dark Knight Formless. Of course, more importantly, she was afraid of No Light in the Night. This person was much scarier than Dark Knight Formless. Disciples participating in the assessment, please form your teams. I believe that your Mountain Master has already explained the rules to you. I won't say more. After forming your teams, you'll be given the Soul Lock tokens. No Light in the Night didn't even look at Crimson Viper. He didn't even look at Xianxia. It was as if these two didn't exist in his eyes. Perhaps this was what a strong person looked like. If Ling Xiao was in that position, he probably wouldn't care about these two people who couldn't possibly be a threat to him. If he really had to care about everyone, he would be exhausted. The teams were quickly formed. But there was an unexpected situation. Just as Ling Xiao had worried, and just as Dark Knight Formless had predicted. Ling Xiao, Ho Renfeng, Qing Feiying, and Lin Yang stood together. And Qingwan Flower of the Green Immortal Mountain stood alone. She didn't fit in. I can complete the assessment alone. Why do I need to form a team? To me, the others are just burdens. Qingwan Flower was indeed, as the rumors said, very proud and aloof. Perhaps she had been tricked before, so she didn't trust her teammates at all. If I tell you to form a team, then form a team. Otherwise, scram. No Light in the Night really didn't have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. He looked at Qingwan Flower coldly and said, "Join the team of those four." He pointed at Ling Xiao and the others. No matter how stubborn Qingwan Flower was, she could only obey in order to participate in the assessment. The Mountain Master of the Green Immortal Mountain shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's a pity that Luan flowers don't fit in. Otherwise, they wouldn't have formed a team with those ugly melons and dates. Ugly melons and dates? Ling Xiao was unhappy when he heard this. You're the ugly melons and dates. Your whole family is ugly melons and dates, but he understood what the Mountain Master of the Green Immortal Mountain meant. Apart from Ling Xiao, whose cultivation was the lowest among all the cultivators participating in the assessment, the other members of this small team were also mediocre. Qi Renfeng's cultivation wasn't bad, but she was stubborn and obsessed with martial arts. She could easily ruin things. Although Qing Feiying was a rebirth realm martial artist, she had just broken through the first transformation, the second layer of hell. Her strength couldn't be stable. As for Lin Yang, he was just a greenhorn with no experience. How could they count on him to help? Therefore, in other people's eyes, this team was hopeless. The Qingwan Flower joining this team was like a tiger protecting a flock of sheep. It felt a little dangerous. In the end, she asked for it. Who asked her to be so aloof? She doesn't know how capable she is. The people from Scarlet Fairy Mountain snickered. In their view, the Azure Luan Flower was one of their Crimson Deity Mountain's martial artists' greatest competitors. If the Qingwan Flower was eliminated, it would be great for them. Hee, it would be best if the Black Deity Mountain martial artist and the Qingwan Flower were eliminated. That would be the best. They whispered there, thinking that no one else could hear them. But in reality, the hearing of martial artists was outstanding. Basically, everyone present heard it very clearly. Ling Xiao laughed in his heart. The Qingwan Flower wasn't unlucky to team up with him. She was too lucky. To be honest, he didn't like people like the Qingwan Flower who thought so highly of herself. It was hard to talk about teamwork with someone like her. He only hoped that the Qingwan Flower wouldn't drag him down. Otherwise, he would use extreme means to put her in a beast ring and lock her up. After the teams were assigned, the soul-locking tokens were distributed to every participating disciple. Sand Eagle simply repeated the rules, and that was the end of it. The soul-locking tokens are made of special materials. Those who aren't Rebirth Realm martial artists can't break them. So, during the battle, you can use martial arts without worry. You don't have to worry about whether the tokens will break or not. That kind of worry is completely unnecessary. At this point, No Light in the Night stood up and added, "There's no night or day on Demonic Mountain. It's always this kind of gray weather, so let's use the time of the mechanism clock as the standard. The test will officially begin in 3 hours. Have a good rest." After speaking, he delicately walked out. Before he left, he only glanced at He Formless and revealed a somewhat mocking smile, but did not say anything else. However, when the Sand Eagle passed by Ling Xiao, he warned fiercely, "Brat, you know that Mountain Chieftain Qi Lian is our Sand Clan's daughter-in-law, yet you still dare to provoke her. It's best that you don't ask for help during the test. Otherwise, He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was obvious. If he had the chance, he would definitely target Ling Xiao during the assessment. There was no doubt about that. How was Desert Sea's funeral? Ling Xiao did not refute the idiot. Instead, he suddenly asked a question. Hearing this, Sand Eagle's face suddenly changed. Even No Light in the Night turned to look at Ling Xiao, somewhat shocked. This brat was too tactless. He really touched a sore spot. Desert Sea's death was a sore spot for the Sand Clan. Ling Xiao just had to mention this. It was obvious that he didn't give the Sand Clan any face. Looking at the ugly expression on the Sand Eagle's face, Ling Xiao sneered. He knew that this would offend the Sand Clan, and very severely. But so what, in any case, they were already like fire and water. The other party couldn't wait to kill him. Was there a need for him to hide it? If he really had to die, then of course he would take advantage of them before dying. If he didn't have to die, then he would take advantage of them even more. Ling Xiao, Renfeng, let's go back to our residence on Black Immortal Mountain to rest. Because the demonic outpost often held such tests, each sect of the 8 Immortal Mountain had its own residence. Ling Xiao and Qi Renfeng left with He Formless. A cold light flashed in Qi Lian's eyes. They returned to their residence on Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Akira suddenly said, Mother, why worry? With me and Desert Cloud, killing Ling Xiao is as easy as pie. Haha, of course. But you have to be careful. That brat is very cunning. Plus, Qingluan Flower is in their group. It's not easy to deal with them. Although Qi Lian wanted to kill Ling Xiao, she wouldn't underestimate Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao's talent had been recognized by many. He was indeed very powerful. Moreover, Ling Xiao was also very cunning. Many experts had died at his hands. Qi Lian didn't want her daughter to be careless. Don't worry, Mother. He didn't even have the chance to send out a distress signal. Akira had already thought of a way to deal with Ling Xiao. The reason why she sold her soul to the Crimson Demon was so that she could get rid of Ling Xiao. She had already made such a big sacrifice. It didn't matter if she sacrificed a little more. Although Ling Xiao didn't know what they were up to, he could guess with his thighs that these people were definitely up to no good. If he found out that they were going to do him any harm, he would be merciless and strike first. Now, he was in a more advantageous situation. His strength was a mystery to the enemy, but the enemy didn't have many secrets in his eyes. After all, the Taiji I wasn't given for nothing. Back at the house on MT Black Deity, Ling Xiao was about to clean up and rest. 3 hours wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. He didn't want to waste time, so he cultivated for a while. This was his habit. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Qi Renfeng walked over and opened the door. Qingluan Flower stood outside with a cold expression. Ling Xiao, I heard that you're the leader of this team? You can say that. Actually, no one really appointed him as the leader. It was all recommended by everyone. Ling Xiao was Lin Yang's boss and had saved Qing Feiying. And because of Dark Knight Formless, Qi Renfeng had to listen to Ling Xiao. This made Ling Xiao's position in this team seem very high. If he wasn't the leader, the others didn't seem to be qualified. If that's the case, can you come out and say a few words? Qingluan Flower seemed to never know how to smile. Her face was always gloomy, as if someone owed her a lot of money. Actually, Ling Xiao didn't really like this kind of girl. But in order to pass the advancement test, he planned to endure it. Of course, Mountain Lord, I'll go out for a while. Talk to her nicely. Don't lose your temper so easily. Dark Knight Formless reminded. He seemed to have returned to his humble and polite self. Actually, this kind of disguise wasn't bad. Usually, there was no need to make a big fuss over small matters. But when it came to big matters, it was enough as long as he wasn't afraid of the slightest thing. Ling Xiao followed Qingluan Flower to a quiet flower bed. Qingluan Hua did not wait for Ling Xiao to ask and directly said, I'm not looking down on you, but I have a request. I hope you can accept it on behalf of them. Qingluan Hua's attitude was not bad. Although her tone was a little cold, Ling Xiao's impression of her changed a little. What request? During the test tomorrow, the 4 of you should try to hide behind me and protect yourselves. I will solve all the problems by myself. You don't have to interfere. Qingluan Hua said very seriously, I don't know the strength of the 4 of you, but I'm not good at team battles. Teamwork will only make things worse. She said this very politely, as if saying that Qingluan Hua was not good at teamwork, so she did not want Ling Xiao and the others to help. However, the meaning was too obvious. She was worried that the four of them would cause trouble. The feeling of being looked down on was not good. However, to Ling Xiao, this was common. However, he didn't feel depressed at all. The more he was looked down on, the more excited he would be when he made a comeback in the future. Why should he care? Thinking of this, he smiled and said, "In that case, I'll have to trouble you, Qingluan Hua. It's not hard. Perhaps it will be easier." Qingluan Hua was delighted to see Ling Xiao agree so readily. In her opinion, without these four burdens, she would be able to deal with any difficulties more easily. As long as she did not encounter a strong opponent, she could handle it alone. If she encountered a strong team, she could just escape. After discussing the following matters, Qingluan Hua left. 3 hours later, no light in the night appeared on time and led everyone to gather outside the outpost. Because the weather was always gloomy and gray, the distance was very short. Ordinary people would only be able to see things 4 or 5 meters away, but they wouldn't be able to see any further. Even Yinyang realm martial artists could only see things 100 meters away. Anything further would be very blurry. This kind of gloomy feeling made people feel very depressed. They could even faintly hear ghostly cries and howls. It was very gloomy. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from afar, making one's hair stand on end. Some of the female disciples felt their legs go soft, and they had the urge to turn around and leave. "What's going on?" Qing Feiying curled up beside Ling Xiao and asked in a trembling voice. "It's probably some kind of demonic beast or devil's voice, but it's similar to a human's." Ling Xiao guessed. He's right. There are many strange phenomena happening on Demonic Mountain. After you enter, don't believe anything. Otherwise, it's easy to fall into the monster's trap and die without knowing what happened. The Orange Immortal Mountain's mountain master reminded in a deep voice. That's right. Back then, I also walked through Demonic Mountain, so I know many dangers. Demonic creatures are the most cunning. They're not as easy to deal with as wild beasts. Dark Knight Formless nodded. In short, Ling Xiao, you have to protect the others. This is not only because you're the strongest, but also because you want to pass the first level. You can't let anything happen to them. Do you understand? Don't worry, Mountain Lord. I won't let my emotions affect my decisions. Even if that Qingluan flower is in trouble, I'll still help. After all, she's already a member of my team from the moment she joined. Ling Xiao nodded. That's for the best. Dark Knight Formless was worried that Ling Xiao would act childishly, but now it seemed that he was overthinking. He didn't know Ling Xiao as well as he thought he did. Old Mountain Lord Qing, don't worry. Ling Xiao is our Orange Immortal Mountain's benefactor. He saved the lives of some of our disciples on the first level of the ghost prison. He also helped a lot on the second level of the ghost prison against the Ironback Thorn Beast. We're all people who repay kindness. We won't not help him. The one who spoke was Li Yan, the leader of one of Orange Immortal Mountain's teams. Although she was a girl, she was very straightforward. Li Yan's cultivation was even higher than Chironfeng's. She had already reached the late stage of the third level of hell. So when she said she would help, she wasn't just being polite. She was indeed capable. We'll help too. At this moment, a team from Green Immortal Mountain also walked over. Leading them was Green Immortal Mountain's Green Origin. Green Origin was at the late stage of the second level of hell in the first transformation of the Yinyang realm. Ling Xiao, you might not know this, but one of the blood pigs you saved last time was a relative from my hometown. I can't thank you enough. If you're in trouble this time, I'll definitely help. Green Origin's team and Li Yan team's good intentions were appreciated by Ling Xiao. In this world, there were ungrateful people, but there were also people who knew how to repay kindness. It seemed that Ling Xiao's life wasn't a failure. Thank you, everyone. If you're in trouble, you can come to me. Although I'm not very strong, I know formations. Maybe I can help you a little. Ling Xiao said with a smile. The weather is so bad. Naturally, we have to take care of each other. I reckon that Scarlet Immortal Mountain and Purple Immortal Mountain will join forces. Everyone, be careful. LVZ Yuan frowned. Don't worry too much. We'll deal with it when it comes. Worrying won't solve any problems. Ling Xiao smiled. You're so carefree. Don't drag others down when the time comes. Qingwan Flower originally thought that having Ling Xiao and the other 3 as burdens would be enough. She didn't expect another 10 people to come. Her mentality was a little unbalanced. Her words weren't very nice. She didn't have the politeness from last night. Her tone was sarcastic. Is that so? I hope you don't ask for help when you're in danger. Ling Xiao sneered. You've been scammed before, but it doesn't mean that everyone will do the same to you. Your attitude of looking at everyone as if they're thieves is really annoying. Ask for help? Qingwan Flower couldn't help but scorn. If I, Qingwan Flower, need you, Ling Xiao, to save me, then I'll be willing to be your bed maid. That's what you said. Ling Xiao didn't need any bed maid, but he had to cure this Qingwan Flower's bad habit. Otherwise, the first round of the assessment would be in danger. I said it. I'm afraid you won't be able to. Qingwan Flower said again. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything else. When the time came, everything would be clear. Alright, those who aren't involved, follow the soldiers to Sky Devil Peak. There's a courtyard set up by our 8 Immortal Mountain. Those who are participating in the assessment, follow me. Dark Knight Light looked at the time and suddenly said loudly. As soon as he said that, the others immediately shut their mouths and didn't dare to make a sound. That was the benefit of being powerful. No one dared to disobey your orders easily. There was actually a shortcut to Sky Devil Peak. It was dug out by the 8 Immortal Mountain after sacrificing countless martial artists. It was very safe now. Moreover, it only took about 10 minutes to reach Sky Devil Peak. After the 8 mountain masters left, No Light in the Night led the participating disciples to the outpost. Before they stepped into the assessment path, they could already see the black shadows of monsters wandering around nearby. In the mist, the eyes of these monsters glowed red. They seemed to be waiting for the arrival of their prey. Demonic Mountain is indeed not a good place. All the participating disciples, including Ling Xiao, had the same feeling. And those disciples who had been here before were even more trembling, as if they had thought of something terrible. Through the fog, Ling Xiao wanted to see the true body of Demonic Mountain clearly. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. The fog here was not ordinary, but a fog that contained powerful soul power. This kind of power could block and reduce Ling Xiao's vision. Demonic Mountain, what exactly are you? Ling Xiao was very curious, but right now, he had to set foot on this path first. Perhaps later, he would be able to know the true face of this mountain. You say you want to trample Demonic Mountain, but in fact, you don't have the ability to do so. What you need to do is to walk up Celestial Devil Peak alive. That's already an experience worthy of being proud of. Even if you can't advance to 8 Immortal Mountain, it's still a supreme honor. Okay, let's start now. No Light in the Night finally said a few more words at this time. Just this one sentence was enough to make one's blood boil. Following his order, more and more teams stepped into the fog and disappeared. For this kind of thing, Black Immortal Mountain always ranked last. But Ling Xiao didn't care. It didn't make a difference to him whether he went in a step earlier or later. Now, it wasn't that he was afraid of others, but that others shouldn't provoke him. Whoever provoked him was bound to be unlucky. Aren't you going to go in earlier? At this time, the weaker the team, the earlier they should go in and find a suitable place to hide first to avoid a premature confrontation with a strong enemy. No Light in the Night suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and the others standing at the back and said, "This isn't a rule. You're last. Do we look weak?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "Senior Elder and our mountain chieftain should be from the same clan, right? Your strength should be about the same, but your judgment is not as good as our mountain chieftain's. You really dare to talk back to anyone, but I really can't see what's so great about you." "Oh, maybe he's quite good at talking." No Light in the Night sneered. "Junior wouldn't dare to contradict you. I'm just stating a fact. We're really not weak." Ling Xiao was still very polite. However, this politeness made No Light in the Night feel a little sarcastic. Not weak? Go down to the 8 Immortals Mountain. This time, there are 20 teams participating in the assessment. There are 5 teams from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, and there are a few more people. There were more than 25 contestants in total. The Orange Celestial Mountain had 4 teams with 20 people. This is already 40 people. For the remaining 6 mountains, other than your Black Immortal Mountain, there are about 10 disciples participating. But your Black Immortal Mountain only has 3 pitiful people. Oh, right, that Zhou Tong was driven away by you, so there are only 2 people left. Isn't this enough to prove that you're weak? How can a motley crew be compared to elites? Ling Xiao smiled and said, Senior Elder, you should be worried that the people from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain will deal with us, right? Don't worry, they'll definitely be faster than us. Let's go. After saying that, he took the lead and walked into the fog. Behind him, Ho Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Qing Feiying followed closely. Only Qing Wanflower sighed, looking very unhappy. She wondered why she was so unlucky to follow such a group of crooked melons and broken dates. This time, she was afraid that things were not looking good for her. That kid is very similar to my nephew. He's even crazier than my nephew. I don't think he'll live long. Dark Knight Wukong looked at the hazy fog, and with a slight sway of his body, he immediately disappeared. Qing Wanflower, who had just stepped into the fog, suddenly felt that she was locked on by a soul power. Through this soul power, she could clearly sense the positions of her other teammates, so they wouldn't get separated in the fog. Is that Ling Xiao? Looks like he's quite capable. Although his cultivation isn't very high, he should be quite powerful as a support. Qing Wanflower suddenly felt that her previous words were a bit too much. But on second thought, even if Ling Xiao's support ability was not bad, his strength was not enough. How could she ask for help like this? Impossible. The 5 of them, with Ling Xiao as the arrowhead, quickly moved forward. At first, Qing Wanflower was still a bit worried. After all, the demonic mountain was full of danger. Not only would the other martial artists attack them. There were also terrifying demon beasts, terrifying heavenly demons, and plants. Sometimes, plants that looked very ordinary were deadly poisonous creatures. If they were not careful, they would die on the spot if they were scratched. It was precisely because of this danger that she had repeatedly suggested Ling Xiao to slow down and let her lead the way. Because she had been here before. Although she didn't pass the last assessment, she should be more familiar with the terrain here than Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao didn't listen to her at all. This made her very angry. Who would have thought that after half an hour had passed, they still hadn't encountered any danger? She clearly knew that Ling Xiao had avoided all the dangers that could be avoided. She was familiar with all those places. Did he come to the demonic mountain? Qing Wanflower was a bit confused. Impossible. He just joined the 8 Immortals Mountain. How could he come to the demonic mountain? If there's no expert to protect him, he'll die sooner or later. She quickly denied her own inference. But why? Does he have some ability that I don't know about? At this thought, Qing Wanflower was both happy and worried. She was happy that Ling Xiao was more shrewd than everyone thought. However, she was worried that if Ling Xiao passed the first assessment, then what she said before would be a slap to her face. Just as Qing Wanflower was feeling conflicted, she suddenly heard a voice. Watch out. Immediately afterward, a sword light flew past Qing Wanflower's ear. Qing Wanflower clearly saw a small blood-sucking bug being killed by the sword light. She knew this kind of blood-sucking bug. It was a demonized blood-sucking bug from the demonic mountain. Once this bug touched the skin, it would only take a moment to produce terrible hallucinations. Any kind of hallucination was possible, but in the end, it would only lead to death. Anyway, she had never seen anyone survive after being bitten by this demonized blood-sucking bug. Could it be that he actually saved my life? Qing Wanflower couldn't accept this reality. Although the deacon was distracted because of her and Ling Xiao saved her, it was a fact that she was saved. I didn't ask you to save me. Qing Wanflower hurriedly said. I know that the previous oath didn't take effect. I saved you just to complete the assessment. But don't worry, you saved me once. I'll remember it and save you again. The Qing Wanflower hurriedly explained. Whatever. Ling Xiao still said calmly, but don't get distracted. It'll be more dangerous as we move forward. You have to be vigilant. The Qing Wanflower felt her face burning. She had gone to Ling Xiao before and told him that everything was up to her. She told him that Ling Xiao and the other three would follow behind her. But the current situation made her feel a little embarrassed. The one being protected was not Ling Xiao, but her. She had become a burden. I'll lead the way. There will be powerful beasts ahead. You're no match for them. Thinking of this, the Qingwan flower rushed to the front and said. Then I'll leave it to you. Ling Xiao did not refute. He knew that if he did not make this Qingwan flower suffer, this girl would not learn to cooperate with others. Since the Qingwan flower wanted to lead the team, he would let her lead the team. Anyway, he would be following behind. If they encountered a life-threatening situation, it would not be too late for him to intervene. The Qingwan flower thought that Ling Xiao would ridicule her and then argue. She did not expect Ling Xiao to agree so easily. This made her feel even more embarrassed. She shook her head hard to get rid of her wild thoughts. She vigilantly released her soul power and lowered her speed to move forward. She could not have a soul power as terrifying as Ling Xiao's. Even if her cultivation was stronger than Ling Xiao's, it was still impossible. Not to mention that her strength might not be comparable to Ling Xiao's. Another half an hour passed. Junior brother, why did you let that woman lead the way? She's as slow as an old lady. And she almost got caught in a pile of rotten corpse thorns. Tyrant was a straightforward person. Compared to the half an hour that Ling Xiao led the way, this half an hour felt like a year. Not only was their speed much slower, but they also often encountered danger. Although he managed to dodge it every time, his little heart couldn't take it anymore. That's right, boss. It's better if you lead the way. Who knows, we might be able to reach Heavenly Devil Peak without having to fight. Lin Yang couldn't hold it in anymore and chimed in. Qingwan flower, can't you feel it yourself? In terms of scouting, you are no match for Ling Xiao. In order to pass the test as soon as possible, you should switch back. At most, you will be the one to fight. Qing Feiying was even more direct. Qingwan Hua's pretty face turned red. She couldn't get out of this embarrassing situation. However, there was one good thing about her. Once she knew she was wrong, she would change. You do it. The Qingwan flower frowned. Although she was very reluctant, she still stopped and gave the arrowhead position to Ling Xiao. Wait! Ling Xiao suddenly shouted. What happened? The others were somewhat puzzled. Qingwan flower thought that Ling Xiao was going to make a dig at her, so her expression didn't look too good. However, Ling Xiao didn't even look at her. Instead, he closed his eyes and said, Someone is coming. There are a total of 5 people. They just happen to be a team. They are coming from this side and are very fast. Set up the formation. When he said set up the formation, Ho Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Qing Feiying immediately stood in their positions. Including Ling Xiao, a faint glow appeared under the feet of the 4 of them. There were also faint inscriptions flickering on them. Only Qingwan flower was stunned. Earlier on the way here, when Ling Xiao talked about the battle formation, she didn't listen carefully at all. How would she know where to stand? Moreover, she was still puzzled. How did Ling Xiao know that the enemy was coming? She didn't even sense it herself. Just as she was about to ask, her expression suddenly froze. Because the enemy was closer, their aura became more obvious. She finally noticed it. Strange. Could it be that they have some special ability to lock onto our position? Why did they rush over without hesitation? Ling Xiao was puzzled. The fog was so big that even with his soul power, he could only release it to a radius of 500 meters. Could it be that one of the 5 people had a stronger soul power than him, or did they have some other ability, or was there something fishy? He looked at the soul-locking token hanging around his neck and frowned. He quickly probed with his soul power. Damn. After checking, Ling Xiao cursed out loud, there's actually an unknown, powerful consciousness in this soul-locking token. It feels like it belongs to some expert from the sand race. It's too similar to the sand sea and sand sculpture. You deal with the soul-locking token first. I will deal with the enemy. At this moment, Qingwan flower had regained her composure. She saw the 5 enemies rushing over. They were the 5 experts from the Scarlet Fairy Mountain. One of them was the guy at the late stage of the first transformation, second level of hell. When they came here, they didn't talk nonsense and directly attacked. Maybe they wanted to gain the upper hand by attacking first. They thought that Ling Xiao and the rest hadn't discovered them. Actually, she didn't need to say anything. The 5 people didn't even look at Ling Xiao and the rest. Instead, they rushed toward her. Qingwan Flower was shocked. She instantly guessed their intention. She was the strongest in this team and the most difficult to deal with. If she was defeated instantly or killed on the spot, the rest of the 4 people could be dealt with more easily. However, she could think of something but couldn't do anything. She could only shake the long sword in her hand and face them. Fortunately, she discovered them in time and could prepare her move more calmly. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's reminder, she would have been finished. This time, she might not be able to pass the test and might even lose her life here. After all, if they really wanted to kill her, she might not even be able to activate the soul-locking token. Heartless Wind and Snow Sword, heartless. Qingwan Flower was grateful to Ling Xiao, but she didn't slow down. A terrifying sword move was released in an instant and attacked the 5 people. The 5 people were stunned when they saw Qingwan Flower charging toward them. Oh no, that woman is prepared. As soon as the exclamation sounded, one of them was in the middle. The cold sword aura instantly attacked that person's body, and a soul-locking token fell to the ground. The soul-locking token's design was very interesting. As long as a martial artist's soul was seriously injured, it would automatically fall off. And that person's body would also be teleported out of Demonic Mountain. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao knew that it was indeed not easy to kill people here. However, it wasn't impossible. As long as he could kill them with one blow, it would definitely be possible. The 5 people from Scarlet Fairy Mountain were not mediocre. But Qingwan Flower was stronger. If Qingwan Flower was caught off guard and attacked by the 5 of them, they would naturally succeed. But now, the situation was different. With Ling Xiao's help, Qingwan Flower first discovered them and prepared her moves and tactics. Therefore, she killed one of them as soon as she attacked. At the same time, she also dodged the attacks of the other 4 people and was safe and sound. Captain, this is different from what we said. They seem to have been prepared. This woman is not easy to deal with. One of them said with some fear. What are you afraid of? Except for Qingwan Flower, the 5 of them are all good for nothings. I'll hold off Qingwan Flower. You 3, kill those 4 people, especially Ling Xiao. You must kill him on the spot. The sudden turn of events caused the leader to lose his composure. But he was the leader after all, so he quickly calmed down. Qingwan Flower, although this woman thinks highly of herself, she does have some skills. Ling Xiao had to admit that even if she was fully prepared, she was not injured in a 1 versus 5 fight. She even crippled one of the opponents. Qingwan Flower was more powerful than he had imagined. It was no wonder that he would boast about letting her fight alone. Boss, let's not bother with that woman. Those 3 people are coming. Lin Yang reminded him loudly. There are 3 of you. Each of you will deal with one of them. Do you need me to deal with such a small matter? Ling Zhao's calmness made Lin Yang swallow back his words. Are you serious, junior brother? Even the weakest of those 3 is on par with me. Lin Yang and Qing Feiying are probably no match for them. Chu Renfeng said hurriedly. Don't worry. Do you really think my battle formation is just for decoration? Just fight bravely. Ling Xiao smiled. He still had no intention of making a move. Qingwan Flower was not as calm as him. Seeing that 3 of the remaining 4 enemies were charging at Ling Xiao and the others, she became anxious. In her eyes, although Ling Xiao had very powerful auxiliary abilities, his strength was at the bottom of the group. She did not pay attention to the battle formation at all. She did not know what was so powerful about it. She turned around and wanted to save them. But she was stopped by the leader of the small team. Your opponent is me. That person looked at Qingwan Flower coldly and said. Get lost. You are no match for me. Qingwan Flower was anxious. She stabbed out with her sword and took advantage of the moment when the opponent dodged to save them. However, the leader was not easy to deal with. A terrifying palm wind suddenly came from behind her. If she did not turn around to deal with it, she would definitely be seriously injured. If that happened, the 5 of them would still be in trouble. Damn it. Qingwan Flower could only turn around and attack. Because he was in a hurry, he actually suffered some minor injuries. As I said, your opponent is me. Although I'm not as beautiful as you, the Qingwan Flower, the difference between the two of us isn't that big. If you want to save those 4 pieces of trash, you will die. I believe you understand this very well. The captain looked coldly at the Qingwan Flower. His mission was simple. He didn't need to defeat the Qingwan, but to stall the Qingwan. That was enough. Since the first plan did not succeed. In that case, he would simply execute his second plan. After killing Ling Xiao, he would turn around and flee. That would be enough. He trusted his teammates very much. Because of the 3 teammates, the weakest one was on par with Tian Renfeng. The other 2 were not much weaker than him. They were much stronger than Lin Yang and Qing Feiying. This was the advantage of the Scarlet Deity Mountain. Although the Qingwan Flower was very anxious and angry now, she was still very angry. But at this moment, she had no other choice. The only way to save Ling Xiao was to take care of the enemy in front of her. Take care of him in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk. In fact, the teams from the Scarlet Deity Mountain and the Purple Deity Mountain had long had their eyes on Ling Xiao. No matter who Ling Xiao's teammates were, they would attack. It was just that their strategy was different. The sand race experts had tampered with Ling Xiao's soul-locking token. This allowed the others to know Ling Xiao's location. This was also the reason why this group of people could find Ling Xiao so quickly. But what surprised the captain was that there was a flaw in his plan. Although he didn't know what went wrong, he had already made adjustments. Now, he just needed to stall for time. In any case, there would be more teams rushing over soon. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could erase the consciousness in the soul-locking token. He also didn't believe that Ling Xiao would dare to throw away the soul-locking token. Once he threw away the soul-locking token, Ling Xiao would be taking the initiative to withdraw from the test. This could be considered to have achieved their goal. So, for them, victory was in their grasp today. But for Ling Xiao, it was a dead end without a doubt. Kill. Qingwan's voice broke the captain's dream. The battle was about to start. The only thing the captain wanted to do was to stall for time and let his teammates kill Ling Xiao. Even if they couldn't kill him, when the other teams came, Ling Xiao would still die. On the other side, Ling Xiao didn't look at the 3 fierce-looking disciples from the Scarlet Deity Mountain. Instead, he injected his soul power into the soul-locking token in an attempt to erase the consciousness inside. But he failed again and again. The consciousness inside was too strong. It was even stronger than his soul power. What should I do? If I don't get rid of this thing, my location will always be known by the other teams. There will be endless trouble. No matter how strong we are, we can't escape the fate of being exhausted to death. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. It seemed that he could only use his old magical power. Luckily, the others were focused on the battle. Ling Xiao left the battle formation and quietly stepped into the fog. Then, he opened the eye of the immortal pot as quickly as possible. In the void, a immortal pot appeared. It sucked in the consciousness inside the soul-locking token. The consciousness didn't resist at all. It was completely defeated. At the same time, somewhere in the sand race's residence in the 8 Immortal Mountain, Sarin, the father of Sha Hai and Sha Diao. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became extremely pale. How is this possible? Sarin's face was extremely frightened. How could that kid erase the consciousness I spent so much effort to hide? He thought it was erased. In fact, the consciousness was absorbed by the immortal pot. Then, it would slowly be converted into Ling Xiao's soul power. Sarin's action not only didn't harm Ling Xiao, but also indirectly helped Ling Xiao increase his soul power. What was more depressing was that because of this failure, his soul was also damaged. He had to take a long time to recover. Who on earth did this? Could it be that Ling Xiao has an expert helping him? Sarin still couldn't understand how Ling Xiao could erase his powerful soul power so easily. It didn't matter if he couldn't figure it out. At the demonic mountain, the battle situation was very interesting. After Ling Xiao took out the immortal pot to destroy the consciousness of the powerhouse in the soul-locking token, he hid on the side and began to watch the show. Among these people, except for the martial artist who was fighting with Qingwan Hua, he wasn't interested in fighting the rest. So, it was better to let Ho Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Qing Feiying practice. With a powerful battle formation, the three enemies wouldn't be able to take advantage of him. Ho Renfeng felt this the most clearly. Normally, if he encountered this opponent in front of him, he would definitely have to go through a tough battle. At most, it would be a draw. He had even lost several times. But today, he was a little doubtful if he was himself. He had beaten the other party so badly that even his own mother couldn't recognize him. His continuous attacks left the other party unable to fight back. As for Lin Yang and Qing Feiying, in a situation where their strength was obviously inferior to the other party, they were actually not at a disadvantage. How can the power of a battle formation be so strong? Qingwan Hua, who was in the middle of the battle, also noticed the strange situation and couldn't help but be shocked. Although Ling Xiao didn't dare to fight, it was completely within her expectations. She had always thought that Ling Xiao was a powerful support with no combat power at all. Not fighting was a wise choice. This is good. With his support, this first test should be easy to pass. Qingwan Hua gradually calmed down. She was no longer anxious. That was very scary. Just now, because of her anxiety and anger, there were too many flaws in her attacks, which others could easily exploit. But now that she had calmed down, there weren't so many flaws. And her attacks were even fiercer, which made the team leader of Scarlet Fairy Mountain feel great pressure. The team leader also saw the situation on the other side. What's wrong with you three? Can't you even take care of a few pieces of trash? Don't just focus on those three people. Kill Ling Xiao. He's the key. The team leader roared angrily. But at this time, a sword light came at him. Because he was distracted, one of his arms was cut off. But at this time, the soul-locking card didn't fall. This made Ling Xiao's eyes light up. The arm fell off, but the soul-locking card didn't. That meant that the soul-locking card would only fall off when one's life was in danger. Interesting. When the three heard the team leader was angry, they saw Ling Xiao watching from the side. His heart was filled with anger. They immediately retreated, leaving Ho Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Qing Feiying behind to kill Ling Xiao. It was a pity that they had underestimated their three opponents too much. Ho Renfeng was in high spirits. How could he let his opponents leave? He directly threw a punch, which turned into the size of a small mountain. One of the martial artists fainted on the spot. The soul-locking card fell off and his body was teleported away. Qing Feiying was also very fierce. Although she wasn't very strong, because she was a martial artist who had reincarnated, her experience was really amazing. The moment her opponent turned around, she suddenly released the musical note Ice Lion, which froze that person. Then the soul-locking card fell off and his body was teleported away. Compared to the other two, Lin Yang was slightly weaker. He threw a punch at the other party, but he didn't manage to knock down the soul-locking tablet, allowing the brat to rush out. However, Lin Yang did not stop attacking. If his attack power was not enough, then he would attack a few more times. After a series of attacks, the guy who had completely lost his will to fight and was in a hurry to escape finally fainted. The soul-locking token fell, and his body was teleported away. When the captain saw the situation, he knew that things weren't going well. He abandoned the Qingwan flower and threw a smoke grenade before running away. Within the fog, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Run? Where are you going? His figure gradually disappeared. The squad leader instantly dashed hundreds of meters away, but he almost bumped into someone. When he stopped and saw that it was Ling Xiao, he was overjoyed. At this moment, he didn't even think about why Ling Xiao would appear here. He only felt that this was a chance given to him by the heavens to complete today's mission. I was going to kill you, but you came here to die. That's exactly what I wanted. He didn't beat around the bush and attacked as he spoke. Ling Xiao just looked at this person's attack indifferently, not moving at all. The terrifying fist energy blasted onto Ling Xiao's body, but it actually made a dull sound. It didn't seem like it had hit a human body at all. The attacker's fists made the sound of bones breaking. Why is it so hard? He looked at Ling Xiao in horror, unable to understand why his punch didn't cause any damage to Ling Xiao. Instead, it shattered the bones in his hands. Do you want to live? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Humph, Ling Xiao, don't be so smug. Even if I can't break through your defense, you can't hurt me. Besides, you'll die soon. You won't have to wait too long. The squad leader was still waiting for his reinforcements because this was what Xiadiao had promised. He said that several teams would come and kill Ling Xiao together. Waiting for reinforcements? I'm sorry to tell you, but you won't have that chance. Ling Xiao said indifferently, although I don't know who did something to my soul locking card, I've already dealt with it. Right now, no one can easily find my location, especially in this dense fog. So there are only two consequences for you. Either you tell me everything and withdraw from the assessment. Or you die. His voice was very indifferent and not particularly cold, but it made the squad leader feel a very strong chill. Impossible, your soul locking card is Saren. No, I didn't say anything. Perhaps it was because he felt that it was too inconceivable. The squad leader's brain short-circuited for a moment, and he actually said the culprit behind the scenes. Saren? Oh, it's Xiadiao and Xiadiao's father. No wonder he wants to deal with me. I understand, he wants another son to die. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, what a pity, you have no value in living. Die. He already knew what he needed to know, so he naturally had to make a move. This person wanted to kill him, so he naturally had to kill him. He didn't care what reason or excuse the other party had to deal with him. Their goal was the same. Wait a minute, you have to think carefully. The soul locking card can release a distress signal. If you want to kill me, the disciples of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain will immediately kill you. The squad leader began to look fierce, but was actually a little timid. He no longer had the arrogance from before. It was probably because what he was looking forward to no longer existed. How could he be confident with that kind of despair? I promise I will kill you before the disciples of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain come. When Ling Zhao's voice fell, the squad leader felt a bolt of lightning fall from the sky. Then he lost consciousness. Damn, this berserk thunder art is too strong. Originally, it was released the fastest and was the most sudden, but I didn't expect it to instantly blast the opponent into ashes. Looking at the opponent who had already become a pile of charcoal, Ling Xiao was surprised. He took out the soul locking card and felt a powerful aura quickly approaching. An assessment disciple was killed, and this was the first one to be killed. The Upper Eight Immortal Mountain would naturally send people to investigate. However, Ling Xiao believed that even the disciples of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain wouldn't be as free as him in this fog. He left just like that, almost brushing past the other party. But the disciple of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain didn't stop him. Ling Xiao killed the squad leader in a very short time. So when he returned to the other four, although the four of them had some doubts, they didn't ask much. At this moment, they had passively destroyed a squad and obtained 5 soul locking cards, 1 for each person. But this still didn't confirm that they could advance. According to the rules, the 4 teams that obtained the most spirit locking tokens would advance to the second round. Therefore, even though they had already obtained 5 tokens, Ling Xiao decided to get a few more just to be safe. It would be best if all the disciples from Purple Fairy Mountain and Scarlet Fairy Mountain were eliminated. This was the outcome of those who dared to provoke Ling Xiao. In fact, those from Scarlet Fairy Mountain were the unlucky ones. Qingwan Flower was strong enough, and with a monster like Ling Xiao, it was impossible for them not to be eliminated. As for the other teams, their strength was more evenly distributed. In terms of strength, Qi Ling Desert Cloud, and the others were the only ones who were slightly stronger. What have you been doing? Qingwan Flower frowned, obviously a little angry. You're not strong enough. If you met the team leader who escaped just now, I'm afraid your life would be in danger. Although this girl looked down on Ling Xiao's strength, Ling Xiao didn't argue with her because she was concerned about him. He just smiled and said, I've been hiding nearby. I only dared to come out after your battle. Qingyuan Flower frowned, then sighed helplessly. She was becoming less and less confident in her own judgment. Although Ling Xiao didn't participate in the battle, he almost wiped out the team that wanted to ambush them. This kid was really not ordinary. If she knew that the team leader who escaped was easily killed by Ling Xiao, what kind of expression would she have? Let's go. We can't stay here for long. In order to prevent Qingyuan Flower from asking more questions, Ling Xiao suggested that they set off immediately. This time, he naturally became the leader of the team. After the previous encounter, Qing Wanhua had to admit that she wasn't unlucky to have joined this team. Perhaps she had picked up a treasure. Ling Xiao. After a while, the Qingyuan Flower suddenly stopped and called out to Ling Xiao, who was in front of it. What's wrong? Ling Xiao turned around and asked. I think the four of you should be able to reach Heavenly Devil Peak easily. Why don't we split up here? Said the Qingyuan Flower. Separate? I don't understand. Do you think we're a burden, so you don't want to walk with us? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Qingyuan Hua shook her head and said, No, although I don't trust my teammates, I know that the four of you are not as incompetent as people say. This can be seen from the battle just now. Then why? Lin Yang asked curiously. Sai, since you insist on asking, there's no harm in telling you. Qingyuan Hua felt that if she didn't tell them the truth, they would probably continue to follow her. Therefore, he said, Have you heard of the Violets of the Purple Deity Mountain? Of course. Violets is the #1 expert in the Purple Deity Mountain. Her strength is second only to Desert Cloud and Akira. Qing Feiying nodded. This Violets is actually my sister. Although they are not blood-related, my father adopted her a long time ago. She grew up with me. But because of an insignificant matter, she killed my father. I can't forgive her. Qing Wanhua sighed. So you plan to take revenge on her alone? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, even if I can't pass the test, I will kill the Violets and avenge my father. I really can't tolerate her ungrateful behavior. My father loved her so much. He cared about her even more than he cared about me. He especially sent her to the 8 Deities Mountain to learn. But she killed my father. Qing Wanhua gritted her teeth. She didn't want to say these words at first, but after saying it, she felt a lot better. Her whole body didn't feel so uncomfortable anymore. All this time, these emotions had been suppressed in her heart, and it was really uncomfortable. This also made her become a loner. Now that she said it out loud and there was someone to bear it for her, she felt really comfortable. Do you know where that Violets is? Ling Xiao asked. I'm not sure yet, but during last year's test, we had a battle in the spider cave of the demonic mountain. Of course, I lost that battle and almost died. Fortunately, I had the soul locking card and saved my life. She was also seriously injured and didn't pass the test in the end. Qing Wanhua replied. Then come with me. I'll take you to find the Violets. It'll be much safer than you blindly looking for them alone. Don't refuse. I'm not doing this for you, but for myself. Seeing that Qing Wanhua was somewhat moved, Ling Xiao hurriedly added, If you are eliminated, then I can forget about passing the test, so there's no need to talk about parting ways. Ling Xiao's domineering tone stunned Qing Wanhua for a moment, and she couldn't refuse in the end. She just nodded slightly and said, The Violets are very strong, and her team can't be weak. If it really doesn't work, I'll give up on revenge and definitely won't delay your test. Consider it as repayment for saving me before. Ling Xiao was naturally very happy to hear such words from her. Everyone liked people who had a conscience and knew how to repay kindness. Although Ling Xiao and Qing Wanhua had a little disagreement before, it wasn't a big deal. The way things were now was very good. The 5 of them began to move forward. Ling Xiao paid close attention to the situation around him, hoping to help Qing Wanhua find the Violets as much as possible. According to his deduction, the team from Purple Deity Mountain should have locked onto his position before. They came quite a bit closer to him, and it wasn't until he erased that consciousness that the other party suddenly became a headless mosquito. So it should be relatively easy to find them. Along the way, he was still very vigilant. Every blade of grass and every tree on Demonic Mountain was full of danger and couldn't be looked at with ordinary eyes. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, not only would he fail the test, but he would also lose his life. Every time they walked a certain distance, Qing Wanhua couldn't help but admire Ling Xiao a little more. She really didn't know how Ling Xiao avoided those threats. Along the way, she saw a lot of poisonous insects and fierce beasts. Just when she thought they would definitely have to fight a big battle, Ling Xiao always managed to avoid danger with ingenious routes. For the martial artists participating in the first test, being able to avoid those unnecessary dangers was really too precious. Nearly an hour later, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and motioned for the people following behind him to stop as well. "What's the matter, boss? Is someone coming to attack us again?" Perhaps Lin Yang was too comfortable in the previous battle, so he wanted to taste that feeling again. "No, it seems like Li Yan and the others from Orange Deity Mountain are in trouble." Ling Xiao opened his Taiji eye and saw through the layers of fog to see the situation hundreds of meters away. He couldn't help but move again, this time at an even faster speed. "Do you want to help?" Qing Wanhua asked curiously. "I don't think you're the kind of person who takes pleasure in helping others." "You're right, but Li Yan is different. Before the test started, she said she would help me. Although she hasn't done anything yet, I can't just stand by and watch her die. I didn't expect this guy to be such a good guy even though he killed people like Scything Flax and showed no mercy to the dozen soldiers at the outpost." Qing Wanflower's impression of Ling Xiao was also quietly changing. "Get into the battle formation. This time, we're not dealing with martial artists. We're dealing with terrifying demonic beasts called nether wolves. There are 23 of them, and each of them is at least at the peak of the first layer of hell." Ling Xiao reminded them when they were about to reach their destination. "They're actually nether wolves." Qing Wanflower frowned. It would be easier to deal with other demonic beasts, but nether wolves were too troublesome. Not only were they extremely tenacious, but they could also spit out terrifying poisonous fog. Once a martial artist inhaled the poisonous fog, they would quickly feel weak all over. Even their yin-yang origin power would be dissolved by the poisonous fog and become powerless. Nether wolves were ranked among the top 5 most troublesome demonic beasts on Demonic Mountain. Most importantly, these guys lived in packs. Whenever they appeared, there would be at least 20 of them. Qing Wanflower wanted to stop Ling Xiao from taking the risk. But when she saw Ling Xiao's determined eyes, she gave up. If she stopped Ling Xiao now, she would only be despised by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao would definitely look down on someone who didn't even dare to save his friends. Qing Wanflower didn't know when she started to care about Ling Xiao's opinion of her. They were getting closer. Li Yan was in a life-and-death battle with the nether wolves. Someone in her team was already injured. Although they hadn't been eliminated from the test yet, if no one came to save them, at this rate, they would all be wiped out sooner or later. Nether wolves were known for their ferocity and their ability to fight for a long time. This wasn't an exaggeration. Moreover, these cunning guys were also very good at cooperating with each other and were notoriously difficult to deal with. "Senior Marshal Sister Li Yan, are you okay?" A voice suddenly came from the fog, and Li Yan's spirit instantly perked up. She recognized that it was Ling Xiao's voice. Ling Xiao's arrival meant that Qing Wanflower was also here. With Qing Wanflower's strength, she would definitely be of great help to them in dealing with the nether wolves. At this time, Li Yan didn't realize that the biggest reinforcement wasn't Qing Wanflower, but Ling Xiao, whom she had neglected. Of course, she did not deliberately ignore it. She was just like most people, blinded by Ling Xiao's weak appearance. "Ling Xiao, don't come over. You are too weak. If you come over, it will be very dangerous. Let Qing Wanhua do it. Li Yan's the only one. She's SSST. At first, Li Yan thought it was Qing Wanflower. She couldn't help but admire the Qing Wanflower's strength. Entering the wolf pack was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. When she saw it clearly, she was stunned. "No, it's not Qing Wanflower. It's Ling Xiao." A warrior from Li Yan team shouted in shock. "How can he be so strong?" Another person also shouted. "How would I know? I'm confused too." Li Yan was really confused. She thought that Ling Xiao was very weak. Because of this, before participating in the assessment, She said that she wanted to repay Ling Xiao for saving the disciples of the Orange Celestial Mountain. She wanted to protect Ling Xiao. But at this moment, it wasn't her who was protecting Ling Xiao. Instead, it was Ling Xiao who was protecting them. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the pack of wolves, his body began to glow with a bright light. This light was not only gorgeous, but also terrifying. The nether wolf was a ferocious monster. It should have been a headache for all the participants. Because this guy was not only fast, but his coordination was also very strange. But when it came to Ling Xiao, it didn't seem to be a problem. The one who should be having a headache was the nether wolf. Ling Xiao's body released lightning. As long as it touched the nether wolf, it would make the nether wolf howl miserably and fall to the ground. Then, its limbs would twitch and it would almost die on the spot. Coupled with the terrifying slashes of his heavy sword, every slash would definitely take the life of a nether wolf. Their bodies were directly smashed out of shape. There was no way they could survive. At this moment, Ling Xiao hadn't even used his martial soul transformation. He was just using his intermediate lightning battle body and his terrifying combat strength to fight these nether wolves. Because he didn't need to use his martial soul transformation. With his current strength, it was more than enough to deal with these nether wolves. In terms of speed, the other party was not as good as him. In terms of endurance, the other party was not as good as him. In terms of defense, the other party wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. And though seemingly cunning coordination was just a clumsy performance under his Tai Chi eye. How could they give him a headache? Therefore, these fellows that were simply nightmares to others had become prey that were not worth mentioning to him. This guy is actually so strong? Qingwan's expression was very interesting. She thought that Ling Xiao only had powerful auxiliary abilities that could help them get rid of troublesome opponents. But she never thought that this guy not only had auxiliary abilities, but also had such powerful combat strength. Although it seemed that he couldn't surpass her, he was much stronger than she had imagined. Especially those exquisite combat skills. Even she was left in the dust. Almost every time the nether wolf was about to attack Ling Xiao, the battle would be reversed. At first, Qingwan thought that it was just a coincidence. She thought that it was because Ling Xiao wasn't strong enough, so it was dangerous. But after the same thing happened a few times, Qingwan completely understood. It wasn't dangerous at all. It was a strategy made after careful calculations. It was done on purpose. How did Ling Xiao do it? Heavenly lightning fire. Ling Xiao suddenly slashed down with the sword in his hand. The extremely terrifying lightning sword aura rushed into the wolf pack. In an instant, more than 10 wolves were burnt black. They fell to the ground and couldn't move at all. The air was filled with a burnt smell. There was even the smell of cooked wolf meat. However, the nether wolf was famous for not being afraid of death. Not only were they not afraid when more than 10 of them were killed in an instant, but they also howled and summoned more nether wolves. In an instant, close to 100 nether wolves charged at Ling Xiao in a dense pack. They completely ignored the rest of the people. The poisonous fog exhaled by the 100 nether wolves almost formed a terrifying poisonous miasma. There was no way to avoid it. However, Ling Xiao stood there with his sword in both hands. He was very calm. Nether wolves are nether wolves, which is also me. If it was Qingwan, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy. Maybe I'm the nemesis of these guys. Looking at these nether wolves, Ling Xiao felt a little happy. Maybe he wasn't just the nemesis of the nether wolves. It seemed that all monsters that met him would be unhappy. Don't you need help? At this moment, Qingwan Hua and the others had already begun to heal the members of Li Yan team. Seeing Ling Xiao being surrounded by more nether wolves, Qingwan Hua couldn't help but ask. No need. The lightning on Ling Xiao's body became even more dazzling. Gradually, within the lightning, terrifying magma began to flow and envelop his entire body. This made him even more terrifying. What's his cultivation level? Li Yan asked Qingwan Hua. She thought that Qingwan Hua had good eyesight and should be able to tell. Unexpectedly, Qingwan Hua shook her head helplessly and said, I don't know. I'm getting more and more confused about Ling Xiao. Since the moment he stepped onto the demonic mountain, he has been constantly surprising me. There are too many mysteries surrounding this person. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao as they healed their wounds. They wanted to know how Ling Xiao was going to deal with these 100 nether wolves. Under everyone's gaze, Ling Xiao put away the heavy sword. He took out the secret sword. He hadn't used this secret sword for a long time, because he didn't have a suitable secret technique. But since he successfully condensed the advanced lightning body and the advanced lava body, Ling Xiao obtained 2 advanced jade-level secret techniques. Now, he could finally unleash the terrifying power of this secret technique. A wooden sword? It's quite beautiful, but can it kill the nether wolves? Everyone was very curious, wondering what Ling Xiao was going to do. After a while, the lightning on Ling Xiao's body completely disappeared and was replaced by boiling magma. I've heard that he cultivated a dual body, but I thought it was only a dual primary body. I didn't expect him to have reached the intermediate level. I really underestimated him. This guy has been hiding his strength all this time. Qing Wanhua had naturally heard of Ling Xiao's name. After all, Ling Xiao was the hero who eradicated the Devil Shadow sect. Although this hero was insignificant in the eyes of many disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain, he was not even worth mentioning. This was because almost everyone who thought that their cultivation was stronger than Ling Xiao felt that they could also be heroes. It was just that they didn't have the opportunity to do so. The Qingwan flower once had a similar idea. But today, she suddenly felt that her thoughts were laughable. It was no accident that Ling Xiao was able to eradicate the Devil Shadow sect. This guy really had that ability. It was ability, not strength. Ling Xiao always seemed to be able to make the impossible possible. This was something that no one else could compare to. Just as Qingwan was lost in her thoughts, Ling Xiao's secret technique sword was already aimed at the nether wolves. The lava in his body was boiling non-stop. Even the nether wolf could feel the terrifying power. The nether wolf that was charging towards Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. It was this moment of hesitation. Ling Xiao's secret technique sword emitted a blazing light. High jade grade secret technique, lava storm, small success. Following Ling Xiao's release of the terrifying secret technique. With him as the center, everything within 10 meters of him was covered in lava. The lava seemed to have a mind of its own as it coincidentally avoided Qingwan flower and the others. It only burned towards the nether wolves. Screams sounded one after another. Qingwan flower started to sympathize with the nether wolves. How could they meet such a terrifying opponent like Ling Xiao? This terrifying move burned almost all of the nether wolves to death. Only a few nether wolves at the very edge of the forest fled in a panic while letting out terrified cries. They probably wouldn't dare to appear in front of Ling Xiao again. This was the first time Ling Xiao used lava storm. The terrifying power of this move made him very satisfied. This was the secret technique that he wanted. Although compared to the Burning Heaven Eye he used before, it was still a lot weaker. But the Burning Heaven Eye couldn't be used now. It was already good enough to use Lava Storm as a substitute. High Jade Grade Secret Technique? What a powerful move. Seeing this move finished, Qingwan Flower's expression became even more interesting. The power of this move was something that even she couldn't escape unscathed. It was really terrifying. Ling Xiao actually learned the High Jade Grade Secret Technique. Where did he learn it from? Did he learn it from the Black Immortal Mountain? He really hid his strength. Looks like this test is going to be interesting. Li Yan also let out a sigh. I'm afraid no one expected Ling Xiao to be so strong. Even so, his strength is still not as good as mine and the Violet's. It's even more impossible for him to be compared to Desert Cloud and Akira. The 8 Immortal Mountains test only requires 3 people. I'm afraid he's going to regret it. Qingwan Flower sighed, feeling sorry for Ling Xiao. With such strength and terrifying talent, if he could enter the 8 Immortal Mountain as soon as possible, he would be even stronger in the future. It was a pity that 3 people were too few. Desert Cloud, Akira, Violets, and Qingwan Flower. There were even a few people who were stronger than Ling Xiao. It was already surprising that Ling Xiao could be in the top 10 of the 100 people. But to advance was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know that Qingwan Flower was thinking about this. If he knew, he would definitely tell Qingwan Flower not to worry about him. Even if the 8 Immortal Mountain only needed one person, it would definitely be Ling Xiao. Did she really think that he was that weak? The lava storm he used this time was only at the initial level. And the power he used was only at the peak of the first level of hell. He used the intermediate lava combat body. If he released his true strength, Qinghuan Flower would be shocked to the extreme. Turning around, Ling Xiao found that everyone was staring at him with their mouths agape. He couldn't help but laugh. This isn't the first time we've met. Why is there something on my face? There's nothing on your face, but the strength you showed is simply too strong. With this strength, there should be no problem for you to be in the top 10 of this test. Li Yan smiled bitterly. Why did you hide it before? You made us worry for nothing. It's not that I wanted to hide it, but someone wanted me dead. If I don't keep some trump cards, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to deal with them. Ling Xiao sighed and explained. Are you talking about Desert Cloud and Akira? Li Yan's face suddenly became very ugly when she mentioned these two people. In this test, Desert Cloud and Akira have joined forces and led 4 groups of Scarlet Immortal Mountain warriors to plunder the Soul Lock tokens. Their goal is very simple. They want to eliminate all the teams except for Scarlet Immortal Mountain, including their ally Purple Immortal Mountain. You met them? Ling Xiao frowned and asked. He absolutely believed Li Yan's words. With the style of those people from Scarlet Immortal Mountain, they would really do so. Moreover, Scarlet Immortal Mountain originally had 5 teams. One of them was eliminated, and the remaining 4 teams were just the number of people needed for the second test. You met Desert Cloud's group? Ling Xiao asked Li Yan. Li Yan sighed and said, yes, if we weren't being chased by them, we wouldn't have fallen into the Nether Wolf's ambush. Desert Cloud and Akira are extremely powerful, and with the cooperation of the disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain, they are simply unstoppable. Everyone is afraid of them. Ling Xiao frowned. If the situation was as Li Yan said, then it was really troublesome. Scarlet Fairy Mountain now had 4 groups of 20 people left. Most of the martial artists on the other mountain peaks were unwilling to unite. Because this kind of assessment was suspicious of each other and didn't trust each other. Unless it was like Scarlet Fairy Mountain, which belonged to the same mountain, it was basically a fantasy to want to unite. This made the 4 groups of people of Scarlet Fairy Mountain even more unscrupulous and do whatever they wanted. By the way, I heard them say that they planned to destroy your team first, but for some reason, they lost their target halfway. Li Yan suddenly added. Ling Xiao smiled. Of course he knew why. Those guys originally captured his position, but because he erased the consciousness of the expert in the Soul Lock token. This caused the other party to lose their target instantly. Want to kill me? It's not that easy. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Desert Cloud and Akira wanted to kill him. He wouldn't let those 2 guys go. The team that he killed before was just an appetizer. Ling Xiao, I now know that you are very strong, but even so, you can only be ranked in the top 10. You are definitely not a match for Desert Cloud and Akira. Now that they have joined forces, you have no way to deal with them. So if you can avoid them, try to avoid them. Li Yan said very sincerely. You have to be able to avoid them. Ling Xiao sighed and said, don't forget, although we are taking different paths now, there is only one path to Sky Devil Peak. You can't avoid it. Since they want me to die, then I will meet them. You're really open-minded. Li Yan smiled bitterly and said, sigh, I said I would help you, but in the end, you helped me. I just heard from Qinghuan that you are planning to go to the Spider Cave, but there is a detour. But it's good, maybe you can avoid Akira and Desert Cloud. The 5 of us don't have a big problem, we can set off on our own. If there is anything you need to do, do it. Help each other, maybe in the future I will need senior sister Li Yan. Ling Xiao smiled. When he wasn't killing people, he was always that bright and sunny big boy, making people feel comfortable just looking at him. Why don't the 5 of us help you look for Sha Yun and Qi Linger first? If we find them, we can keep an eye on them so that we can alert you in time. Li Yan thought for a while and felt that this was the only thing she could do to help Ling Xiao in this assessment. Hence, she said, don't worry. Alright, but don't get too close. Ling Xiao didn't refuse Li Yan's kindness. He knew that this would make Li Yan feel more comfortable and less awkward. Of course, otherwise I will cause you trouble. Li Yan smiled and said. Goodbye. Ling Xiao cupped his hands at them, and then continued to move in the direction of the spider cave with Qingwan and the others. Seeing Ling Xiao disappear in the fog, a warrior from Li Yan team couldn't help but say, Senior sister, did you notice? That arrogant Qingwan is very obedient to Ling Xiao. Yeah, I noticed it as well. Ling Xiao occupied over 100 nether wolves by himself, and his strength can be said to be terrifying. It shouldn't be a problem for him to be in the top 10. He is much stronger than me. Li Yan sighed and said, the Qingwan probably also noticed Ling Xiao's strength, so she has a good attitude towards him. That's not right. There are many people stronger than Ling Xiao. I have never heard of a Qingwan being able to stay with anyone. Another disciple said, this Ling Xiao is definitely outstanding. Not in strength, but in other aspects. Li Yan was stunned for a moment. She immediately thought of how Ling Xiao found them when they were blocked by the thick fog. Did Ling Xiao really have some special ability? She really couldn't see through him. This kid had only joined the 8 Immortals Mountain for 2 months. How did he grow? How could he be so monstrous? With Ling Xiao leading the way, the originally dangerous demonic mountain became much easier. Although they still encountered several waves of monster beasts and heavenly demons on the way, they were not dangerous. The 5 of them were easily dealt with. Originally, if the Qingwan was alone, she would probably be exhausted to reach the spider cave. Half of her physical strength and energy would be consumed on the journey. Ling Xiao even suspected that the violets already knew that the Qingwan was going to the spider cave and were waiting for her to be exhausted. The spider cave is really a dangerous place. I can already feel the terrifying aura before we even reach it. Ling Xiao slowed down because they were already very close to the spider cave. When they approached the spider cave, many strange spiders appeared. These spiders were not big. Instead, they were very small, only the size of a fingernail, but they had a terrifying poison that could kill an elephant. Although a martial artist's body might be stronger than an elephant's, once poisoned, they would still feel dizzy and might even faint on the spot. Ling Xiao, there are 5 heavenly demon spiders in the spider cave. They already have intelligence and are very cunning. They are much more terrifying than the hundreds of nether wolves from before. Not only is their poison extremely strong, but the most terrifying thing is that the spider silk they spit out is as tough as steel and can't be broken easily. Moreover, their strength has basically reached the middle stage of the 1-star 2-layer hell. Even I have a hard time dealing with 2 at the same time. You guys, don't go near them. The Qingwan reminded, last year, when I fought with the violets in the spider cave, I was ambushed by the heavenly demon spiders. The Qingwan always felt a little guilty, so she tried her best not to let Ling Xiao and the others take risks. Although the 4 of them could definitely become her powerful helpers, she really didn't want anything to happen to the 4 of them, whom she didn't know at all. We'll talk about it when the time comes. I said before that I won't let you be eliminated, let alone let you die. Otherwise, my test will be over. I'm an impatient person, and I don't want to wait until next year to enter the upper 8 Immortal Mountain. Since I've come to participate in this test, I must succeed in advancing. Ling Xiao glanced at the Qingwan and lightly said, but you can rest assured that if you can deal with it, I won't act recklessly. The Qingwan sighed and thought that this was the only way. We're here. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. This spider cave is interesting. It seems to be a fossil of a giant spider from the past. No wonder it could breed so many terrifying spiders, and even the heavenly demon spider. Ling Xiao analyzed after observing the spider cave for a while. You're right. I didn't expect you to accompany the Qingwan to your death. Should I say that you're loyal, or should I say that you don't know what's good for you? Suddenly, a voice came from above the spider cave. There was a hint of mockery and a strong killing intent. Violets. You're really here. The Qingwan looked above the spider cave. Other than the Qingwan, there were no traces of the other 4 people. Logically speaking, a team of 5 people, but the violets appeared here alone. Could it be that she wanted to fight alone? Ling Xiao looked around, but he didn't see the shadows of the other 4 people. There was no ambush. Only in the depths of the spider cave could he feel a terrifying aura coming out. But it was still very far away. Of course I'm here. The grudge between us hasn't been settled yet. The violet smiled faintly. Poor Qingwan, I've already told you that it was my mission to be adopted by your father. When I was young, I joined the Dark God Palace branch in the Black Tortoise continent and became an assassin there. In order to kill your father, I didn't hesitate to be his daughter for more than 10 years. He should be satisfied with his death. What's there to be angry about? Such shameless words again. Do you think my father didn't know that you were an assassin of the Dark God Palace? He knew, he just wanted to use family affection to influence you. He just felt that you were pitiful. Joining the Dark God Palace at such a young age, you must have a miserable life. He wanted to let you feel the warmth of a home. For this, he even went to the Dark God Palace branch personally and got your slave contract back from there. But what about you? You were stubborn and unrepentant. You killed your father cruelly and even showed off your great achievements to others. The Qingwan was trembling when she said this. It was obvious how angry she was. I didn't ask him to save me. He liked to save a poisonous snake, so he didn't die in vain. Violet said lightly. Alright, since that's the case, I'll kill you today to comfort my late father's soul in heaven. Qingwan Hua said indignantly. Violet smiled as if she didn't care at all. She gestured at the Qingwan flower and said, since you're all here, come at me together. Anyway, a few more bastards won't change anything. However, I do admire you. Your strength seems to have improved. You were actually able to walk to the spider cave unscathed despite being burdened by these 4 burdens. I may have underestimated you. They're not a burden, nor are they trash. They're Qingwan's teammates. Shouted the Qingwan flower. Teammates? Are you serious? I remember that after you were betrayed by those people last year, you never admitted that you had any teammates, and you were even more unwilling to cooperate with anyone. I didn't expect you to. Treat these trash as your teammates. Perhaps this is what they mean by birds of a feather flocking together. Maybe you're a piece of trash yourself. Violet said sarcastically. You keep calling me trash. I don't know how strong you are. Qingwan flower, if you don't attack, I'll teach this bitch a lesson. Ling Xiao couldn't help but say. You dare to scold me? Violet's frowned and her eyes narrowed into slits. So what if I scold you? I'm going to kill you. Did your purple deity mountain also receive guidance from that old dog, Saren? Did you lock onto my location and come to kill me? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, we were going to kill you, but we didn't expect something to happen halfway and we suddenly lost your position. But I really didn't expect that an idiot like you would come to me. It really saved me a lot of effort. Today, I'll take care of you and Qingwan flower together. As for the other 3 trash, don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for following someone you shouldn't have. Violet said lightly. Very good. Ling Xiao nodded and said nothing more. He asked such a question because he was thinking about how to deal with Violet's. Should he kill her? Or should he just teach her a lesson? Violet's answer made him want to kill her. He had always been like this. If he found that the other party had the intention to kill him, he would put it out without mercy. He had to strike first to gain the upper hand. He was not stupid enough to think of a way in panic when someone was about to kill him. Violet, your opponent is me. If you want to hurt them, you have to step over my dead body first. Qingwan flower suddenly said angrily. I won't kill you. Violet shook her head and said, before entering the samsara, you and Ling Yan were a good couple. If I kill you, how can I get good things from Ling Yan? Ling Yan, the most powerful leader of 8 Immortals Mountain. The most ultimate secrets of 8 Immortals Mountain are in his hands. I don't know Ling Yan, and I don't know what you're talking about. But if you want to use me to deal with someone, it's really wishful thinking. Qingwan flower said sharply. Their conversation made Ling Xiao discover a secret. He believed what Violet said. Qingwan flower should really know Ling Yan, and Ling Yan before entering the samsara. There should be a reason why she refused to admit it now. After all, Ling Yan was now a taboo in the entire 8 Immortals Mountain. Maybe he could find more clues about Ling Yan from Qingwan flower. Ling Yan was his good brother, and he didn't feel comfortable letting his good brother be locked up in the ghost prison for so long. Although he would be able to save Ling Yan once his strength increased to a certain level. But the question was, could Ling Yan really wait until then? The situation of 8 Immortals Mountain was changing day and night. The situation of the ghost prison was also changing. No one could guarantee what would happen in the future. Even Ling Xiao couldn't. So he had to prepare as soon as possible. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I'll beat you until you admit it. Violet suddenly jumped into the spider cave and attacked Qingwan Flower. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little strange that they were fighting outside the spider cave in such harsh conditions. Could it be that Violets were no longer afraid of the heavenly devil spider? Last year, Violets was seriously injured by the heavenly devil spider. People say that once bitten, twice shy. Wasn't it true when it came to Violets? Ling Xiao didn't believe it. He always felt that Violets were up to no good. But for a while, he couldn't figure out what the problem was. The battle had begun. Qingwan Flower was still using her merciless wind and snow sword. Violets, on the other hand, used a short knife as thin as a cicada's wing. The knife technique she used was very strange. Ling Xiao had never seen such a knife technique. In the process of using it, the knife qi intertwined into a net, like a spider web, densely wrapping Qingwan Flower's sword qi. The Violets tried to stop the Qingwan Flower from using her sword. However, the Qingwan Flower was not to be trifled with. The strength she displayed was much stronger than what Ling Xiao had seen before. Facing the Violets, she really had to go all out. However, the two of them were evenly matched, and they were both reincarnated martial artists. Their experience was basically the same. For a moment, it seemed like it would not be easy for either of them to defeat the other. Is this a war of attrition? Something's not right. Ling Xiao noticed that the Qingwan Flower had suddenly blocked the Violets with her sword and retreated. A powerful aura that was completely different from before erupted from his body. What? The Violets were clearly surprised. Is this the aura of a high-tier Jade grade martial skill? You guessed right. Last year, I was inferior to you. You defeated my low-tier Jade grade martial skill with a mid-tier Jade grade martial skill. I knew that if I wanted to defeat you, I would have to learn a high-tier Jade grade martial skill. As she spoke, the Qingwan Flower's aura became even more terrifying. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head bitterly. The Black Tortoise continent was indeed much stronger than the White Tiger continent. Although there were many geniuses on the White Tiger continent, mid-tier Jade grade martial skills were considered top-tier martial skills. Life Seizers generally used martial arts of this level. But here, a mere Yinyang realm martial artist could cultivate a high-tier Jade grade martial skill. That was the difference. Of course, in the lower 8 Immortals Mountain, those who could learn a high-tier Jade grade martial skill were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Only 3 to 5 people could do it. Perhaps even fewer. Damn it, I didn't expect you to be able to cultivate a high-tier Jade grade martial skill. That really surprised me. The Violets' shock and worry were not faked. Facing a high-tier Jade grade martial skill, she was also very afraid. In order to kill you, in order to avenge my father, I sacrificed too much. I had no friends, no family, and spent my days alone. Today, I will let this nightmare pass. The Qingwan Flower's emotions were extremely agitated. As her emotions rose, so did her terrifying aura. Ling Xiao looked at the Qingwan Flowers and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Although she couldn't compare to Feng Fei, Cold Plum, or the Moon Maiden, she could still be considered outstanding. But compared to Akira, he wasn't inferior at all. He should also be a heaven-grade genius. What would her high-grade Jade grade martial skill be like? Ling Xiao was now a bystander watching the show. Ho Renfeng kept yawning. Watching others fight was not as exciting as fighting on his own. Lin Yang, on the other hand, stared at the battle without blinking, as if he wanted to learn something from it. As for Qing Feiying, she was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, cultivating. Qing Feiying had suffered quite a few blows along the way. Not only was Ling Xiao better than her, but even Li Yan, Qingwan, and Violets were better than her. She was indignant. Her aptitude wasn't bad, it was just that she entered the cycle of reincarnation rather late. It was normal for her to fall behind. But she was unwilling. She wanted to do her best to catch up. Naturally, Ling Xiao wouldn't stop her from working so hard. At this moment, his thoughts were all focused on the battle. Originally, he was thinking that if Qingyuan flowers were in danger, he'd help her even if he had to reveal some of his true strength. It wasn't to make Qingyuan his servant girl, but purely because he thought she wasn't bad at all. Moreover, they were teammates now. Ling Xiao didn't have the habit of ignoring his teammates when they were in danger. Currently, the violets didn't dare to be careless in the face of Qingyuan flowers. Fierce aura. Although she didn't know any high-grade jade-grade martial skills, she was confident in her skills. Even if Qingyuan flowers had learned a high-grade jade-grade martial skill, she believed it wouldn't be too high. If it was at the entry level, that would be best. Even with her perfection stage jade-grade martial skill, she was still able to gain a huge advantage. If it was at the initial level, then it would be troublesome. But she felt she could still handle it. Moreover, she had no other choice at this moment. Should she run away? It was impossible. She might not lose. She really didn't want to run away like this. Moreover, she had a follow-up plan. Today, not only was she going to capture Qingyuan flowers alive, but she was also going to kill Ling Xiao. Then, she would go to the sand race to claim her reward. Come on, Qingyuan flowers. I'd like to see how strong your high-grade jade-grade martial skill is. After making up her mind, the violets released her most powerful aura. The sharp blade in her hand, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, emitted a buzzing sound that was getting louder and louder. It was the sound of the blade energy vibrating the air. If one looked closely, they would find that Violet's blade was vibrating at an extremely fast speed. This could increase the attack power of her moves. Right at this moment, an expressionless and cold figure floated up into appearance on the azure phoenix flower opposite him. This person was dressed in white with disheveled hair. He looked a little depressed. But he was extremely handsome. His face and eyes were filled with sadness and helplessness. This was the martial spirit of Qingyuan flowers. It was said that he was a hero who entered the path of swordsmanship. This person pursued the path of swordsmanship all his life, but he was betrayed by his own brother and his own woman. In the end, he died at the hands of his woman's son. When he was alive, he was affectionate and righteous. After his death, his martial spirit became emotionless and cold. That was because his heart was already dead. Back then, he treated the son of the woman who betrayed him as his own son. He imparted his lifetime's lost knowledge to that child. In the end, he died at the hands of his opponent's poisoned wine. A hero who died in such a cowardly way. Who wouldn't be indignant? Sentimental swordsman, emotionless sword. This is so similar to what happened to Qingyuan Flower's father. Ling Xiao finally understood why Qingyuan Flower's sword was always so emotionless and cold. But it was extremely powerful. Sword energy soared to the sky, the cold sword energy was bone-piercing. The spiders that were pouncing on Qingyuan Flowers all ran away. Some spiders that couldn't escape in time were torn apart by the cold sword energy. It seems that I have to strike first, dark gold vibrating saber. Kill. Violet saw the horror of the sword. She didn't want to wait any longer. Even in the face of Qingyuan Flower's horrible sword energy, she felt that she had to strike first. Otherwise, she might not even have a chance to attack. Unfortunately, her attack was still too late. This sword is to kill all the heartless people in the world. Sentimental swordsman, emotionless sword, extreme anger. The voice fell. The surrounding fog seemed to be blown away by the sword energy in an instant. What an extreme anger. The moment the sword energy was released, Ling Xiao seemed to see a swordsman who had been wronged and tortured. He used all his strength to kill that heartless person. In the fog, there was only the cold sword light. It was so conspicuous. The moment the sword light flew out, Violet knew she couldn't block it. But she was smart. She knew she couldn't run away. As long as she turned around and fled, all the sword chi would pour into her body. At that time, she would definitely die. Instead of retreating, she continued to move forward. The saber light collided with the sword light. She wanted to use her saber to weaken the power of the opponent's sword chi. But the power of the Qingyuan Flower's sword was beyond her imagination. Violet felt an irresistible force crash into her body the moment her blade came into contact with her opponent's sword aura. At that moment, she realized she had underestimated the Qingyuan flower. She had underestimated the terrifying high-tier jade martial arts technique. Even if the opponent's technique was only at the initial level, she couldn't block such power. Her body flew out like a kite with a broken string and crashed heavily on the cliff of the spider cave. She smashed a huge rock into pieces. At this moment, her face was deathly pale and her blood was churning. She felt extremely uncomfortable. This power is only slightly weaker than my Berserk Thunder art. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. If nothing unexpected happened, the Qingyuan flower would win easily today. In order to defeat the violets, the Qingyuan flower had put in a lot of effort. This high-tier jade martial arts technique must have been hard to come by. But it was worth it. After seriously injuring the violets, the Qingyuan flower stopped attacking. Maybe it was because it was the first time she used this high-tier jade martial arts technique. Her body hadn't adapted to such a powerful force. However, it was only a momentary pause. Then, she regrouped and attacked the violets again. Her hatred for the violets was the same as the murder of her father. She couldn't live under the same sky, of course, she wouldn't be merciful, let alone let her go. Seeing the Qingyuan flower coming at her again. Violets, who had just caught her breath, gritted her teeth, and a haze appeared on her face. Qingyuan flower, you want me to die, but the violets, won't die so easily. After she finished speaking, she actually jumped into the spider cave. The Qingyuan flower hesitated for a moment and did not chase after him. It was pitch black inside the spider cave, and there were also heavenly devil spiders. Even the Qingyuan flower did not want to take the risk. Retreat a little further. Ling Xiao reminded him, violets can't have escaped. From what she said just now, she must have other plans. Out of her trust in Ling Xiao, the Qingyuan flower retreated more than 10 meters away from the creepy spider cave. At this moment, hundreds of densely packed silk threads shot out from the spider cave. The threads weren't white, but each of them glowed with a green light. It was obvious at a glance that they were highly toxic. Because the Qingyuan flower had retreated in advance, it was easier to dodge now. If she had just chased into the spider cave. Or if she was standing in the same position just now. Then at this moment, she was probably entangled in the dense spider webs. Even if she did not die, she would definitely be poisoned. As the thread shot out, there were bursts of rustle 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 sounds coming from the spider cave, accompanied by some strange cries, which made one's hair stand on end. What's going on? Qing Feiying asked nervously. Trouble is coming. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said, set up the array immediately and get ready to help. He knew very well that it was too late to escape now. If he was alone, he might be able to, but this was a team of 5. In the face of a sudden attack, as long as one person was eliminated or died, it would be tantamount to wasting this opportunity. As he said himself, he was an impatient person. He could not wait until next year. Whoosh 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 whoosh, terrifying breaths shot out from the spider cave. Countless tiny spiders shot out like a rainstorm. Each of these little guys was only the size of a mosquito, but their bodies were highly poisonous. And the most troublesome thing was that once they touched the target, they would instantly explode. They would spray extremely corrosive venom on the target's body. Wall of size. Qingyuan flower shouted and pushed forward with both hands. Then, a wall as cold as ice blocked in front of the 5 people. The countless small spiders smashed against the ice wall with crackling sounds. Then, the corrosive liquid continuously corroded the ice wall, and it looked like it would soon melt. Damn it, could it be that the violets are controlling these spiders? Otherwise, how could they be so obedient? Ling Xiao, you guys go quickly. I'll stop these guys. Although she did not know what was going on with these spiders, why they suddenly attacked her like crazy. Qingyuan flower knew that if she continued to stay here, her life would be in danger. She had to retreat first. We can't leave. Ling Xiao sighed. They were now completely surrounded by a dense crowd of spiders. Of course, the most terrifying thing was not these self-exploding little spiders, but the huge heavenly demon spider that had already crawled out of the spider cave. Its scarlet eyes were like a ghost in the dark night. Its huge head made this monster look even more ferocious and terrifying. The heavenly demon spider looked like a spider from head to toe. Only its face looked very much like a human. That was why it was sometimes called the human-faced spider. These guys were more cunning than the nether wolf, more powerful than the nether wolf, and more poisonous than the nether wolf. In an instant, 5 heavenly demon spiders blocked Qingyuan Flower's escape route. They completely surrounded Qingyuan Flower. Looking at the situation, the heavenly demon spiders wanted to deal with Qingyuan Flower first. However, Ling Xiao and the others were treated as second. Only the self-exploding little spiders and other poisonous spiders surrounded them. Although it was dangerous, it was not as bad as Qingyuan Flower's situation. Each heavenly demon spider had a leg length of 4 to 5 meters, and a height of nearly 7 to 8 meters. Their bodies were surrounded by black smoke, which had been woven into a huge spider web. Whether it was Ling Xiao and the others, or Qingyuan Flower, it would not be easy for them to escape. Look at their faces. Qing Feiying suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong? For a moment, Ling Xiao didn't understand why Qing Feiying was so shocked. Thus, he asked. Those 5 faces are the faces of the disciples of Purple Deity Mountain. Lin Yang explained. What? This time, it was Ling Xiao's turn to be shocked. I heard that every time the heavenly demon spider swallowed a martial artist, it would turn into the martial artist's face, and even retain some of the martial artist's consciousness. In that case, 5 martial artists of Purple Deity Mountain have already been killed by the heavenly demon spiders? He took a closer look. There were no violets on the faces. He suspected that the violets were behind this whole thing. It must be. The heavenly demon spider that has just swallowed a martial artist will become even more ferocious. Boss, I'm afraid Qingyuan Flower is in trouble. Lin Yang reminded him. At this moment, the Qingyuan Flower looked very nervous. Although it was not to the extent that she lost her composure due to nervousness, it was obvious that she was affected by the terrifying demonic intent released by the 5 heavenly demon spiders. The heavenly demon spider was a terrifying demonic beast that was transformed and bred by the heavenly demons. Not only did it have a ferocious attacking ability that most spider demonic beasts did not have, but it also contained a deadly poison. Anyone who encountered such a ferocious creature would be on tenterhooks and terrified. The Qingyuan Flower was already very lucky. You 3 remember, no matter what happens, do not leave the battle formation. Just pay close attention to those little spiders. I will go save the Qingyuan Flower. Ling Xiao of course did not have such noble sentiments. But the Qingyuan Flower must be saved. Otherwise, he would not be able to pass the test. And this Qingyuan Flower was his good brother Ling Yan's woman before he reincarnated. No matter what, he had to save her. Just as Ling Xiao was reminding Ho Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Qing Feiying, the heavenly demon spiders had already launched their attacks. The Qingyuan Flower naturally did not want to wait for death. The terrifying emotionless sword technique was displayed, exploding with powerful sword chi. But it was obvious that the power was not as strong as when it was used against the violets. This scene was seen by Ling Xiao, and he naturally understood that this was because Qingyuan Hua's cultivation had yet to reach a certain level, and she had forcefully executed a high-grade jade-grade martial skill, causing this situation to occur. The consumption was too great. So much so that she could not use it multiple times in a row. Of course, even so, the emotionless sword was still very powerful. One of the heavenly demon spiders bore the brunt of the attack. The sharp sword chi directly pierced through its body and instantly froze it into pieces of ice, then fell to the ground. It died on the spot. But the Qingyuan Flower did not look happy at all with one of the heavenly demon spiders killed. Because she knew very well in her heart. After using this move, she would be powerless and could only be slaughtered by the heavenly demon spiders. After one of the heavenly demon spiders was killed, the remaining 4 heavenly demon spiders let out strange and angry howls. The terrifying poisonous thread shot towards the Qingyuan Flower at almost the same time, wanting to kill this hateful woman on the spot. Looks like this is the end for me. Qingyuan's eyes were filled with helplessness and despair. She really didn't want to die yet, because the violets were not dead. She did not want to die in front of the violets. Because she had just made a few true friends, she didn't want to die so muddle-headedly. She resisted with all her might, hoping to preserve her life. She also didn't want to admit defeat directly, so she directly asked the judges for help. Once she asked for help, she would lose her qualifications. If she lost her qualifications, the entire team would lose their qualifications as well. She really didn't want Ling Xiao, Ho Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Qing Feiying to be unable to take the test because of her. She thrust out her sword again. However, the power of this strike was even weaker than before. It was unable to pierce through the heavenly demon spider's skin. Instead, the heavenly devil spider seized the opportunity and pierced her body with a tiny poisonous thread. In that instant, she suddenly felt the world spinning around her, as if her soul was about to ascend to the heavens. Not good. Qing Wan felt that her consciousness was about to disappear. At that moment, a strong arm grabbed her shoulder and stuffed an unknown pill into her mouth. It's me. Don't resist. That was an antidote. It should be able to alleviate your symptoms. Leave the rest of the battle to me. Ling Xiao? In a daze, the blue wand flower saw a familiar face. I didn't think that I would be saved by you in the end. It's just that I really can't be your servant. She felt helpless. Thinking about the words she said to Ling Xiao before the test, she felt extremely guilty. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't take that seriously. It's just that you were too arrogant at the time, so I wanted to suppress you on purpose. As Ling Xiao spoke, he brewed up a terrifying thunder, breaking all the surrounding spider webs. These spider webs were really troublesome. Every single one of them was highly poisonous. If touched, it would be troublesome. Qing Wan heard Ling Xiao's words and felt even more guilty. She had said such harsh words, but Ling Xiao had disregarded the past to save her. This made her truly understand what it meant to be a teammate. What it meant to be a true friend. You three, protect her. Ling Xiao threw Qing Wan flower out. She landed right in Qing Feiying's arms. Then, Ling Xiao kicked a heavenly devil spider that tried to chase after him. The heavenly devil spider spat out green blood from the kick. Its body somersaulted several times in the air before finally falling to the ground. It looked like it was seriously injured. Seeing that their companion was injured, the other three heavenly devil spiders vented their anger on Ling Xiao. They roared and charged at Ling Xiao. Just in time. The thunder and lightning on Ling Xiao's body became more and more intense. When the thunder and lightning accumulated to a certain degree, his body suddenly flew out and turned into a bolt of lightning. It easily pierced through one of the heavenly demon spider's hearts. Inside the heavenly devil spider's body, there was still a constant sizzling sound from the lightning. He seems to be stronger than I thought. Qing Wan flower was in a daze. All she saw was Ling Xiao's domineering figure, like the thunder god. Then, she fainted. Boss, don't fight. Why don't we run? There are more and more spiders in the spider cave. Lin Yang yelled. Ling Xiao was in the mood to kill, but when he saw the situation, he knew that he couldn't waste any more time. Although he wasn't afraid of these heavenly devil spiders. The spiders in the spider cave were rushing out as if they didn't care about their lives. If the number of spiders reached a certain level, even he would die. Retreat. I'll bring up the rear. Ling Xiao roared. He took out his heavy sword and slashed twice. The two swords turned into dozens of lightning sword chi and exploded on the ground. A large number of spiders were blown up. Countless spiders were blocked by the terrifying lightning sword chi. At this time, Ho Renfeng and the others had already escaped. Ling Xiao saw that it was about time. He didn't want to fight anymore. He used the moon-stepping meteor steps and instantly jumped out of the terrifying spider horde and chased after his team. With the combination of his Tai Chi Eye and Soul power, he quickly caught up with his team. This time, bringing up the rear became opening a path. The five of them escaped for a full 15 minutes. After confirming that the spider horde wouldn't chase after them, they finally found a place to rest and take a breather. During the rest, Ling Xiao had time to check on Qing Wan flower's injuries. The situation is not good. Although my antidote pill has some effect, the heavenly devil spider's poison is too strong. I need to find herbs outside to make an antidote. Ling Xiao frowned. Oh no, there's trouble coming. Just as Ling Xiao finished inspecting the Qingyuan flower and was about to continue on his way, not far away, 20 auras of different strengths were rushing towards them. 2 of the auras were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived, not giving Ling Xiao and the others any time to escape. Ha ha ha, found you. We've finally found you, Ling Xiao. In order to find you, we've worked so hard. Amidst the laughter, Desert Cloud's face was flushed with excitement. It seemed that in order to find Ling Xiao, he had really gone in circles. Fortunately, those spiders guided us. Otherwise, we might have let you escape. Akira also looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said lightly, last time, you escaped back to the Onyx Divine Mountain. This time, let's see where you can run to. She looked coldly at the sickly Qingyuan flower and then smiled. Originally, you were worried that with her around, it wouldn't be so easy to kill you. But now, it seems that she has become a burden. As she spoke, the other 18 people arrived and surrounded Ling Xiao and the others. Oh no, it wasn't easy to escape the heavenly demon spider's pursuit, and now we're surrounded by these fierce guys. What should we do? Qing Feiying's face was a little ugly. Because she knew very well how powerful Desert Cloud and Akira were. Not to mention, Desert Cloud and Akira had brought along 18 other helpers this time. None of these 18 people were mediocre. Their strength was ranked very high among the disciples who participated in this assessment. How could they fight? It was a sure death situation. It's you two annoying mosquitoes again. Ling Xiao frowned. The current situation was indeed not suitable for battle. You can only rely on your tongue now. Unless you use the spirit lock token to call for help, you'll die without a doubt. Akira said lightly. That's not necessarily true. Ling Xiao looked back at Qing Feiying and the others, then said, eldest senior brother, Lin Yang, Qing Feiying, the 3 of you listen up. Although the Qingyuan flower's poison has been somewhat neutralized, she still can't move freely for the time being. I'll hold these people back. When the time comes, we'll meet at the Heavenly Demon Peak. You still want to leave? Today, no one is leaving. Desert Cloud said coldly, the few of you, either hand the spirit lock token or declare your forfeiture. Otherwise, you can go to hell with Ling Xiao. You, Qingyuan flowers, Qingyuan flower. Qing Wanhua propped herself up and said, thank you for saving me. I can't leave you behind and run away. Qingyuan flowers is. She used to be a loner because she didn't want to be hurt by more people. Because she was too kind, she had been hurt a lot. She just wanted to freeze her wounded heart. But now, the ice in her heart had been completely melted by Ling Xiao. Previously, outside the spider cave, Ling Xiao could have abandoned her and left. That way, even if he failed the test, at least he wouldn't die. But Ling Xiao didn't do that. He would rather take the risk and fight the heavenly demon spider to protect her Qingyuan flower. This made her extremely touched. Now, facing another crisis, Qing Wanhua knew that this might be the most dangerous moment. How could she leave Ling Xiao alone? There was no doubt that the 20 people in front of him were the top 30 in this assessment. The strength of the Scarlet Deity Mountain was not a bluff. It was truly powerful. The disciples of the Scarlet Deity Mountain really had that kind of strength. This was especially true for Desert Cloud and Akira. Among the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain, the 2 of them were definitely the strongest. No one could compare to them. Qingyuan flower, thank you for your kindness, but there's something you might not like to hear. In your current situation, you can only be a burden to me. Listen to me, when the battle starts later, I'll create an opportunity for you to escape and then leave with the 3 of them. After you leave, I'll be able to slip away. Ling Xiao smiled and said frankly. You're at death's door and can't even protect yourself. You actually want to protect others? You, Ling Xiao, really don't know the current situation. Sha Meiyun was very unhappy when he saw Ling Xiao's confident look. According to his thoughts. At this time, Ling Xiao should be panicking, fearful, uneasy, and even terrified and begging for mercy. It's you who don't know the situation. Ling Xiao said indifferently, if you didn't come to me, all 4 groups might have passed at the same time in the end. But now, it depends on who's lucky and can survive to the end. Oh, by the way, your 5th group that disappeared was destroyed by us. It's funny that the team leader wanted to escape and even called the people of the Eight Immortals mountain. But so what? He's still dead, isn't he? As he spoke, he deliberately took out the team leader's soul lock token and waved it. Every soul lock token had a soul imprint on it and was easy to recognize. Seeing the soul lock token, the one who was most surprised was not Desert Cloud, but Qingwan Flower. Qingwan Flower's mind was in a mess. He killed the team leader? Even I couldn't kill him, and he killed him in a few minutes. How strong is this guy? Ling Xiao did this to make Qingwan Flower believe in him and then leave. Otherwise, with these people here, it would be inconvenient for him to act. Protecting people was not Ling Xiao's specialty. His specialty was killing people. How can you have that kind of ability? It must be Qingwan Flower's doing. Fine, fine. Since you've killed our men, we won't give you the chance to call for help today no matter what. Desert Cloud stared fixedly at the soul lock token. The team leader who was killed was one of his loyal lackeys. He used to follow Shanghai, and after Shanghai's death, he followed him. How could he allow someone to kill his loyal lackey and still be alive? One had to look at the master before beating a dog, let alone killing a dog. You probably don't know, Ling Xiao. In order for the soul lock token to call for help, it needs to release soul power. And I have a little toy that can block this kind of signal. So, you won't even have a chance to call for help. You're all going to die here. Desert Cloud said fiercely. Ling Xiao sneered, and then suddenly retreated. Stop him, don't let him escape. Desert Cloud roared. Senior brother, don't worry. With us stopping them, they won't be able to escape. 5 warriors stood in the direction of the Sky Devil Peak. Of these 5, 2 were in the middle stage of rank 1 second hell, while the other 3 were in the early stage of rank 3 hell. Although the cultivation of each of them wasn't very strong. But every one of them was stronger than the strongest in Ling Xiao's group, Bei Renfeng. Of course, this was only on the surface. In reality, the strongest in this group was Ling Xiao, not Bei Renfeng. If Qingwan Flower was not seriously injured, she could only be ranked second. She was not as strong as Ling Xiao. You think you can stop me with just you? As Ling Xiao spoke, he had already rushed in front of the 5 people. Meteor Sword Art's third move, Star Explosion, a terrifying power akin to the explosion of a star exploded among the 5 people. The 5 of them were sent flying by the explosion. It was like the fragments of a rock that flew out when it was broken. The path was clear. Ling Xiao shouted, "Go!" Hai Renfeng and the rest did not hesitate. Although they were surprised by Ling Xiao's power, but at this moment, they did not have the time to figure out why. They had to escape as soon as possible. The further they escaped, the safer Ling Xiao would be. Because even if Ling Xiao was not Desert Cloud and the rest's opponent, with Ling Xiao's movement technique and the strange teleportation array, if he was alone, escaping was not a problem. What, this scene happened too quickly. Desert Cloud and Akira, including the remaining 15 people, were all shocked. The power that Ling Xiao displayed was only at the peak of the first transition level of hell. But the power that he displayed in that instant when he attacked, seemed to have reached the early stage of the first transition level of hell, because it happened too quickly. Desert Cloud and Akira could not be sure. One must know that in order to stop Ling Xiao, the 5 people from Scarlet Fairy Mountain had almost used all their strength. Although they looked down on Ling Xiao, Akira had told them to use all their strength and not underestimate him. But even so, under the situation of using all their strength, their attacks were actually so weak. Not only did Ling Xiao easily disintegrate their attacks, but they were also blown away. The terrifying power released by Ling Xiao's sword, although it had not reached the level of a high-tier Jade grade martial technique, was extremely powerful. But at the same time, it was extremely powerful. At the very least, they had never seen a mid-tier Jade grade martial skill like this. This Ling Xiao, when did he break through? And even if he really is at the early stage of the first transition level of hell, he should not be so strong, right? Desert Cloud furrowed his brows. The sense of crisis that Ling Xiao brought to him was really getting more and more serious. He remembered very clearly that when they were in the outskirts of the 8 Immortals County, Ling Xiao could only flee in a hurry when facing his attack. He didn't even dare to make a move. But today, Ling Xiao's attack was something that even he, Desert Cloud, would not dare to underestimate. We must kill him. Sha Dian's face was gloomy as he looked at Ling Xiao coldly. He felt that he really couldn't let Ling Xiao live any longer. If he let this fellow live, then it would be hard to say who would win or lose this battle on Demonic Peak. This kid seemed to be improving at every moment. He had such thoughts. Akira had the same idea. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock and determination in each other's eyes. They didn't want Ling Xiao to continue living. Of course, Ling Xiao also saw this point. With his current strength, it was still a little difficult to face Desert Cloud and Akira at the same time. But at this time, his teammates shouldn't have escaped far. So he had to continue to hold on. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's body began to change. He entered the Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul Transformation. If the Steel Armored Ox Martial Soul Transformation was the ultimate defense at this stage, then the Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul Transformation was the strongest attack among Ling Xiao's 12 Beast God Transformation at this stage. After the transformation, Ling Xiao's body flashed with lightning at the same time. The intermediate Thunder Battle body was also stimulated by him. The condensation of two kinds of attack power. It showed Ling Xiao's determination. He didn't intend to passively defend, but to take the initiative to attack. This guy really has a secret. This kind of beast warrior transformation is almost extinct in the Black Tortoise continent. I didn't expect to see it on him. Akira frowned even more. The more it is like this, the more we can't let him live. This guy will definitely be a disaster if he lives. Desert Cloud said. Go. The two suddenly released an astonishing aura, one on the left and one on the right, attacking Ling Xiao from both sides. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. You have to pick the soft persimmon. Although I'm not afraid of the two of you, it's a bit troublesome to deal with you. It's better to leave it for the battle against the Demonic Peak. But the rest of your Scarlet Fairy Mountain are going to suffer. When Desert Cloud and Akira pounced on him, he dodged like a slippery loach. Using the moon-stepping meteor steps, he killed the rest of the disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain. The crazy demonic dragon roared, swallowing and spitting out blood-colored thunder. In the blink of an eye, another two disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain suffered. The soul-locking tokens in Ling Xiao's hands had already increased by 7 pieces. Stop, you despicable person. Desert Cloud cursed, if you have the ability, fight with me. You have the face to say that I'm despicable? F*CK, 20 people against 1 me. How thick-skinned do you have to be to say that I'm despicable? Ling Xiao cursed secretly, but his hands did not stop moving. As the blood-colored lightning shuttled back and forth, another 3 people were teleported away, and the soul-locking cards fell into his hands. In just over 10 minutes, Scarlet Fairy Mountain had already lost 2 teams. Desert Cloud and Akira's beautiful plan was completely ruined by Ling Xiao. You guys run first. Leave this guy to the two of us. At this time, Akira thought of letting his own people run first. The original encirclement had turned into running for their lives, causing the warriors of Scarlet Fairy Mountain to be extremely sullen. But it was useless to be sullen. They were not as good as Ling Xiao. If they did not run, they would be eliminated. Akira and Desert Cloud blocked Ling Xiao's path of chasing after the Scarlet Fairy Mountain warriors. Who knew that Ling Xiao would not chase after them, and instead fled in the direction of Devil Peak. The time he had bought was almost enough. There was no need to continue wasting time here. He had plenty of opportunities to deal with Desert Cloud and Akira. Now that he was fighting 1 against 2, it was really not easy. Stop. Desert Cloud's speed instantly soared to the extreme, turning into a cloud of sand, and showed signs of catching up to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked back and frowned slightly. Then he suddenly stopped, and that terrifying lightning battle body instantly rose to the advanced level. Eat my Berserk Thunder Art. Against Desert Cloud, Ling Xiao did not hold back. Under the advanced lightning battle body, he released the High Jade secret technique Berserk Thunder Art. That terrifying lightning fell from the sky and directly blasted towards Desert Cloud. At that moment, Desert Cloud was scared out of his wits. He was not weak, so he could feel how powerful that terrifying lightning was. He hurriedly retreated frantically. Along with Akira, who was chasing after him, he was knocked back. But even so, the aftermath of the Berserk Thunder art still blasted his arm, electrocuting it until it was charred black. Looking at his charred arm, Desert Cloud still had lingering fear. This guy, how could he have such a powerful attack? Could it be a High Jade secret technique? Akira was also shocked by that terrifying attack just now. So what if it's a High Jade secret technique? We also know High Jade martial skills. Ling Xiao, just you wait, if I don't kill you, I, Desert Cloud, am not human. Ling Xiao, just you wait. If I, Desert Cloud, don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. Facing the heavy fog, Desert Cloud had long lost Ling Xiao's position. Even if he wanted to chase after him, it was already too late. He let out a roar of anger and unwillingness. He was extremely aggrieved. This time, not only did he fail to kill Ling Xiao, but he also caused the two teams from Scarlet Fairy Mountain to be directly eliminated. He was about to explode with anger. Desert Cloud, don't be so angry. On Sky Devil Peak, I'll fight the two of you to my heart's content. I'll defeat you fair and square and make you bow down before me. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly came from all directions. It was filled with ridicule and mockery. Ling Xiao really wanted to get rid of these two fellows, but he wasn't confident that he could kill them with a single blow. Moreover, it was very difficult to fight one against two. When it came to the final battle on Sky Devil Peak, it would be a one-on-one battle. In a one-on-one battle, he was not afraid of either of them. Regardless of whether the three of them would be in the same group, Ling Xiao believed that he would definitely fight at least one of them. After all, Desert Cloud and Akira were the strongest among the 100 people. When the time came, as long as Ling Xiao was not eliminated, he would definitely be able to fight one or two of them. Junior Ling no matter which one of us meets this kid in the second round, we have to kill him. He doesn't have any backing now, so it's fine if we kill him. We have the Sand Clan behind us, so there's no need to be afraid. Desert Cloud looked at Akira and said. Of course. Compared to Desert Cloud, Akira's hatred for Ling Xiao was not any less. If it was not to kill Ling Xiao, Akira would not have sold his soul to the Crimson Demon. After shaking off Desert Cloud and Akira's pursuit, Ling Xiao chased after them. After about half an hour, he found the team close to Sky Devil Peak. At this moment, the four of them were fighting. However, they did not encounter any enemies. Instead, they encountered terrifying heavenly demons. Fortunately, this heavenly demon wasn't that strong. Ho Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Qing Feiying were still able to deal with it after forming a battle formation. After Ling Xiao arrived and joined the battle, the few Skyfiend pawns were easily wiped out. However, it seemed that the Qingyuan flower situation was not optimistic. Ling Xiao decided to refine the pills on the spot. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to reach Celestial Devil Peak with the Qingyuan flower's condition. The three of you, protect me. It won't take long. Ling Xiao had already prepared all the materials needed to refine the pill. The Qingyuan flower was poisoned by the heavenly demon spider. Ling Xiao planned to consume the heavenly demon spider's venom and use his body's immunity to poison to create antibodies. After that, these antibodies could become important materials for refining pills. As for the rest of the medicinal herbs, he always kept them in his storage ring, so it was not a problem at all. He had planned to do this before, but the sudden appearance of Desert Cloud and Akira disrupted his plan. After all, a healthy Qingyuan flower was too important for their team. It would definitely increase their combat strength greatly. What are you doing? Seeing Ling Xiao take out the heavenly demon spider's venom sac and was about to drink it, the Qingyuan flower was shocked. Are you crazy? That's extremely poisonous. You'll die. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, my body is a little special. I'm resistant to most poisons. Maybe this way, I can produce antibodies and help me refine an antidote that can really save you. That won't do. You've never encountered a heavenly demon spider before, and you've never been poisoned by one. So you don't know if something will happen to you, right? The Qingyuan flower thought about it and finally refused. I can't kill you just to save me. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life. Ha ha ha, Miss Qing, you think too highly of me. How can I sacrifice myself to save you? Ling Xiao laughed and said, "You're right. I've never been poisoned by a heavenly demon spider before, and I don't know what will happen. But according to past experience, I definitely won't die. At most, I'll be half dead and give up the test. Anyway, even if I don't enter the 8 Immortal Mountain, it's still a loss for the 8 Immortal Mountain. As for me, Ling Xiao, I'll just leave the 8 Immortal Mountain and go somewhere else. If this place doesn't want me, there'll be a place for me." "Boss, you're not being noble? To be honest, Qingyuan flower isn't anyone to you. Why are you so desperate?" Lin Yang couldn't help but ask. "Shut up!" Ling Xiao shouted. "Because she's my teammate. If you want me, Ling Xiao, to abandon my teammate, then I'd rather give up the opportunity. If you were poisoned, I'd do the same to save you. What's more, don't think too badly of things. I, Ling Xiao, won't do something that I'm not sure of." After saying that, he didn't waste any more words. He directly bit the heavenly demon spider's poison sac and swallowed it into his stomach. At that moment, the poison passed through his intestines. That kind of intense pain made Ling Xiao almost cry out. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead, and his face was extremely pale. His hands were clenched so tightly that they were bleeding. "Ling Xiao, please don't let anything happen to you. Please don't. Otherwise, I won't have the face to live." Qingyuan flower was completely flustered. Other than her former man, Ling Yan, no one else had been so good to her. "Hee, I won't die. It's just a little painful." Ling Xiao laughed and said, "Miss Qing, to be honest, I saved you mostly because of my good brother, Ling Yan." "You know Ling Yan?" Qingyuan flower was stunned. "Yes, we're brothers who have gone through life and death together. That's why I risked my life to save you. Of course, what I said just now wasn't nonsense. I, Ling Xiao, will never allow my teammates to suffer and not care." With a smile, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a proud smile, and his face gradually returned to normal. "It's done." Then, he raised his hand and a sword aura pierced his skin. Bright red blood flowed out and was dripped into the air by him. It was wrapped in a ball of pure elemental energy. Then, Ling Xiao's left hand released the true samadhi fire and began to calcine the herbs. The medicinal power of the herbs blended into the ball of blood. In front of everyone, Ling Xiao actually acted out the wonderful scene of refining pills without using an alchemy furnace. "How many secrets do you have?" Qingyuan flower felt that she was now numb from shock. Since the beginning of the assessment, Ling Xiao had surprised her again and again, making her feel incomparably shocked. In less than 10 minutes, the strange blood-red pill finally took shape. Ling Xiao handed the pill to Qingyuan flower and said, "Trust me and eat it. It definitely won't disappoint you." "Of course I trust you." Qingyuan flower didn't hesitate at all. Ling Xiao could swallow the heavenly demon spider's poison for her. She was just trying out the detoxification pill. If she didn't even have the courage to do this, then she was really too useless. She directly threw the detoxification pill into her mouth, and then began to sit cross-legged to guide the medicinal power of the detoxification pill to circulate in her body. "This is too shocking. I have never heard of your alchemy skills. Even in the Xuanwu continent, there is no alchemist as powerful as you. I think that even if you don't practice martial arts, just based on your skills alone, you can become an honored guest of countless large sections. The higher-ups of the 8 Immortal Mountain are really blind. They actually tormented you like this, and even allowed the Sand Clan to deal with you." Qingyuan Hua felt that the poison in her body had been completely neutralized. When the antidote entered her body, it was like a small blood-red dragon that directly swallowed the heavenly demon spider's poison, leaving not a single bit behind. Qingyuan Hua had never seen such an antidote before, let alone thought about it. "Haha, thank you for speaking up for me, but this is nothing. If I couldn't even bear such a small grievance, I, Ling Xiao, would have died before reincarnating. I wouldn't have been able to live until now." Ling Xiao smiled and stood up. He looked at the foggy road ahead and said, "Well, since you have recovered, let's continue and reach the Heavenly Demon Peak as soon as possible." "But we only managed to get 5 soul-locking tokens. Is that really enough?" Qingyuan Hua frowned and said, "Why don't we take advantage of my recovery to get more spirit-locking tablets?" "There's no need for that. Ling Xiao smiled and took out 10 spirit-locking tablets and said, "Just now, we eliminated 2 teams from the Scarlet Fairy Mountain. Now, with our own spirit-locking tablets, we have a total of 20 tablets. It shouldn't be a problem for us to advance. After all, many teams have already been eliminated because of Desert Cloud and Akira. Not only are you not injured, you even eliminated 2 teams from the Scarlet Fairy Mountain? My god, even I can't do such a thing." Qing Wanhua was once again shocked and didn't know what to say. "It seems that I have underestimated your judgment. With your strength, I'm afraid that not only can you rank in the top 10, but even the top 3 won't be a problem. Sigh, perhaps the 3 people who will advance this time will be Desert Cloud, Akira, and you. Don't be so pessimistic. What if I destroy both Desert Cloud and Akira? As long as the 2 of them are killed by me, you'll have a chance. Rather than letting those 2 advance, I'd rather let my teammates advance." Ling Xiao smiled. "You are really..." Sigh, I don't know what to say. Qing Wanflower wanted to say how powerful Desert Cloud and Akira were. However, on second thought, not only had Ling Xiao escaped unscathed from the encirclement of 20 experts including Desert Cloud and Akira, but he had even defeated 10 of them and eliminated 2 teams from Scarlet Fairy Mountain. Ling Xiao's strength might not be weaker than Desert Cloud and Akira. It was estimated that many people would be shocked by the battle against Celestial Devil Peak. "Fine, I'll leave everything to you. I'll listen to you." If Qing Wanflower had said this at the beginning of the assessment, the others in the team would have thought that she was crazy. Perhaps even Qing Wanflower herself would have thought that she was crazy. But now, the situation was completely different. Qing Wanflower was completely convinced by Ling Xiao and decided to listen to all of Ling Xiao's commands. Hai Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Qing Feiying did not think that there was anything wrong with this. A person's position in a team wasn't earned by talking. It was earned by real ability. "Let's go." Ling Xiao waved his hand and began to speed up towards Celestial Devil Peak. After a few minutes, a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. He turned around and said to Qing Wanflower, "You're really lucky." "What's wrong?" Qing Wanflower asked in surprise. "You should have recovered by now. Maybe you can take your revenge before we reach Celestial Devil Peak," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Violets?" Qing Wanflower did not see anything, but she believed that Ling Xiao must have discovered something. Because from the beginning of the assessment, Ling Xiao had always been able to discover things that others could not. This ability made her both envious and shocked. "That's right, follow me." Ling Xiao sped up and rushed forward. In less than 10 minutes, Qing Wanflower finally saw that familiar figure. Her anger instantly swept through her body. She had already experienced the viciousness of violets. Not only was she ungrateful, but she had even sacrificed the lives of several teammates in Purple Fairy Mountain to kill her, Qing Wanflower, in order to sacrifice the lives of the celestial demon spider. This woman had no intention of passing the assessment. She had appeared in this assessment to kill Qing Wanflower so that her past hatred would completely vanish. "Violets, die." Qing Wanflower rushed over recklessly, the long sword in her hand emitting a strong murderous intent and soaring anger. Violets was startled by the sound and hurriedly turned around. When she saw Qing Wanflower, she turned pale with fright. "Impossible, 5 celestial demon spiders surrounded you, and you're still alive?" She reacted in a panic and was sent flying by the sword. Violets were already weaker than Qing Wanflower in terms of strength. Previously, she was injured by Qing Wanflower's sword technique, and now she was even weaker than Qing Wanflower. Qing Wanflower was poisoned, but with the help of Ling Xiao's detoxification pill and other elixirs, not only was there no problem now, but she had also recovered to her peak state. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Zi Luolan to not lose. "Of course I'm not dead. God spared my life for revenge. If you violets don't die, how can I, Qing Wanflower, die?" Qing Wanflower said angrily as she attacked. "Woman, you're really lucky. Even the celestial demon spiders can't kill you. Looks like I have to do it myself." Violet stood up shakily from the ground and said coldly. "You're already heavily injured. How can you block my sword?" Qing Wanflower did not understand. Where did Violet get her confidence from? Why was she still so calm? Ling Xiao was already frowning. He did not think that Violets was bluffing. This woman had joined the Dark God Palace a long time ago. Assassins trained by the Dark God Palace could still kill even when they were heavily injured. Retreat. Ling Xiao suddenly grabbed Qingyuan Flower and pulled her to the side. At this moment, Violet's body began to change. Her originally pretty and enchanting appearance had become incomparably ugly. Celestial Demon Spider? No, this is a beast warrior. Ling Xiao himself was a beast god warrior, so he knew the situation of beast warriors very well. Violet's change was definitely the appearance of a beast warrior. Hee, I didn't expect you to know about beast warriors, an existence that has long been extinct in the Black Tortoise continent. In order to train more powerful assassins, the Great Dark God Palace specially studied information about beast warriors. After tens of thousands of experiments, tens of thousands of human and demon lives were used. In the end, new beast warriors were created. If Ling Xiao had not stopped the Qingyuan Flower, if the Qingyuan Flower had approached the Violets, she would have been seriously injured, if not dead. This beast warrior was truly terrifying. Originally, Ling Xiao did not want to interfere with the Qingyuan Flower's revenge. In his opinion, the Qingyuan Flower should not have a problem dealing with the Violets. When it came to revenge, it would only be meaningful if he did it himself. It would be meaningless if others helped him. However, the situation had changed. The Violets had transformed into a heavenly demon spider warrior. This was something that no one had expected. It seemed that he would not be able to do it if he did not help. However, the Qingyuan Flower did not seem to care. Violets, no matter what you turn into, I will kill you. The Qingyuan Flower's attitude was very firm. It was God's arrangement for her to meet the Violets again here. He wanted her to take revenge and kill the Violets. If she missed this opportunity, she did not know when she would be able to take her revenge again. Miss Qing, I know you are eager to take revenge, but the Violets' current state is not the same as before. You are no longer her match. Why don't the two of us work together? Ling Xiao did not take on everything. He intended to assist from the side and help the Qingyuan Flower complete her revenge. In this way, the Qingyuan Flower might feel better. Ha 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 ha, you reckless thing. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the Violets could not help but laugh out loud. Her laughter was full of mockery and disdain. You want to deal with me? The Qingyuan Flower is fine, but you, a mere disciple of the Black Deity Mountain, have been bewitched by her and are willing to give up your life for her? Forget it, the four of you are in the same team as her. Don't blame me. Today, all of you will die. None of you will leave. Frogs at the bottom of a well, you don't understand Ling Xiao at all. The Qingyuan Flower retorted. Oh my, how long has it been and you've already fallen in love with someone else? If Ling Yan were to find out about this, he would be heartbroken. Violet said sarcastically, you're actually interested in trash like him? It seems like you're only fit to be with trash like him. You're talking nonsense. The Qingyuan Flower was livid with anger. She was indeed very grateful to Ling Xiao and admired Ling Xiao. However, she only had one true love in her heart, and that was Ling Yan. This had never changed. What she couldn't stand the most was people gossiping about this matter. Miss Qing, the innocent knows that they are innocent. There's no need to be angry. She's clearly still afraid of you, so she's intentionally provoking you. Ling Xiao's voice sounded indifferently. It was like a warm spring breeze, causing Qing Wanhua's anxious emotions to instantly calm down. Ha ha ha, fear? That's right, I'm a little afraid of the Qingyuan Flower's high-tier jade rank skill. But you're just a piece of trash, I don't care about you at all. The Violets laughed wantonly. Ling Xiao, I'll take my revenge. If I can't win, it won't be too late for you to make your move. The Qingyuan Flower rushed out as she spoke. Ling Xiao nodded and did not make his move. Since the Qingyuan Flower said so, he would just watch from the sidelines. This time, the Qingyuan Flower used her strongest high-tier jade rank skill, Passionate Swordsman's Emotionless Sword, Extreme Wrath. The terrifying sword chi was not only not weaker than the previous one, it was even stronger. This shocked the Violets. Qingyuan Flower, you were clearly poisoned by the heavenly demon spider. Even if the poison was expelled, you shouldn't be able to recover so quickly. What happened? Tell me and I'll give you a quick death. The Violets was very curious. She also wanted a medicine that could easily cure the heavenly demon spider's poison. But why would the Qingyuan flower answer her? The roaring sword Qi tore through the void and pierced the Violets. You're courting death. The Violets snorted and advanced instead of retreating. The terrifying heavenly demon spider transformed and released hundreds of dense silk threads, all of which blasted towards the Qingyuan flower sword Qi. The two attacks collided again. But the result was completely different. Last time in front of the spider cave, the Qingyuan flower sword heavily injured the Violets and forced the Violets to flee. This time, the two clashed again. The Qingyuan flower's attack was obviously stronger, but she was blown away by the Violets. Although she didn't suffer any serious injuries, her qi and blood were churning, and she felt very uncomfortable. If she wanted to fight again, she would have to wait a few minutes. The most troublesome thing was that the Qingyuan flower's strongest attack couldn't do anything to the Violets. This was a serious blow to the Qingyuan flower's confidence. Die, Qingyuan flower, you ignorant woman. You don't understand the horror of the Dark God Palace. The Violets had wanted to kill the Qingyuan flower for a long time. This time, she naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. She transformed into a huge heavenly demon spider and attacked the Qingyuan flower crazily, wanting to tear the Qingyuan flower into pieces. If you want to kill her, you'll have to get through me first. Ling Xiao appeared in front of the Qingyuan flower in an instant. He didn't draw his sword and just looked at the Violets coldly. Even the Qingyuan flower can't stop me. Who do you think you are? Since you want to be a hero, then die together with me. The Violets' attack didn't stop, and she continued to rush forward. Boom! The terrifying impact scattered the surrounding fog. Sand and stones flew everywhere on the ground, and it was chaotic. The Violets was stunned. Because she realized that her body couldn't move forward anymore. His attack was blocked by a valiant monster. You're Ling Xiao? She looked at the humanoid monster in front of her in shock, and asked in disbelief. It was 90% similar to the Tyrant blood demon dragon. Isn't that obvious? Who else could it be other than me? You're also a beast warrior? The Violets asked in even more shock. Of course, and I'm a real beast warrior, not a modified one like you. Ling Xiao caught the Violets' attack with one of his dragon claws as easily as grabbing a rock. This made the Qingyuan flower behind him inexplicably surprised. This was the first time the Qingyuan flower had seen Ling Xiao's Tyrant blood demon dragon martial soul transformation. Although she knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, seeing this domineering transformation, she was still stunned for a long time and couldn't even speak. Good, very good. The Violets suddenly retreated, looked at Ling Xiao coldly, and said, I really underestimated you. Since you're a beast warrior, let's compete today and see whether your natural one is stronger or my modified one. There's no point in talking. One move. Ling Xiao suddenly said indifferently. What move? The Violets was stunned for a moment, not understanding Ling Xiao's meaning. I'll defeat you in one move, you fake one. Ling Xiao explained indifferently. Ha 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 ha, I'm afraid you've lost your mind. The Qingyuan flower's high-tier jade martial skill can't hurt me in one move. Are you telling me that you also know high-tier jade martial skills? If you want to laugh, now's the time. I don't know any high-tier jade martial arts skills, but I don't need them to deal with you. Ling Xiao's right hand returned to human form under the demonic blood dragon martial soul transformation. A heavy sword appeared in his right hand. Meteor sword technique's fourth move, Heaven's Bane. This was a move Ling Xiao learned after entering the Celestial Demon Mountain. There were 6 moves in Meteor Sword technique, and he had already learned the first 4. The first 2 moves were already at the stage of perfection. The third move was at the stage of perfection. Although the fourth move was only at the beginner level, its power was not inferior to the third move at all. Each move of Meteor Sword technique was more powerful than the previous one. As the heavy sword pointed at Violets, the sky seemed to be torn apart by the sword qi. The sound of heaven's fall rang out continuously. Violets' expression changed greatly. She didn't take Ling Xiao's words seriously before, thinking that Ling Xiao was only at the early stage of the first transformation of the second layer of hell. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't pose a threat to her. However, this terrifying move made her feel that it was difficult to resist. It was the same feeling she felt when facing the Qingyuan flower's attack before she completely transformed into the heavenly demon spider. Heavenly demon life and death web. Violet certainly wouldn't wait for death like this. She roared and released countless silk threads from her body in an attempt to block Ling Xiao's sword and kill Ling Xiao at the same time. Such a terrifying attack caused the surrounding trees to be destroyed. Countless trees were cut into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Even the ground had been cut into pieces like tofu. It was a very strange sight. However, Ling Xiao's expression was the same as before. His Tai Chi told him that his attack was much stronger than his opponent's. The outcome of the two's attacks was decided in an instant. Ling Xiao's sword easily tore all the spider webs and then appeared in front of Violet's in an instant. The cold blade pierced through Violet's terrifying transformation. Shrill screams rang out in the fog. No! Violet screamed as they were nailed to a tree. The heavenly devil spider transformation on his body gradually fell off and finally disappeared. However, Ling Xiao did not kill her. Miss Qing, I'll leave the matter of killing her to you. Ling Xiao turned around and said. The Qingyuan flower nodded and walked over with her sword in hand. Big sister, please spare me. We grew up together. I beg you, don't kill me. I beg you. At this moment, Violet was no longer as arrogant as before. She called timidly to the Qingyuan flowers. Qingyuan's pretty face revealed a look of pity. Miss Qing, do you still remember how she killed your father? Do you still remember how she dealt with those disciples of the Purple Immortal Mountain? Ling Xiao reminded him, in this world, there are some people who don't deserve to live. Their existence itself is the embodiment of evil. I know. The Qingyuan flower did not hesitate. She thrust her sword forward and pierced the Violet's throat. At that moment, the Violets wanted to call for help through the soul-locking card, but found that her soul power could not be injected into the soul-locking card at all. She looked at Ling Xiao in horror. All she saw before she died was an indifferent smile. At this moment, she was extremely regretful. She finally understood that she had underestimated someone. This was also the biggest mistake she had made. This girl has 10 soul-locking cards on her. I wonder which team she destroyed. The Qingyuan flower killed the Violets and took her storage ring. In the storage ring, besides some spirit stones and necessities, there were only soul-locking cards left. 10 cards. It doesn't matter who she killed. We can never have too many soul-locking cards. At this point, Team Skyscraper had a total of 30 soul-locking cards. This number was enough to ensure that they would pass the next stage smoothly. What's this? Ling Xiao threw the Violet's storage ring into his own storage ring. When he was about to turn and leave, he saw a blood-red gem fall from the Violet's forehead. He picked up the gem and examined it carefully. He could not help but exclaim, I'm afraid this is the key to the heavenly demon spider transformation. Who wants it? Ling Xiao had no use for it. But he was sure that this gem was very important for increasing a warrior's strength. Give it to me, boss. I'm not very talented anyway. It's impossible for me to catch up to you. With this, my combat power will definitely increase greatly. Lin Yang said excitedly. Okay, I'll give it to you. Ling Xiao gave the red gem to Lin Yang. Then, he used the powerful analysis ability of the Tai Chi to figure out how to use the gem. He let Lin Yang cultivate for a while to test the combat power of the heavenly demon spider transformation. Orange Cherry and Qingyuan Flower, who were disgusted and unwilling to accept the gem, began to feel a little jealous. Lin Yang's strength was probably the weakest in this team. But after obtaining the heavenly demon spider transformation gem, he suddenly became a powerful force second only to Ling Xiao. He was even stronger than Qingyuan Flower. Although this strength was temporary, with Lin Yang's effort, he would definitely continue to perfect this transformation. Ling Xiao was not worried about this at all. Boss, my life is yours from now on. Even if you ask me to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire, I promise I won't even blink an eye. Lin Yang was very excited to have such powerful strength. He knew very well that all this was given to him by Ling Xiao. His loyalty to Ling Xiao was even stronger than before. I'm convinced. Qing Wanhua, who was at the side, wiped the bloodstains on her sword. She could not help but shake her head and smile bitterly. I originally thought that Ling Xiao was the weakest link in our team. I didn't expect him to be the strongest instead. This time, I've really slapped my own face. Sigh, it's not just you. I'm the same. When Hill Master told me to listen to Ling Xiao, I was puzzled. Ling Xiao didn't enter the sect as early as I did, and his cultivation wasn't as strong as mine. Why should I listen to him? But now, I finally understand. Chu Renfeng also sighed. He was a straightforward person, but he wasn't stupid. From this series of battles, he understood how strong Ling Xiao was. Alright, stop praising me. Let's hurry to Heavenly Demon Peak. If there's anything, we can talk about it on the way. After killing the violets, it was unlikely that they would encounter too much trouble in the first test of Heavenly Demon Mountain. Trampling through Heavenly Demon Mountain might be scary for others. But for Ling Xiao, it was nothing. Who asked him to have a pair of eyes that could seek luck and avoid disaster? This was something that no one else could compare to. Yes, it's time to go. Otherwise, if we encounter Desert Cloud and Akira again, it'll be troublesome. Ling Xiao, you said that Ling Yan is your good brother? The Qingwan flower asked on the way to the Sky Devil Peak. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. A good brother who has gone through life and death together. Then can you lend me a hand and help me save him? The Qingwan flower had always wanted to save Ling Yan, but she didn't dare to say this to anyone. She was worried that exposing her secret would bring trouble to herself and Ling Yan. But today, she said it out loud. There was no other reason other than that she trusted Ling Xiao and Ling Xiao's teammates. How can I help? Ling Xiao was naturally willing to help. In fact, he had wanted to save Ling Yan, but he wasn't strong enough. If you want to save Ling Yan, you have to get all 8 treasures of the 8 Immortal Mountain. The Qingwan flower replied. I've also heard that the 8 Immortals Mountain has 8 outstanding magical treasures. Each of them is extremely powerful. Furthermore, they contain powerful martial arts inheritances. However, what exactly are these 8 items? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The 8 treasures are the treasures of the 8 great clans. The Sand Clan's Golden Sand Hand, the Sword Clan's Supreme Black Demon Sword, the Dark Clan's Shadow Black Gourd, the Zhen Clan's Heaven Falling Earth Splitting Blade, the Sky Clan's Spatial Blue Treasure Book, the Snake Clan's Snake Hair Petrification Shield, the Bird Clan's Heavenly Bird Cage, the Moon Clan's Moonlight Soul Controlling Needle. Each of the treasures of the 8 great clans is a divine-grade spiritual artifact. And the martial arts techniques included are all Jade-grade pinnacle. Martial arts techniques, this could be said to be the strongest martial arts techniques a Yin-Yang realm warrior could cultivate. At least in the Black Tortoise continent. Sounds good. Although I've cultivated to the Rebirth realm, I've never had a divine-grade spiritual artifact. At most, I only have a fine-grade spiritual artifact. As for peak Jade-grade martial skills, I have never even touched them. Ling Xiao's martial arts in the past were mostly martial arts that could continuously evolve as his cultivation increased. There was no definite level. The highest level of martial skill that he had cultivated was high Jade grade. Thinking about it carefully, he was really pitiful. Who would have thought that after coming to the Black Tortoise continent, this small 8 Immortal Mountain would have 8 divine-grade spirit weapons and 8 sets of matching peak Jade-grade martial skills? Will there be a way to save Ling Yan if I can get these 8 magical equipment? Ling Xiao asked. That's for sure, because these 8 magic treasures are the keys to open the 5th floor of the ghost prison. The 5th floor of the ghost prison was not only the place where the most vicious criminals of the 8 Immortals Mountain were kept. It was also the best place to cultivate in the 8 Immortals Mountain. If you want to enter the 5th level, not only do you have to be at least at the 5th level of Hell, you also have to be a disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Qingwan explained, that's why I'm so eager to become a disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain. You will achieve this goal. Of course, so will I. Ling Xiao looked at Qingwan and smiled faintly. For him, the 5th floor of the ghost prison was not a place that was out of his reach. As for the 8 divine-grade spiritual artifacts, he had to get his hands on them. No matter how difficult the process was, he wanted to try. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if he couldn't even save his good brother. It's very difficult to get the 8 magic treasures. You have to be mentally prepared. In the past, only Ling Yan had the right to use 4 of the magic treasures. But because of this, it made others jealous. In the end, the hero of the 8 Immortals Mountain, the strongest sect master in history, was reduced to a traitor. Qingwan sighed and said, "Gossip is a fearful thing. Some people can talk nonsense when they have power. I know that gossip is a fearful thing, but that's also because my good brother was too kind. If he had eradicated the dissidents earlier, he wouldn't have fallen to this point." Ling Xiao wanted to save Ling Yan, but he would not avoid the mistake that Ling Yan had made in the past. That was, he trusted people too much and thought that everyone cared about their face. But in fact, many of the higher-ups of the 8 Immortals Mountain were shameless people. The higher one went on the Celestial Demon Mountain, the more difficult it was to walk. The terrifying cold wind whistled. If one was not a martial artist, they would be frozen into an ice sculpture in an instant. The terrifying cold was not something that ordinary people could bear. Even for martial artists, if their cultivation was slightly weaker, they would feel excruciating pain when they reached this place. It was unbearable. That's the Celestial Demon Peak. Looking into the distance, Ling Xiao found that the Celestial Demon Peak was somewhat special. It was completely different from the harsh environment around. The Celestial Demon Peak was full of flowers, and the climate seemed to be very warm. It was completely different from what he had imagined. That's great. Our first round of assessment is finally coming to an end. It's been a torment along the way. Chu Renfeng panted. Fortunately, they had Ling Xiao to lead the way. Otherwise, they would have been in a very sorry state. They even saw with their own eyes that some teams were forced to retreat to the bottom of the Celestial Demon Peak by the sudden appearance of the Celestial Demons. They fell straight down, and the only thing that could be heard were their screams. Desert Cloud and Akira have indeed arrived early. In this vast snowy and foggy place, only Ling Xiao could see the top of the mountain from such a distance. More than 1,000 meters in front of them, Desert Cloud and Akira were leading 2 teams from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain to the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, in a huge courtyard, the 8 mountain lords and the people from the 8 Immortals Mountain were sitting in the courtyard. The spring breeze caressed their faces, and the fragrance of tea filled the air. In front of them, many people were lying haphazardly. Some were receiving treatment, some had blank expressions, and some were furious. These people had all been eliminated in advance. Some were ambushed by monsters, and some were ambushed by celestial demons. However, most of them were defeated by the geniuses of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain led by Desert Cloud and Akira. Of course, there were also some who were defeated by Team Skyscraper. But these people were all disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Hee, I didn't expect that you guys from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain would also end up like this. It's really satisfying. Under the leadership of Desert Cloud and Akira, you guys wanted to eliminate all the other teams. Let the Scarlet Immortal Mountain monopolize 4 teams. Unfortunately, it seems that your dream is about to be shattered. The one who spoke was Green Source, who had already been eliminated. Green Source's team was not as lucky as the Yan team. They also encountered Desert Cloud and the others and were directly eliminated. Originally, they were furious and unhappy. However, when they realized that the Scarlet Immortal Mountain actually had 15 people and 3 teams were eliminated, their mood improved a lot. The people from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain snorted. Senior Brother Sha and Miss Ling will avenge us. That Ling Xiao will definitely be eliminated. The people from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain really hated Ling Xiao to the bone. So it was Ling Xiao who eliminated you guys. It was Qingwan Flower who did it, right? It's no wonder you guys were eliminated. Qingwan Flower's strength is in the top 5 among the 100 of us. LVZ Yuan said with a smile. So what if they eliminated us? We're still going to be eliminated. He might not even be able to survive. The disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain firmly believed that Ling Xiao would not be able to escape from Desert Cloud and Akira's pursuit. Until now, Li Yan's team from the Orange Immortal Mountain, Ziluolan's team from the Purple Immortal Mountain, Ling Zhao's team from the Black Immortal Mountain, and Xiayun and Qi Ling Er's teams from the Red Immortal Mountain have yet to appear. I'm afraid there won't be enough teams to advance. Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master looked at No Light in the Night worriedly and said. How many people are there? We don't need trash in 8 Immortal Mountain. If they can't even pass the first round of the assessment, then forget it. No Light in the Night said coldly, if one team passes in the end, just one team. There won't be a rematch. His words made many of the geniuses who were hoping to see a rematch sigh helplessly. In terms of happiness, the happiest ones were Scarlet Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master and Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master. From their point of view, Desert Cloud, Akira Squad, and Team Violet were the most likely to advance. As for Li Yan Team and Team Skyscraper, they would either miss the time or be killed. Although the rules stated that killing was not allowed, there was a huge loophole in the Soul Lock Token's distress signal. People would die in the assessment. This was something that everyone was well aware of. Sigh, I only hope that Qingwan Flower can return safely. It doesn't matter if she advances or not. With Ling Xiao and the others as burdens, she's lucky to be alive. The Mountain Master of the Green Immortal Mountain sighed. Clearly, he was extremely displeased with Ling Xiao and the grouping this time around. In his opinion, if the Qingwan team was eliminated, it must be because of Ling Xiao and the others. Sigh, Fei Ying's luck isn't that good either. She's actually in the same group as Ling Xiao. Actually, Desert Cloud is very welcoming of her. If she were to follow Desert Cloud, she would definitely pass. The Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master sighed as well. Even if he was beaten to death, he didn't believe that following Ling Xiao would allow them to pass. However, his granddaughter's temper was very stubborn. He simply couldn't persuade her. Helplessly, they could only wait until next year. The night is formless. Aren't you going to take a look? Perhaps your beloved disciple has already been killed, and even the distress signal has been sent out. No Light in the Night said to the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord with a smile. As an elder and the person in charge of the Dark Tribe, you should watch your words. Don't end up being slapped in the face. Not only will you be slapped in the face, but the Dark Tribe will also be humiliated with you. The Night is Formless looked at No Light in the Night indifferently and said. He was the only one who wasn't satisfied with Ling Xiao at all. This was because he knew very well how strong his disciple was. If he couldn't even pass this small test, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been able to live until today. Hehe, it sounds like you still think that Ling Xiao can pass? After so many years, not only has your strength deteriorated, even your judgment has deteriorated. That pretentious trash was the earliest to die. No Light in the Night was very unhappy with Ling Xiao, probably because Ling Xiao had talked back to him before. A pretentious piece of trash? Aren't you the same? The Night is Formless sneered. No Light in the Night was about to speak when he suddenly saw figures appear in the distance. It's the Desert Cloud Squad and the Akira Squad. Desert Cloud and Akira's expressions were ugly. Because not only did they fail to kill Ling Xiao, but they were also made a fool of by Ling Xiao. But they couldn't say this out loud, because it was too embarrassing. What's wrong, you two? Take out the soul-locking tablets you obtained and show them to everyone. Scarlet Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord Scarlet Viper saw the listless expressions of Desert Cloud and Akira and felt unhappy. You two have already advanced, why are you still so unhappy? This disciple obeys. Desert Cloud Squad has a total of 30 soul-locking tablets. Akira Squad has a total of 30 soul-locking tablets. That's not right, these two added up to 60 soul-locking tablets. Does that mean there are still 40 missing soul-locking tablets? What's so strange about that? Team Violet must have a lot of soul-locking tablets too. Even if Li Yan Team and Team Skyscraper were eliminated, or even killed, with Violet's strength, it's not surprising that she obtained 40 soul-locking tablets. Yes, that Violet's is an assassin from the Dark God Palace. Although she joined our 8 Immortal Mountain, she didn't lose her skills. She's very powerful. Looks like she's going to get first place in the first round. That's fine, there's still the second round to decide the final 3 disciples to advance to the 8 Immortal Mountain. I don't think there's a need for a duel. It's definitely Desert Cloud, Akira, and Violet's. Everyone was talking about it, but they didn't care about Team Skyscraper at all. They even ignored Li Yan Team. Ha ha ha, the knight is invisible. Did you hear that? This is called public opinion. Your disciple doesn't look like much. The eyes of the masses are really bright. No Light in the Night laughed. Senior Grand Elder, may I know what has made you so happy? This voice made No Light in the Night's laughter stop abruptly. Everyone looked at the source of the voice in shock. Team Skyscraper and Li Yan team actually came together. You didn't die? No Light in the Night's pupils suddenly shrank, but he immediately laughed again. Interesting, really interesting. It seems that my eyesight isn't good enough. Senior Yuan, you must be joking. I still want to fight to enter the 8 Immortal Mountain, how can I die so easily? Ling Xiao laughed as he led everyone over. What surprised everyone was that whether it was Li Yan team or Team Skyscraper, they all treated Ling Xiao as their leader. Their attitude was very respectful. Let's not talk about entering the 8 Immortal Mountain first. Where are your soul-locking tablets? No Light in the Night asked coldly. Huh? Ling Xiao handed over all the soul-locking tablets of his team. 30 tablets. There are 30 tablets too. How is this possible? The Mountain Lord of Purple Fairy Mountain suddenly stood up. He was the most nervous. Because if Team Skyscraper obtained 30 soul-locking tablets, then what happened to Team Violet? Nothing is impossible. Ling Xiao said calmly. I can even tell you where these soul-locking tablets came from. 15 of them were given to us by the 3 teams of Scarlet Fairy Mountain. After saying this, he looked at Desert Cloud and Akira provocatively and laughed. Some people wanted to harm us, but in the end, they suffered a double loss. Haha. Of the remaining 15 tablets, 5 are ours, and 10 were taken from Violet's. Bullsh***. You think you can snatch something from the Violets? Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord scolded. Believe it or not, I'm too lazy to explain. Senior Sister Li Yan, it's your turn. Ling Xiao shrugged and retreated to the side. Li Yan team handed over a total of 10 soul-locking tokens. With that, 100 soul-locking tokens were gathered. Even if Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord didn't believe what Ling Xiao said, he had to believe it now. At this point, the 4 teams that passed the second round stood out. Scarlet Fairy Mountain's 2 teams. Orange Fairy Mountain's Li Yan team and Black Fairy Mountain's Team Skyscraper. Those who were bragging about the Violets and mocking Ling Xiao shut their mouths completely. Even if they were beaten to death, they would not dare to believe that Ling Xiao had actually advanced, and with such good results. Ling Xiao actually passed the second round. What a surprise. Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord was sitting next to Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord. When he saw this scene, he was stunned. He was still complaining about the injustice for his granddaughter, Qing Feiying. Now, he felt his old face burning. However, he was still happy. Even if he was slapped in the face by Ling Xiao, as long as his granddaughter passed the first round, he wasn't afraid. Even if Ling Xiao slapped his face a few more times, he wouldn't care. It's all because our Qingyuan flower is strong enough. Otherwise, do you think Ling Xiao's trash could pass the second round? Green Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord couldn't accept such a slap in the face. Even at this point, he still felt that Ling Xiao was basking in the glory of Green Fairy Mountain. Mountain Lord, you're wrong. Ling Xiao. And the rest aren't basking in my glory. On the contrary, I'm basking in their glory. If not for them, I would have died long ago. Qingyuan Flower didn't want to say anything at first, but she felt that Green Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord was too much. Even if you look down on Ling Xiao, you don't have to say such nasty things. What do you want me to do when you say that? After all, Ling Xiao, Chu Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Qing Feiying were considered trash, but they were the saviors of her Qingyuan Flower. Upon hearing the Qingyuan Flower's words, the Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He had completely lost all his face. He was surprised by the Qingyuan's words and hated the Qingyuan even more for speaking up for Ling Xiao, which made him lose face. But who could be blamed for this? It was all his fault for spouting too much nonsense. You should just accept it obediently after being slapped in the face, but you actually mocked and ridiculed Ling Xiao. Aren't you just looking for trouble? Brat, don't think that you're really strong just because the Qingyuan Flower is speaking for you. So what if the four of you have passed the first round? Fighting against Celestial Devil Peak was the key. There are only 3 people who can ascend the 8 Immortal Mountain. Can you do it? Can the 4 of you do it? The Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master refused to give in and said shamelessly. Old man, I respect you as an elder and don't want to argue with you, but I didn't expect you to push your luck. I didn't hurt anyone from Green Immortal Mountain. Why do you have such a big grudge against me? Are you crazy? Ling Xiao couldn't help but point at the Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master's nose and scold. I'm telling you, I don't know if the others will ascend in the final battle against Celestial Devil Peak, but I'll definitely be one of them. Dream on. The Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master said. We'll know soon whether I'm dreaming or not. But as an elder and a mountain master, if I really ascend, won't you do something? Ling Xiao said coldly. If the Scarlet Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master and Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master hated him, he could understand. After all, they had a grudge against each other. However, the Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master had no grudge against him in the past. On the contrary, Green Immortal Mountain was indebted to him. Not only did this person not speak for him, but he also kept mocking him and calling him trash. Who could stand it? Anyway, Ling Xiao couldn't stand it. If you really ascend to the 8 Immortal Mountain, I'll apologize to you in front of everyone and agree to one of your requests. What do you think? The Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master was going all out against Ling Xiao. He didn't believe the Qingyuan flower's words at all. He always felt that Ling Xiao had cast some kind of magic on the Qingyuan flower to make her fall head over heels for him and talk nonsense. He also didn't believe that Ling Xiao could become one of the 3 disciples who ascend to the 8 Immortal Mountain. He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Okay, you're an elder. Everyone here heard what you said. Don't go back on your word when the time comes. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. Was there any difficulty for him in dealing with emergencies? No, he just wanted to know who his next opponent would be. Okay, let's not argue about what happened in the first round. Since the assessment is over and the 4 teams that have advanced to the second round have stood out, let's start the drawing of lots for the second round. No Light in the Night also didn't believe that Ling Xiao was the one who had passed the first round. Therefore, he wanted to start the second round as soon as possible so that Ling Xiao could reveal his true colors as soon as possible. The second round was a one-on-one battle. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to take advantage of the situation. At this time, many people were still surprised that Team Skyscraper had advanced to the next round. When he suddenly said this, the scene instantly quieted down. Therefore, the 20 people who had advanced to the next round began to draw lots. Drawing lots was all based on luck. No one knew who they would be assigned to in the end. Soon, the drawing of lots was over. Sand Eagle was in charge of announcing the results of the groups. Group 1, Akira, Ling Xiao, and 3 disciples from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Group 2, Desert Cloud, Tian Renfeng, Li Yan, and 2 members of the Li Yan team. Group 3, Lin Yang, Qing Feiying, and 3 disciples from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Group 4, Qingyuan and the remaining 4 people. Ling Xiao actually heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this grouping. Because he felt that other than him, the ones who had the highest chance of advancing to the next round were Qingyuan and Lin Yang. The 2 of them weren't assigned to the same group as Desert Cloud and Akira. This was definitely a blessing. Otherwise, with their strength, it would really be difficult for them to fight against Desert Cloud and Akira. He felt that the groups were good. Akira also felt that the groups were good. She looked at Ling Xiao excitedly and said, I let you escape before, but this time, let's see where you can run to in a one-on-one battle. Ling Xiao sneered and retorted, Akira, you're your mother's only remaining daughter. I didn't want to make her too sad, but you've tried to kill me time and time again. Even if I'm made of mud, I'll still be angry. If you want to die, then don't blame me. You're unlucky to be assigned to the same group as me. It could be said that the 2 of them had already made a declaration of war before the duel. The smell of gunpowder instantly became strong. Ling Xiao, if I can't step into the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, you'll complete this mission for me. Remember, you must get the 8 divine-grade spiritual artifacts. Qingyuan now had higher expectations for Ling Xiao than she did for herself. Qingyuan Flower knew that Ling Xiao was a strong but secretive person. Those who looked down on him would definitely be punished. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded and said, let's all work hard together. And Lin Yang, you got that good thing. I have high hopes for you. Boss, don't worry. I won't let you down. Lin Yang was full of confidence now. Because among everyone, there were only 3 people he was wary of, Ling Xiao, Desert Cloud, and Akira. Akira was in the same group as Ling Xiao, so he would definitely be eliminated. In the end, it was very likely that only he, Ling Xiao, and Desert Cloud would be left. Therefore, he was very confident and was prepared to shock everyone. Who said that Team Skyscraper was trash? How could 2 trash be promoted to 8 Immortal Mountain? If you have time to bicker, go back and rest. You will have 2 hours to rest. After 2 hours, gather here and the Sky Demon Peak competition will officially begin. When the time comes, we will show who is stronger and who is weaker on Sky Demon Peak. There is no need to talk nonsense here. No Light in the Night suddenly said. Yes. When it came to No Light in the Night, except for Ling Xiao and Dark Knight Formless, no one dared to talk back or say a word. This time, Ling Xiao did not say much. Rest was also necessary for him. In the first round, he fought and saved people, so he had used up a lot of energy. The next round would be a one-on-one battle. He did not have to think about others anymore. He only had to think about how to defeat his opponent. Wait a minute. The Mountain Lord of Purple Fairy Mountain, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly stood up and saluted No Light in the Night. Grand Elder, the rules of the test forbid killing. But as you just heard, Ling Xiao said that he killed the Violets and the people of Scarlet Fairy Mountain. We can't not punish him at all, right? No Light in the Night looked at Ling Xiao and asked coldly, did you kill him? That's right, I killed him. So what? Could it be that only they are allowed to kill me, but I am not allowed to fight back? Ling Xiao originally wanted to make up an excuse, but he changed his mind. This was the Demonic Mountain, a place that the 8 Immortals Mountain had long used to test their disciples. It was impossible for them not to find out the truth. Instead of lying, he might as well tell the truth. Moreover, he had actually carefully studied the rules and regulations of this assessment, and none of them said that he could not kill anyone. The original text only said, don't kill people rashly. If you are caught, it will be very troublesome. What an arrogant guy. But did he really kill those violets? Why can't I believe it? The eliminated disciples of the Purple Deity Mountain all shook their heads. Very good. I must praise you for this. You have the guts to do it. You can be considered a man. Go and prepare for the next assessment. No Light in the Night suddenly smiled. If Ling Xiao had lied just now, he would have punished him without hesitation because he hated people who lied to him. But Ling Xiao actually told the truth. Although he also hated Ling Xiao, he would not punish him. Because he really wanted to know how far this kid could go after offending so many people. As a bystander, there was no harm in watching the show. After all, Ling Xiao had no enmity with him. Senior Elder, you can't do this. The Mountain Master of the Purple Deity Mountain was anxious. What can I do? Those violets used the 4 members of her team as sacrifices to temper her heavenly demon spider transformation. Did she really think that no one knew? Such a villain has been hiding in the 8 Immortals Mountain for a long time and has been plotting against us. Ling Xiao killed her, which can be considered as getting rid of evil for the sect. Also, have you become muddle-headed? Is there a rule in the assessment that forbids killing? As long as you kill the opponent before the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain come to rescue you, you are not guilty. No Light in the Night coldly glanced at the Purple Deity Mountain's Mountain Master, then flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. It was the first time he had explained so much to the other party. If it were in the past, he would not have explained at all. The Purple Deity Mountain's Mountain Master shuddered. He knew very well what would happen if he offended No Light in the Night. No Light in the Night is very strong, but I really can't see through him. How strong is he? Ling Xiao could not help but ask when he left with the Black Deity Mountain's Mountain Master. Since you are a reincarnation realm martial artist, you should know that the Yin Yang realm has 18 levels of hell. In the 8 Immortals County, the strongest person's cultivation is at 1 star with 6 levels of hell, no light in the night's strength is second only to him. It can be said that if he wanted to, he could easily kill the Purple Deity Mountain's Mountain Master, and the other party would not even have the strength to fight back. Black Knight Formless sighed and said, "You shouldn't be too arrogant in front of him. At the very least, before you recover your previous cultivation, you should try not to be too arrogant. Otherwise, if he really attacks, even I may not be able to stop him." "But Mountain Master, I think you are stronger than him," Xianxia said with a sly smile. "That's an illusion." Black Knight Formless shook his head and did not explain further. However, Xianxia did not believe that it was an illusion. Although his taiji I could not see through the cultivation of Black Knight Formless and No Light in the Night, he was absolutely certain that Black Knight Formless was stronger than No Light in the Night. It was just that for some reason, Black Knight Formless was unwilling to compete. "Wait a moment, little brother." Just as Xianxia wanted to ask more about No Light in the Night from Black Knight Formless, the Mountain Master's Mountain Master chased after him. The Orange Deity Mountain's Mountain Master chuckled and chased after him. "Is there something you need, old senior?" Xianxia said with a smile. "Stop calling me old senior. It's so embarrassing. To think that I said in front of others that Fei Ying followed the wrong person and that she would definitely not advance to the next stage if she followed you. Now that I've been slapped in the face, I'm happy. Moreover, I heard from Li Yan that you saved them from the encirclement of over 100 nether wolves. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have advanced to the next stage, right? Is there really such a thing?" Black Knight Formless asked in surprise. "It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. I only hope that old senior will have more confidence in me in the future. Don't make me slap your face all the time. You are Miss Fei Ying's grandfather. I can't slap your face all the time," Xianxia said with a smile. As for the matter of saving them, he downplayed it. If he talked about it too much, it would make him seem pretentious, as if he was asking for repayment. However, the Orange Deity Mountain's Mountain Master did not wait for him to decline and stuffed 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones into his hands as thanks. Although it was not a lot of spirit stones, it was still a token of appreciation. Xianxia did not refuse and accepted it. He had spent too many low-grade spirit stones at the last auction. Recently, he was lacking these things. "I didn't bring many good things with me this time. Use these spirit stones first. When we return to the 8 Deity Mountain, I have something good to give you. I definitely won't let you down." After returning to his room, Xianxia began to tidy up the spoils of war. The 5 genius disciples of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain and the storage rings of the Violets. There were quite a lot of good things in there. On the way here, Xianxia did not look carefully. He only knew that the Violets' storage rings contained spirit stones and the Soul Lock token. Now that the Soul Lock token had been handed over, he was not particularly clear about the number of spirit stones in there. For the convenience of using them in the future, it was better to tidy them up. He had done many things like killing and robbing, so he was not particularly excited. However, after he checked all 6 storage rings, he could not help but be excited. The difference is too big, isn't it? We, the disciples of the Black Fairy Mountain, would be thankful if we had 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, these fellows had tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones and millions of mid-grade spirit stones. We've really struck it rich. These spirit stones were enough for him to buy many herbs and cultivation necessities. Mid-grade spirit stones, on the other hand, were necessary for cultivation. No matter what cultivation materials he obtained, mid-grade spirit stones were essential. These 1,000,000 spirit stones were enough for him to use for a long time. Of course, in addition to these spirit stones, there were some clothes in the storage rings, as well as some martial arts manuals. Xianxia did not need these things, so he planned to keep them to enrich his secret library in the Celestial Empire. Although it was easy for him to get these low-grade and mid-grade jade martial arts manuals, they were rare items in the White Tiger continent. After tidying up, Xianxia put all the storage rings that he did not need together. He planned to give them to his own people. These storage rings, don't look at how he did not take them seriously, but to the vast majority of martial artists, they were rare items. His dream was that storage rings would no longer be rare items in the Celestial Empire. They would become common items that everyone had. After keeping the storage rings, he began to meditate to recover. Although he was not injured, he had used up a lot of energy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he could consolidate the results that he had honed along the way. Especially the fourth style of the meteor sword art that he had just mastered. That formidable power still made his heart surge. After pondering over it for a while, this move would definitely be useful in the upcoming duel on Celestial Devil Peak. 2 hours passed very quickly. Outside, the disciples of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain sent out a signal to gather. Ling Xiao tidied up his clothes and stepped out of the room. Together with the others, they returned to the courtyard of Heavenly Devil Peak. At this moment, a huge screen had appeared in the sky above the courtyard. This screen was condensed from essence energy and could receive soul signals, perfectly transmitting the battle scene. The 4 teams participating in the battle, come here. No Light in the Night waved his hand, and the 4 groups of 20 participants all came to his side. Now, I'll briefly explain the rules. When you challenge Celestial Devil Peak, you'll be randomly teleported to different auxiliary peaks. Then, in a one-on-one battle, there are only 2 ways to end the battle. One is to admit defeat, and the other is to lose consciousness. This includes being unconscious or dying. When No Light in the Night was reading out the rules, the participants were whispering to each other. Akira and Desert Cloud stood together from the beginning. Junior Ling are you confident in dealing with that Ling Xiao? That kid's strength seems to be much stronger than before? Desert Cloud reminded her. I know, but no matter how much he improves, his current cultivation is only at the early stage of the first transformation, second layer of hell. Although there are some strange beast warrior transformations that can at most raise his battle strength to the middle stage of the second layer of hell. But I have the Crimson Demon battle body, and my battle strength is not inferior to the early stage of the first transformation, third layer of hell. Do you think I'll be afraid of him? Akira said unhappily. She felt that Desert Cloud was not being concerned, but looking down on her. It's good that you're confident. I've already seen that in your group, only Ling Xiao is difficult to deal with. The other 3 are our own people, and they should admit defeat immediately. Desert Cloud said with a smile. Senior Brother Sha's group doesn't have any powerful people. Li Yan and Bai Renfeng's strength is not bad, but under Senior Brother Sha's hands, they probably won't last more than 3 moves. Akira said indifferently. 3 moves? 1 move to end the battle. Actually, the most troublesome thing is not the group battles, but the battle between the 4 people after the first place is decided. Maybe the 2 of us will have to fight. Desert Cloud said disdainfully. Yes, not only the 2 of us, I think that Qinghuan Flower should also be able to enter the final 4 battles. No matter who meets her, don't be soft-hearted. She actually dares to mix with Ling Xiao. We should let her understand that it's a big mistake. Akira said in a low voice. These 2 people did not put Ling Xiao in their eyes at all. Even when Ling Xiao escaped from the 2 of them, they thought that it was because they were careless. After all, they did not use their full strength at that time. The only thing they were afraid of now was Qinghuan Flower. The other opponents that were a threat to them were all defeated by them in the first round. Alright, no more nonsense. The rules have been announced. Now, let's begin the first battle. The first battle was between Akira and a genius from the Scarlet Fairy Mountain. This genius immediately announced his surrender and did not even step into the battlefield. Since there were 5 people in a group, everyone would have to fight 4 battles. In the end, the one with the most victories would advance. Hence, the disciples of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain were very clear that rather than fighting among themselves, it would be better to let Akira advance directly. The second battle was between Desert Cloud and Bai Renfeng. Junior Brother Ling, I'm not Desert Cloud's opponent, but I'm not willing to admit defeat just like that. Watch carefully. Bai Renfeng's words were clear to Ling Xiao. He wanted to fight with Desert Cloud so that Ling Xiao could see how Desert Cloud fought. Senior brother, there's no need to fight head-on. If you can't win, just admit defeat. Don't worry, even if you can't advance to the 8 Immortal Mountain, I can still make your strength stronger than those disciples in the 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao said this because he was confident in this aspect. He had once reached the Rebirth Realm. In the 8 Immortal City, there were no longer any warriors with such cultivation. The last Rebirth Realm expert was still Ling Yin. Alright, I believe you. Bei Renfeng nodded. If it was before, he would definitely not believe Ling Xiao's words. However, after going through so many things, he absolutely believed Ling Xiao's words. Activate the teleportation formation. No light in the night activated the teleportation formation. Through the huge screen, they could see the battle between the two. It was also a mountain peak, but there was boiling lava everywhere, releasing a terrifying amount of heat. The battle against the Heavenly Demon Peak is indeed not an ordinary arena battle. The moment I step into the lava, I have to use my origin energy to protect my body from being burned, and I have to split my attention to fight. This is indeed difficult, much more difficult than an ordinary arena battle. Moreover, there might be terrifying elemental creatures attacking from time to time. Even if you are strong, you have to be careful. Otherwise, it is absolutely possible for you to fail miserably. Ling Xiao looked at the battlefield on the big screen and could not help but sigh in his heart. This made him involuntarily think of some of the battles he had experienced in the past. A one-on-one battle in such a harsh environment was really rare. I'll go first. Ho Renfeng, don't be scared out of your wits. Desert Cloud looked coldly at Ho Renfeng and stepped into the teleportation array. Then, his figure appeared on the screen. He stepped lightly in the void. If one looked closely, they would realize that there was a thin layer of gravel under his feet. It was this layer of gravel that allowed him to easily soar in the void without using too much origin energy. I'm not afraid to say that although Desert Cloud is a little arrogant, the Sand Race's martial soul is really difficult to deal with. Ling Xiao frowned. He knew that Desert Cloud could float in the air because of the Sand Race's martial soul. In comparison, Ho Renfeng was a little clumsy. He could only rely on his own body movement to leap up. This way, he could avoid being burned by the boiling lava. However, this would consume a lot of origin energy. I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible so that you won't embarrass yourself in front of so many people. Otherwise, I will definitely make you lose all your face and never be able to raise your head in the Eight Immortal Mountain. Although Desert Cloud thought that he was much stronger than Ho Renfeng, he still wanted to use as little energy as possible to defeat Ho Renfeng in the most energy-efficient way. T, I am not as good as you, but I won't lose to you easily. Ho Renfeng knew that he was not Desert Cloud's opponent. However, this arena was not an ordinary one. He still had a chance to turn the tables. Moreover, his opponent's words were so unpleasant. How could he admit defeat so quickly? He would not do it even if he was beaten to death. His Hai Renfeng was someone who cared about his reputation. Very well, you asked for it. Desert Cloud snorted coldly and waved his hand. A spear made of sand pierced through the air and shot out. He charged towards Ho Renfeng at an extremely fast speed. Ho Renfeng frowned, but he did not retreat or dodge. Instead, he charged towards the Desert Cloud. Because he knew very well that if he chose to dodge at this time, he might have to keep running until he was defeated in the end. He would have no chance to get close to his opponent at all. If they wanted to encounter the Desert Cloud, they had to be fearless. The terrifying spear pierced through Ho Renfeng's body. However, at that moment, the Ho Renfeng managed to avoid being hit. Taking advantage of Desert Cloud's surprise, it dashed out. His fists landed heavily on Desert Cloud's body. I hit him. Ho Renfeng revealed a look of ecstasy. He had risked getting injured so that he could land the final hit on Desert Cloud. He wanted to use his strongest attack on Desert Cloud. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Desert Cloud's ferocious expression appeared in front of his eyes. With your weak fists, so what if I hit you? Can you even catch me? A layer of strange sand appeared on Desert Cloud's body. It was like an eggshell and easily blocked Ho Renfeng's attack. Therefore, Ho Renfeng's attack did not cause any damage to his opponent. Admit defeat. Ling Xiao suddenly shouted. I admit defeat. Ho Renfeng subconsciously shouted out. When he shouted the words I admit defeat, Desert Cloud did not have any intention of stopping. Terrifying Yinyang Yuanqi was injected into the spear. A terrifying suction force began to absorb Ho Renfeng's blood. Bastard! At that moment, no light in the night slammed the chair and Desert Cloud who was fighting was sent flying. Do I have to explain the rules I've mentioned a second time? If something like this happens again, and the opponent still attacks after admitting defeat, not only will he be disqualified, I will kill him personally. Desert Cloud was unwilling, but he was scared out of his wits. No light in the night actually attacked him across space. If not for the fact that he only wanted to push him back, he would have died. He was really scared. Of course, no light in the night did not do this to protect Ho Renfeng. He only wanted to protect his own dignity. If someone dared to disobey the rules he said, he would not allow it. Are you okay, senior brother? Two people came out of the teleportation array. One was the gloomy-looking Desert Cloud, and the other was the weak-looking Ho Renfeng. I almost died. That kid is really ruthless. Junior brother, if you meet him, you must be careful. That kid's defense is a little strange. Although it is not a battle constitution, it is better than a battle constitution. Ho Renfeng reminded. I know, senior brother. Thank you. In fact, Ling Xiao had watched the battle from beginning to end, so he naturally knew that Desert Cloud's defense was very strong. He gave Ho Renfeng a pill and said, there is still some time before your next battle. Go and rest first. Okay. Ho Renfeng naturally knew how effective Ling Xiao's pill was, so he happily went to the side and began to heal himself. The third battle was between Lin Yang and the disciple of Scarlet Fairy Mountain. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Yang would lose without a doubt. After all, his opponent's cultivation was stronger than Lin Yang. But when the battle began, the situation was completely different. Lin Yang's heavenly demon spider transformation was powerful and shocking. It directly knocked out the disciple of Scarlet Fairy Mountain. Heavenly demon spider transformation. This kid is a dark horse. That's right. Violet seemed to have the heavenly demon spider transformation. I have seen it before. It is really powerful. I didn't expect Lin Yang to have it too. From the looks of it, he should be able to enter the final 4 battles. I think the first group to advance will be Akira. The second group will be Desert Cloud. The third group will be Lin Yang. The fourth group will be Qingyuan Flower. Agreed, I think so too. The judgment of the person above was also the judgment of the majority of the people. But there were also people who didn't think so. For example, among the disciples of Upper 8 Immortal Mountain, Lin Ruoxian, who was in charge of guarding duty, believed that Ling Xiao would be able to stand out. Maybe there is more than one dark horse this time. Out of the 4 groups, I am afraid that 3 of the people who advance will be Team Skyscraper. Lin Ruoxian muttered to herself. Stop dreaming, Lin Ruoxian. You think too highly of those trash. Other than the Qingyuan Flower, Ling Xiao and Lin Yang have no chance. Sand Eagle said confidently. In the 4th group, the Qingyuan Flower's victory was almost guaranteed. This was what many people had expected, so it was not surprising. The following battles proceeded in an orderly manner. One battle after another. The rest of the battles did not exceed everyone's expectations. Only Ling Xiao and Lin Yang were the biggest dark horses in this assessment. In the first group, Akira and Ling Xiao were undefeated until the last round. In other words, in the last round, the battle between the two of them would be the key. Whoever won would become the final 4 and compete for the 3 spots to enter the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. In the second group, only Desert Cloud had not lost a single battle and had advanced to the next round. In the third group, Lin Yang had not lost a single battle. In the fourth group, the Qingyuan Flower. Therefore, at this time, the battle that attracted the most attention was the battle between Akira and Ling Xiao. Akira was a goddess of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Even in the entire lower 8 Immortal Mountain, she was the dream marriage partner of many talented warriors. But this woman's strength made many people feel intimidated at the sight of her. Therefore, every single one of her battles received a lot of attention. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had done a few earth-shattering things in the past and was very famous in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Even if many people were not convinced, it was the truth. The battle between the two of them would undoubtedly become the focus of attention. Moreover, the top 4 of the other 3 groups had already been decided. Only the first group was left. Their battle would attract even more attention. The last battle of the group battle, Ling Xiao vs Akira. You may step into the teleportation array. No Light in the Night looked at Ling Xiao with interest. It seemed that he was becoming more and more interested in this little guy. Ling Xiao had slapped his face. However, No Light in the Night did not seem to care. If he could recruit a top genius for the Dark Tribe, it did not matter even if his face was smashed. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and stepped into the teleportation portal. Their battlefield this time was exactly the same as the one where Desert Cloud and Ho Renfeng had fought. Hot lava flowed continuously, and the scalding heat made people afraid to touch the ground. Ling Xiao calmly stepped into the boiling magma and didn't float at all. What is that kid doing? Doesn't he want those feet? But that's boiling hot lava. Seeing Ling Xiao's actions, everyone was shocked. Even Ling Xiao's teammates in the first round were shocked. What are you panicking for? Everyone saw it. An expert was indeed an expert. Dark Knight instantly saw through the strangeness of Ling Xiao's legs. At this moment, not only was Ling Xiao's feet not burned by the boiling lava, it was as if they had become one with the lava. Lava Battle Body. Someone finally recognized Ling Xiao's special skill. That's right. It's the Lava Battle Body, and it's an intermediate one. This kid is really lucky. Maybe this battlefield will be more suitable for him. The Orange Fairy Mountain Master said excitedly. Although his granddaughter Qing Feiying had been eliminated, she was still young. If she could build a good relationship with Ling Xiao, it would be easier for her to enter the 8 Immortal Mountain in the future. What's an intermediate lava battle body? What a joke. Suddenly, Akira's voice rang out. She stepped directly on the boiling lava, and red scales appeared on the surface of her body. It was very strange. Crimson Demon Battle Body. The disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain, who were unhappy with Ling Xiao's intermediate lava battle body, became excited when they saw Akira's Crimson Demon Battle Body. That kid's lava battle body is nothing. It's only an intermediate one. Our Mrs. Crimson Demon Battle Body is an advanced one. Although she hasn't used it yet, I guess that kid Ling Xiao isn't qualified. The disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain had reason to believe that Akira could defeat Ling Xiao. Not only was Akira's cultivation higher than Ling Xiao's, but she also had the Crimson Demon Battle Body, which was stronger than Ling Xiao's Lava Battle Body. What did Ling Xiao have to win? Ling Xiao, I really admire you. You actually dare to stand face to face with me. It seems like you're really not afraid of death. Akira looked coldly at Ling Xiao, revealing a mocking expression. Of course I'm afraid of death, but you're not qualified to make me afraid. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, we're already here. If there's nothing else, let's fight. It's really boring to just talk. Since you're so anxious to die, I really want to fulfill your wish. But if you admit defeat, I won't be able to continue attacking. Why don't we make an oath before the battle? Akira wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, she looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Smelly girl, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so long-winded. Ling Xiao looked at Akira and said coldly. It's very simple. If you admit defeat today, then you'll become the other person's slave for life and can't regret it. How about it? Akira said with a smile that wasn't a smile. I really don't care about a slave like you. If you sell your soul to the Crimson Demon, what if it eats me when I'm sleeping at night? Ling Xiao curled his lips and said, however, since you've already said so, if I don't agree, it would seem that I'm afraid of you. Forget it, I'll do as you say. But I need this oath to get the support of the elders. Otherwise, if you regret it, then no one will help me. After all, your mother is a tigress. I can be the witness. No Light in the Night smiled and seemed to be very interested. After all this time, this guy was also a very playful person. Okay, then thank you, Elder No Light in the Night. Ling Xiao cupped his hands. Although he really didn't care about a slave like Akira, if she admitted defeat, he couldn't be ruthless. No Light in the Night had already displayed a terrifying ability. If he really angered the elder, then he wouldn't be able to keep his life. Akira seemed to be happier than Ling Xiao. Because she never thought that she would lose. She was also worried that if Ling Xiao admitted defeat, then she wouldn't have the chance to kill Ling Xiao. Then, she would settle for the second best and make Ling Xiao her slave, then she could torture Ling Xiao at will. In this woman's heart, she was actually very jealous of Ling Xiao. She also wanted to trample Ling Xiao under her feet because Ling Xiao was too arrogant and didn't give her face. The oath is over. Should we start the battle? Ling Xiao looked at Akira and said. Of course, you will soon taste the true power of the Crimson Demon battle physique. Don't worry. Next, even if you don't die, you will soon become my slave. At that time, if I want you to die, you will die, you don't have any choice. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless when dealing with Akira. It had always been his style to look down on the enemy strategically and pay attention to the enemy tactically. The Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul Transformation was quickly activated. Although it was only an ordinary Beast Warrior transformation. Because Ling Xiao had mastered the soul and bloodline of the Beast God Prince, his transformation naturally had the special characteristics of a Beast God Martial Soul transformation. This transformation was more powerful than an ordinary Beast Soul Martial Soul transformation. It could be said that apart from the former Beast God Martial Soul transformation, Ling Xiao's strength was absolutely incomparable to an ordinary person's. Beast Warrior transformation, very good. You used this transformation to defeat our Scarlet Deity Mountain's people. Today, I, Akira, will completely defeat you in your strongest state. Facing Ling Xiao's Beast Warrior transformation, Akira wasn't afraid. She knew how powerful her Scarlet Demon battle physique was. Facing Ling Xiao, what was there to be afraid of? Don't talk nonsense, just make your move. At this time, Ling Xiao still maintained his cultivation at the early stage of the first transformation's second layer of hell. Because he wanted to test his potential. Only in this kind of training could he improve faster. If he used his real cultivation, Akira wouldn't be his opponent at all. If he defeated her too easily, he would lose the opportunity to train. Okay, then I'll fulfill your wish. Akira didn't talk nonsense and launched her attack under everyone's gaze. Her figure didn't move, but her right hand waved out a palm. This was the move of the Scarlet Demon battle physique, Scarlet Demon Netherworld Palm. The terrifying palm wind completely blew away the surrounding magma. A terrifying aura made many of the audience in front of the screen feel the terrifying pressure that was suffocating. One must know that the whole process of this battle was broadcasted live to the entire Eight Immortal Mountain. At this time, as long as one was a disciple of the Eight Immortal Mountain, they could watch this battle through the soul screen. Many people felt that Akira's Scarlet Demon Netherworld Palm was incomparably powerful. Ling Xiao naturally felt the same. But at this time, his expression didn't change. On his body, the terrifying magma began to boil unceasingly, enveloping his originally ferocious Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon transformation. The demonic dragon was wrapped in a layer of boiling magma, making it look like a magma demonic dragon. You want to defeat me with a mere intermediate lava battle body? Akira snorted in disdain and continued to press forward with his palm. Akira is too careless. Ling Xiao's intermediate lava battle constitution combined with the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon transformation is almost as powerful as an advanced lava battle constitution. If she underestimates him, she will definitely suffer. Qi Lian frowned. Although she was very unwilling to admit it, Ling Xiao's performance really made her feel a little fearful. This kid's growth was too fast. She really didn't want to see Qi Yener's tragedy happen to Akira. What bullshit lava battle body. I think he's just bluffing. Sand Eagle heard Crimson Viper's worry, but he was dissatisfied. He felt that Crimson Viper was trying to boost the morale of others and diminish his own prestige. Bullshit lava battle body? As a disciple of the Sand Clan and a disciple of the Eight Immortal Mountain, you can't even cultivate a battle body successfully. If he's bullshit, then aren't you worse than bullshit? No light in the night's cold and ruthless voice sounded. Sand Eagle was speechless. He didn't understand why No Light in the Night was on Ling Xiao's side. However, he didn't dare to refute No Light in the Night's words. There was no way to refute. A battle body wasn't something that could be cultivated just because one's cultivation was strong. It required a very strong physical quality to be able to withstand the tempering of the Yuan Jade. Ordinary people really couldn't do it. However, he was just unhappy. A battle body wasn't something that had to be cultivated. As long as one's cultivation was strong enough, even if one didn't have a battle body, they could still defeat Ling Xiao. He thought viciously that as long as Akira defeated Ling Xiao, no light in the night would have no face to criticize him. At this moment, there was a sudden exclamation. Sand Eagle hurriedly looked at the battlefield. On the battlefield, Ling Xiao held a heavy sword in his hand. The sword was swallowing and spitting out sword chi made of intertwined lava, and it blasted on Akira's palm wind. Lava meteor sword art, lava fall. Ling Xiao didn't immediately use his strongest move because Akira didn't use his full strength at this time. Since the other party wanted to play, he would accompany him to the end. He wanted to make Akira accept his defeat wholeheartedly. Lava fall collided with the crimson demonic nether palm. If it was the previous Ling Xiao, he would have been directly blown away. But today, he only took 3 steps back. Akira didn't take a step back. Impossible, how did Ling Xiao become so strong? Miss Ling didn't kill him with one palm strike? The disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain were the most shocked. What they wanted to see was the scene of Ling Xiao being sent flying, but Ling Xiao didn't let them succeed. What are you afraid of? Miss Ling hasn't used her full strength yet. Her crimson demonic battle body is only at the intermediate level. Desert Cloud said disdainfully, Ling Xiao can only be a little rampant now. Next, if he doesn't admit defeat and become a slave, he will die. Unlike Desert Cloud, who was a bystander, Akira was extremely angry at this time. She was very confident that this palm strike could kill Ling Xiao. But the result really didn't satisfy her. Ling Xiao's progress is too fast. If I don't kill him now, I'm afraid I won't have a chance in the future. She had sacrificed a lot and even sold her soul to the crimson demonic nether. If she still couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then she would be too useless. Kill you, Crimson Demonic Nether Palm, second style, Crimson Demonic Sky. An even more powerful palm technique with even more crazy power. Apart from not raising the Crimson Demonic battle body to the advanced level, Akira could be considered to have used all her strength. She didn't believe that she couldn't kill Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's eyes were still cold. He didn't even have the slightest fear when facing Akira. There was only indifference. From the other party's eyes, he could see the crazy killing intent that the other party had towards him. How could he not feel such a strong killing intent? Since she wanted to kill him, then why should he have the slightest sympathy? He believed that a woman like Akira wouldn't take the initiative to admit defeat. He could use the oath from before to eliminate this vicious woman on the spot. He wanted everyone to understand. Those who wanted to kill him, Ling Xiao, had to die if they couldn't kill him, Ling Xiao. He wouldn't show any mercy. You don't understand the difference in strength between us. You're really pitiful. Can't you see it? I've already shown mercy to you, but you're still stubborn. Ling Xiao looked at Akira indifferently and said coldly. Bullshit. Akira roared. Her figure flickered, and the terrifying palm wind turned into countless illusions that enveloped Ling Xiao. The sky-piercing crimson demon was truly terrifying. Every palm strike seemed to be able to destroy the sky. The power was so strong that it was suffocating. Terrifying sounds could be heard in the air. Even the elemental creatures that were sneaking up on Akira were smashed into pieces by the terrifying palm winds. They didn't even have the chance to sneak up on her before they were killed by the terrifying palm winds. In the face of Akira's attack, Ling Xiao only used one strike. The heavy sword was surrounded by boiling lava, as if it was wrapped in a layer of lava battle intent. This is a battlefield that belongs to me. It seems that I don't even need to use the advanced lava battle body to deal with Akira. Ling Xiao sneered, and the terrifying sword intent suddenly condensed into a point. A thick lava sword aura was emitted from the tip of the sword. The sword chi shattered in the void and turned into burning heavenly fire. Lava meteor sword art, second move, lava heavenly fire. He still didn't reveal his stronger cultivation, but only used a more powerful sword move. The terrifying heavenly fire clashed with Akira's powerful palm winds, making crackling sounds. The sky seemed to be burning. What shocked Akira the most was that this time, Ling Xiao only took 2 steps back, but she also took 2 steps back. This is impossible. Impossible. My attack is clearly stronger, how can this be? Qi Ling was a little confused. She was confused by Ling Xiao's incomprehensible battle prowess. The spectators watching the battle were even more shocked. They couldn't understand. How could a guy that no one thought highly of, who should have been eliminated in the first round, tie with Akira, and why did this guy feel like he was getting stronger? The Crimson Demon Nether Palm released with the Crimson Demon Battle Body as the foundation is no weaker than an ordinary advanced Jade Grade martial skill. How could you block it? Why? In the process of retreating, Akira's hair was disheveled. She had completely lost her usual confident image, as if she was a crazy woman. Why? Because you're not as good as me. Ling Zhao's answer made Akira even angrier. Not as good as you? You dare to say that I'm not as good as you? Akira's eyes turned red. She couldn't stand being looked down upon by someone like Ling Zhao. Ah! She roared, and her body began to change. The reason why Akira didn't use the advanced Crimson Demon Battle Body wasn't only because she felt that it wasn't necessary, but also because the Crimson Demon Battle Body made her look extremely ugly. Her entire body was covered in crimson scales. Even her face was covered in devilish skin. A long tail trailed behind her. His appearance was extremely strange. If it was a man who became like this, it could be said that it was cool. But for a woman to become like this, especially a beautiful woman, it was simply unacceptable. At the very least, Qi Ling couldn't accept it. You forced me to do this. I didn't want to do this, but you let me enter the advanced Crimson Demon Battle physique state. Now, you're dead. Akira's voice became coarse. It sounded like a man's voice, and it was very unpleasant to listen to. But she didn't care about that. She only wanted Ling Xiao to die. As long as she could kill Ling Xiao, that would be enough. Boom, a terrifying power was released from her body, and all the elemental creatures within 10 meters of her were directly crushed. This wasn't just the peak of her power, but also the peak of her anger. Ling Xiao is really dead this time. Desert Cloud trembled with excitement. Once junior sister Ling uses the advanced Crimson Demon Battle Body, even I have to be wary, not to mention Ling Xiao. He has no chance. No matter how arrogant he was, he's going to fall at this moment. Ling Xiao. Akira's coarse voice echoed in the air. It's not over yet. I'm going to crush you and make you despair. Advanced Crimson Demon Battle Body coupled with a high-grade Jade Grade martial skill, and it's proficient in fire. You have no chance. This is a real high-grade Jade Grade martial skill, not the Crimson Demon Dark Palm. Ling Zhao's expression was still calm. Because Akira's advanced Crimson Demon Battle Body and high-grade Jade Grade martial skill were not surprising to him. As the daughter of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord, if she couldn't even get a high-grade Jade Grade martial skill, she would be too useless. Fortunately, the opponent's high-grade Jade Grade martial skill was only proficient in fire. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with him. He sneered and said, "Your power really makes me excited. In order to let you know why you're going to die, I've decided to let you see something fun." At that moment, Ling Zhao's aura rose rapidly. The aura of the middle stage of the First Revolution Second Hell was completely released. At this moment, all of his abilities rose by a large margin. Damned fellow, how did he cultivate? Seeing Ling Xiao continue to grow stronger, many people in the crowd were conflicted. First of all, the Green Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord. He had a bet with Ling Xiao before. If Ling Xiao could advance to the 8 Immortal Mountain, he would have to apologize to Ling Xiao in public. Moreover, he would have to agree to Ling Zhao's request. Although Ling Xiao was still a distance away from advancing to the 8 Immortal Mountain. But Ling Zhao's current performance was not inferior to the powerful Akira. If Ling Xiao could defeat Akira, it was almost certain that he would advance to the next level. How could he not be nervous? He was the dignified Green Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord. How could he apologize to an ordinary disciple? There was another person who was very conflicted. That person was the Desert Cloud. Since the day Ling Xiao defeated Shanghai, he had always wanted to take Ling Zhao's life. Because he was afraid that Ling Zhao's strength would continue to increase, afraid that Ling Xiao would surpass him. However, the cruel reality was that Ling Zhao's current strength had reached the point where he had to take him seriously. How many days had it been? Sha Diao was also in a bad mood. Previously, when he was reprimanded by No Light in the Night, he really hoped that Ling Xiao would be beaten to death by Akira so that he could vent his anger. But now, Akira had become stronger, and Ling Xiao had also become stronger. Could it be that this kid had no limit? Sha Diao, when you offended Ling Xiao, I warned you that it was best not to provoke Ling Xiao. He is a rebirth realm martial artist. Since he could reach the rebirth realm before, he can do it again. This time, he can still do it. You actually underestimated him like that. Now, do you regret it? Lin Ruoxian looked at Sha Diao and sneered coldly. Shut up. I don't believe that he can survive Akira's advanced Crimson Demon battle physique. Sha Diao roared, not only does Akira have the advanced Crimson Demon battle physique, his cultivation is also stronger than his, and he also has a high Jade grade martial skill. What does he have? How can he win? Sha Diao hated it when Lin Ruoxian spoke up for Ling Xiao. Because he liked Lin Ruoxian and wanted Lin Ruoxian. Which man could tolerate the woman he liked speaking up for another man? Moreover, this man had a grudge against him? Is that so? Anyway, I think the outcome will be decided soon. We'll know who the winner is soon. Lin Ruoxian didn't want to continue arguing with this crazy man. She looked at the screen and looked at the man she liked, Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian didn't understand how Ling Xiao became so strong. However, this was enough to prove that she had not wasted her time in helping Ling Xiao protect him for the past few days. At that time, she only did her best. As for whether she could help Ling Xiao, she didn't know. But now, she believed that her judgment was right. The man she trusted had created amazing miracles time and time again. Perhaps this is the reason why I wanted to bring him to the Eight Immortals Mountain when I first saw him. Lin Ruoxian's beautiful eyes moved, and a blush appeared on her beautiful face. This scene made Sha Diao so angry that he wanted to go up and fight with Ling Xiao. But it was useless. Because he didn't dare to go against No Light and the Knight's order to make trouble. Only Ling Xiao would dare to do such a crazy thing. Sha Diao suddenly felt that he was a little too cowardly. On the battlefield, Ling Xiao and Akira's aura rose to the peak. What Qi Ling used was naturally the advanced Crimson Demon battle physique combined with a high-tier Jade grade martial art. Ling Xiao's cultivation suddenly increased, and coupled with the domineering demonic Tyrant Blood Dragon martial soul transformation. In addition to the powerful intermediate lava battle physique. He struck the heavy sword in his hand. It seemed that he was inferior to Akira in all aspects, but in terms of aura, he didn't lose to his opponent at all. I'm really surprised that you can still maintain such a strong fighting spirit even when facing my advanced Crimson Demon battle physique. However, the more you act like this, the more valuable it is to defeat you. I know that you're a man who won't admit defeat, so the only path left for you is death. Akira condensed a powerful battle technique while looking coldly at Ling Xiao. It was as if the young man in front of him had already turned into a corpse. The terrifying combat skills she unleashed were far more powerful than the Qingyuan Flower's passionate swordsman, heartless sword. In terms of power and maturity, it was superior. Between heaven and earth, a raging fire raged. Behind Qi Ling a huge crimson demon phantom appeared. It was as if there were demons roaring in the air. The blazing demonic shadow rapidly closed in on Ling Xiao, pressing down on him with a strong and domineering aura. A high-tier Jade grade martial skill is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, you're only proficient in fire mastery, and with your current cultivation, you're completely unable to control it. Although I don't have a high-tier Jade grade martial skill, a mid-tier Jade grade martial skill is enough to deal with you. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. Facing Akira's oppressive aura, he didn't even bat an eyelid. On the heavy sword, there seemed to be a star shining continuously, and the light was getting brighter and brighter. Within the light, there was a large amount of lava energy. The same blazing light seemed to be competing with the radiance of the Crimson Demon battle physique. Ling Xiao didn't like to use cannons to kill mosquitoes. If it was a mid-tier Jade grade martial skill that could solve the problem, he definitely wouldn't use a stronger move. Because that would be a waste. Akira was indeed powerful. But the current him was also incomparably powerful. Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon martial spirit transformation, the power of the heavenly Earth Queen that was contained in every cell, coupled with this lava-filled battlefield, it was a terrifying sight. To him, it was extremely advantageous. Under such circumstances, he didn't even need to use his advanced lava battle physique. Not to mention the high-tier Jade grade martial skill. It would be better to hide it and use it to deal with Desert Cloud. Desert Cloud's strength was still slightly stronger than Akira's. If he revealed his strength too early, it would be troublesome later on. It's a pity that Ling Xiao is only a disciple of the Black Deity Mountain. It's as difficult as ascending the heavens to obtain a high-tier Jade grade martial skill. This time, I'm afraid he's doomed. Among the audience, there were people who had high expectations for Ling Xiao. After all, it wasn't easy for Ling Xiao to reach this stage. Many people hoped that he could break some traditions and defeat those high and mighty people. But seeing this, they started to worry. Dark Knight Formless, you're too stingy. No matter how poor your Black Deity Mountain is, you should be able to give Ling Xiao a high-tier Jade grade martial skill, right? No Light in the Night looked at Dark Knight Formless and smiled faintly. To be honest, I didn't expect him to reach this stage. The reason why I didn't give him a high-tier Jade grade martial skill was because I was worried that he would waste his time. Dark Knight Formless sighed and said, "It seems like I made a mistake." "Hill Master, you're worrying too much." Junior brother said that his mid-tier Jade grade martial skill could defeat Qi Ling Er. I absolutely believe him. Qi Renfeng was a straightforward person. Once he believed in someone, he would trust them completely. He might have doubted Ling Xiao's strength in the past. But today, he didn't have any doubts at all. Look at the powerful energy in his sword. It's not any weaker than Akira's high-tier Jade grade martial skill. Hearing this, the audience looked at the big screen and paid special attention to the heavy sword in Ling Xiao's hand. How did this kid train? Qi Lian, the leader of the Scarlet Deity Mountain, frowned. If Qi Renfeng could see it, so could she. At this moment, the power released by Ling Xiao's sword was no weaker than Akira's. That should be a transcendent realm martial skill. The leader of the Orange Deity Mountain said. Even if a mid-tier Jade grade martial skill was cultivated to the transcendent realm, it would at most reach the initial success level of a high-tier Jade grade martial skill. How can it be compared to mastery? The leader of the Purple Deity Mountain said unhappily. There is only one possibility. The quality of Ling Xiao's Yang Yuan force is stronger than Akira's. Dark Knight Formless said what many people thought but didn't want to say out loud. The quality of one's Yuan force was a very special thing. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be a big difference between martial artists of the same level. But there was a special kind of person. They might have mastered the essence of battle intent, they might even have mastered the power of ultimacy, their strength was much stronger than others in terms of quality. Will Akira lose? Hearing the comments of the experts, Desert Cloud started to doubt his own judgment. Qi Lian even stood up and was ready to attack. Leader Qi Lian, unless Akira admits defeat, no one is allowed to interfere in this battle. If you dare to make a move, I won't go easy on you. No Light in the Night looked at Qi Lian coldly and said. After being warned by No Light in the Night, Qi Lian's expression turned ugly. The only thing she could hope for now was that Akira wouldn't lose. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to help even if she wanted to. No Light in the Night's temper was the most evil. He didn't give face to anyone. If he really went crazy, even the 8 Immortal Mountain sect leader wouldn't be able to stop him. Qi Lian knew that her cultivation was far from No Light in the Night's. Even if she fought with her life on the line, it would be meaningless. She was an elder, but No Light in the Night was the strongest among the elders of the 8 Immortal Mountain. The difference was too obvious. Just as she was feeling extremely unreconciled, on the screen, Ling Xiao and Akira's moves seemed to have condensed to the extreme. With Akira as the center, the terrifying scarlet flames completely condensed into the appearance of an evil demon. It was incomparably huge, like a small mountain pressing down on Ling Xiao. This terrifying power made the martialists in front of the big screen feel a little breathless. I'm not as good as her. Qing Wanhua had to admit that her luck was really good. If she was in the same group as Akira, she definitely wouldn't be a match for Akira. If Ling Xiao could defeat Akira, how strong would he be? Die, Ling Xiao. This is my Scarlet Immortal Mountain's strongest technique, Scarlet Flame Demon Extermination Palm. It was the same palm technique, but it was several times stronger than the Scarlet Demon Nether Palm. When this palm was blasted out, the wind and clouds immediately changed color, and heaven and earth shook. A high-tier Jade grade martial skill was indeed worthy of its name. Moreover, it was obviously stronger than Qing Wanhua's sword technique. The power was ferocious, and it instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Along the way, the elemental creatures that couldn't escape in time were all killed by this palm. Not only that, but even the mountain peak began to crack as a result. Lava power, heavenly earth power, tyrannical blood demon dragon power, meteor sword art, starburst. In the face of such a ferocious attack, Ling Xiao's expression remained indifferent. The heavy sword in his hand pierced through the air. Looks like it's really the same sword skill as before, but it's not the same move. Is this brat really going to use a mid-tier Jade grade martial skill against a high-tier Jade grade martial skill? Is that even possible? Even after hearing Ling Xiao's words, most people still felt that Ling Xiao was bluffing. He didn't think that a mid-tier Jade grade martial skill would be a match for a high-tier Jade grade martial skill. However, in the blink of an eye, the dazzling sword light suddenly shrunk to an extreme. Then, once it was released, it would suddenly explode. The terrifying power that was released in that instant caused the entire volcanic mountain to tremble and rumble. How can it be so powerful? Is this really a mid-tier Jade grade martial skill? At this moment, even No Light in the Night was in disbelief. He looked at Dark Knight Formless and said, "When did you secretly teach Ling Xiao such a martial skill? It's not a high-tier martial skill, but it's better than a high-tier martial skill. This kind of power is simply too strong. Luckily, his cultivation is not high. Otherwise, even I would feel threatened." Dark Knight Formless sighed and felt a little ashamed. Ling Xiao's martial skills were all self-taught. He didn't teach them. However, at this moment, he was focused on the battle in front of him and didn't explain. The exploding stellar sword chi instantly collided with the powerful red flame demon exterminating Palm's palm wind. After a short moment of confrontation, the huge palm wind condensed into a demon was actually torn into pieces by the terrifying sword light. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, the sword chi pierced through the palm wind and directly pierced towards Akira. Akira didn't even have time to be surprised before the overbearing sword chi pierced through her red scales. Then, it exploded again. No! She let out a terrified scream as her body flew out like a kite with a broken string, falling directly into the boiling lava. At this moment, she couldn't do anything. That terrifying sword chi made her unable to take care of herself. Her body seemed to be out of her control, like a stiff puppet. Ah! After losing the protection of the large amount of red demon scales, Akira's body was severely burned when she fell into the lava. She let out a shrill scream that she had never let out before. Perhaps no one in Ada Mortal Mountain had ever heard such a miserable scream from Akira. There was no blood because the blood had been burned clean. There was only Akira's desperate and hysterical scream. "Ling Er! Junior sister Ling Er! Young miss!" The people of Scarlet Immortal Mountain panicked. At this moment, Red Viper completely forgot about No Light in the Night's warning. Her figure flashed and she rushed towards the volcanic mountain peak at an extremely fast speed. She couldn't use the teleportation array and could only rely on her movement technique. However, her speed was really as fast as lightning. She was even several times faster than Ling Xiao, who was known for his movement technique. "Thief Ling Xiao, I'm going to tear you into pieces." She absolutely couldn't forgive Ling Xiao. This person killed her youngest daughter, Qi Yan'er. Now, he was going to kill her eldest daughter, Akira. How could she not be angry? However, at this moment, a black ray of light flew over. Red Viper didn't even see what the light was before her body was directly knocked to the ground and she spat out blood. "Do you think my words are nonsense? I've already warned you not to make a move." The person who made the move was naturally No Light in the Night. He didn't even leave his seat, but he easily injured Red Viper. This level of strength shocked everyone present. "Elder Yuan, what are you doing? My daughter's life is in danger. Why don't you let me save her?" Red Viper roared angrily. At this moment, she had already lost her mind. No matter who the other party was, no matter how powerful the other party was, she couldn't stay calm. After all, the one in danger was her daughter. "Have you forgotten the rules of the duel in Celestial Demon Peak so quickly?" No Light in the Night said indifferently, "Let her admit defeat. You don't have to do anything. I'll save her myself, otherwise, if she's not unconscious, this battle will continue. If she's not unconscious or doesn't admit defeat, and I judge her defeat, will you be satisfied?" Although no light in the night's words were ruthless and cold, they were the truth. Although Akira was badly burned, she wasn't unconscious. She had the ability to admit defeat. At this moment, the duel wasn't over yet. Red Viper was stunned for a moment, then looked at the big screen and roared through her soul, "Admit defeat. Quickly admit defeat, Ling-er. Where there's life, there's hope." She didn't dare to disobey no light in the night, but her eyes were filled with murderous hatred when she looked at Ling Xiao. Whether Akira lived or died this time, she couldn't let Ling Xiao go. She wanted Ling Xiao to die without a burial place. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. If Akira didn't admit defeat, what would Ling Xiao do? Would he continue to attack? After all, Akira was almost unable to fight anymore. If he attacked now, it would seem like he was taking advantage of her. Some people who cared about their reputation wouldn't do that. To Ling Xiao, Akira was the one who wanted him dead. How could he be merciful to him, taking advantage of him? What a joke. If he was the one on the ground, he was sure that Akira would kill him mercilessly. He was not a kind person, so when he did this kind of thing, he would not be soft-hearted at all. Damn that Ling Xiao, I'll kill him. I'll kill him. How dare he treat my junior sister like this? I'll make him beg for death. Desert Cloud was enraged to the extreme. He was Qi Ling-er's senior and junior sister, but there were some unexplainable special feelings mixed in their relationship. Although neither of them admitted it. However, when he saw how badly Qi Ling-er had been beaten up by Ling Xiao, he was infuriated. Scarlet Lotus Mountain Master, I'll kill Ling Xiao. If he doesn't die this time, he won't be able to survive for long in the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. Sand Eagle looked at Ling Xiao coldly. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of panic. Ling Xiao really defeated Akira. And it was an overwhelming advantage. If he could not kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible, he would not have another chance in the future. This kid would definitely ride on his head. He absolutely could not tolerate that kind of thing. Anyway, even if Ling Xiao survived Desert Cloud, he would still enter the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. In the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao not only offended him, but also the genius Mo Feiyu. Mo Feiyu's days of confinement were coming to an end. Once he was released, he would not let Ling Xiao go. It would be easy to find a reason to kill Ling Xiao in the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. Young master, I'm afraid it's not your turn. I'll take care of Ling Xiao for you. Desert Cloud was shocked that Ling Xiao could defeat Akira. But he believed that this was Ling Xiao's strongest ability. And he was definitely stronger than Akira. So Ling Xiao was still not his match. And if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, this was his last chance. If he failed this time, he would not have another chance in the future. Okay, I'll leave it to you. But this kid is a bit strange. Don't underestimate him. Sand Eagle reminded him. Don't worry, young master. I admit that he's talented and his improvement is crazy. But it's impossible for him to surpass him, at least, not now. I won't let this chance go. Desert Cloud gritted his teeth and looked at Ling Xiao. For Qi Ling-er and for himself, he had to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, with Ling Xiao's vengeful personality, he would not let him go. Desert Cloud had a strong worry, so he had to nip this worry in the bud. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. Be happy for now. Soon, I'll make you fall to the ground in front of so many people. Desert Cloud gritted his teeth and did not say anything. Instead, he looked coldly at Ling Xiao. In this battle, he believed that Ling Xiao had already used everything that he had changed. This information was very important to him. On the other side, Tian Renfeng, Qing Feiying, Lin Yang, and Qing Wan Flower were all stunned. Even Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord, Yi Wuxing, was stunned. Although they all supported Ling Xiao and believed in Ling Xiao. But when Ling Xiao really defeated Akira, they felt like they were dreaming. On the battlefield, Ling Xiao did not give Akira a chance to admit defeat. He did not need a slave. What he wanted was a dead enemy. Keeping Akira alive would only bring him endless trouble, so Akira had to die. Ling Xiao, you bastard. Lord Grand Elder, he did not give Ling-er a chance to admit defeat. Red Viper looked at No Light in the Night and roared. No Light in the Night also frowned. Akira was a genius, after all. His original plan was to have Akira admit defeat and become Ling Xiao's slave. As long as Akira did not die, he could still serve Eight Immortals Mountain. But now, it seemed that Ling Xiao did not give Akira a chance to admit defeat. He wanted to kill Akira. Ling Xiao, that's enough. We're all from the same sect. There's no need to fight to the death. No Light in the Night did not want to offend Red Viper too much. After all, Red Viper was a member of the Sand Tribe. Offending her was the same as offending the Sand Tribe. The Dark Tribe was strong, but there was no need to create such a powerful enemy for Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao did not seem to hear him. He continued to attack Akira like a madman. Akira had used all of his elemental energy to defend himself. He was like a punching bag. Such a defense was strong for a short period of time. But he would not be able to hold out for long. Ling Xiao, do you dare disobey Grand Elder's words? Red Viper roared. At this moment, Ling Xiao turned to look at Crimson Drill, then at Dark Knight Wukong, and said, Elder, the other party hasn't admitted defeat, nor has he fainted. According to the rules, I haven't won yet. If I stop now, who can guarantee that these shameless bastards won't go back on their word? It's not like this is the first time they've done something like this anyway. Being shameless has long become a habit for them. Don't worry. With me here, they won't dare go back on their word. Otherwise, I'll kill them for you. No Light in the Night said calmly. All right. In that case, this junior will give Grand Elder some face. Ling Xiao did this to make No Light in the Night owe him a favor. He wanted to make No Light in the Night feel indebted to him. This way, no matter what happened in the future, No Light in the Night would be biased toward him. In fact, he had already missed the chance to kill Akira when No Light in the Night spoke. If No Light in the Night wanted to save someone, there was nothing he could do. Very good. You're not bad, kid. No Light in the Night nodded and sat down. He was very satisfied that Ling Xiao gave him face. After all, with Ling Xiao's temper, he wouldn't give face to anyone. However, the moment he sat down, Akira's mottled body suddenly stood up from the magma. Even though a large part of her body was burned, Akira had no intention of admitting defeat. She even condensed a powerful move from behind, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. Naturally, Ling Xiao had already noticed this. However, he didn't move. He only sneered in his heart. This Akira is a classic example of courting death. I was already planning to spare you. But you're courting death. He didn't move, but No Light in the Night moved. In an instant, he went from the courtyard to the battlefield and fiercely pressed his palm on Akira's forehead. Akira died on the spot. A powerful being was indeed a powerful being. The strength of his attacks was something that even Ling Xiao was somewhat taken aback by. I pleaded for mercy on your behalf, and he has already spared you. However, since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. No Light in the Night threw Akira's body into the terrifying magma. Akira's lifeless body was instantly turned into charcoal. No. No. Don't. Qi Lian let out a hoarse roar that was filled with grief and grief. It's not that I want to kill her. She doesn't know how to respect herself. No Light in the Night looked at Qi Lian coldly and returned to his seat. Then, he announced, Ling Xiao wins this match. After hearing No Light in the Night's announcement, Ling Xiao also left the battlefield. Ling Xiao. Remember this. The elders can help you now, but they can't help you forever. Today, you killed my daughter. I, Qi Lian, will not live under the same sky as you. Qi Lian glared at Ling Xiao. She could not afford to offend No Light in the Night, so she vented her endless hatred on Ling Xiao. She was the mountain master of Scarlet Fairy Mountain, the daughter-in-law of the Sand Tribe, and an elder of Eight Immortal Mountain. In the entire Eight Immortal Mountain, there were very few people who dared to not give her face. Even the sect leader had to give her some face. However, No Light in the Night was one of those people who did not give her face. Today, there was another Ling Xiao. Humph, the mountain master of Scarlet Fairy Mountain is so impressive. I'm afraid this is not the first time you've threatened me, right? However, if you want to scare me, you're still lacking. I, Ling Xiao, am righteous. Akira's death was her own fault. I had already let her go, but she attacked me from behind. Are all members of the Qi family as shameless and despicable as you? Ling Xiao was not afraid of Qi Lian. He had never been afraid from the beginning. Even without dark night formless and no light in the night protecting him, he was still not afraid of Qi Lian. Back when he stole the thunder elemental jades from Scarlet Fairy Mountain, he did not know no light in the night. At that time, Dark Night Formless did not trust him as much as she did now. Now that he had a helper, why should he be afraid of Qi Lian? Moreover, Qi Lian's cultivation was not much stronger than his. He would soon surpass this woman. If this woman was as ignorant and reckless as her daughters, then she would definitely not be merciful. She would kill those who deserved to be killed. Hearing Ling Zhao's impassioned speech, the crowd's emotions were truly complicated. Some people secretly cursed Ling Xiao for being reckless. Some people secretly praised Ling Zhao's audacity, not even putting Qi Lian in his eyes. However, if this continued, with Qi Lian's personality and the Sand Race's way of doing things, even if Ling Xiao entered the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, would he still be able to survive? Little thief, you can still talk big now, but I guarantee that you will soon accompany Ling and Yan. You will be a slave to my 2 daughters for the rest of your life in the netherworld. After saying that, Qi Lian no longer looked at Ling Xiao. Instead, she glared fiercely at No Light in the Night and said, "No Light in the Night, very good. You relied on your status as a founding elder to participate in the 8 Immortal Mountains assessment for no reason. Don't you care about my Scarlet Fairy Mountain and my husband's family at all? Don't forget, although my husband died a long time ago, my 2 daughters, strictly speaking, are still people of the Sand Clan. You may not be afraid of my Scarlet Fairy Mountain, but are you not afraid of the Sand Race?" For the current Qi Lian, there was nothing to be afraid of. She even began to threaten No Light in the Night. "Are you threatening me?" No Light in the Night narrowed his eyes, and the cold aura on his body began to rise. Qi Lian gulped, frightened by No Light in the Night's terrifying aura. She sobered up a little. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. She suppressed her fear and said, "I dare not threaten Founding Elder, but I hope Founding Elder can promise me one thing." "Oh? What should I promise you?" No Light in the Night asked with a half-smile. "Let me kill Ling Xiao. Not only will I not hold a grudge against Founding Elder, but I will also be deeply grateful to you." Qi Lian clenched her teeth and mustered up her courage. "And if I don't agree?" No Light in the Night sneered. "You want to threaten me with the Sand Race? Have you forgotten who I am, Qi Lian? Let me tell you clearly that the 8 Immortal Mountains assessment is a matter of the Dark Race. I set the rules, and that is the law, no one can change it. Not to mention a mere Qi Lian, even if the Sand Race's patriarch came, it would be the same. If you dare talk nonsense again, I will kill you as well." You've gone too far." Qi Lian was infuriated. "So what if I've gone too far? What can you do to me? Besides, I killed Akira. Why do you have to blame Ling Xiao for it? Are you afraid of me? If you want revenge, it's easy. I'm right here. You can find anyone to deal with me. As long as they can kill me, No Light in the Night, will admit that I'm unlucky." No Light in the Night said coldly. Not only was his tone cold, but it was also full of mockery. "No Light in the Night, you're so mighty. Are you trying to bully my Sand Race?" At this moment, a domineering voice came from afar. A moment later, the owner of this voice arrived at the courtyard, followed by a group of Sand Race martial artists. This group of Sand Race martial artists were all extremely powerful. And the one leading them was actually Sha Hai and Sha Dia's father, Sha Lin. Since the day Sha Hai died, Sha Lin had been looking for an opportunity. He wanted to find a legitimate reason to kill Ling Xiao. If that was the case, the competitors of the Sand Race would have nothing to say. Today, when he saw this scene on the live broadcast of 8 Immortal Mountain, he knew that his chance had come. Sha Lin. No Light in the Night looked at the person who came and frowned slightly. "Big brother, I beg you to help me. That kid, Ling Xiao, that kid killed Yan. This time, he killed Ling. He killed 2 of my daughters." When Qi Lian saw Sha Lin, she seemed to have found her savior. She cried and knelt down. "Get up, sister-in-law. Although my brother died young, since you're a member of my Sand Race, I won't let anyone bully you." Sha Lin helped Qi Lian up. His attitude was ambiguous no matter how one looked at it. Qi Lian's pretty face turned slightly red. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that there was something fishy going on between these two. However, they were strong and powerful, so no one dared to say anything. Thank you, big brother, for upholding justice. Qi Lian stood up and looked at Ling Xiao. I don't have any requests. I just want Ling Xiao to die early and avenge Yan and Ling Er. Xiaolin nodded and said, ever since this kid joined Eight Immortal Mountain, he has been committing crimes and killing. Several genius disciples of Eight Immortal Mountain have been killed by him. Therefore, I even suspect that he may be a spy sent by the Tianfeng group to deliberately harm our Eight Immortal Mountain. Don't worry, with me here, this kid will die. What big words. Today, with me, no light in the night, here, let's see who can touch Ling Xiao. No light in the night was not deliberately protecting Ling Xiao. However, after Xiaolin arrived, he did not put him in his eyes and only cared about talking to Qi Lian. No light in the night was displeased by Sarlin's nonchalant behavior. The Dark Ones were supposed to be in charge of this test. No one else had the right to interfere. Even if he killed Qi Lian, the Sand Clan couldn't do anything to him, let alone killing Akira. However, Sarlin dared to say that he would kill Ling Xiao in front of him. Even if it was just for his reputation, he couldn't tolerate it. You're not going to give me face? Sarlin frowned and looked coldly at No Light in the Night. Give you face? Who's giving me face? No Light in the Night said coldly. Looks like you're really going to make a move today. Listen up, this is a small misunderstanding between the Sand Clan and the Dark Ones. Don't make a move, or don't blame us for being rude in the future. Sarlin suddenly raised his voice. Of the 8 lords, only the Lord of Black Fairy Mountain frowned. The others didn't dare to interfere. There were even some people who were gloating over this. Very well. Sister-in-law, I'll leave Ling Xiao to you. No light in the night, I'll stop him. Sarlin said lightly. Understood, brother. Qi Lian was very excited. She knew that Sarlin wasn't a match for No Light in the Night, but the difference between them wasn't that big. Even if No Light in the Night wanted to defeat Sarlin, it would take some time. During this time, she was confident that she could kill Ling Xiao. Okay, let's do it. Sarlin said and pounced on No Light in the Night. Qi Lian, on the other hand, went for Ling Xiao. However, they seemed to have forgotten about one person. Dark Knight Formless. When Sarlin started fighting No Light in the Night, Dark Knight Formless appeared in front of Qi Lian. Get lost. I don't want to hurt you because you just lost your daughter. But don't force me. Dark Knight Formless looked coldly at Qi Lian. His powerful strength was obvious. Dark Knight Formless, you actually dare to go against our sand race? Have you forgotten how your son died? Qi Lian said furiously. The opportunity to kill Ling Xiao had clearly arrived. In the end, she was blocked by the Dark Knight. How could she endure this? Boom! Black Knight Formless suddenly struck out with a palm, sending Crimson Drill flying. I hate it when people use my son's death to humiliate me. You are courting death. Ha 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 ha, Dark Knight Formless. Today, you and I will fight these 2 shameless sand race bastards. How dare they cause trouble during the Dark Race's recruitment? I don't care who he is, he must be taught a lesson today. No Light in the Night was filled with pride when he saw Dark Knight making a move. His hand movements suddenly sped up, and Saren was unable to resist for a moment. My strength is said to be the second in the 8 Immortals County. Do you really think it's a joke? You, Xiaolin, are not bad, but you are still far from me. You should ask your patriarch to come here. Get lost. After a dozen moves, No Light in the Night suddenly kicked Xiaolin away. At this time, Crimson Drill was also lying on the ground, apparently severely injured. Xiaolin Feng had come in a dignified manner, looking very domineering. However, after a dozen moves, he was lying on the ground. It had to be said that this was a little embarrassing. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, stood there from the beginning to the end. Not even a single hair on his body was harmed. He watched the fight between these big shots coldly. At this time, he knew very well that if he did not have strength, his fate would be in the hands of others. If No Light in the Night refused to help him today, he could only run away. Since Dark Knight Formless did not have the will to fight, he could only run away. Therefore, strength was really important. In order to obtain more strength, the first step was to enter the Eight Immortals Mountain. All the disciples of the Eight Immortals Mountain were qualified to obtain high-tier Jade martial arts. Although there were good and bad Jade grade high-tier martial arts, the worst Jade grade high-tier martial arts were still stronger than the best Jade grade mid-tier martial arts. This was the biggest advantage of being a disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain. No light in the night, just you wait. One day, you will regret what you did today. And you, Dark Knight Formless, if the sand race can kill one of your sons, we can kill even more of your family. Finally, Ling Xiao, listen up. Even if you enter the Eight Immortals Mountain and offend the sand race, do you think you will have a good ending? I will play you to death. Crimson Drill, let's go. After being defeated by No Light in the Night, Shaolin did not have the face to continue staying here. Right now, he had really lost too much face. He was defeated in front of all the martial artists of the Eight Immortals Mountain. Therefore, this grudge was completely formed. Crimson Drill wanted revenge. But Shaolin was defeated. What could she do? She could only hope that Desert Cloud would be able to kill Ling Xiao. If Desert Cloud could not kill Ling Xiao, then she could only rely on the sand race. Therefore, she had to listen to Shaolin. She had made up her mind. No matter what excessive request Shaolin had in the future, she would agree to it. Because she had no other choice. Her 2 daughters had been killed. Even if she had to sell her body, she would kill Ling Xiao. No Light in the Night laughed. Shaolin, I will wait for your revenge. I hope the sand race will not be muddle-headed. Otherwise, the dark race will not show mercy. After saying this, he looked at the crowd and said, at this point, the final 4 people have been decided. Group 1, Ling Xiao. Group 2, Desert Cloud. Group 3, Lin Yang. Group 4, Qingwan Flower. Among the 4 of you, 3 of you will become disciples of the Eight Immortals Mountain. The following battles will be according to the rules. The winner of the first group will fight against the winner of the fourth group. The winner of the second group will fight against the winner of the third group. In other words, Ling Xiao will fight against the Qingwan Flower, and Desert Cloud will fight against Lin Yang. The winners of these 2 battles will directly advance to the Eight Immortals Mountain. Then, the third and fourth will fight. The third will also advance to the Eight Immortals Mountain. Is everyone clear? At this point in the battle, no one dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. He and Desert Cloud were the most popular seeds. Therefore, such a grouping was actually very reasonable. No one felt that there was anything wrong with it. However, Desert Cloud stood up and said, Elder, I have a request. I hope you can agree to it. Speak. No Light in the Night said coldly. Desert Cloud swallowed his saliva. He seemed a little scared, but he still said, I want to fight against Ling Xiao directly. There was nothing strange about his choice. For Desert Cloud, this might be the best chance for him to defeat Ling Xiao. If he missed this chance, he might not be able to defeat Ling Xiao again. Desert Cloud had a very strong feeling about this. Therefore, he definitely could not let go of this opportunity. If Ling Xiao defeated the Qingwan Flower, he would advance directly. He would not have the chance to fight against Ling Xiao again. In terms of talent, he already knew that he was not as good as Ling Xiao. He was stronger than Ling Xiao in terms of his current strength. Ling Xiao, what do you think? In the final showdown between the 4 players, Dark Knight also wanted to see a more exciting conversation between the strong. It would be a pity if he couldn't see the battle between Desert Cloud and Ling Xiao. However, No Light in the Night was a man who abided by the rules. The rules that he set naturally couldn't be violated. If he wanted to let Desert Cloud and Ling Xiao fight, he needed both of them to agree. Now that Desert Cloud had made such a request, as long as Ling Xiao agreed, there wouldn't be a problem. On the other hand, if Ling Xiao didn't agree, then there would be no point in talking about this battle. Ling Xiao, don't agree. Your priority now is to advance to the Eight Immortal Mountain. You'll have a better chance if you fight with me. Qingwan Flower said hurriedly. That's right, boss. As long as you defeat Lady Qing, you'll advance. There's no need to face Desert Cloud. In Lin Yang's opinion, Ling Xiao's best choice was to refuse. If he didn't agree, No Light in the Night wouldn't force him. Desert Cloud could only be anxious. I don't want to be the only one to advance. I want all three of us to advance. Ling Xiao sneered. Desert Cloud wants to fight with me because he wants to kill me. If he wants to kill me, I'll kill him. As long as he's dead, the three of us will advance. That's the perfect ending. But boss, this is a huge risk. Desert Cloud isn't Akira. He's much stronger. Lin Yang frowned. Although Ling Xiao's idea was very attractive, he didn't want to put Ling Xiao in danger because of him. I don't agree either. There's obviously a safer way to advance. Why do we have to choose the harder one? Qingwan Flower had the same opinion. In the end, you two don't trust me? Ling Xiao smiled and raised his hand. Elder, I agree to duel with Desert Cloud. Are you sure? No Light in the Night asked with a smile. Of course I'm sure. Ling Xiao nodded. He's crazy. He must be out of his mind. It would be easier to defeat Qingwan. Given his relationship with Qingwan, Qingwan might even admit defeat. That way, he would be able to advance without shedding a drop of blood. This method is purely idiotic. That's right, he's an idiot. The neutrals all felt that Ling Xiao was crazy. His choice was purely to increase the difficulty for himself. Desert Cloud was even more excited. Originally, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to agree to his request. After all, as long as it was a rational person, they wouldn't choose to be his enemy. Among the remaining four, he was considered the strongest. The others couldn't wait to avoid him, but Ling Xiao actually agreed? Ling Xiao, you have to think carefully. Increasing the difficulty of your advancement for no reason is a very unwise choice. Dark Knight Formless couldn't understand Ling Xiao's actions. Hill Lord, please have some confidence in me. It's just Desert Cloud, not Crimson Viper. Do you think I'm not his match? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Dark Knight Formless sighed. He knew that once Ling Xiao made a decision, no one could change it. Moreover, he hadn't helped Ling Xiao much. At this time, he really didn't have the face to criticize Ling Xiao. Alright, since both of you agree, let's make some adjustments to the battle. Ling Xiao vs Desert Cloud, Lin Yang vs Qingwan Flower. The first battle will be between Lin Yang and Qingwan Flower. No Light in the Night announced. No need to go through so much trouble, Senior Doyen. Let me fight Ling Xiao. I request a battle to the death, fight to the death. Desert Cloud suddenly said, no matter who dies, the remaining three will advance directly. Those two won't have to waste time fighting. Battle to the death? No Light in the Night frowned and said, you have to think carefully. Just now, Akira lost his life because of a boring bet. Do you want to die too? Senior Doyen, I won't die because I'm stronger than Ling Xiao. Let's see if he dares to accept. Desert Cloud looked at Ling Xiao provocatively. He knew that as long as Ling Xiao agreed to the battle to the death, No Light in the Night would definitely not stop it. Who's afraid of who? If it's a battle to the death, then so be it. It'll save us some trouble. Ling Xiao actually hoped that he would fight Desert Cloud first. That way, Qingwan Flower and Lin Yang would not have to fight each other. Of those two, one was his good brother's woman, and the other was his brother. No matter who was eliminated, or who was injured, he would not feel good. Only if he killed Desert Cloud, or beat Desert Cloud until he couldn't continue fighting, could he avoid such a situation. Boss, you're too impulsive. That brat clearly wants to kill you on purpose. Lin Yang said anxiously. Of course I know he wants to kill me on purpose, but so what? Akira also wants to kill me, and what happened? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, although you're my good brother, you really don't understand me. I didn't even do anything to fight Akira. I'll show you what I'm made of. I'll show you what it means to be the true #1 genius of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Desert Cloud is no longer in my eyes. Hearing Ling Xiao's domineering words, Lin Yang had a lot of things to say, but he couldn't say them. Qingwan Flower also wanted to say a few words, but at this time, she also shut her mouth. Ling Xiao's confident look made her unable to think of a reason why Ling Xiao would lose. Desert Cloud, Akira was just defeated by me, and the experts of the Sand Race have come out. If you die, I'm afraid the entire Sand Race will come out. In order to avoid trouble, can we make an oath in front of everyone? Ling Xiao looked at Desert Cloud and said. What oath? No matter who dies today, each other's relatives are not to cause trouble. Otherwise, we'll automatically withdraw from the Eight Immortal Mountain. How about it? Ling Xiao said loudly. Okay. Desert Cloud had seen Ling Xiao fight before, so he was confident that he wouldn't lose. Since he couldn't lose, any bet was meaningless to him. The two of them swore to the big screen. This was heard and seen by the entire Eight Immortal Mountain. No matter how shameless the sand race was, they wouldn't dare act rashly. After all, the Eight Immortal Mountain didn't belong to the sand race alone. Are you done talking? If you are, you can go to the battlefield. No Light in the Night was looking forward to the real battle between the strong. The battle between Ling Xiao and Desert Cloud would let him truly understand the extent of Ling Xiao's potential. If the dark race wanted to recruit, they would definitely recruit the best. Here, he naturally supported Ling Xiao. After all, even if Desert Cloud advanced, he would still belong to the sand race, not the dark race. But if Ling Xiao didn't have the ability and died at the hands of Desert Cloud, he wouldn't feel sad. He would only feel it was a pity. Ling Xiao and Desert Cloud had made a life and death contract. This was made in front of everyone in the Eight Immortals Mountain, and no one could deny it. In other words, although Qingwan Flower and Lin Yang had yet to fight, the battle between Ling Xiao and Desert Cloud was the last one. No matter what the result of their battle was, Qingwan Flower and Lin Yang would be able to advance directly. But at this time, the two of them were not happy at all. Their advancement was achieved by Ling Xiao's risk. Unless Ling Xiao defeated Desert Cloud, how could they be happy? The battlefield of this final battle was chosen to be the Nether Peak. On the Nether Peak, there were Nether Wolves, Heavenly Demon Spiders, Nether Heavenly Demons, and other terrifying creatures. Moreover, the place was full of yin qi, and cold qi entered one's body. If one was not careful, one could be controlled by the Nether Heavenly Demons floating in the void, and become a walking corpse. In such a battlefield, Ling Xiao and Desert Cloud would not only have to face their opponents, but also those terrifying creatures. At least, that was what everyone thought at the beginning. Watching the two of them step onto the battlefield, everyone's emotions were a little complicated. Desert Cloud was known as the #1 genius of the lower Eight Immortals Mountain. No one thought that he would fight with Ling Xiao in the second round. Because he was too strong. And Ling Xiao was too weak. And Ling Xiao, who was thought to be the weakest and most likely to be eliminated, had stubbornly made it to the end. He became the darkest dark horse. He had just defeated Akira. Now he had to face Desert Cloud. The two geniuses of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain were going to fight with him, and both wanted to kill him. If he could survive under such circumstances, it would be too inconceivable. Even now, Ling Xiao's strength had been recognized by countless people. However, most people still didn't think that he could defeat Desert Cloud. In terms of cultivation, Desert Cloud was at the pinnacle of the third level of hell. Although he was not a reincarnation warrior, his cultivation was much higher than Ling Xiao's. The cultivation that Ling Xiao displayed was merely at the middle stage of the first transformation's second level of hell. Although Ling Xiao had the intermediate lava combat body, the Desert Cloud had the sand martial soul, which was even more terrifying than the advanced combat body. This was the sand race's unique martial soul. Attack and defense were in perfect harmony. Once it was activated, it would be more powerful than regular advanced constitutions. In terms of martial skills, Desert Cloud definitely knew high-tier Jade-grade martial arts. But Ling Xiao, from the situation when he fought against Akira, he only knew a mid-tier Jade-grade martial skill. No matter how strong a mid-tier Jade-grade martial skill was, it was impossible to compare with a high-tier Jade-grade martial skill. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, Ling Xiao was no match for Desert Cloud. If there was something that Ling Xiao was worth looking forward to, it would be his identity as a reincarnation warrior. After all, martial artists who had entered the reincarnation realm had more combat experience than martial artists. Other than that, he had no other advantages. No matter how much experience he had, it couldn't make up for the difference in strength. Could Ling Xiao really be a match for Desert Cloud? Everyone had the same question. No Light in the Night was no exception. He agreed to the life and death battle between Ling Xiao and Desert Cloud because he wanted to see how far Ling Xiao could go. On the battlefield, the Nether Wolves were in packs. The heavenly demon spiders were waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The nether demons floated in the sky, ready to take over the warrior's body when he was weak. Such a battlefield made Qingwanhua and Lin Yang frown. Because if it were them, they wouldn't be able to survive if they encountered these powerful creatures, let alone fight each other. Qingwanhua had tasted the heavenly demon spider's poison. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao refining pills to expel the poison, she would probably be dead by now. But now, not only were there heavenly demon spiders, but there were also nether wolves and the even more terrifying nether demons. How could they fight? Everyone had the same question. However, the two people on the battlefield seemed to turn a deaf ear to everything around them. It was as if those terrifying creatures didn't exist to them. They just looked at each other. In their eyes, there was only one opponent. This is the difference. We are really no match for them. Qingwanhua sighed and said, if not for Ling Xiao agreeing to the life and death battle with Desert Cloud, with your strength, you wouldn't be able to take more than 10 moves from Desert Cloud. Is Desert Cloud really that powerful? Lin Yang was not convinced. Let's see. Qingwanhua knew that Lin Yang had just obtained the ability to transform into a heavenly demon spider. His strength had increased greatly, so it was normal for him to be arrogant. But whether what she said was true or not, this battle would soon tell them. Let's fight. In a life and death battle, Ling Xiao and Desert Cloud had nothing to say. Desert Cloud instantly released his powerful sand martial soul. The sand surrounding his body was like a protective layer with life. Not only could it attack, but it could also easily block other people's attacks. His powerful aura scared the surrounding nether wolves, causing them to flee in all directions. They didn't even have the courage to attack. The number one genius of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. You really live up to your name. Unfortunately, you are still a disciple of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. You will be for life. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Desert Cloud and quickly entered the demonic blood dragon martial soul transformation. At the same time, the intermediate lava battle body and intermediate lightning battle body were released. The boiling lava and terrifying lightning blended together, making Ling Xiao a terrifying existence in the eyes of the nether wolves. The few nether wolves near Ling Xiao were killed on the spot. The rest fled in all directions. Seeing this scene, the audience couldn't help but be surprised. Desert Cloud is powerful. It's normal that he can scare away the nether wolves. But what does Ling Xiao have to do that? Could it be that he didn't use his full strength when he was fighting against Akira? That should be it. When he was fighting against Akira, I didn't see him use the lightning battle body. This kid actually has 2 intermediate battle bodies. Even in the history of our 8 Immortal Mountain, there has never been such a person. This time, even the experts who looked down on Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise Ling Xiao. 2 intermediate battle bodies. Not bad. You have indeed hidden some of your strength. But if you want to scare me with just this, you are too naive. On Desert Cloud's body, the wind was raging, and the chaotic sand was completely wrapped around him. Any creature that came into contact with the sand was completely sucked dry on the spot and turned into a dried corpse. At this time, not only the nether wolves, but even the heavenly demon spiders didn't dare to approach this terrifying sandstorm. Desert Cloud fully displayed his strength. You are indeed stronger than Akira. But to make such a stupid request like signing a life and death contract, you are as stupid as Akira. Ling Xiao said coldly. Bullshit. Let's see if you can still be so glib after I kill you. With a roar, Desert Cloud stepped forward with his right leg. The powerful momentum of Desert Cloud's attack was like a mountain collapsing, causing the entire netherworld peak to tremble under the terrifying power. Dual intermediate physique, to put it bluntly, it's still an intermediate physique, it's meaningless, facing my sand martial spirit. What ability do you have to survive? Storm Quicksand Spear. Kill, kill, kill. Desert Cloud's attack was not only powerful, but his momentum was also equally powerful. In the past, there was still Xianxia suppressing him, so he was more restrained. Since Xianxia was killed by Ling Xiao, Desert Cloud had no one in 8 Immortal Mountain that could suppress him. Whether it was strength or influence, he was a high and mighty existence. Therefore, his martial arts were also inclined towards tyrannical and violent. This Storm Quicksand Spear did not look fancy, but that kind of terrifying power that pressed forward courageously made people unable to help but tremble with fear. You'd better use a high-level martial skill. No one can be stronger than me in a middle-level martial skill. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the storm quicksand spear and pushed it out. Star burst. This was the move that defeated Akira. Its power could not be said to be weak. Desert Cloud storm quicksand spear was shattered by this violent star burst power. Then, this exploding sword light continued to move forward, stabbing towards Desert Cloud's body. Desert Cloud slightly frowned, but did not dodge at all. When Ling Xiao's sword light was about to hit him, the dragon-like sand that wrapped around his body suddenly appeared. It actually easily blocked the sword light and shattered it. The scattered energy killed several heavenly devil spiders that tried to sneak attack the two on the spot. Interesting attack. This is the attack you used to defeat junior sister Ling Er. It's a pity that you can use this move to deal with her, but against me, it's still far from enough. After saying this, Desert Cloud once again condensed powerful energy, attempting to launch a stronger attack. Just now, it was just a test. He wanted to know Ling Xiao's true level. From his point of view, Ling Xiao had to use all of his strength for an ordinary attack. This was clearly a far cry from his own strength. However, just as he was about to attack Ling Xiao, a group of heavenly devil spiders surrounded him and attacked him. Not good. Be careful of Ling Xiao taking advantage of the situation. Sand Eagle cried out in alarm. However, Ling Xiao just stood there, indifferently watching this scene, without any intention of making a move. Holy shit, boss is being too open and aboveboard. If it were me, I would definitely have launched a sneak attack. Lin Yang could not help but smile bitterly when he saw that Ling Xiao did not attack Desert Cloud. That's the difference between you and him. He's too strong. He knows that he can defeat Sha Diyun, so he doesn't need to launch a sneak attack. Even if the sneak attack succeeds, he won't feel comfortable. Moreover, do you really think that a mere dozen heavenly demon spiders can affect the Desert Cloud? Dark Knight Formless watched this scene calmly and said to Lin Yang. Although Lin Yang was not a disciple of the Black Deity Mountain, he was much closer to him than he was to the Purple Deity Mountain Master. There were some things that needed to be said, so that Lin Yang would not be at a disadvantage if he encountered such a situation in the future. In the blink of an eye, the Desert Cloud did not move at all. The heavenly demon spiders that were besieging him were suddenly grabbed by a dozen giant hands made of sand that flew up from the ground. In just a moment, they were turned into dried corpses. Those things that were a great threat to the Qinghuan flower were obviously insignificant to the Desert Cloud. Too strong. The Desert Cloud is really too strong. The Qinghuan flower was getting more and more worried. Could Ling Xiao really defeat such a powerful Desert Cloud? Hypocrite. If you had attacked just now, I would have thought that you were a straightforward person, but now, I only find you disgusting. The Desert Cloud looked at Ling Xiao and scolded him. Hee, you think I didn't attack you because I was being kind? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, you're wrong. I don't need a few insects to kill you. You think too highly of yourself. Insolent. I'll kill you now. Let's see what you have to say. The sand of the Desert Cloud was stained with blood and seemed to become more violent. At the same time, Ling Xiao was also facing trouble. Another group of heavenly devil spiders attacked him from behind. Seeing this, the Desert Cloud sneered and did not stop. Instead, he strengthened his attack. I'll let you see my perfect mid-tier jade martial skill, Quicksand Raging Flame Spear. The storm, like a burning fire, rushed towards Ling Xiao. The flames tore through the void. While Ling Xiao was dealing with the heavenly devil spiders, the storm wanted to kill Ling Xiao. This move was obviously more powerful than the one Desert Cloud had used before. It was probably the strongest mid-tier jade martial skill that the Desert Cloud had. This guy was arrogant. He thought that he did not need to use a high-tier jade martial skill to deal with Ling Xiao. So, he had been using a mid-tier jade martial skill from the beginning to the end. Only by killing Ling Xiao like this would he feel more glorious and satisfied. Shamelessness is a common trait of the sand race. Ling Xiao sneered and said, you sand race people are only fit to be with animals, but unfortunately, even with the help of your kind, you can't kill me. Facing the pincer attack of the Desert Cloud and the heavenly devil spiders, Ling Xiao did not dodge. He stood there, just like how the desert cloud did before, with a cold smile on his face. Pretentious. Go to hell. Desert Cloud did not believe that Ling Xiao could play any tricks. He believed that his move was strong enough. Moreover, he was attacking Ling Xiao with the heavenly devil spiders. If he could not kill Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao was too lucky. Boss, you can't be careless. Lin Yang was so anxious that he could not stand still. He kept pacing back and forth. From his point of view, Ling Xiao's strength was not as good as Desert Cloud's. Now, with the heavenly devil spiders attacking from both sides, his boss's life was in danger. Qing Wanhua was also very nervous. She wanted to go up and help. But this was a life and death battle. No light in the night would not allow her to interfere. Even if she did, it would be useless. No Light in the Night squinted at the big screen and muttered to himself, if this is all you've got, then your arrogance is too ignorant. Let me see what else you can do. Boom. Just when everyone thought that Ling Xiao was either dead or injured, Ling Xiao's body suddenly emitted a dazzling and terrifying lightning. This powerful lightning not only destroyed the heavenly devil spiders that were close to him. Even Desert Cloud was sent flying by the impact. Desert Cloud was caught off guard and was almost injured. What was going on? Almost everyone wanted to ask the same question. Including Ling Xiao's opponent, Desert Cloud. The sudden burst of power from Ling Xiao was more than just a little bit stronger than before. Advanced Battle Body. Advanced Lightning Battle Body. No Light in the Night was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Ling Xiao's advanced lightning battle body was beyond his expectation. I didn't expect that among the disciples of the Eight Immortal Mountain, other than Akira who sold his soul to the devil, there is someone else who can cultivate an advanced battle body. Interesting, very interesting, I'm liking you more and more, ha 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 ha. Oh my god, is the boss performing magic? How did he become so strong? Lin Yang was also dumbfounded. He was quite arrogant before, but Desert Cloud's performance just now had hit him hard. But now, Ling Xiao's advanced lightning battle physique had completely blasted him to a crisp. He was completely dumbfounded. In front of these two monsters, he was nothing. Bastard, you were hiding your strength. Desert Cloud was furious. Ling Xiao dared to hide his strength in front of him, which made him very unhappy. And no matter what, he was taking advantage of Lin Yang's perilous situation. It was a sneak attack. Even if the reason was dignified, if others said he was shameless, he couldn't refute. He used such a shameless method to deal with Ling Xiao, but he didn't succeed. How could he not be angry with such humiliation? So what if you hid your strength? It only means that you are too weak for me to use my full strength. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, then he stomped his foot and flew out. Now I'll show you what a real mid-tier jade martial skill is. You think you can use a martial skill at the perfection stage to embarrass yourself? With the heavy sword in his hand, thunder rumbled. Under the effects of advanced lightning battle constitution, the power of all of Ling Xiao's moves had increased significantly. The enhancement of a combat constitution was not only an increase in defense or attack. A combat constitution could give a warrior the power of a combat constitution, which could then strengthen all their moves. Kid, show me all your strength if you have the ability, or you won't have a chance. Desert Cloud was most afraid of Ling Xiao's sudden burst of strength that caught him off guard. For example, the advanced Thunderbolt battle physique this time had put him in a difficult position. You're not qualified. The fourth move of the Thunderbolt Meteor Sword Art, Heaven's Fall, great success. With a sneer, Ling Xiao arrived in front of Desert Cloud. Middle stage large success stage martial skill? Is Ling Xiao joking? Everyone who heard Ling Xiao's roar had the same thought. Including the Desert Cloud. Whether it was a joke or not, they would soon find out. Sword Chi fell from the void as if the sky was falling. The gigantic lightning sword Chi, which was as thick as a bowl, directly hit the Desert Cloud's defense. The defense of the Sand Martial Spirit was indeed outstanding. He actually managed to block the sword Chi. However, things were not over yet. Although the sword Chi did not directly hit Desert Cloud, the terrifying impact still sent Desert Cloud flying. In midair, Desert Cloud spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. It seems that the defense of your sand martial spirit is not that good. Ling Xiao stood in the void with his sword in hand, looking coldly at Desert Cloud and said, "What you said just now, I want to return it to you. If you don't use your Jade grade martial skill now, you won't have a chance." After saying this, his body flashed and turned into a bolt of lightning, attacking Desert Cloud again. This scene was clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. Everyone was shocked. They thought that even if Ling Xiao could defeat Akira, he would not stand a chance against Desert Cloud. They thought that Desert Cloud would be able to suppress Ling Xiao. But now, the situation seemed to be the opposite. Desert Cloud was actually forced to retreat. He only had the power to defend, but not the power to fight back. This Ling Xiao actually cultivated the advanced lightning battle body. This is really a huge surprise. Just like what he said, if Desert Cloud did not use his Jade grade martial skill, I'm afraid he would be defeated. The Green Immortal Mountain Master looked at this scene nervously. He thought that Ling Xiao was courting death by choosing to fight Desert Cloud. That way, he would not have to apologize to Ling Xiao, nor would he have to promise Ling Xiao anything. But now, it seemed that Ling Xiao did not show any signs of defeat. Sand Eagle was also nervous. If even Desert Cloud could not kill Ling Xiao, then the Sand Race would be completely defeated today. Although he could still think of a way to deal with Ling Xiao after he entered the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. But he really did not want to see that scene. He did not want to see Ling Xiao become a disciple of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. That would be too unfair to his dead brother. Don't worry, young Master Sand. Ling Xiao will not win. Don't forget how powerful Desert Cloud's Jade grade martial skill is. The Purple Immortal Mountain Master reminded, Ling Xiao is shining brightly now. When he dies, he will still be a corpse. Don't worry. That's right, Desert Cloud. Don't hide anymore. Ling Xiao has already grown to such a stage. Even if you use your Jade grade martial skill to kill him, it won't be embarrassing. Sand Eagle suddenly shouted towards the direction of the battlefield. Hearing this, those who supported Ling Xiao suddenly became nervous. Lin Ruoxian's body trembled slightly. That was because he was worried, agitated, and uneasy. Ling Xiao, you have to live. You have to. Ling Xiao could not lose in a battle of life and death. Once he did, it would mean death. Lin Ruoxian could not bear to see Ling Xiao being killed. She hoped that a miracle would happen. She hoped that Ling Xiao could step into the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain openly and become a disciple of the same level as her. Boss, you are a legend in my eyes. Don't let this legend be destroyed. Lin Yang also watched the battle anxiously. Although Ling Xiao had the upper hand now, everyone knew that Desert Cloud still had a powerful trump card that he had not used yet. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had probably used all his strength. Ling Xiao, you have to keep your word. We have to step into the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain together. Otherwise, even if you die, I will not forgive you. You can't lie to me. Qingwan Flower was also very nervous. If Ling Xiao died, she felt that she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. The reason why Ling Xiao chose Desert Cloud was to let her and Lin Yang step into the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain together. She understood this all too well. But she could not accept the cruel reality of Ling Xiao dying because of this. At this moment, the Nether Wolf and Heavenly Demon Spider had either escaped or died. Because they knew how strong these two monsters were. Only the Nether Heavenly Demon was still floating nearby. It seemed like it was still looking for an opportunity to seize a body. The Nether Heavenly Demon was a spiritual body. They could not attack in their spiritual body state, but they could seize and occupy other bodies. Ling Xiao and Desert Cloud were so strong. They were all waiting for one or both of them to fall to the ground and let them seize their bodies. I'm so annoyed. Ling Xiao, since you want to die, then I'll let you see what a real high-tier Jade grade martial skill is like. You should be very clear that even if it's a high-tier Jade grade martial skill, there are still differences. So what if you have a high-tier lightning body? You'll still die. Desert Cloud roared angrily. Qingwan Flower and Akira's high-tier Jade grade martial skills are just martial skills from the 8 Immortal Mountain. They are the lowest tier of high-tier Jade grade martial skills. As for my high-grade Jade grade martial skill, I learned it from the Sand Race. The quality cannot be mentioned in the same breath. He punched Ling Xiao away, his aura rising sharply. The rising sandstorm simply wrapped the entire nether peak inside. Heaven and earth turned dark. Sand Race's high-tier jade grade martial skill? Good, let me see it, I hope it won't disappoint me. Facing Desert Cloud's powerful martial skill, Ling Xiao was not afraid, instead he was excited. Every time he encountered a strong opponent, he would have a good breakthrough and comprehension. Now that he met Desert Cloud, who could barely be called a strong opponent, he could finally stimulate the potential in his body. Akira was too weak, he did not have the qualifications. Yellow sand filled the sky, the wind roared. Desert Cloud walked out of the sandstorm, and his body was covered in a layer of earth and yellow armor. In his hand, he held a 3-meter-long spear. On the spear, there was an astonishing power. So much so that the nether heavenly demons roaming in the sky quietly fled far away. The nether heavenly demons were naturally afraid of death. In the face of a powerful attack, they would also feel fear. The terrifying spear instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Black Sandstorm Dragon Spear. Amidst the roar, an earth-shattering black sandstorm swept over the nether peak. The terrifying power was completely focused on Ling Xiao. The power of this attack was incomparably strong. It was not that Desert Cloud was boasting, but it was indeed much stronger than Qingyuan Flower and Akira's high-tier jade-grade martial skill. The spectators were all amazed. Desert Cloud had such achievements at such a young age, he was indeed a genius of the sand race. At this time even Lin Ruoxian was worried for Ling Xiao. The reason for that was because even she was able to sense how powerful that attack was. Although she would be able to receive it, it would be very difficult for her to do so. Would Ling Xiao really be able to block it? Brat, what kind of method are you going to use to resist? No Light in the Night was also looking forward to something. Although he didn't know what it was, his intuition told him that Ling Xiao would give him a surprise. Ha 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 ha. Good. Good timing. Facing Desert Cloud's brazen attack, Ling Xiao actually laughed out loud. Empty bravado? Die. What else can you rely on now? Desert Cloud was very uncomfortable with Ling Xiao's laughter, but he did not believe that Ling Xiao still had a trump card. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could change his fate of being killed. However, the next moment, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom, a brutal aura was released from Ling Xiao's body. The advanced lava battle body instantly enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body. What? Dual advanced battle bodies. This Ling Xiao is simply a monster. How did he succeed in cultivating it? This time almost all the mountain lords stood up from their seats. They were amazed by Ling Xiao's terrifying potential. At that moment, Desert Cloud's attack hit Ling Xiao's heavy sword. The advanced lava battle body desperately resisted. It's useless. Even if you have dual advanced battle bodies, you will still die. The terrifying black sandstorm dragon spear pierced through the advanced lava battle body armor and only paused for a moment. There's still a surprise. Why are you in such a hurry? Ling Xiao sneered. His aura rose again. He released all of his cultivation. Late stage of the first transformation, second floor of hell, this terrifying power allowed him to face ordinary martial artists of the third level of hell without fear. What? The black sandstorm dragon spear was blocked by the lava battle body armor that had healed. Desert Cloud was completely dumbfounded. Him? How did his cultivation improve so quickly? The onlookers were all amazed. Including Lin Ruoxian. She remembered clearly that when she protected Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the peak of the first floor of hell. In just a few days, Ling Xiao had broken through to the late stage of the first floor of hell. At the same time, he had also condensed the advanced thunder battle body and advanced lava battle body. With these multiple enhancements, Ling Xiao finally managed to block Sha Yun's spear, and even managed to shatter that violent spear. This kid is really full of surprises. No Light in the Night's eyes were shining with excitement. He had never looked forward to seeing a disciple of the lower 8 immortal mountains so much. Impossible. This is impossible. How did his cultivation level increase so quickly? How did he cultivate? Sand Eagle was extremely nervous. Although he was a disciple of the upper 8 immortal mountain, his cultivation was only at the peak of the first floor of hell. If Ling Xiao continued to improve at this speed, it would be too easy to catch up with him. He felt panic. At this time, on the battlefield, Ling Xiao laughed. Desert Cloud, this is the high-tier jade grade martial skill you were bragging about? I don't think it's that good. You bastard. I can't do anything to you, but you can't kill me either. Desert Cloud could only comfort himself with this thought. With Ling Xiao's current strength, he couldn't kill him at all. Because Ling Xiao had the demonic Tyrant Blood Dragon Martial Spirit Transformation, dual advanced battle bodies, and the late stage of the first floor of Hell. When all of these powers were combined, he was definitely not weaker than him. Is that so? You think too highly of yourself. Today, I will show you what a high-tier jade grade attack is. Ling Xiao withdrew the advanced lava battle body. Only the advanced thunder battle body was left. His body exploded with astonishing power amidst the lightning. Impossible, you don't know any high-tier jade grade martial skills, right? Desert Cloud was shocked. That's right, I don't know any high-tier jade grade martial skills, but I know a high-tier jade grade secret technique. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. He had only used the Berserk Thunder art once, and that was when he controlled his cultivation to the peak of the first floor of Hell. Its power was already very terrifying. But this time, he used the demonic Tyrant Blood Dragon Martial Spirit Transformation, advanced Thunder Battle Body, and the late stage of the first floor of Hell. The moment the Berserk Thunder art was released, a huge crack appeared in the sky. Terrifying lightning continued to fall, condensing on the secret technique sword in Ling Xiao's hand. Seeing this scene, the people in front of the screen were shocked. What's going on? A high-tier jade grade secret technique? Many people were confused. After all, secret techniques were not what the 8 Immortal Mountain was good at. They were very unfamiliar with soul power battle skills. Ha ha ha, it can't be wrong, this is a high-tier jade grade secret technique, and its grade is very high, although it's only at the small success stage. The power released is probably much stronger than Desert Cloud's high-tier jade grade martial skill. No Light in the Night was a founding elder, and he was the only one present who recognized the secret technique Ling Xiao used. Terrifying lightning continued to condense on the secret technique sword. At that moment, Desert Cloud, who bore the brunt of the lightning, was the first to feel great fear. Facing Ling Xiao's terrifying attack, Desert Cloud actually cried out in fear, Ling Xiao, where it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. As long as you don't kill me, I'll definitely thank you. Idiot, don't you know that this is a life and death battle? Also, you're so shameless, who would dare to believe your words? Die, Desert Cloud. Ling Xiao obviously wouldn't let Desert Cloud go. Desert Cloud had already shown his shameless side by taking advantage of others. If he was merciful now, he believed that he would soon receive his revenge. Therefore, even if he didn't kill Desert Cloud, this attack would completely cripple Desert Cloud. I'm from the sand race, you can't kill me. The terrified Desert Cloud used all his elemental energy to defend himself. The thick sand formed layer after layer of protection on the surface of his body. However, it was all useless. Ling Xiao's Berserk Thunder art was finally released. Wrapped in the power of the high-grade lightning body, the pressure of the Imperial Heaven-Earth Queen, and the battle intent of the tyrannical blood demon dragon, it heavily bombarded the layers of sand. In just an instant, that seemingly sturdy and indestructible armor instantly shattered. The terrifying Berserk Thunder art struck Desert Cloud's body. The thunder was roaring. Desert Cloud was howling. People could even see the flickering bones of Desert Cloud when the thunder struck him. Die. Ling Xiao didn't show mercy. After the Berserk Thunder art, he followed up with another sword. Desert Cloud's body was torn into pieces in the air, falling down and being eaten by the hell wolves hiding at the side. Not even a complete corpse was left. Dead silence, the entire place was dead silent, the entire 8 Immortal Mountain fell into dead silence. Although the scene in front of them was so real, many people couldn't believe it. They couldn't understand how the number one genius of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain, Desert Cloud, lost to Ling Xiao. And he died so miserably. Ha ha ha, boss won. Boss won. Lin Yang was the first to break the silence. His excited voice spread through the crowd like a plague. At this time almost everyone came to their senses. the originally deathly silent scene instantly became chaotic. People mumbled to themselves, and some even rubbed their eyes with all their might, because they really could not believe what they were seeing. Until Ling Xiao stepped out of the teleportation array. Many people were still in shock and had yet to recover from the shock. His mind was completely blank. Ling Xiao versus Desert Cloud, Ling Xiao wins. So far, the 3 people who will go to the 8 Immortal Mountain have been decided: Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qinghuan Flower. No Light in the Night announced the results. This made many people who still couldn't believe their eyes finally have no choice but to believe. Ling Xiao really killed the number 1 genius of the 8 Immortals Mountain and became a disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain. This was simply a legend, like a dream. Such a result was undoubtedly a huge surprise for the people of the Black Immortal Mountain, Qinghuan Flower, Lin Yang, and Lin Ruoxian, who had a good relationship with Ling Xiao. And for the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, it was a huge blow. One had to know that in the second round, the Scarlet Immortal Mountain had 2 teams that stayed behind. And the number 1 team, Desert Cloud and Akira, were both there. At that time, not only the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, but also everyone else, probably thought that the Scarlet Immortal Mountain would be the biggest winner of this round. But now the round was completely over. Akira was dead, Desert Cloud was dead, not a single person from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain advanced. On the contrary, Team Skyscraper, which was the least favored at the beginning, actually had 3 people advance at the same time. All of this seemed to be related to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was simply the nemesis of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Scarlet Immortal Mountain's leader, Scarlet Immortal Mountain, who had already left the scene, vomited blood in the Sand Race's meeting hall and fainted on the spot. Even Saren's face was ashen. Losing to No Light in the Night was not shameful, because everyone knew how strong No Light in the Night was. But Desert Cloud and Akira both lost to Ling Xiao. This was too shameful. Because everyone knew that Ling Xiao was very weak. But whether he admitted it or not, Ling Xiao was the most dazzling person in the entire arena. Rather than saying that Team Skyscraper was strong, it was more accurate to say that Ling Xiao had changed everything with his own strength. If not for him, the Scarlet Immortal Mountain team would have finished off all their opponents in the first round. If not for him, Lin Yang and Qinghuan Flower would not have advanced at the same time in the second round. Lin Ruoxian happily went to congratulate Ling Xiao. But Sand Eagle said coldly behind her, "Be careful that your joy turns to sorrow. Lin Ruoxian, remember, you will always be my woman. Don't think that you can rest easy just because Ling Xiao defeated Desert Cloud. Desert Cloud is just a dog of the Sand Race. When we reach the Upper Immortal Mountain, I will let him know what hell is." Lin Ruoxian sneered coldly and ignored the idiot. Instead, she walked over, opened her mouth, and left a red mark on Ling Xiao's face. She did it on purpose for Sand Eagle to see. In the past, she did not dare to do this because she was worried that Ling Xiao would not be Sand Eagle's opponent and that Sand Eagle would attack Ling Xiao. But today, she was not afraid. Because she saw it. With Ling Xiao's talent, it would not be long before he surpassed Sand Eagle. In front of him, Sand Eagle was nothing. Seeing this scene, Sand Eagle was about to explode in anger. He glared fiercely at Ling Xiao, then turned and left in a hurry. Instead of watching Ling Xiao gloat over there, he might as well let him die a quick death. That would be too unbearable. Ling Xiao felt the warmth on his face and was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that Lin Ruoxian would be so bold as to kiss him in front of so many people. At that moment, he was really embarrassed. Fortunately, No Light in the Night came over and asked about Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qinghuan. Then he said, "From today onwards, you 3 are disciples of the Dark Race, and also disciples of the Upper Immortal Mountain. Entering the Upper Immortal Mountain is only the first step. Next, your test has just begun. You will encounter more powerful opponents in the Upper Immortal Mountain. Whether you can survive or not will depend on your ability. I must pour a bucket of cold water on you." In the past, there had been many cases of disciples who had just joined the Upper Immortal Mountain being sent back to the Lower Immortal Mountain after a month. Some of them even died directly in the cruel trials of the 8 Immortals Mountain, never to have the chance to go back. "Grand Elder, please don't scare us. We're just happy." Lin Yang smiled wryly. "I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just telling the truth. Alright, the others may leave. You three will follow me to the upper immortal mountain. If you want to officially become a member of the dark race, you will need to go through a few simple ceremonies. I personally hate this kind of ceremony, but rules are rules. No Light in the Night's attitude was much more amiable than before. Perhaps it was because the three geniuses standing in front of him were going to become members of the dark race. Before returning to the 8 Immortal Mountain, shouldn't the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain fulfill his promise? Ling Xiao didn't forget about his bet with the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain. Back then, the old man had mocked and ridiculed him. He wanted to embarrass the old man. This was what it meant by an eye for an eye. Ling Xiao, I'm the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain and an elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Can you give me some face? As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. As long as you pretend that the bet didn't happen, I'll definitely repay you in the future. The Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain naturally wouldn't apologize in front of everyone. That would be too embarrassing. Alright, I'll give in and apologize in front of everyone. However, the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain said that you can agree to a request of mine, right? Ling Xiao didn't have any deep grudges with the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain. After thinking about it, he decided to be a generous person. There was no point in apologizing. Anyway, he wouldn't get any tangible benefits and would even offend such a powerful enemy. There was no need. However, the other request was a tangible benefit. He wouldn't let it go. Moreover, this request wouldn't offend the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain. It would be a waste if he didn't accept it. No problem. As long as it's a reasonable request, just say it. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain was instantly relieved. In fact, he was really regretting it now. Ling Xiao's performance was so shocking that he knew that he was blind. However, he couldn't put down his pride. Once he apologized, it would be difficult for him to continue being the Mountain Master. He was really happy that Ling Xiao didn't let him apologize. Next, as long as Ling Xiao's request wasn't excessive, he would agree. Actually, it's not a difficult request. I've offended many people. If I encounter danger in the future, I hope that Senior can help me. 3 times is enough. The Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain was an elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain. He was strong. At least at this stage, with his protection, there shouldn't be any danger. No problem. For the sake of his face, the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain had to agree to Ling Xiao's request. Moreover, this request wasn't excessive. He only needed to help 3 times. Although he wasn't an expert like No Light in the Night, ordinary people weren't his match. Immortal Mountain Master of Immortal Mountain. Mountain. Qingwan Immortal Mountain. If it's not for you, Qingwan Immortal Flower wouldn't. Qingwan Immortal Mountain is an Immortal Mountain Flower. Take this soul lock card. It has a strand of my divine sense. If you are in danger, just pour your soul force into it and I will rush over immediately. In the future, even if he went to the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, if anyone dared to bully him, they would have to consider whether they were a match for the Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master. Goodbye. After returning to 8 Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qingwan Immortal Flower all had a day to say goodbye to their former fellow disciples. That night, Black Immortal Mountain had a table full of food and wine. There weren't many people. Only Yu Wuxing, Feng Ru, Ho Renfeng, and Purple Immortal Mountain's Lin Yang were there. Lin Yang was now considered half a member of Black Immortal Mountain. In Purple Immortal Mountain, he wasn't welcomed. Originally, it was an honor for Purple Immortal Mountain that he could ascend to 8 Immortal Mountain. But the Mountain Master of Purple Immortal Mountain had a screw loose and insisted on pursuing the matter of violets. Lin Yang was already unhappy with Purple Immortal Mountain. After the Mountain Master made a fuss, he naturally came to Black Immortal Mountain. After 3 rounds of wine, Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master suddenly rushed to Black Immortal Mountain. Her face was obviously anxious. This made Ling Xiao's heart skip a beat. Something that could make Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master so anxious was probably not a small matter. And it was very likely to be related to the Qingwan Immortal Flower. If it wasn't related to the Qingwan Immortal Flower, Green Immortal Mountain's mountain master wouldn't have come to Black Immortal Mountain to look for Ling Xiao. The Qingwan Immortal Flower isn't here? Seeing that the Qingwan Immortal Flower was not on the table, Green Immortal Mountain's mountain master became even more anxious. Shouldn't she be at Green Immortal Mountain? We haven't seen each other since we returned to 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao frowned and said. Mountain Master. Just when Ling Xiao was puzzled by the sudden disappearance of the Qingwan Immortal Flower, a disciple at the foot of the mountain ran up. Judging from his clothes, he was a disciple of Green Immortal Mountain. What's the matter? Green Immortal Mountain's mountain master asked. As soon as the Hill Lord left, someone delivered a note. That disciple hurriedly handed the note in his hand to Green Immortal Mountain's mountain master. After glancing at the note, Green Immortal Mountain's mountain master gave the note to Ling Xiao with a strange expression and said, "This note is for you." Ling Xiao took it and read it curiously. A paragraph was clearly written on it. Come to the back of the mountain alone at the 3rd watch tonight. If you don't come, the Qingwan Immortal Flower will die. Seeing the words on the note, Ling Xiao frowned hard. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could see it. The person who wrote this note kidnapped the Qingwan Immortal Flower, and the target was Ling Xiao. For a moment, he really didn't know who the opponent was. After all, he had offended many people. The Devil Shadow Sect, the 3 big families, Mo Feiyu, the Sand Clan, the Red Immortal Mountain, the Purple Immortal Mountain, and so on. Humph, who cares who he is? How dare he provoke me and kidnap my friend? He must be tired of living. Ling Xiao snorted in his heart and stood up. Then, he said, "Everyone, I'm going out for a while. Enjoy your meal." Did something happen to the Qingwan Immortal Flower? Green Immortal Mountain's mountain master asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Someone kidnapped her and asked me to go alone. If I bring someone else, I'll have to kill the Qingwan Immortal Flower. So, I'm the only one who can go. This is obviously a trap." Unite Formless frowned and said, "Ling Xiao, you can't be reckless. I know it's a trap, but so what? Don't tell me you don't care about the Qingwan Immortal Flower?" Ling Xiao said calmly, "Besides, I love to destroy other people's traps. Those who use traps to plot against me often suffer a double loss. Don't be careless." Unite Formless frowned. "Of course I won't agree. Master of Green Immortal Mountain, don't use your soul-locking token at the critical moment." Ling Xiao naturally understood that the enemy already knew his strength. It was impossible for them not to send experts to set up a trap. The Master of Green Immortal Mountain was one of the key factors in turning the situation around. It would be a waste not to use it. "Don't worry. As long as you use the soul-locking token, I'll immediately rush over. Although I'm not as strong as Unite Formless, I've cultivated a secret technique," the Master of Green Immortal Mountain said. "That's good. I'm leaving." It was almost midnight. Ling Xiao rushed out of Black Immortal Mountain and headed to the back of the mountain. The back of the mountain was a forbidden area of 8 Immortal Mountain. Generally, disciples of 8 Immortal Mountain were not allowed to enter. However, Ling Xiao had already ascended to 8 Immortal Mountain and was barely qualified. Somewhere in the back of the mountain, stars twinkled in the darkness of the night. A few figures leaned against a tree and whispered to each other. "Are we really going to do this, Mountain Lord?" Ling Xiao is a member of the Dark Ones. One of them asked worriedly. "What are you afraid of? Do you think the Dark Ones will take revenge if we kill him?" "The Dark Ones wouldn't do anything to us for a mere Ling Xiao. I know no light in the night too well. If Ling Xiao is alive, he might kill us all to protect Ling Xiao. But if Ling Xiao is dead, it'll be pointless. He won't do something so pointless." Starlight flashed across the man's face. He was the Mountain Lord of Amethyst Mountain. He paused and added viciously, "You saw what Ling Xiao did today. If we don't kill him now, do you think we'll survive in the future? That kid is too talented, he has too much potential. We have to kill him before he reaches his full potential." He didn't want to admit it, but Ling Xiao's talent was one of the best on Mount 8 Immortals. The Mountain Lord of Amethyst Mountain felt immense pressure. Not only had Ling Xiao killed the Violets, but he'd also seduced Lin Yang and taken his disciple away. If he didn't get rid of the kid now, it would be bad for him in the future. After all, he'd supported Scarlet Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord, Qi Lian. If that's the case, Mountain Lord's concerns aren't unreasonable. If Ling Xiao comes alone, he'll be dead for sure. The man next to him said. Yes, it's true that Ling Xiao is a genius, but he's just a fledgling who hasn't grown up yet. It's easy for me to kill him. Qingwan Flower was tied to a tree not far away. She was covered in explosive talismans. These talismans weren't as terrifying as the heart talismans, but they could easily blow her to smithereens. The Qingwan Flower was conflicted. She was looking forward to Ling Xiao coming to save her. But he was also afraid that Ling Xiao would come to save him. If Ling Xiao hadn't come, she probably wouldn't have survived. After all, she had seen the true face of the Mountain Master of the Purple Immortal Mountain. However, if Ling Xiao were to come, there was no way he would be a match for the Mountain Master of the Purple Immortal Mountain. In the end, he might even die. She didn't want to die, nor did she want Ling Xiao to die. After struggling for a while, he finally made a decision in his heart. He suddenly shouted towards the distance, Ling Xiao, listen to me. It doesn't matter if I die. You only need to promise to help me rescue Ling Yin, don't come. Even if you do, don't show up. She didn't know if Ling Xiao was nearby. But he still had to try his luck. Shut that woman's mouth. The Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain ordered with a frown. In an instant, the Qingwan's mouth was blocked by the rag. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't. She could only mumble. In the dense forest not far away, Ling Xiao was observing the situation. His Tai Chi eye pierced through the dark night and saw all the people who kidnapped the Qingwan. I didn't expect it to be that old dog, the Mountain Master of the Purple Immortal Mountain. And those martial artists should be from the Purple Immortal Mountain. They aren't weak. If it were just those martial artists, Ling Xiao wouldn't be afraid. However, other than those people, the Mountain Master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was also here. This guy was the most troublesome. With Ling Xiao's current strength, it was impossible for him to defeat this person. Looks like I can finally use the real trump card that I've been suppressing for a long time. Although the butterfly lady hadn't grown up, she was still as beautiful and exquisite as before. However, her strength was incomparably strong. It was very easy to kill the Mountain Master of the Purple Immortal Mountain. However, if the butterfly lady wanted to attack, she would have to exhaust Ling Xiao's strength. Hence, she had to control her strength. Otherwise, she would suck Ling Xiao dry. The Mountain Master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was at the peak of the 3rd level of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm. This strength was very strong. He was much stronger than Ling Xiao. As a reincarnation realm martial artist, Ling Xiao wouldn't be a match for this person even if he relied on his own strength and the Tyrant martial soul. However, things would be different if it was the butterfly lady. Ling Xiao, you now have the inheritance of the 12 beast gods and can undergo the transformation of the beast god martial soul. The butterfly lady might be able to occupy a sun god position. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. No matter how you look at it, the butterfly lady doesn't seem like a rat, right? Ling Xiao frowned and asked in confusion. Don't forget that the sun god is the beast god king of the Black Tortoise continent. Any living being can occupy his spirit seat. Although there can only be one type at a time, there is no limit to the type. The butterfly lady has been with you for a long time and is already mentally connected with you. Furthermore, she is different from the sun god martial soul. She can control the release of power and be able to display powerful combat strength at any time. She can be of great use at critical moments. This will save a lot of effort compared to letting the butterfly lady take action herself. At the very least, she won't have to sleep for a long time. Although you might consume more energy, it will save a lot of effort compared to the sun god martial soul. The Yuan Venerate explained. I believe in you, Master. Ling Xiao was really glad that he always had the help of the Yuan Venerate and the butterfly lady by his side. Although the butterfly lady couldn't speak, she had saved him many times. Not only had the Yuan Venerate taught him alchemy and array formation techniques, but he had also helped him in many battles. In his opinion, these two existences weren't inferior to the tyrannical sky martial soul. The tyrannical sky martial soul gave him the ability to accommodate everything. This was how he had been able to obtain the inheritance of the 12 beast gods. Otherwise, his body wouldn't have been able to accommodate so many martial souls. If I really can't beat that fellow later, I will get the butterfly lady to help. Although the opponent was very strong, Ling Xiao still wanted to rely on his own strength to fight. The battle with the desert cloud had already stimulated part of his potential and he wasn't far from breaking through. Now, he believed that as long as he didn't die and fought the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master, he might be able to break through. It was this method of risking one's life that allowed him to break through faster and improve faster than others. Of course, he wouldn't give up. Ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream was heard in the dark night. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't give the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master any notice. He had to save the Qingyuan flower first. Otherwise, even if he had the ability to kill the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master, he would still be threatened. The person being killed was naturally a martialist from the Purple Immortal Mountain. Furthermore, he was the one in charge of the Qingyuan flower. Rumble. Then, a series of crazy explosions were heard. That was the sound of the detonation talisman. The Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master frowned when he looked up at the tree. On the tree, Ling Xiao was standing in the air. He had already transformed into his steel-armored ox demon martial soul. Thanks to his strong defense, the detonation talisman had only blackened his protective layer. Not only had it not hurt him, but it hadn't hurt the Qingyuan flower either. He had successfully relied on his strong defense to save the Qingyuan flower. Why? The Qingyuan flower was overjoyed when she saw Ling Xiao, but she was also a little angry. I told you not to show up. You're not a match for the Mountain Master of Purple Fairy. She was very grateful to Ling Xiao, but she did not want to cause Ling Xiao's death because of her. Because you're my good brother's woman. Since I become someone's big brother, I can't not even protect my good brother's woman. Ling Xiao grinned and said, moreover, I have some secrets that you don't know. You said that I'm not as good as him, but that's only on the surface. Today, I'll show you my true trump card. After he finished speaking, he put the Qingyuan flower into the beast ring. I'm sorry, Miss Qing. Bear with it for a while. I'll let you out after I deal with these bastards. You came after all. Should I say that you're brave or stupid? The Mountain Master of Purple Fairy looked at Ling Xiao with a cold and mocking expression. In his opinion, Ling Xiao's character was worthy of praise, but he was a little too stupid. Was it worth it for a woman he had just met? What about you? As an elder of 8 Immortal Mountain and the Mountain Master of Purple Fairy Mountain, you kidnapped a disciple who had just been promoted to 8 Immortal Mountain. Are you stupid or stupid? Ling Xiao mocked. You're willing to do such a thing against the sect rules just to kill me. If you're exposed, your life will be ruined, won't it? If I kill the two of you, who will know what happened here? The Mountain Master of Purple Fairy Mountain sneered. Kill me? Why do you shameless people want to kill me? But you can't kill me. It seems like you're planning to accompany Akira and Desert Cloud in hell. Ling Xiao's expression was still calm. He had different methods to deal with different people. When dealing with people of the same age who were not much stronger than him, he would use his own strength to fight them. But if the enemy was too strong, he had his own trump card. Some people said that Ling Xiao was arrogant, reckless, and overconfident. In fact, they had wronged him. Ling Xiao was not someone who was not afraid of death. On the contrary, he was very careful. He was so careful that he would always keep a few tricks up his sleeve. Not just one, but several. He was so careful that his enemies would never know if he had another trick up his sleeve. He was so careful that every time he revealed his true trump card, his enemies would be dumbfounded and turn pale with fright. This was where he was strong. Everyone was afraid of death, and he was no exception. It was just that he was often more prepared than others. But I'm not Akira or Desert Cloud. But I'm not. Me. You. Is. You. It. I think it'll be a good feeling. Ha ha ha. But after you enjoy your brother's woman, I wonder if he'll still call you his brother. The Mountain Master of Purple Fairy laughed sinisterly. You're shameless. In the beast ring, Qing Wanhua's face turned pale. Ling Yan and Ling Xiao. One was the man she loved, while the other was the man she respected. she would rather die than let them become enemies. Because of her. Unfortunately, the mountain master of Purple Fairy could not hear her. In contrast to Qingwan's anger, Ling Zhao's expression turned cold. Do you know? Every word you say could cost you your life. Originally, I just wanted to end you quickly. But now, I suddenly want to learn how those yamen interrogate criminals. Don't worry. I'll make you suffer. Old man, everyone has to be responsible for their actions. You're no exception. Ling Zhao's voice was as cold as the evil wind from hell. Compared to Desert Cloud and Akira, he wanted to torture the mountain master of Purple Fairy more. He had a death feud with those two, so he could just kill them. But this old dog was so filthy that it made him feel disgusted. Just killing him was not enough to appease the hatred in his heart. You want me to be responsible? You'd better protect yourself first. Let's attack together. The mountain master of Purple Fairy waved his hand. Dozens of Purple Fairy Mountain disciples who were lying in ambush nearby rushed out at the same time and charged toward Ling Xiao. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain did not make a move himself. In his opinion, the 43 most outstanding disciples of Purple Fairy Mountain and Scarlet Fairy Mountain that he brought were not as good as Desert Cloud and Akira. But they were not weak either. Moreover, there were so many of them. 10 of them were from the previous assessment. These 10 people were defeated by Ling Xiao and had no choice but to give up the assessment. They hated Ling Xiao to the core. Today, they had such an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Naturally, they did not want to miss it. Kill him. There's no need to capture him alive. I have a resurrection secret technique that can keep him alive for a few minutes. Hee, as long as we can complete that task, it'll be enough. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain was still very cautious. If he wanted to capture Ling Xiao alive, he was afraid that his subordinates would not be able to use their full strength. Therefore, he directly gave the order to kill Ling Xiao. In this way, those people would not have to be afraid to make a move. 43 people attacked at the same time. Each of them could be called a genius of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Every single one of them was a source of pride in the eyes of others. On the surface, each of them seemed to be a threat to Ling Xiao. 43 people added together was even more terrifying. However, Ling Xiao stood there without any intention of retreating. The steel-armored bull demon on his body transformed into the Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul. At the same time, the advanced lava battle body was fully released. Facing these powerful 43 people, Ling Xiao did not intend to show mercy. He planned to use his most powerful group secret technique to repel these people. At this moment, his aura was even more powerful than the desert cloud during the day. Terrifying magma flowed around his body and then merged into the secret technique sword. The powerful heat caused the surrounding trees to wither instantly. The pitch-black night suddenly brightened up. Kill him, don't give him a chance to make a move. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain roared. With his good eyesight, he could naturally see that Ling Zhao's move was extraordinary. He was worried that his subordinates would be in trouble, so he hurriedly reminded them. Unfortunately, his reminder was too late. Advanced Jade Grade Secret Technique, Lava Storm, Lesser Mastery. The raging magma spewed out like a volcanic eruption. With Ling Xiao as the center, the magma exploded. No one who got close to him was spared. They were all swallowed by the terrifying magma. Those who were closest to the front were instantly burned to ashes. Those who were further back still had time to scream, but they could do nothing about their current situation. Fear spread among everyone. Why did you send them to their deaths? Why don't you do it yourself? After the attack, the entire place was filled with a burnt smell. 43 martial artists were all killed. It happened in a split second. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain couldn't rescue them even if he wanted to. Good lad. Although you've ascended to the 8 Immortal Mountain, you can't be forgiven for killing so many disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Today, I'll kill you, you traitor. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain was furious. The 43 people he brought with him were the elites of the Purple Deity Mountain and the Scarlet Deity Mountain. Now that they had all died here, even if he returned, he would not be able to give an explanation to Qi Lian, let alone to the Sand Race. East Rising Purple Qi Sword, sword to the west. The Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord used a powerful high-tier Jade-grade martial skill right from the start. After all, he was an elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain. With his strength, he was qualified to use such a high-tier Jade martial skill. East Rising Purple Chi Sword, soared to the west. The powerful sword Chi seemed to come from the east. It tore through the void and charged toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt a terrifying pressure. He had no choice but to use all his strength. He released the Advanced Level Lava Battle Body and Advanced Level Lightning Battle Body at the same time. Then, he activated the Berserk Thunder Art and blasted it out, using offense as defense. This was Ling Xiao's strategy. He had no choice but to do so. If he chose to retreat, he would definitely die. The fierce sword Chi tore his Berserk Thunder Art apart and crashed into his body. His Lava Battle Body armor shattered, the armor of the Thunder Battle Body shattered, his Mystic World body was also pierced by the sword Chi. The sword pierced through Ling Xiao's body. This was the most serious injury Ling Xiao had suffered since he reincarnated. However, he didn't die because his attack and defense had blocked most of the power of the Mountain Master of Purple Fairy Mountain. His injuries weren't too serious. He swallowed a healing pill. Then, he released his life martial soul and his injuries began to heal quickly. Qingluan Hua, who was in the Beast Ring, was anxious and panicked when she saw this scene. What she was worried about the most was about to happen. Although Ling Xiao had displayed his might and killed the 43 martial artists, he stood no chance against the Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain. Once Ling Xiao was dead, the most terrifying thing would happen. She couldn't imagine what would happen. Ling Xiao, let me out. I'll hold him off. Run. Qingluan Hua anxiously. However, Ling Xiao didn't respond. Of course, Purple Qingluan. The Mount Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord was so powerful. Once Ling Xiao released the Blue Luan flower, not only would it not be of any help to the battle, it would even become a burden. Die, little thief. Don't worry, I will use that magical soul return technique to revive you. Then, I will let you enjoy the taste of a woman before you die. The Mountain Master of Purple Fairy Mountain was relieved when he saw that Ling Xiao couldn't fight back at all. This was because he had been worried that Ling Xiao would have some trump card that would catch him off guard. But now, it seemed that Ling Xiao didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been stabbed. You want to kill me? You old dog, it's too early for you to be happy. Ling Xiao sneered. The charred corpses on the ground suddenly stood up and pounced on the Mountain Master of Purple Fairy Mountain. Due to the fact that the sudden attack was so close, the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master was truly shocked. The most terrifying thing was that Ling Xiao's attack arrived at the same time as the corpses attacked. It was the thunderstorm technique again. But this time, the attack came out of nowhere. The Mountain Master of Purple Fairy Mountain sword Chi tore the demonic corpses into pieces. He was about to retreat when the violent lightning struck him. Although he could still resist it. However, this Berserk Thunder Art was truly incomparably powerful. Many parts of his skin were charred black by the electricity. The Mountain Master of Purple Fairy Mountain was furious. He couldn't believe that he would be injured when facing Ling Xiao. This was something that he didn't expect to happen. You brat, what kind of evil secret skill did you cultivate? What's with those corpses? The Mountain Master of Purple Fairy Mountain was powerful. Although he was attacked by the thunderstorm technique, he quickly calmed down. Although he was furious, he was also shocked. Ling Xiao was able to hurt him despite the huge difference in their cultivation levels. This was something that he didn't expect. You don't have to know what I've cultivated. Because tonight, you'll die. Behind Ling Xiao, the vast universe appeared again. The martial soul of Tyrant Heaven was released. In the Beast Ring, the vision of the Qingluan flower was blinded by a force. Ling Xiao didn't want the Qingluan flower to know about his martial soul. Because releasing the martial soul of Tyrant Heaven meant that he had to kill his opponent. Otherwise, if news of this spread, even the people from the Eternal Palace would come after him. The inheritance of the 12 divine beasts was the most powerful inheritance in the Black Tortoise continent. The martial soul of Tyrant Heaven was the most powerful inheritance in the entire mystic world. Its rarity and preciousness were enough to make anyone go crazy. including the sovereigns and the kings of sovereigns. What's this? The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain was shocked when he saw Ling Xiao's aura skyrocketing. Then, he looked at the strange giant shadow. For a moment, he was stunned. Are you the only one with a martial soul? I, Ling Xiao, have one too. Since you've set a trap for me here, if I don't kill you, wouldn't I be letting you down? Ling Xiao smiled coldly as the power of his martial soul continued to rise. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain couldn't wait any longer. Although he didn't know what that strange martial soul was, it made him feel anxious. However, he still felt a little flustered, so he judged that it was definitely not an ordinary thing. The sword in his hand pierced forward again. It was still the same high-tier jade grade sword skill from before. It was the same move. However, this time, Ling Xiao didn't panic. He held the secret sword in his hand and looked at his opponent coldly. The power of thunder and lightning in his body merged with the power of thunder and lightning in the universe. I'll let you have a taste of power. Tyrant Heaven, Raging Thunder Technique. In the pitch-black universe, a ball of lightning fell from the sky and blasted toward the mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain. The powerful attack tore the mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain's sword chi apart. Then, it blasted onto the mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain. The mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain was sent flying once again. His skin, which had been gradually recovering, was once again scorched black by the boiling lightning. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. Black blood. That was because his blood vessels had been burned. If he was an ordinary person, he would have died without a doubt. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain was strong enough to survive. However, he was severely injured. Why does your martial soul have the suppression of mountains and rivers and the aura of a human king? The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain asked in horror. You're probably hallucinating. Ling Xiao said indifferently. No, that's impossible. You must have some secrets. Who are you? Why did you sneak into 8 Immortal Mountain? What are your intentions? The Purple Immortal Mountain's mountain lord didn't believe that such a strong martial artist would stay at 8 Immortal Mountain. He was certain that Ling Xiao had ulterior motives. You really know how to label people. But it doesn't matter. What's the point of saying such things to a dying man? Ling Xiao looked at the Purple Immortal Mountain's mountain lord with disdain. Do you think you can kill me like this? Facing Ling Xiao's Sky Tyrant martial spirit, the Purple Immortal Mountain's mountain lord experienced a moment of panic. But he was still a wily old fox and a martial artist who had entered the reincarnation realm. He calmed down quickly. Ling Xiao had become much stronger after releasing the Sky Tyrant martial spirit and could even threaten him. But he was still no match for him. Why should he be afraid? I didn't expect you to have such a huge secret. Very good, very good. I'm even a little reluctant to kill you. This time, I'll capture you alive and take you back for research. I'd like to see what's hidden in your body. Capture me alive? Hee hee, then let's do it. Ling Xiao felt very carefree. After releasing the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he could release his strength to his heart's content. The bottleneck in his cultivation was also showing signs of loosening. He could feel that as long as he persevered for a while, he could break through. Once he broke through, he would immediately use the Butterfly Lady's power to kill the Purple Immortal Mountain's mountain lord. After all, this was the back mountain of 8 Immortal Mountain, a forbidden area. If he was discovered and killed here, it would be hard to explain himself. Before we do, I want to ask you a question. The Purple Immortal Mountain's mountain lord didn't act immediately because he was very curious. Even if he couldn't get an answer, he had to ask his question. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to speak, he asked, You're the legendary top genius of the White Tiger continent, right? The genius Ling Xiao who crushed Tianhai tyranny and Feng Fei beneath his feet. Hee hee, Purple Immortal Mountain Lord, you're thinking too much. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The reason why he refused to admit it was because he was afraid that the walls had ears. It would be very troublesome if someone was eavesdropping nearby. After all, he could still explain the matter of the martial spirit. After all, no one had really seen the appearance of the mountain and river martial spirit when it was released. Those who had seen it were probably already dead. His tyrant martial spirit had evolved from the mountain and river martial spirit. The changes were even greater, so no one could recognize it. It was just a fleeting glance, so it was impossible to recognize it. Not telling the truth? It doesn't matter. Once I capture you alive, I'll naturally make you tell me the truth. The mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain laughed coldly. With a flick of the long sword in his hand, he attacked once more. As a martial artist with his strength, he was already very familiar with the use of high-tier Jade-grade martial skills. Furthermore, the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord was very smart. He learned this high-grade Jade-grade martial skill. That was why he was able to cultivate it to great success. Ordinary martial techniques could only be used once in a short period of time, and the power was not great. He could use it 2 to 3 times after reaching small success, and its power would increase. Due to his proficiency in controlling flames, he would be able to execute it around 10 times, and its prowess would increase significantly. Once he reached large success, he would be able to use it freely until his internal energy was completely depleted. Furthermore, the higher the level of mastery, the less internal energy would be consumed, but the more powerful it would be. Ling Xiao's Violent Thunder Art and Lava Storm secret techniques were only at small success. He could only use them 3 times in a short period of time. After that, he would have to recuperate. However, the Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain could freely use his high-grade Jade-grade martial skills without any worries. This was why the Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain was so confident. The majestic sword aura attacked once again. Ling Xiao did not use the Violent Thunder Art again. Instead, he took out his heavy sword and used Falling Sword. He combined the power of the Advanced Thunder Battle Constitution and the Advanced Lava Battle Constitution. The special effect of Falling Sword caused the Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain sword aura to deviate slightly. However, this time, Ling Xiao was pushed back dozens of steps. Although he was not injured, it was uncomfortable. As expected, he was still no match for the Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain if he only relied on his Tyrant martial spirit. Ha ha ha, kid, it seems like this is the end for you. The Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain was getting more and more excited. However, Ling Xiao did not change his expression and continued to use the Meteor Sword art to fight back. Although he was at a disadvantage every time they clashed. However, he could clearly feel that there was a force in his body that was constantly attacking the shackles of his cultivation. Although he looked like he was struggling and in a sorry state, he was actually very happy. Both of them had terrifying sword auras. In fact, Ling Xiao's sword intent was even stronger. However, the huge gap in their cultivation was not something that could be made up for. The nearby trees fell to the ground one after another. The nearby mountain rocks shattered one after another. The sword auras caused the nearby animals and demonic beasts to flee one after another, not daring to get close to the battlefield. Ling Xiao, borrow the power of the butterfly lady. It's too dangerous to continue like this. The Yuan Venerate was really worried for Ling Xiao. Especially in the previous attack, the Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain's sword aura had brushed past Ling Xiao's neck and left a dark red wound. Just a little bit more and Ling Xiao's neck would have been pierced through. Don't worry. Ling Xiao could not give up halfway. He had worked hard to face the Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain with his own strength today because he wanted to borrow the Mountain Master's strength to help him break through. Now that he was about to succeed, how could he give up halfway? Absolutely not. I'll send you to the Western Paradise with this sword. The Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain finally changed his move, probably because he was getting impatient. This was the same set of sword techniques, Eastern Purple Chi Sword. However, it was a different move. It was even stronger. First Sword Annihilation. The sword struck, the void suddenly distorted and shattered like glass. The sword light reached Ling Xiao's throat in an instant. Ling Xiao did not have any chance to dodge. The only thing he could do was block it. At this critical moment, Ling Xiao let out a beast-like roar. It felt as if something in his body had suddenly been penetrated. The Yin-Yang Yuan energy in his body broke through the restraints and became 10 times stronger in an instant. Lava Thunder Sky Collapsing Sword. Ling Xiao roared as he brandished the heavy sword with both hands. The heavy sword was entwined with the astonishing power of lava and lightning as it pierced towards the Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain. It was as if the heavens were collapsing. The sky split open, and scalding magma and lightning poured down. Ling Xiao, who was supposed to die, did not die. He appeared more than 10 meters away unscathed. Although he had been repelled once again, his face was brimming with excitement. He had broken through, he had finally broken through, he had broken through just as his life had been in danger. What a lunatic! The Yuan Venerate could not help but curse Ling Xiao. In any case, he could not do such a cultivation method. However, his disciple often did such things. Oh my God, you scared me to death. Master, why don't I help you? Xin Dian was also shocked by the scene just now. She was prepared to block the sword with all her strength. Anyway, if she blocked it, at most her soul would be weakened. As long as Ling Xiao could refine soul pills for her, or find soul gems or other soul magic treasures, she could still recover her soul power. But now, it seemed that she didn't need to do anything. Ling Xiao solved this problem by himself. He didn't die? The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain was also pushed back more than 10 meters by the sudden increase in power. Of course, he couldn't use all his strength to deal with a disciple of the Eight Immortal Mountain. This was a matter of pride. It was also a matter of reality. He knew that the Qingyuan flower was still nearby. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao with all his strength, he would definitely be weakened for a long time. If the Qingyuan flower attacked, he would be in trouble. He originally thought that if he used 70% of his strength, he would be able to kill Ling Xiao. In fact, he was right. The only pity was that Ling Xiao broke through at that critical moment. He broke through from the late stage of the first transformation second level of hell to the peak of the first transformation second level of hell. The breakthrough of a level brought a tenfold increase in power. This tenfold increase in power was definitely not something that the mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain could deal with 70% of his strength. He retreated almost as far as Ling Xiao, but he was obviously more embarrassed. His originally neat bun was completely messed up, making him look like a madman with disheveled hair, swaying in the wind. Old dog, I have to thank you. You actually allowed me to break through under such difficult circumstances. Facing the mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain, Ling Xiao became even more domineering. Why? Why is the heavens so unfair? Why did an insignificant lowly person like you have such a powerful aptitude? Why? Blood flowed from the mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain's forehead. He was filled with anger and unwillingness. He was depressed. He originally wanted to set a trap to kill Ling Xiao, but in the end, not only did he fail to kill Ling Xiao, but he also allowed Ling Xiao to break through. This really made him depressed to the extreme. Aptitude? Before I became a talent, everyone said that I was trash. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Old dog, I know that today's matter is definitely not your idea alone. Tell me, did the sand race ask you to do this? Tell me and I can spare your life. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to live. Ha 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 ha, so what if you broke through? Even if you have broken through, you are only at the peak of the second level of the Yin-Yang realm. Do you really think you can defeat me? The mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain laughed out loud. Little thief, I didn't use my full strength just now, which gave you a chance to break through. Next, I won't be merciful. Increasing my power from 70% to 90%, I don't believe that I can't kill you. I don't care if you're a genius or a piece of trash, you must die today. You said that again, but I'm still standing here alive. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. That move just now should be your strongest martial skill, right? Now that Ling Xiao had broken through, he did not intend to waste any more time with the other party. Although he was speaking, he was actually secretly using the Butterfly Girl's power. Because it was his first time using the Butterfly Girl to transform, he was naturally unfamiliar with it and needed some time to prepare. However, the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain clearly did not know this. If he knew, he would not be wasting his breath with Ling Xiao here. You'll know soon enough. The mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain held his sword and maintained a fixed posture. The Eastern Purple Chi sword has a special characteristic. Only when its power is used more than 90% will it be able to erupt with its true power. What you saw before was only an incomplete form, there's nothing amazing about it. Next, you'll know what a nightmare is. I originally thought that I wouldn't need this to kill you, but now it seems that you're really much stronger than I imagined. I have no choice but to use it. Ling Xiao frowned but did not retreat. He was also seizing the time to accumulate power. The butterfly girl's soul was temporarily embedded in the beast god position of the sun god. Suddenly, a pair of colorful wings stretched out from his back. They looked somewhat transparent and very beautiful. They were butterfly wings that had become bigger. These wings seemed to be condensed from some kind of special power. It could clearly make people feel that they were incomparably powerful. There were no special changes in other parts of his body. It seemed that the butterfly girl's martial soul transformation had poured more power into the pair of wings. The mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain also noticed the special changes in Ling Xiao's body. However, he did not care. Martial soul transformation again? Kid, no matter what tricks you have today, you can use them all. But I can tell you that it's useless. Today, you're dead meat, you have no chance of turning the tables. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Oh, right, I almost forgot. I'll definitely use the soul return technique to temporarily revive you. I'll definitely arrange for you and your brother's woman to have a good show of firewood and raging fire. After saying that, the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain finally stabbed out with his sword. It was still the same sword. Eastern Purple Chi, Sword of Destruction, however, the feeling was completely different. It seemed that the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain was not lying. The difference between a sword of destruction with 90% of his power and a sword of destruction with 70% of his power was too great. The ferocity of the power had reached its peak. It was as if the entire space was completely enveloped by the explosive sword aura. Ling Xiao, run! Run! The Qingwan flower in the beast ring also felt the terrifying power. It was too obvious. Even though Ling Xiao had shielded the beast ring, she still felt it. It was enough to show how terrifying this sword move was. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I originally wanted to capture you alive. Unfortunately, you're too strange. To be safe, I can only kill you. At this moment, the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain's hatred for Ling Xiao surfaced in his mind. Those scenes spun in his mind like a merry-go-round. His expression was ferocious and terrifying. His laughter resounded throughout the back mountain. You killed the genius Luo Yunxing of the Purple Fairy Mountain on the first level of the ghost prison. Do you really think I don't know? And today, you killed another of our genius violets. What right do you have to step into the upper 8 Immortal Mountain? What right do you have to embarrass me? You deserve to die today. You deserve to die. You deserve to die, don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain who had gone crazy. A cold smile appeared on his face. At this moment, a figure rushed over anxiously in the dark night. The moment he arrived, he saw Ling Xiao being surrounded by endless sword aura. Then, he was drowned in the terrifying sword aura. No! The white figure let out a hysterical scream. She was Lin Ruoxian. She had originally gone to Black Immortal Mountain to congratulate Ling Xiao and give the Lin family's gift to Ling Xiao. However, she had learned about Ling Xiao's situation from Feng Ru. Hence, she had rushed over regardless of the danger. She was a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain and had no problem entering the back mountain. The mountain masters of Black Immortal Mountain and Green Immortal Mountain did not come. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or a scheme, but the two of them had received an emergency summons from the sect. They were required to attend an internal meeting between the elders. Lin Yang, Feng Ru, and Chai Renfeng were not strong enough. Only she, Lin Ruoxian, could save Ling Xiao. But as soon as she arrived, she saw the tragic scene of Ling Xiao being killed. Her heart felt like it was about to shatter, torn apart by something. Ling Xiao could not have survived being enveloped by such a terrifying sword qi. More importantly, the one who had unleashed this sword was none other than the powerful mountain master of Purple Immortal Mountain. I'm going to kill you. Lin Ruoxian's eyes were red and something in her body seemed to have been activated. A strange figure appeared behind her. It was a strange woman with snake hair. It was the martial soul of the Snake Clan's clan leader. Among the 8 clans, the martial souls of the Snake Clan were more special. There were many types and although they were all snakes, they were all different. Only the martial soul of the clan leader was a terrifying monster with snake hair on its head and a snake tail on its lower body. Lin Ruoxian had actually awakened such a martial soul. This had only happened in the past. In the past, her martial soul had only been a white snake. And because it was a little scary, she had never used it. However, the terrifying figure that had appeared behind her today made her look extremely sinister and terrifying. Her heart was in pain. Now that Ling Xiao was dead, she felt as if her world had lost its luster. She could not spare the person who had killed Ling Xiao. Whoever killed Ling Xiao, she would let that person die. Seeing Lin Ruoxian's grief-stricken expression, the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain was incomparably delighted. However, Lin Ruoxian's strength gave him a headache. Lin Ruoxian, I am an elder of the Eight Immortals Mountain. If you dare to attack me, your entire Lin clan will be finished. Although he was an elder, Lin Ruoxian was also a deacon. In terms of strength, Lin Ruoxian was even stronger than him. This was the strength of a genius. Lin Ruoxian stared coldly at the mountain lord of the Purple Fairy Mountain. At this moment, she only wanted to kill the mountain lord of the Purple Fairy Mountain. To avenge Ling Xiao. Nothing else mattered. As for the consequences, she didn't care. However, just as she was about to unleash the snake woman martial soul hidden within her body, she discovered that a pitch-black heavy sword had stabbed out from behind the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain. The sword pierced through the heart of the mountain master of the Purple Immortal Mountain, exploding with astonishing power of thunder and lava. By the time the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain wanted to dodge, it was already too late. His body struggled a few times in fear. Relying on his powerful cultivation base, he was able to maintain a little bit of consciousness. He turned his head to look behind him. It was a stunningly beautiful man with a pair of exquisite butterfly wings on his back. They were extremely dazzling in the dark night. Ling Xiao. Impossible. Those were the only words the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain said before he died. Although that man's appearance had changed a little, he had become stunningly beautiful. However, he still had 70% of Ling Xiao's features. There was no way he was mistaken. At this moment, Lin Ruoxian was mesmerized. She had never seen such a stunningly beautiful man. He was even more alluring than the most beautiful woman. His long black hair fluttered behind him, especially the pair of butterfly wings on his back. They were filled with dreamy colors. How could Ling Xiao be so beautiful? Lin Ruoxian was a little confused. It was not that she had never seen beautiful women, but she had never seen a man 10 times more beautiful than the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. Normally, she was considered one of the most beautiful women in the Eight Immortals County. However, compared to Ling Xiao in front of her, she paled in comparison. I didn't expect someone to see me. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. He then removed his butterfly transformation. Although his face was stunningly beautiful after the transformation, he still liked his rough and manly face. Ling Xiao, you're not dead. Lin Ruoxian wiped her tears. She was both excited and agitated. The snake girl martial soul behind her was gradually disappearing. Of course I'm not dead. Ling Xiao smiled and said, he can't kill me. Did you see my appearance just now? Yes. Lin Ruoxian nodded. The girl's eyes were still a little red. It was obvious that she had been crying. Can you keep this a secret for me? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. Lin Ruoxian couldn't help but feel sweet. Thinking that this secret was only known to her and Ling Xiao, she felt that she might be a special person by Ling Xiao's side. That kind of feeling was really quite enjoyable. Thank you. Ling Xiao didn't dare to look at Lin Ruoxian's loving eyes. No matter how slow he was, he knew that Lin Ruoxian had feelings for him. Unfortunately, he had only loved one woman in his life. That woman had to reincarnate because of him. Perhaps she was still suffering somewhere else. He couldn't be intimate with another woman here. He remembered Lin Ruoxian's feelings for him. If he could help this woman in the future, he would do his best to help. He didn't like to owe people favors, especially to women. Lin Ruoxian didn't find it strange. She had long been used to Ling Xiao's behavior. She liked Ling Xiao. It was her own idea. Although she also hoped that Ling Xiao liked her, it couldn't be forced. In order to break the awkward atmosphere, Ling Xiao took out Qingyuan flower and put the Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master's storage ring into his pocket. This old thing was an elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain. The things in the storage ring should be more than the violets. He also confiscated the storage rings of the other 43 warriors. A dozen of them had storage rings. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. You really killed the Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master? Qingyuan flower was still in shock. She was in the storage ring and didn't know the whole process. But she knew very well that Ling Xiao didn't kill the Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master with the help of others. This was simply like a dream. It was too shocking. Kill him. Ling Xiao said calmly, he set a trap to kill me. If I didn't kill him, he would kill me. Moreover, I don't know what mercy is. At this time, the Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master and the 43 warriors had been completely melted by the lava and turned into a pile of ashes. Looking at Ling Xiao's clean and efficient method, Lin Ruoxian couldn't help but feel emotional. Back then, she met Ling Xiao on the way to the 8 Immortals County. At that time, Ling Xiao only showed a little talent. Compared to her, the gap was huge. Her status was far from Ling Xiao's. At that time, she didn't pay much attention to Ling Xiao. In Lin Ruoxian's eyes, the young man's every step was dazzling, rising at the speed of a shooting star. Today, he had actually killed the Mount Purple Immortal's Mountain Lord. Although his strength might not surpass hers, it was already very close to hers. Perhaps this is a true genius. He's not someone ordinary people like us can compare to. Lin Ruoxian had seen many geniuses, but none of them could be compared to Ling Xiao. Even Ling Yan, who had made the 8 Immortal Mountain stand proudly among the Qin nation's experts in the past, did not have such terrifying potential as Ling Xiao. Could he be a divine-grade genius? Lin Ruoxian had always had this question, but now, she felt that this question was about to become true. Qingyuan Hua's feeling was very similar to Lin Ruoxian's. However, she had only known Ling Xiao recently and had only heard about him from others. She always felt that this kid was overestimating himself and daring to challenge the sand race's dignity. At that time, she felt that Ling Xiao was about to die. However, the first thing that surprised her was that Ling Xiao had destroyed the sand race in the arena of life and death. Since then, she had developed a strong curiosity about this young man whom she had never met before. However, at the beginning of the assessment, she was a little disappointed. Ling Xiao's cultivation seemed so weak. However, now, the Mount Purple Immortal's Mountain Lord had died at Ling Xiao's hands. Was this really not a dream? It's not good to stay here for long. Ladies, please return quickly. Ling Xiao felt uneasy. What had happened tonight clearly showed that someone was plotting against him. Killing the Mount Purple Immortal's Mountain Lord would cause the mastermind to be shocked and confused. However, since the mastermind wanted to deal with him, they would definitely have other plans. It was better to return to the Black Immortal Mountain as soon as possible. Otherwise, there would be more trouble. Lin Ruoxian and Qingyuan Hua naturally didn't have any objections. Ling Xiao had killed the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord and many disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain in order to save Qingyuan Hua. But this matter could be big or small. He was afraid that someone would use this matter to frame Ling Xiao. That would be troublesome. The three of them reached a consensus and left the back of the mountain immediately. Nothing happened all the way to the foot of the Black Immortal Mountain. However, just as the three of them were about to separate and return to their own residences, countless torches suddenly lit up in the dark night, illuminating the three of them very clearly. The night had turned into day. Ling Xiao noticed that Qi Lian, Sha Diao, and Sha Lin were all there. Many of them were the Immortal Bell Guards of the 8 Immortals Mountain. The Immortal Bell Guard was a very special unit of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Its members were all disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Their responsibility was to carry out the rules of the sect, which were directly under the jurisdiction of the inner hall of the Hall of Rewards, Kindness and Punishments. Among the Immortal Bell Guards, even the weakest one was at the peak of the 3rd level of hell. Compared to Desert Cloud, they were not inferior at all. Ling Xiao also noticed a stranger. Judging from his dressing, he should be the commander of the Immortal Bell Guards. His position was probably the deacon of the Hall of Rewards, Kindness and Punishments. He was very strong. He also saw Chu Renfeng, Feng Ru, and Lin Yang. However, these three people were now pressed to the ground and kneeling, with a knife already placed on their necks. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that trouble was coming. It seemed that what happened at the back of the mountain tonight had already been known. There were no secrets in the Eight Immortals mountain. However, before he could speak, he saw the astonishment in Qi Lian, Sha Diao, and Sha Lin's eyes. They seemed to be very surprised that the three of them had returned in the dark night. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the reason behind this and also the other party's scheme. He was afraid that the other party had planned to lure him to the back of the mountain, then kill the Qinghuan flower and frame him for it. Because the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was there, the mastermind thought that everything would go according to plan perfectly. However, now, Ling Xiao had returned, but so had the Qinghuan flower. Instead, the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain had not returned. It was no wonder that these guys were so astonished. Although this was only Ling Xiao's speculation, with his powerful analytical skills, there was a 99% chance that this speculation was the truth. Why are you guys together? Crimson Viper couldn't help but ask in surprise. In her opinion, although the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was not as powerful as her, killing a Qinghuan flower and capturing Ling Xiao alive would be a piece of cake. However, the situation now was completely different from what she had imagined. Could it be that the Lin Ruoxian had helped them? No, it was already very late when the Lin Ruoxian went to the back of the mountain. The master of the Purple Immortal Mountain should have succeeded before she went. What was going on? Qi Lian's mind was in a mess. Sha Lin and Sha Diao were also confused. Ling Xiao frowned. He knew that tonight was probably going to be a disaster. Although their plan had failed, with their treacherous and vicious hearts, they would probably come up with an even more vicious plan in an instant. What? Is the Sand Race planning to rebel? You led the Immortal Bell Guards to the Black Immortal Mountain in the middle of the night and captured the disciples of the Black Immortal Mountain. Do you really think that there's no one left in the Black Immortal Mountain? Ling Xiao was still calm and composed. The Black Immortal Mountain was his territory. He had stayed here for the longest time and had set up countless traps and arrays. This was to prevent someone from trying to kill him by force one day. He naturally did not want to use these preparations, but it seemed that they had to be used today. Shut up. Do you think you can slander the Sand Race as you wish? Sha Diao roared. Slander? Do you shameless people of the Sand Race need me to slander you? As long as you are not blind, you will know how despicable and shameless you are. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, Today, I want to see if the Sand Race can really cover the sky with one hand in the Eight Immortal Mountain. Senior Sha Lin, it's indeed inappropriate for you to do this. Lin Ruoxian was not as rash as Ling Xiao, but he also felt that what Sha Lin had done tonight was a little too much. This was already provoking an internal war within the sect. Lin Ruoxian. Did you kill the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain? Sha Lin suddenly stared at Lin Ruoxian and asked. He would never have thought that the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was killed by Ling Xiao, so he was certain that Lin Ruoxian had helped him. If that was the case, then he would take down Lin Ruoxian this time. Lin Ruoxian was one of Ling Xiao's backers. If he captured Lin Ruoxian, not only would Ling Xiao lose a great backer, but he would also make the Lin Ruoxian obediently marry off to his son, Sha Diao. What a joke. I haven't even seen the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain tonight. How can I kill him? Lin Ruoxian naturally refused to admit it. Although the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was in the wrong, killing an elder as a deacon was a great crime. Once he admitted it, even if he was in the right, it would become unreasonable. You don't want to admit it? It's fine. We will investigate this thoroughly. Sha Yu, capture these three sneaky fellows and interrogate them properly. The master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was one of the elders of the Eight Immortal Mountain. Now that he died without knowing why, we must investigate this thoroughly. It turned out that the commander of the Immortal Bell Guards was also surnamed Sha. No wonder. The people of the Sand Race would naturally help the Sand Race. Sha Lin had brought Sha Yu here today to put Ling Xiao in a dilemma. If he attacked the Immortal Bell Guards, it would be a rebellion. If he didn't, it would be death. Attack. Sha Yu waved his hand and the Immortal Bell Guards were about to attack. How dare you? This is the Black Immortal Mountain. Let's see who dares to attack. Although the Immortal Bell Guards are a troop that rewards good and punishes evil, they do not represent the law. If there is no order from the Hall Master of the Hall of rewarding good and punishing evil today, if you dare to attack, don't blame me, Ling Xiao, for being merciless. Ling Xiao looked at the crowd coldly. If these people insisted on attacking tonight, he would have to kill them all. Perhaps he wasn't strong enough. However, as long as he was on the Black Immortal Mountain, he was not afraid of anyone. He wasn't even afraid of Shaolin. The strength of the array was that it could allow the weak to defeat the strong. He had worked hard for nearly 3 months and had not wasted it. Ha 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 ha, kid, do you really think you're something? You're not an official disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain yet. Even if you are, you're just a fart in my eyes. No one will dare to do anything to me even if I kill you. Shaolin laughed wildly. He didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Deacon Lin, Miss Qing, do you dare to follow me, Ling Xiao, up the Black Immortal Mountain? Ling Xiao didn't look at Shaolin. Instead, he turned around and asked the 2 women. There's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Ruoxian said. You saved my life. If these people don't listen to reason, I'll protect you even if I have to die. Qing Wanhua said. Very well, follow me up the mountain. After saying that, Ling Xiao walked up the Black Immortal Mountain. Without waiting for the Immortal Bell Guards to attack, the people brought by Qi Lian and Shaolin couldn't wait to attack. However, at this moment, some strange inscriptions suddenly appeared on the ground. Sharp blades shot out from the ground. Many cultivators were unable to dodge in time and had their bodies pierced through, dying on the spot. Including those who were holding down Xu Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Feng Ru. In just an instant, the situation changed. Ling Xiao stepped onto the Black Immortal Mountain. Lin Ruoxian, Qing Wanhua, Xu Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Feng Ru all followed. Some people chased after them, but halfway through, they suddenly saw boiling lava spewing out, directly burning the group of people at the front to death. Others looked at the huge wall of lava in front of them in horror, unable to do anything. Old Witch Qi Lian, Old Dog Shaolin, Little Sand Sculpture Dog, listen to me, our Black Immortal Mountain is not a pushover. If you obediently scram today, nothing will happen. If you dare to force your way up the mountain, I will definitely annihilate all of you. Ling Xiao stood behind the huge wall of lava and said without the slightest scruple. At this moment, Saren's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He was a member of the Sand Clan, one of the 8 great clans, and his status was not low. Now, he was being insulted by a disciple who had just been promoted to the 8 Immortal Mountain. How could he take this lying down? Ling Xiao, are you trying to rebel? Saren asked coldly. It's not us who wants to rebel, it's you. Even if the Black Immortal Mountain does not have a high status, it is still a mountain of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Even if you want to find trouble with us, you must have the order of reward and punish evil from the Hall Master of the Reward and Punish Evil Hall before you can punish us. You don't have anything and you dare to come to the Black Immortal Mountain to cause trouble. Who wants to rebel? Ling Xiao said righteously. Ling Xiao, don't be silly. We just want to bring you back for questioning. The whereabouts of the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master is unknown, and you came back so late. It's inevitable that people will be suspicious. Don't worry, as long as you are willing to come with us, we will ensure your safety. Sha Yu, the commander of the Immortal Bell Guards, said with a smile. Bullshit. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? None of you with the surname Sha are good people. Do you think I don't know? As long as we go with you, I'm afraid the 3 of us will never be able to make a comeback. Little dog, listen to me. Don't blame me for being ruthless if you lose your life because of Saren. I, Ling Xiao, am not a coward who dares to be bullied. Ling Xiao scolded loudly. Sha Yu's expression suddenly became extremely ferocious. Do you think you can stop us with the defense of the Black Immortal Mountain? You better be smart, or I'll let all of you die on the mountain tonight. Ling Xiao hit the nail on the head and he naturally became extremely angry. Humph, are you angry because of embarrassment? It doesn't matter. If you want to kill us, then come. I'd like to see who will die today, you or us. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and then assigned tasks to Lin Ruoxian and the others. Each of them was to control a formation. The formation that was controlled by someone would be more powerful. Stubborn. Immortal Bell Guards, go. Xianxia shouted, that fire wall is only 20 meters tall. It won't stop you. Go over and kill those traitors. Traitors? The Sand Tribe really can't change their bad habit of blaming others. Xiao sneered. With a wave of his hand, the wall of fire that was originally 20 meters tall suddenly doubled in size. The immortal Bell Guards who had almost crossed the fire wall were instantly sent flying by the fire wall. Although they didn't die, they were all burned and rolling on the ground, screaming in pain. You dare say you're not a traitor? How dare you hurt the immortal Bell Guards? This is tantamount to treason. Today, you'll have to die even if you don't. Xianxia sneered. Let's not talk about the purple immortal mountain master. Just the fact that you dared to attack the immortal Bell Guards is enough for you to die. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Xiao also sneered. Little dog, don't fart over there. If you have the ability, come and catch us. I'd like to see if the 8 immortal mountain is reasonable. Is everyone as shameless as the Sand Tribe? Dad, don't the Sand Tribe have any formation masters? I don't know when this black immortal mountain set up so many formations. Attacking forcefully is not a solution. Sha Diao looked at Shaolin. Do you think it's so easy to find a formation master? Although it's easy to refine formations and elixirs, mastering them is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Shaolin also had a headache. It was not that the Sand Tribe didn't have any formation masters, but was it really useful? Uncle Shaolin, I know someone. He's the #1 formation master in the 8 Immortal County. He's very famous in the Qin Kingdom and was once an honored guest of the Qin Kingdom's royal family. If we ask him to come out, he'll definitely be able to break this insignificant formation. Xianxia said with a smile. You mean Mr. Mo? Shaolin frowned. But Mr. Mo has a strange temper. It's hard to ask him to come out. That's because we haven't agreed on the price. If Mr. Mo wants to study formations, he needs money. If we can provide him with tens of millions of low-grade spiritual stones, as well as formation plates and formation flags that can be used as the core of the formation, we're not afraid that he won't agree. Tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones are easy to get. Although it's a huge sum of money, it's still affordable for the sand race. It's worth it to kill Xiao. However, the array disc and the array flag are treasures. Where can I find them? Shaolin frowned and said. Coincidentally, I exchanged for these 2 items a few days ago in the Hall of Good and Evil. This brat is so arrogant that he has angered me. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to calm down, therefore, I'll lend these 2 items to you, uncle. Xianxia said with a smile. Okay, then hurry up and invite Mr. Mo. Shaolin was overjoyed. About half an hour later, an old man arrived at the foot of the Black Immortal Mountain. The old man looked to be in his 60s or 70s. His hair was completely white, and he was dressed in black, exuding a strange aura. When he arrived, he looked at Xiao's array and said disdainfully, it's just a small array. There's nothing to worry about. Boss, this is bad. That's Mr. Mo, one of the most powerful array refiners in the Qin nation. Once he makes a move, those arrays you set up won't be able to stop him at all. Lin Yang was a little anxious. Don't worry and watch. That old fool won't be able to break the array your boss set up. Xiao glanced at Mr. Mo disdainfully. Yes, this person did look powerful, but in Xiao's eyes, he was like a baby who had just learned how to crawl. He was not worth mentioning. Xiao, I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the array is broken, it'll be your death. At that time, even if you want to beg for mercy, you won't have a chance. Shaolin looked at the Black Immortal Mountain and said loudly. Old dog, don't be arrogant now. The matter here is so big that people will come soon. I don't believe that the sand race can hide the truth from everyone. When everyone is here, I'll tell you some interesting things. At that time, don't run away. Xiao had thought about it. Although killing the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was a big crime, everyone had the right to punish him for the despicable things he had done. Although he really wanted to join the 8 Immortals Mountain. However, that would depend on whether the 8 Immortal Mountain had the qualifications to keep him here. He was prepared to use the matter of the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord to test the higher-ups of the 8 Immortals Mountain. If this matter was resolved fairly, he would stay. After all, there were always dirty people in any sect. He was already used to it and would not blame the entire sect for a few vermin. However, if the 8 Immortal Mountain were to side with Shaolin and the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master in this matter, he wouldn't stay in such a sect any longer. In any case, Xianxia didn't have to stay here to improve. Therefore, he was prepared to announce the matter regarding the Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain. However, the time was not right now. He had to wait until there were more people around. He wanted everyone to know what sort of despicable things an elder had done. Mr. Mo, are you still unable to crack it? Tyrant was actually very worried now. He had originally thought that capturing Xianxia would be very easy. After all, the Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain had already been tricked into attending a meeting. No light in the night would also not appear in the lower 8 Immortals Mountain. This matter was too simple. He acted first and reported later. After killing Xianxia, he believed that no light in the night would not do anything to him. However, he didn't expect that it would be so difficult to capture Xianxia. He actually spent tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones and even gave him 2 precious array discs and array flags. In the end, he didn't even manage to do anything. Just as Tyrant was feeling very worried, another problem occurred. Mr. Mo was breaking the array formation and his head was covered in sweat. He had already bragged, but he didn't dare to stop. That was because he had received so many benefits from Tyrant. If he couldn't break the array formation, given Tyrant's character, he would definitely kill him. However, at this moment, he was sent flying by a violent force and fell directly at Tyrant's feet. It turned out that when he was breaking the array formation, he was careless and activated the power of the array formation. As a result, he was attacked. Old thing, can you break the array or not? Tyrant was already angry. He stepped on Mr. Mo's chest and said angrily, "Tyrant, please forgive this old man for being useless. This array really can't be broken. I don't want those things anymore. I hope you can let me go." Mr. Mo was really frightened. He had been refining arrays for so many years, but he had never seen such a meticulous array formation. Even those ancient arrays would have some flaws because of the long time. However, the array formation in front of him had no flaws at all. He couldn't break it at all. Afraid of death, he could only choose to give up. "Old thing, go to hell." Tyrant was furious. He chopped off Mr. Mo's head with his sword. He was originally angry, but now he had wasted a lot of time. In the end, he achieved nothing. "Ha ha ha, the people of the sand race are really shameless. You were the one who invited that trash. Now that others can't complete the task, you kill them. No wonder the reputation of the 8 Immortals Mountain is not good. It's all because of you black sheep." Xianxia's laughter came from the mountain. He had never been afraid that the other party would be able to break his array formation. After all, he had become even more cautious after the demon envoy of the Demon Shadow sect had broken Yuhua Town's array formation. With the help of a Yuan Venerate, his array formation had become even more meticulous and complicated. If it happened again, he absolutely believed that the demon envoy wouldn't be able to break Yuhua Town's array formation even if he was still alive. This was also why he hadn't been worried about Yuhua Town during this period of time. Attack. I don't believe that an array formation set up by a mere brat can be that powerful. Since he couldn't break the array formation, Tyrant could only choose to attack. He didn't want to wait for Dark Night Formless to return or no light in the night to find out about what had happened here. If that was the case, then he wouldn't have a chance. In any case, this array formation was nothing in his eyes. He took the lead. He wrapped his body with powerful origin energy and rushed towards the huge wall of fire. The Sand Martial Soul appeared behind him. The powerful black sandstorm enveloped the wall of fire and blasted a hole in it. Ha ha ha. If I had known that it would be so easy, I wouldn't have invited any array formation stones. I would have done it myself. Charge. He waved his hand and hundreds of martialists rushed towards the Black Immortal Mountain through the hole. More than a dozen Immortal Bell Guards were among them. "Xianxia, what should we do? Are they coming up? Qing Wanhua asked worriedly. Don't worry. Just control your own array formations and wait for my command to activate them together. I want them to never return. Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't like to just defend. Since the other party wanted to come in, then let them come in. He had caught a turtle in a jar. The others no longer panicked when they saw Ling Xiao's confident and calm smile. They poured their spirit power into the array formation at practically the same time. What a grand display. There must be 500 or 600 people here. I wonder what Shaolin's expression will be when they all die. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. What he was not used to the most was showing mercy. Since they were enemies, he would just kill them. Moreover, once they rushed over, they would not let him go. How could he be merciful in this kind of life and death battle? Shaolin, Qi Lian, Sha Diao, Sha Yu, and the others all rushed in. At this moment, Ling Xiao used his soul power to give an order. Attack! Along with the order, violent wind, lightning, raging flames, poison, magma, and rocks appeared at almost the same time. In just an instant, the death toll was no less than 100 people. The terrifying array could allow a weak martial artist to have the ability to control the elements of heaven and earth. This was the terrifying part of the array. Unfortunately, it was not easy to set up an array in the middle of a battle. Even the array stored in the array refining stone was relatively simple and not powerful enough. It could be said that if an array refining master was given enough time, then at the very least, no one would be able to hurt them. Unless it was the 7 sovereigns and the king of sovereigns who could control the mystic world's laws. Oh no, that brat is tricking us. We are trapped. This is like beating a dog after closing the door. Bullshit, I am not a dog. But this is really troublesome. Panic, everyone who followed Shaolin panicked. Screams sounded one after another. Shaolin, who did not want anyone to appear, now hoped that someone would appear. Because as long as someone appeared, they could still be saved. Otherwise, except for a few people with stronger cultivation, the rest would die. Save me, Lord Shaolin. Deacon Sha Yu, save me. The Immortal Bell Guards probably never thought that there would be someone who dared to attack them within the 8 Immortal Mountain. This Ling Xiao was simply a madman. Ha ha ha, this is too satisfying, junior brother Ling, damn it, I have a stomach full of anger today. Even if I die after having fun, it will be worth it. I, Chu Renfeng, will kill all these shameless people. That's right. These guys are completely unreasonable. Only by making them feel fear is the right thing to do. Lin Yang also felt powerless. If Ling Xiao had not come back in time, his head would have fallen to the ground. These Sand Clan people were really overbearing. They did not care about his identity at all. At this moment, even Feng Ru, a kind and innocent girl, could not help but want to kill a few more people. Ever since she joined the 8 Immortals Mountain, she had never intended to fight with anyone. She tolerated everything, but reality made it impossible for her to continue tolerating. If she continued to endure, she might even lose her life. As for the Lin Ruoxian and the Qinghuan flower, there was no need to mention them. After what had happened at the back of the mountain, if they were still naive enough to think that they could survive by surrendering now, then they would really be extremely stupid. Fortunately, they weren't stupid. On the contrary, they were very smart. Therefore, they were willing to fight alongside Ling Xiao until they died. Soon, the road leading to Black Immortal Mountain was filled with corpses. Only Shaolin, Qi Lian, Sha Diao, and Sha Yu were left alive. The Immortal Bell Guards that Sha Yu had brought out this time were all killed. His heart was filled with both anger and fear. He was angry because Ling Xiao had actually daring to attack the Immortal Bell Guards. He was frightened because so many people had died. If he still could not capture and kill Ling Xiao, then he was afraid that when he returned, he would not be able to explain to the Hall Master. Old dogs and puppies, don't you feel great? Ling Xiao's voice sounded extremely cold and domineering in the night. At this moment, he was no longer a mere disciple, but a true expert. With the help of countless arrays, even no light in the night could not kill him, let alone Shaolin. As long as he did not leave Black Immortal Mountain, he would definitely not die. This was his advantage. Today, Shaolin and the other idiots dared to barge into Black Immortal Mountain. They were simply walking into a trap and seeking their own deaths. Ling Xiao, you have to think clearly. If you kill us, the sand race will not let you off. The Hall of Good Reward and Evil will not let you off either. You are simply rebelling, treason. Shaolin was a little frightened. Because at this moment, he was equivalent to being trapped on Black Immortal Mountain. He could not go out, nor could he go in. He could only tiredly deal with the attacks of various arrays. Although it seemed that he would be fine for a while. In the long run, he would not be too far away from death. Therefore, he began to use his identity and status to threaten Ling Xiao. Idiot, if I don't kill you, you will still continue to oppress me and use all kinds of sinister moves on me. You want me dead, very well, since you want me dead, I will also kill you today. I will let you have a taste of the consequences of offending me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was completely unmoved by Shaolin's words. Threatening him, what a joke. He had also thought that he could peacefully coexist with the sand race, but what did the sand race do? Did they really think that he, Ling Xiao, was an ant that could not be resisted? They are coming. Ling Xiao suddenly looked into the distance. Countless figures rushed over at high speed. This night was destined to be a restless one. The sky was turning white, and the light of dawn was gradually rising. The originally pitch-black night gradually brightened up. These figures also became clearer and clearer. No light in the night, Yichen Wu Xing, the master of Green Immortal Mountain, the master of the Hall of Good Reward and Evil, Lin Haoyu, and the other masters of the 8 Immortal Mountains. Ling Xiao knew these people. There were also some faces that Ling Xiao did not recognize. The deputy master of the Hall of Good Reward and Evil, Jian Ruchao, one of the 4 great guardians of the Sand Race, the elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain, Sha Tong Tian, they were all considered important figures, and were on the same level as No Light in the Night. Apart from them, there were many other reputable figures, as well as many disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountains who were alarmed by the commotion. Elder, save us! Ling Xiao is plotting a rebellion. He has already killed many Immortal Bell Guards with his strange formation. He wants to kill all of us. Shaolin knew that he was saved when he saw Sha Tong Tian. He definitely did not believe that Ling Xiao would dare to attack them in front of Elder Yuan. He also did not believe that Ling Xiao's formation could not be broken even by Elder Yuan. Ling Xiao, do you know your crime? Sha Tong Tian shouted loudly. What crime have I committed? Ling Xiao said loudly, Elder Yuan, although you are from the sand race, you should speak with a conscience. Don't be as shameless as these people and slander others. Humph, what crime have I committed? You killed the Immortal Bell Guards, which is a capital crime, you attacked the Sand Race, which is a capital crime, you are just a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain, a slave of the 8 great tribes. Even if we want you to die, you have to accept it. You dared to fight back, which is a capital crime. Old dog, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Looks like I was right. None of you Sand Clan are good. Ling Xiao said coldly, I came to the 8 Immortals Mountain to learn martial arts, not to be your slave. What's more, I'm now a disciple of 8 Immortal Mountain, a member of the Dark Clan. I'm on the same level as you Sand Clan. Saren and his men suddenly surrounded Black Immortal Mountain and attacked us for no reason. Let alone attacking him, even if I killed him, so what? As for those Immortal Bell Guards, they deserve to die. The Immortal Bell Guards are supposed to protect the laws of 8 Immortal Mountain. They should be fair and not biased. But they have become the dogs of the Sand Clan. They deserve to die. Ha ha ha, well said. You killed them well. As expected of the person chosen by No Light in the Night, you have character. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Sha Tongtian's face turned green with anger. But No Light in the Night was very happy. Because although Ling Xiao's words were unpleasant to hear, they were reasonable. As long as Ling Xiao stood on the side of reason, he would have a way to help Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qingwan Hua were all Dark Clan members. He could not tolerate anyone who dared to attack his Dark Clan members. No Light in the Night, what did you say? Sha Tongtian roared with anger. You're not deaf. How could you not hear me? No matter who he is, he deserves to die. If Ling Xiao doesn't kill them, I will. No Light in the Night was such a person. He was similar to Ling Yuhua of Yuhua Town. He put the Dark Clan's interests first. If he felt that it was beneficial to the Dark Clan, he would insist on it. If it was useful to the Dark Clan, he would protect them. Alright, the two of you. We're here to solve the problem, not to fight. Jian Ruchao finally opened his mouth. He looked at Black Immortal Mountain and said, Ling Xiao, remove the formation and release Saren and the others. After all, they are respected. If you hurt them, I'm afraid you'll be in danger. If you want me to release them, I can. Your Excellency should be the Hall Master of the Good and Evil Hall. Then, convict them first. These people trespassed into the Black Immortal Mountain and attacked us directly. They almost killed us. As long as they are convicted, I, Ling Xiao, will naturally let them go. Otherwise, please forgive me for not being able to comply. Ling Xiao's attitude. In any case, since he had already reached this level, he could not lower his stance. At this time, if you lowered your posture, others would see your weakness and find your flaws. That would be troublesome. You. This is for your own good. Jian Ruchao's. And he didn't like Ling Xiao to begin with. That little girl Ling Jiaojiao refused to marry his clansman. This made him very unhappy. Moreover, the little girl said that she would listen to Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao didn't agree, she wouldn't marry him. What did she take his clan for? With this kind of bad impression, it was naturally impossible to be too fair and just in doing things. Not qualified? Then let's not talk about it. Ling Xiao sneered and looked at No Light in the Night. Doyan No Light in the Night, do you also think I should release these guys? No Light in the Night thought that Ling Xiao was giving him face. He didn't know that this was Ling Xiao's test for him. If he didn't support Ling Xiao in this matter, then Ling Xiao planned to make a scene at 8 Immortal Mountain and then leave. There would be a place for him to stay. Just do as you say. If anything happens, the Dark Clan will take responsibility. No Light in the Night said loudly. The Dark Clan and the Sand Clan were considered the 4 strongest clans among the 8 major clans. The other 2 clans were the Sword Clan and the Snake Clan. Although the other clans weren't weak, compared to these 4 clans, they were still a little bit weaker. Therefore, the Dark Clan and the Sand Clan had a tradition of secretly competing with each other. If Sha Lin, Sha Diao, Sha Yu, and Qi Lian were killed by Ling Xiao, and it was very reasonable. No Light in the Night would definitely support Ling Xiao and not oppose. Thank you, Doyan. I understand. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. After all, when a person joined a sect, there would always be some feelings. If he really wanted to leave here, there would definitely be some reluctance. After all, there were his friends and expectations here. If he left, it would mean that he would have to start all over again. No Light in the Night, do you know that Ling Xiao colluded with Lin Ruoxian to kill the Lord of Purple Immortal Mountain? Sha Lin questioned loudly. You're wrong, Sha Lin. The one who killed the Lord of Purple Immortal Mountain was not Lin Ruoxian, but me. I can kill that old bastard by myself. At this time, the people who should be here had already arrived. Ling Xiao should tell everyone the truth. See, he admitted it. Jian Ruchao, why don't you arrest this kid and let him face to face? Comfort the spirit of the Lord of Purple Immortal Mountain in heaven. Sha Lin shouted excitedly. Ling Xiao, is what you just said true? Jian Ruchao frowned. Although he didn't like Ling Xiao, he didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. Because with Ling Xiao's strength, killing the Lord of Purple Immortal Mountain was too ridiculous. It was simply impossible. Of course it's true. Just like how I'm dealing with Sha Lin now. With a powerful formation, killing him shouldn't be a problem, right? Ling Xiao found a very reasonable reason. Do you know that you offended your superiors and murdered an elder? Jian Ruchao said coldly. I don't know. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Elder? That old bastard is worthy? He didn't care about his status and kidnapped Qingluan, a member of the Dark Tribe, to lure me to save her. Then, he besieged me and tried to kill me. Unfortunately, that old bastard really couldn't take it anymore. Not only did he fail to kill me, but he was also killed by me. His death is not to be regretted. Do you have evidence? No Light in the Night asked. He believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't say this casually. Since he said this, there must be some conclusive evidence. Of course. Ling Xiao said, that old bastard set up the trap at the back of the mountain. The back of the mountain is a forbidden area and there are always photography beasts there. In order to prevent people from biting back, I specially sent a photography beast nearby. Now, it can be considered to be of use. After he finished speaking, he released a demonic beast from the beast ring. This demonic beast had 2 big eyes. It looked like a snail. However, there was a pair of eyes on its antennae that could faithfully record images. These images could be stored for up to a year before gradually fading away. Therefore, what happened at night was naturally recorded. Ling Xiao dared to admit that he killed the Lord of Purple Immortal Mountain. Naturally, he had something to rely on. However, the images taken by the photography beast were not very clear. In addition, Ling Xiao was extremely fast during the battle, so his tyrant martial spirit and butterfly transformation would not be seen through. The video played by the camera beast made Saren unable to be arrogant anymore. What Purple Immortal Mountain's lord did brought shame to the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. Good job. No Light in the Night shouted, Sha Tong Tian. Jian Ruchao. What else do you two have to say? Jian Ruchao sighed and said, Purple Immortal Mountain's lord, as an elder, did such a dirty thing. Ling Xiao did it to protect himself. Not only is he not guilty, but he has also done a meritorious deed. He didn't like Ling Xiao very much. He didn't have a deep hatred for Ling Xiao. Therefore, when the evidence was presented, he had already decided not to pursue the matter any further. Otherwise, his authority as the Vice Hall Master of the Hall of Reward the Good and Punish the Evil would be seriously questioned. Even Sha Tong Tian didn't dare to speak for Purple Immortal Mountain's lord. Because speaking for that kind of person meant that he was also that kind of person. He couldn't bear the responsibility. However, he still had to save Saren and the others. So he looked at No Light in the Night and said, No Light in the Night, Saren was wrong today, no doubt about it. But 8 Immortal Mountain can't have a war. You should know this best. Saren, Sha Diao, Sha Yu, and Qi Lian will be strictly disciplined by our sand race. You can rest assured. Besides, we have paid a heavy price. That should be enough, right? Can we ask Ling Xiao to let the 4 of them go? Sha Tong Tian said this because he had already lowered his head. Since he couldn't punish Ling Xiao, as long as he could save the 4 people he wanted to save, it would be good enough. No Light in the Night obviously didn't want to start a war between the dark race and the sand race. He nodded and said, Sha Tong Tian, since you said so, I will give you face. But after this matter, I am afraid that the 4 people will hate Ling Xiao to the bone. If you want to let them go, they must swear in public that they will never attack Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it will be a war between the dark race and the sand race. What do you think, Ling Xiao, what do you think? He didn't forget about Ling Xiao. In order to give Ling Xiao enough face, he asked this question. No Light in the Night will decide everything. When he heard that No Light in the Night was willing to help him, Ling Xiao decided to join the dark race. Perhaps this Dark One really was the key to his ascension. Good. Dark Knight Wukong was very happy because Ling Xiao, this arrogant young man, was willing to give him face. This lad was anxious. However, he wasn't going to give anyone face. In fact, this could even be considered as a form of glory. He then looked at Sha Tong Tian and asked, What do you think? Sha Tong Tian nodded. He then looked at Sha Lin and said, Today's matter was indeed due to your recklessness. Although Hexian Mountain isn't very active, it's still under the control of the Dark Ones. You're putting the Sand Race in a very difficult position. Swear. But Grand Elder, that brat has gone too far. Of course, Sha Tong Tian didn't want to swear. Because that would mean that he had admitted defeat in front of so many people. If he didn't want to, the other 3 wouldn't either. Sha Tong Tian, you won't even listen to this old man's orders? Sha Tong Tian was also very unhappy. He didn't want Sha Tong Tian to swear in front of so many people. But Ling Xiao's formation was too powerful. Sha Tong Tian had analyzed it for a long time but couldn't find any flaws. He had no choice but to do this. Sha Tong Tian and the other 3 would lose their lives. I'm sorry, Grand Elder. I usually listen to you, but not today. We can't tarnish the reputation of the sand race. Sha Tongtian said unyieldingly. Fool. If you die at the hands of a disciple who just ascended to Mount 8 Immortals, wouldn't that bring shame to the sand race? Sha Tongtian was annoyed. Sha Tongtian was usually very smart. Why was he so stupid today? Grand Elder, what are you afraid of? Can't we break this formation with the power of the sand race? Some of the sand race warriors standing behind Sha Tongtian were also very unhappy. They weren't willing to lower their heads to the dark race. They were even more unwilling to lower their heads to Ling Xiao. These people put Sha Tongtian in a dilemma. Grand Elder, if you're afraid, let us save Sha Tongtian. Those sand race warriors suddenly rushed toward Black Immortal Mountain. There were a total of 5 people, and their cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd level of hell. One of them was actually at the peak of the 3rd level of hell. This kind of strength was already at the level of the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord. Grand Elder No Light in the Night, it's not that I don't want to listen to you, but these people aren't willing to reconcile. They can't blame me. Ling Xiao was actually not willing to reconcile with this matter. But he didn't want to go against No Light in the Night's face. Now that the other party was the one who refused to reconcile, he had sufficient reason to act. Kill. The terrifying formation was instantly activated. The 5 sand race warriors were directly destroyed in the void. 5 corpses were directly thrown out and fell at Sha Tongtian's feet. Not only that. Ling Xiao activated the formation at the same time and charged toward Sha Tongtian and the others. Qi Lian and Sha Tongtian were the first to give in. The 2 of them were the weakest among the 4. Under Ling Xiao's crazy attacks, they were finally surrounded by boiling magma and crazy thunder and lightning. Then, they fell to the ground with serious injuries. Although they weren't dead yet, as long as Ling Xiao continued to attack, they would definitely die. Stop. Sha Tongtian roared angrily and rushed forward. He definitely couldn't allow Sha Tongtian to be killed. At this time, he could only attack. However, he was blocked by a figure. It was the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord, Yi Wuxing. It's been a long time since I've met a true opponent. I want to see how much you've improved over the years. How dare you ignore my Black Immortal Mountain? Dark Knight Formless looked at Sha Tongtian indifferently, his eyes cold and unyielding. Today, all those who barge into my Black Immortal Mountain will die. You coward, you're already at your limit. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Sha Tongtian rushed forward. However, after 3 moves, he was directly thrown out and fell to the ground, his whole body twitching. Although he wasn't dead, he was seriously injured. Yi Wuxing was unharmed. He stood there coldly and looked at everyone. Today, I, Yi Wuxing, swear here that in the past, I couldn't protect my son, but in the future, if anyone dares to hurt my disciples Ling Xiao, Ho Renfeng, and Feng Ru, I'll definitely take their lives. If he didn't have the strength, no one would care about what he said. But he was too strong. Sha Tongtian, a senior figure, was defeated in 3 moves by him and was seriously injured. Ling Xiao, listen up. You don't have to do anything next. I'll raise this butcher's knife. He knew that if Ling Xiao really killed Sha Tongtian and the others, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. So he had to do something for his disciple. As the Mountain Lord, he had never helped Ling Xiao much. Today, Ling Xiao was going to step into the upper 8 Immortal Mountain. He wanted his disciple to leave safely. He walked towards the Black Immortal Mountain and Sha Tongtian and the others. Dark Knight, do you want to start a war between the Sand Race and the Dark Race? Sha Tongtian lay on the ground and roared weakly. What a joke. The war started the moment the Sand Race besieged the Onyx Immortal Mountain. My disciple gave you a chance to live, a chance to admit your mistakes. Since you don't know how to cherish it, don't blame me for being impolite. What's more, I left the Dark Race long ago. If the Sand Race wants revenge, come to me. What does it have to do with the Dark Race? Dark Knight didn't look at Sha Tongtian at all. In the dawn, he was like an evil god left behind by the night. He was so terrifying and powerful. It was so chilling. Shaolin, hurry up and swear. Sha Tongtian roared desperately. Because he knew that as long as Shaolin swore not to hurt Ling Xiao and the others, Dark Knight would have no reason to attack. He won't dare to kill us. He definitely won't. He's just the leader of the Onyx Immortal Mountain. I'm a member of the Sand Race. Xiaolin was still delusional. He felt that Dark Knight didn't dare to attack. However, a scream came from beside him. It was Xiaoyu who died. This important pawn of the Sand Race in the Hall of Good and Evil had died just like that. Father, save me! Xiaodiao screamed in horror. He was seriously injured and didn't even have the strength to resist. At this time, he could only scream in horror. Xiaolin blocked Dark Knight. However, he was sent flying by Dark Knight's palm. I swear that from now on, if I hurt Ling Xiao and the disciples of the Onyx Immortal Mountain again, I will die a horrible death. Xiaodiao screamed in horror. This oath made the Sand Race lose face. However, he didn't care. As long as he could survive, he would be lucky. I also swear that from now on, I will never mention the word revenge. I will never hurt Ling Xiao and the other disciples of the Onyx Immortal Mountain. Qi Lian also swore. Xiaoyu's death was a reminder to her. Dark Knight was too strong. He was really too strong. All these years, this person had kept a low profile. As a result, people had forgotten how terrifying he was. Only when he really attacked did they know how terrifying he was. I swear. Xiaolin finally didn't dare to continue being tough. After being sent flying by Black Knight Formless' palm, he clearly understood the huge gap between him and Black Knight Formless. I swear that I will never harm Ling Xiao and the other disciples of the Black Immortal Mountain in the future. If I go back on my word, I am willing to accept any punishment from the sect. These words made Saren feel even worse than death. But he knew he couldn't die. Only by being alive could one do many things. He didn't dare to break his oath, but he could still command others to deal with Ling Xiao. He would definitely not let Ling Xiao go, definitely, including Dark Knight Formless, he would not let them go. Dark Knight retracted his ferocious aura and looked coldly at Saren. I know you're not convinced. You still want to deal with Ling Xiao, but I advise you not to let me know. Otherwise, you will die. He listened to the oaths of those people. Ling Xiao sneered. He would not let these people go. By the time he had enough strength to challenge the Sand Race, none of these people would be able to survive. He knew that none of these people would really let him go. So he wouldn't be soft-hearted. Didn't High Formless leave these 3 dogs alive for him? He removed the array and looked coldly at Sha Tong Tian and the others from the Sand Race leaving in a sorry state. No Light in the Night waved his hand and said, "Let's go. There's nothing to see." He knew very well that after today, Ling Xiao's status and identity would surpass many disciples. He could kill the Mountain Lord of the Purple Immortal Mountain and force Saren and the others to swear an oath. Regardless of whether it was the power of the array or not. Just based on this ability, he was more domineering than most of the disciples from the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. Kid, you're good. But if those people don't swear an oath tonight, will you really kill them? No Light in the Night walked to Ling Xiao's side and asked when most people had left. I will. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Aren't you afraid of the Sand Race's revenge? No Light in the Night asked again. I, Ling Xiao, have never killed the innocent in my life, but if anyone provokes me, I'll return it 1,000 times over. The Sand Race's revenge? Isn't the Sand Race already taking revenge? Actually, Senior Elder, you didn't save me tonight, but the entire Sand Race. Ling Xiao said indifferently, the array on the Black Immortal Mountain is controlled by me. It won't be a problem to destroy the Sand Race. Unfortunately, it can't be moved. Ha ha ha, good kid, you have character. Dark Knight Formless, he's very much like you when you were young. Since your son is already dead, why don't you take him in as your godson? No Light in the Night laughed. He won't agree. Dark Knight Formless also had the same idea, but he knew Ling Xiao's character. That's right, I won't agree. However, Mountain Chieftain, I, Ling Xiao, will remember what you have done tonight. You have treated me well, and I will definitely repay your kindness. Ling Xiao didn't like to recognize random people as his father. It wouldn't matter if it was his master, but his father, he wouldn't recognize anyone other than the person who gave birth to him and raised him. It didn't matter how great that person was. Even if the parents he met were just ordinary people, he could still treat them as his parents because he was indebted to them for giving birth to him. But he wouldn't recognize anyone else. It seems like you guys know each other well. Alright, it's daybreak, and the time for you guys to say goodbye is over. Next, I'll make some adjustments and report to the dark race. No Light in the Night smiled and turned around to leave. He probably went back to the dark race. After all, what happened today was a bit too big, and he still needed to inform the dark race. At this point, the assessment of the disciples of the Eight Immortal Mountain was completely over. In the end, Ling Xiao, Qingwan Hua, and Lin Yang not only passed the assessment and were promoted to the Eight Immortal Mountain. They also defended their honor and lives. The Sand Race, Scarlet Immortal Mountain, and Purple Immortal Mountain all paid a heavy price. Desert Cloud, Akira, and the Lord of Purple Immortal Mountain, who were once enemies of Ling Xiao, had already gone to the underworld. Ling Xiao, although tonight's matter seems to have been resolved perfectly on the surface, you should know that the Sand Race will definitely not let it go so easily. Back on the Black Immortal Mountain, Heiyi Formless looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Don't worry, Lord. I understand. I stepped into the Eight Immortal Mountain and joined the Dark Race to increase my strength. When I become stronger, the Sand Race will only pay a heavy price for their stupidity. If they don't do anything in the future, they might still be able to live safely. But if they want to find trouble with me, I will definitely let them know what regret is." Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of the Sand Race at all. He had met enemies stronger than the Sand Race, and they had all come. Just a mere Sand Race, what did that count as? He didn't care at all. Alright, it's good that you have confidence. I will cultivate in seclusion on the Black Immortal Mountain from now on. If you have any problems, feel free to look for me. Suddenly, Dark Knight Formless felt like he was talking too much. How could someone as smart as Ling Xiao not understand that going to the Eight Immortal Mountain was just the beginning? He left. Lin Yang, Qingwan Flower, and Lin Ruoxian left as well. They knew that Ling Xiao should be left alone for the time being. He needed some time to think about his future plans before going to the Eight Immortal Mountain. After they left, Ling Xiao took out the storage rings of the Amethyst Mountain's lord and the people he killed in the back of the mountain. There were more than 20 storage rings, which added up to nearly 2 million low-grade spirit stones. The Lord of Amethyst Mountain wasn't as rich as Akira and Desert Cloud. However, there was a secret manual in the Lord's storage ring called the Eastern Amethyst Sword Art. There were only 2 stances to the Eastern Amethyst Sword Art. First Sword Art. Second Sword Art. However, it was the strongest high-tier Jade rank martial art in the Amethyst Mountain. Ling Xiao was in need of a high-tier Jade rank martial art. He could use it for now and trade it for a better one when he came across one. As for the Meteor Sword Art, he could still use it for now. High-tier Jade rank martial arts were difficult to cultivate and consumed a lot of energy. Mid-tier Jade rank martial arts were the best choice for a normal battle. Ling Xiao decided to study the Eastern Amethyst Sword Art first since there was still some time before he left for the Dark Tribe. With the experience of cultivating a high-tier Jade grade secret technique, it wasn't too difficult for him to cultivate this high-tier Jade grade martial skill. In half an hour, he had mastered the first move, One Sword to the West, to the small success level. It was about time for him to leave. He stood up and prepared to leave for the Dark Tribe. Qingwan Flower and Lin Yang were already waiting for him outside. The Dark Knight was formless. Lin Ruoxian was also standing there. Evidently, she was planning to send them on their way. Ling Xiao, do you know why No Light in the Night asked you to take me as your godfather? Dark Knight Formless asked. I don't know. Ling Xiao wasn't too sure, nor did he understand why Dark Knight Formless would suddenly bring this up. However, his instincts told him that there was something wrong. Let me tell you something. The Dark Ones are a family. If you don't choose someone to be your godfather or godmother, then you'll never be able to join the Dark Ones. Even if you do, you'll still be an outsider. Dark Knight Formless sighed. The 8 great clans are all the same. Do you think that Sand Eagle and Sand Sea are both Saren's sons? Not really. Sha Hai was his biological son, but Sha Diao was only an adopted son. Moreover, his surname was not Sha in the past. You have to understand that it's not easy to become a foster father or mother of an inner clansman. Desert Cloud didn't have that qualification, so even though he was from the sand race, he was just an outsider. In front of the sand eagles and the sea of sand, he will always be a slave. Hearing these words, Ling Xiao could not help but frown. He hated this kind of coercion the most. I know you don't like it, but others won't force you. Besides, there are too many people who want to take No Light in the Night as their godfather. But he only took a fancy to you. Qing Wanhua and Lin Yang don't have that qualification. If you choose him as your godfather, then you'll get all the resources of the inner clan. You'll even have the right to inherit the 8 great clans. No Light in the Night will do his best to protect you, so I suggest you don't resist. There's no harm in doing so, only benefits. Dark Knight Formless saw Ling Xiao's expression and knew that Ling Xiao wasn't too happy about it, so he made sure to explain. Damn, boss, you're rich. With such an expert protecting you, no one will dare to bully you in the 8 Immortal Mountain. Lin Yang said enviously. I, Ling Xiao, am naturally not invincible. I also need others to protect me, but I, Ling Xiao, have always done things according to my own will. I don't care for the protection that I can only get from taking others as my godfather or mother. Ling Xiao's attitude was very firm. Perhaps to others, this was nothing. It was just agreeing to be someone else's godfather. There was no loss. But Ling Xiao was not the same. He was the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Empire, the one who would unify the mystic world in the future. Every decision he made represented the prestige of the Heavenly Empire. He really didn't care for such protection. And what kind of person was Ling Xiao? How could a mere No Light in the Night be qualified to be his godfather? He wouldn't even take Dark Knight Formless as his godfather, let alone No Light in the Night. Dark Knight Formless said very seriously, Ling Xiao, calm down. There's no need to be so impulsive. You may think this is a kind of insult, but Lin Yang and Qing Wanhua can't get this kind of insult even if they want it. To be able to become No Light in the Night's godson, not to mention the disciples of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain, even the disciples of the upper 8 Immortal Mountain yearned for it. You have to know that my little brother, yes, No Light in the Night, has an indifferent personality. He doesn't care about anything. But he will protect his own things with all his might. If you become his godson, then he will definitely protect you with all his might. This is definitely your good fortune. Don't be ignorant of your good fortune. So what? He's strong, so I have to take him as my father? Does that mean that when I meet powerful experts in the future, I have to take them as my father? Mountain Lord, there's a story in my memory. In another world, there was the era of the 3 kingdoms. In that era, there was a powerful martial artist called Lu Bu. At first, he took a man called Ding Yuan as his father. Later, he found that another man called Dong Zhuo was even stronger. So he killed Ding Yuan and took Dong Zhuo as his father. Later, for a woman, he turned against Dong Zhuo and killed him. After that, he became brothers with a man called Liu Bei. That's why he was called the slave of 3 surnames. He was very strong, but his personality was extremely inferior. Mountain Lord, are you willing to let me become such a person? Sai, why are you so stubborn? You should know that once you take No Light in the Night as your godfather, you can do whatever you want in the Dark Clan. Who would dare to bully you? Plus, you can protect your friends and family better. Dark Knight sighed and tried his best to persuade Ling Xiao. There's no need to say more. Ling Xiao waved his hand. I, Ling Xiao, don't need to take someone else as my father. I can still protect my friends and family. Today, I'll say this. Even if I'm just an outer disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain, I can still make everyone look at me in a different light. Mountain Lord, I don't want our relationship to deteriorate because of this matter. Let's stop here. Dark Knight wasn't angry at Ling Xiao's words. Instead, he suddenly felt that he'd underestimated Ling Xiao too much. A person who always wanted to rely on others would never be able to achieve greatness. Even if he became a king, he'd only be a puppet king. A powerful empire had once been born on the Black Tortoise continent. The founding emperor of the empire was a man who liked to rely on others. He married a powerful woman and took advantage of her family. He recognized a powerful brother and used this powerful brother to protect himself. In the end, he succeeded, became the emperor, and unified the Black Tortoise continent. However, on the first day of his ascension, he was the center of attention, but in reality, he was controlled by that powerful woman. He was like a puppet. He couldn't even protect the woman he loved. She was made into a human swine and died a miserable death, but he couldn't do anything about it. His empire was nibbled away by that woman, and he couldn't do anything about it either. That was until a true king appeared among his descendants. He didn't rely on others, and in an extremely difficult environment, defeated many rivals and ascended to the throne. Only then did he reclaim his empire from that woman's family. From then on, the empire truly belonged to them. Yi Wuji knew this. He saw in Ling Xiao the potential of a true overlord. He wasn't cunning or clever, nor was he slick and self-righteous. He wasn't willing to rely on others. It was difficult for such a person to succeed. But once he succeeded, he would become a true overlord. Alright, I won't say any more. Just do as your heart tells you. Yi Wuji smiled. How could he not be happy? His disciple wasn't a petty person who fawned over others. This was a great relief to him. Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qing Wanhua finally left MT Black Immortal and headed for the higher reaches of MT8 Immortals. That was the true center of MT8 Immortals. The 8 most powerful families of MT8 lived there. Each family represented power and status. Ling Xiao and the others saw no light in the night at the entrance to the Dark Clan. No light in the night didn't say anything. Clearly, he'd already received Ling Xiao's answer from Yi Wuji. He refused to acknowledge him as his foster father. No light in the night was somewhat displeased. So many people wanted to acknowledge him as their father, but he refused. How dare Ling Xiao refuse? He planned to take revenge on the kid. His method of revenge was to make this kid despair. In the end, he came to beg him to become his adopted son. Aside from the patriarch, he was the strongest of the Dark Ones. If he wanted to do something, it would be easy. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know what No Light in the Night was thinking. He just felt that No Light in the Night was not in a good mood. However, he didn't care too much about it. He had come to the Dark Race to practice martial arts, not to curry favor. The 8 great clans are divided into inner and outer clans. The servants and slaves are all from the outer clans. The inner race doesn't need to do anything by themselves. They just need to focus on their cultivation. Perhaps he was trying to provoke Ling Xiao, but when they passed by the Dark Race's compound, Dark Knight pointed at the busy outer race disciples. These outer clan disciples were also disciples of the upper 8 Immortal Mountain. In the eyes of the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain, they were simply superior existences. However, in reality, it wasn't easy to work like a cow or horse for the inner race. No Light in the Night wanted to see the look of regret on Ling Xiao's face. Unfortunately, he didn't see it. Ling Xiao's expression was as calm as ever. In Ling Xiao's eyes, the so-called inner clans were just people who lived a life of luxury, but didn't know how to differentiate between grain and body. Although they had plenty of time to cultivate, they spent most of their time enjoying themselves and having fun. They didn't have as much time to cultivate as the outer clans. Moreover, how could a person become a talent if they didn't experience hardship? Living in a comfortable environment every day would lead to depravity sooner or later. He didn't want that to happen to him. The inner clans were good, but the outer clans weren't bad either. The inner clans could easily obtain martial arts techniques and resources. However, the outer clans could also obtain the same things through their own efforts. That was enough. Humph, kid, you'll regret this sooner or later. No Light in the Night saw that Ling Xiao wasn't moved. He had no choice but to lead Ling Xiao on. First, they arrived at the inner clan's residence. The place was picturesque, and the environment was excellent. Every inner clan disciple had their own courtyard, and they were served by outer clan disciples. Then, they went to the outer clan's residence. Although this place wasn't too shabby, and everyone had their own huts, they were still just huts. Compared to a courtyard, they had no one to serve them. No Light in the Night said, "Do you understand now? The inner clan's living conditions are much better than those of the outer clans." His words were, of course, meant for Ling Xiao to hear. Ling Xiao said calmly, "You're right, elder. But we're here to cultivate, not to enjoy ourselves. Since our accommodations have been arranged, why don't we hold the ceremony as soon as possible?" "You're really something, kid." You're not moved at all? No Light in the Night was starting to admire Ling Xiao. Of course, he wasn't going to stop his revenge plan. He was going to make Ling Xiao bow his head to him. As an elder, and as the second strongest of the dark clans, that was his pride. Kid, I heard you have some sort of connection with that Lin Ruoxian. Break it off, or he won't do you any good in the future. After their accommodations were arranged, the ceremony to enter the clan was next. Even if they were outer clan disciples, they were still part of the dark clan. They had to pay respects to the clan leader and the 4 elders. One of the 4 elders was, of course, No Light in the Night. There were 3 others, all of them experts. The patriarch and the 4 elders were waiting at the altar of the Dark One's sacrificial altar. Every time a new member joined the clan, they would hold a ceremony like this. After all, there was only one cycle every 8 years, and only 3 disciples would join every 8 years. On the way, No Light in the Night suddenly said something. Ling Xiao didn't understand, but he still said, Deacon Ruoxian is my benefactor, and my friend. You want me to break it off with him? Impossible. No Light in the Night sneered. If you were my adopted son, I wouldn't have a problem saying that. Whatever happens, I'll take care of it for you. But you don't want to call me your father, so there's nothing I can do about it. I'll tell you the truth. Our clan leader's son, and Feitian, is very fond of Lin Ruoxian. Plus, Lin Ruoxian is already considered one of the candidates to become the next clan leader. Our clan leader, and Nightwalker, will do everything in his power to make this happen. If you don't break it off with Lin Ruoxian, you'll offend both Feitian and our clan leader, and Nightwalker. Take care of yourself. As I said before, I won't attack unless I'm attacked first. If there's someone among you who doesn't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude. Ling Xiao looked at No Light in the Night coldly. I hope we can all treat each other with respect. Otherwise, the Dark Clan won't have any peace. Kid, aren't you afraid I'll cripple you? No Light in the Night said coldly. Ling Xiao replied indifferently, do you think I would dare to speak to you like that if I didn't have something to rely on? Something to rely on? No Light in the Night didn't know what Ling Xiao was referring to, but he suddenly thought of Dark Knight Formless. The strength that Dark Knight Formless had displayed had really surprised him. He had actually seriously injured Sha Tong Tian in 3 moves. Even Luo Yunyang couldn't do that. Hee. Dark Knight Formless wouldn't dare do anything if Dark Knight Walker wanted to kill you. You have miscalculated if you count on him to protect you. No Light in the Night mocked Dark Knight. Ling Xiao didn't explain anything. What he was relying on wasn't Dark Knight Formless. It was the Yuan Venerate, Shindian, and the Butterfly Lady. After killing the Purple Spirit Mountain's Mountain Master, he had discovered the Butterfly Lady's unimaginable ability. However, every time the Butterfly Lady used its power, it would consume a large amount of spirit stones. He had obtained tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, most of which would probably be consumed during the battle with the Butterfly Lady. Even so, the Butterfly Lady was still one of his trump cards and was very useful. What he needed to do was to get more spirit stones. There was also the Yuan Venerate and Shindian. As long as he had enough spirit gems or other spirit treasures, they would be of great help to him. These were the things he was relying on. Dark Knight Formless was a member of the dark race after all. It was hard to say whether he would be of use at a critical moment. However, he naturally wouldn't tell No Light in the Night what trump cards he had. The reason why a trump card was a trump card was because of its secrecy. No Light in the Night seemed a little pleased when he saw that Ling Xiao wasn't speaking. He chuckled and said, Kid, think carefully. You still have a chance to regret it before the ceremony ends. After saying that, he continued walking forward. The Dark Race's Heaven Sacrificial Altar was an altar set up in the shape of the Dark Race's martial soul. It looked like a black shadow. It looked simple, but it contained a terrifying amount of power. In front of the Heaven Sacrificial Altar was the Heaven Sacrificial Hall. There was a lot of discussion in the Heaven Sacrificial Hall. This was because they had seen the assessment that day through the live broadcast. Especially in the last few battles, Ling Xiao's powerful strength and strange secret techniques gave everyone an incomparable shock. The leader of the Dark Race, Dark Knight Walker, was also paying close attention to the assessment. The Dark Ones were in charge of this year's selection for the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. Everyone who made it to the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain had to join the Dark Ones. Even if others didn't care, he would naturally care. Of the Dark Ones, the strongest were the leader and the 4 elders. All of them had reached the peak of the first revolution in Yang Realm's 5th level of Hell. There were also more than 20 people who had reached the 5th level of the Yin Yang Realm. However, those who were qualified to enter the Heaven Worship Hall were all above the late stage of the 5th level of Hell of Yin Yang Realm. Those who were not at the first transition did not have the right to do so. In the Black Tortoise mainland, the higher one went, the more one would realize that the people who occupied the main positions were basically all first transition martial artists. It was really difficult for ordinary martial artists to win against these first transition martial artists. This was especially true for those who were close to the rebirth state. Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qing Wanhua followed No Light in the night into the hall. They realized that the seats were also very particular. The one sitting in the main seat was the leader of the dark race, Dark Night Walker. Dark Night Walker's black hair was very strange, as if it contained a terrifying power. He looked to be in his 30s, but Ling Xiao knew that this guy was probably more than 100 years old before he entered the reincarnation state. There were too few martial artists who could enter the reincarnation state before the age of 20. There were only a few people in the entire White Tiger mainland. There might be more in the Black Tortoise mainland, but they were still very rare. There were 2 seats on Dark Night Walker's left and right. They were closer to the bottom. Needless to say, these were the 4 elder seats. 3 of the seats were already occupied, so the last one was definitely No Light in the nights. Below that, the seats were basically allocated according to the strength of one's strength and the status of the family. And Fei Tian was sitting closest to the door. Although he was the young clan leader and had the privilege to enter, he did not have the right to sit above others. Unless his strength surpassed those people. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know Fei Tian, but he could tell from Fei Tian's unfriendly gaze that something was amiss. No Light in the night did not lie. This guy really did hold a grudge against him. Humph, I don't care if you're the young clan leader or not. If you dare to provoke me, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao snorted coldly in his heart. He did not look at Fei Tian, but looked forward. No Light in the night was introducing the clan leader and the 4 elders. 3 little guys, listen up. This is the clan leader of the dark race, Dark Night Walker. The first person sitting on his right is Elder Dark Flower. Greetings, clan leader. Greetings, Elder Dark Flower. Ling Xiao and the other 2 bowed at the same time. However, Dark Flower looked very arrogant and did not pay any attention to the 3 of them. Hidden Flower looked like she was in her 30s, but with the Ling Xiao Tai Chi eye, he could tell that she was an old witch who had lived for almost 100 years. She was much older than that old witch, Qi Lian. This woman's attitude towards him was not good. She was very disrespectful, so he secretly cursed her a little. The second person on the right is Elder Dark Kai. Greetings, Elder Dark Kai. Dark Kai exuded the heroic spirit of a young man. He was a little younger than the other 2, but he was probably in his 70s or 80s before reincarnating. Dark Kai's attitude was different from Dark Flower's. Even when facing the 3 of them who had just entered the dark race, he nodded slightly and was very modest. The first person on the left is Elder Dark Night. He's also my big brother. No Light in the night introduced. Greetings, Elder Dark Night. The 3 of them said again. You 3 are not bad. Work harder in the future. It could be seen that Dark Night was a very easygoing person. Moreover, he always held a wine gourd in his hand. This made Ling Xiao think of the liquor demon sword that had helped him a lot in the past. He wondered how the liquor demon sword was doing now. Thank you for your concern, Elder. Alright, the 3 of you, introduce yourselves first. No Light in the night sat in his seat and said, although everyone might have heard of your names, this is more formal. Then, Ling Xiao and the other 2 did a simple self-introduction. Everyone was familiar with this. Ling Xiao was a reincarnated warrior, so was Qingwan Flower. Lin Yang had secretly trained countless times. In short, the 3 of them did a very good job in terms of attitude. Kid, you're Ling Xiao? You don't look like much in real life, but you were able to defeat the #1 genius of 8 Immortal Mountain, Desert Cloud. I don't know if you used some other method. But it doesn't matter. After joining the Dark Race, you better behave. We're not from 8 Immortal Mountain. If you mess around, don't blame us for being rude. Not only was Hidden Flower arrogant, but she also seemed to have some opinions about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't quite understand. He had never seen this person before. How had he offended this old witch? When No Light in the Night heard this, he couldn't help but smile. He knew that with Ling Xiao's temper, it was impossible for him to not talk back. Perhaps there would be a good show to watch today. Sure enough, Ling Xiao stood up and cupped his hands at Hidden Flower. Does Elder Hidden Flower have some opinions about this junior? Otherwise, this junior had defeated Sha Diyun in front of so many people, fair and square, without cheating at all. How could it be different from what you said? Could it be that this junior has offended Elder Hidden Flower? If that's really the case, why don't Elder Hidden Flower say it? If it's reasonable, this junior will change. His words were neither servile nor overbearing, and he wasn't impulsive. Impudent. I've long heard that you're daring and reckless. Now you actually dare to contradict this elder? Could it be that you think this elder will also indulge you just because Dark Knight Formless indulges you? Hidden Flower suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Today, this elder will teach you what rules are. Elder Sister Hidden Flower, you should sit down. Is it worth it for you to teach a disciple who just entered Upper 8 Immortal Mountain a lesson? Aren't you afraid that others will say you're taking advantage of your seniority? No Light in the Night smiled. In my opinion, it's easy for you to teach him the rules of being a person. There are people of the same generation here. Any one of them can teach him a lesson, right? He didn't want Ling Xiao to die. If Hidden Flower made a move, something would definitely happen to Ling Xiao. However, he also wanted to force Ling Xiao to beg him, so he had to make Ling Xiao suffer a bit. The best way was to let the Dark Race's disciples of Upper 8 Immortal Mountain deal with Ling Xiao so that Ling Xiao would know the huge advantage of Upper 8 Immortal Mountain compared to Lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Then, after being taught a lesson, he would naturally come to beg him. At that time, he would take Ling Xiao as his adopted son. Wouldn't that be perfect? No Light in the Night is right. Sister, you're an elder, and Ling Xiao didn't do anything wrong, so there's no need for you to do it yourself. How about this, Fei Tian, you take action on behalf of your aunt Hidden Flower. Nightwalker's words sounded like he was upholding justice. However, in Ling Xiao's ears, this was clearly an opportunity for his precious son to teach him, Ling Xiao, a lesson. Since father said so, then let me do it. Don't worry, aunt, I will teach him a lesson. Because of the Lin Ruoxian incident, and Fei Tian had long disliked Ling Xiao. Today was the perfect opportunity. He wanted to teach Ling Xiao a lesson and let Ling Xiao know that he, and Fei Tian, was not someone to be trifled with. He wanted to make sure that Ling Xiao would never dare to steal his woman again. Take it easy. Just let him know the rules. Don't beat him to death. No Light in the Night said lightly. His words were a warning and also a contempt for Ling Xiao. He believed that Ling Xiao had no chance in front of Fei Tian. Don't worry, Elder Wukong. I'll give you face. As long as he can take one move from me, I'll let him go. Of course, I won't use my full strength for this move. I'll use half of my strength. And Fei Tian also did not take Ling Xiao seriously. In the eyes of the inner disciples of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain, those in the Lower 8 Immortal Mountain were a bunch of trash. Even the geniuses in the Lower 8 Immortal Mountain were worthless here. Ling Xiao, do you dare to take this move from me? And Fei Tian stood up and beckoned Ling Xiao with his finger. Boss, just admit defeat. That kid clearly wants to use this opportunity to beat you up. Lin Yang whispered. If you can see it, how can I not, but he wants to beat me up. With just half of his strength, he's not qualified to do so. Ling Xiao sneered. These people wanted to put him in his place. They wanted him to be afraid and obediently be a servant of the Dark Clan in the future. But he also wanted to put them in their place. So what if they were geniuses in the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain? They were strong not because they were more talented than him, but because they started earlier and had more resources. What did he have to fear? He stood up and looked at Fei Tian. How can I not listen to your request, young patriarch? But for the sake of fairness, why don't you attack me and I attack you back? Ha 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 ha, kid, you're quite arrogant. Fine, 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 we'll do as you say. But do you think you can still attack after taking one of my moves? And Fei Tian laughed. Young patriarch, you don't have to worry about that. Since you've agreed, make your move. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he immediately transformed into his steel-armored bull demon martial soul and released the power of his advanced lightning battle body and advanced lava battle body. He also secretly used the power of the royal heaven-earth queen to strengthen his mysterious world body. Although he said it casually, and Fei Tian was not strong enough. However, and Fei Tian's strength was not something he could easily handle. This time, he had to be careful. Good, you've got character. Here I come. And Fei Tian raised his hand and a long black saber appeared in his hand. Then, a cold energy began to condense on the long saber. Advanced Jade Grade Martial Skill, Dark Night Saber, First Form, Night Attack. A disciple of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain was indeed a disciple of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain. He used a Jade Grade Martial Skill and it looked like he had mastered it. He was on par with the Mountain Master of the Purple Immortal Mountain. The power was not inferior to the attack of the Mountain Master of the Purple Immortal Mountain. Oh no, this attack is too strong. How can boss block it? Even if he doesn't die, he'll be seriously injured. This young patriarch is too ruthless. Lin Yang was also a discerning person. He naturally knew how strong Fei Tian's attack was. I'm afraid it's not good. Sigh, if he had agreed to become the adopted son of founding elder No Light in the Night, this wouldn't have happened. Qing Wanhua also sighed. In this situation, she and Lin Yang could not help Ling Xiao at all. The opponent was too strong. The two of them together were not enough to kill him. Ling Xiao could not use the power of his heavenly tyrant martial soul at this time. After all, there were too many people here. It would be very difficult to block the attack. However, Ling Xiao did not intend to block it. He said that he would block the attack. Naturally, he could also use offense as defense. He had not made a move yet, but the people in the hall had already started to talk. During the assessment, Ling Xiao used an advanced Jade Grade secret skill to deal with the desert cloud. I guess he'll use that again this time. It's useless. You've seen young patriarch and Fei Tian's intelligence. It's meaningless to use a secret skill or martial skill that he has seen before. Unless he knows another advanced Jade Grade secret skill or martial skill, he's doomed. Facing Fei Tian's powerful attack, Ling Xiao could not help but frown. He could see that Fei Tian was really going to kill him. This move could be said to be extremely ruthless. When Fei Tian's wild blade of the dark night arrived, the entire sacrificial hall was shrouded in a dark aura. It was eerie and terrifying. Fei Tian was very confident. He believed that even if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao with this move, he could at least severely injure Ling Xiao. So that this brat would forever remember a lesson, and that was to never provoke his woman. Everyone in the sacrificial hall thought that Ling Xiao couldn't block this attack. No Light in the Night was even prepared to save him. He only wanted to teach Ling Xiao a lesson, but he didn't want Ling Xiao to die. However, no one was optimistic about this situation. Ling Xiao suddenly drew his heavy sword. Purple aura surrounded him, making him look like a sword immortal in a purple cloud. It was like a dream. The sword was out, purple aura from the east, a sword to the west. The powerful purple aura turned into a huge heavy sword and stabbed toward Fei Tian. Ling Xiao thought that since he couldn't block it, he could only defend himself by attacking. As long as he wasn't killed by Fei Tian, it would be enough. That's... Dark Knight Wukong was shocked. After a while, he laughed and said, "This lad is really impressive. The master of the Purple Fairy Mountain has just died, and he is already using that old bastard's best swordsmanship. How did this kid learn the advanced Jade Grade sword technique, Eastern Purple Aura Sword?" Hidden Flower also frowned. The powerful giant Purple Aura sword blocked Fei Tian's attack. This made Fei Tian's expression turn ugly. Fei Tian's expression was also ugly. He wanted to teach this kid a lesson, but his attack was blocked by a mere disciple of Mount 8 Immortal. If this were to spread, he would be a laughingstock. No, I can't be blocked. In that instant, Feiqian increased his power from 50% to 80%, and his strength suddenly soared. Ling Xiao's giant purple aura sword was instantly destroyed. Then, a figure was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall of the Heaven Worship Hall. Serves you right. Feiqian knew that he was in the wrong, but he didn't feel ashamed. He said that he would use 50% of his power, but in the end, he used 80%. He believed that no one present would dare to say that he was wrong. No one would say that he was wrong. After all, everyone here was a member of the Dark Ones. Young Patriarch, you didn't keep your word. However, just as he was thinking that, a reckless person stood up. It was Lin Yang. Their boss was beaten up. If he really lost, then there was nothing to say. However, Feiqian had shamelessly broken his promise in front of everyone. Naturally, he had to say it out loud. That's right. You said that you would use 50% of your power, but in the end, you used 80% of your power. So the young patriarch's words are like farts? The Qingwan flower was also annoyed. Although she was not as strong as him, Ling Xiao had saved her life before. Naturally, she could not remain silent. On the battlefield, who would believe such naive promises? Feiqian said disdainfully, what's more, I said I used 50% of my strength, so I used 50%. What evidence do you have to say that I broke the rules? This is not a battlefield. This is the sacrificial hall. How dare you say that in front of the Dark Patriarchs? You're a disgrace to the Dark Race. Lin Yang shouted. If anything happens to our boss, I, Lin Yang, will fight to the death with the Dark Race. How dare you? Feiqian would never allow Lin Yang to criticize him. After all, he had already defeated Ling Xiao. Even if he killed Lin Yang next, it would not be a problem. His body flashed, and he thrust his terrifying black blade at Lin Yang. However, at that moment, a sword stabbed out from behind him and pierced his lung. Even though he tried his best to dodge and barely avoided being hit in his vitals, his injuries were still not light. Who's there? Dark Flower leaped into the air and forced the dark figure to retreat. Then, he picked up Feiqian. It hurts, Auntie. Feiqian held in agony. I'm the one who hurt him. Ling Xiao's figure emerged from the darkness. He was confident that his understanding of shadow was better than anyone else's. When Feiqian broke his promise and unleashed 80% of his power, Lin Yang knew that he would not be able to block it. Therefore, at the crucial moment, he used the Shadow Child of the Shadow Profound to create an illusion. His original plan was to dodge the attack. He did not expect Feiqian to target Lin Yang. He did not even notice Lin Yang's presence, so Lin Yang easily ambushed him. Of course, he had to admit that Feiqian's reaction was fast. If it had been an ordinary person, Lin Yang's sneak attack would have killed him. However, Feiqian was able to avoid being hit in the vitals. It was a little surprising. As for injuring Feiqian, Lin Yang was really lucky. Lin Yang had to admit that Feiqian was too strong. If Ling Xiao had not dodged the attack, he would have died a horrible death. Kid, you're courting death. Dark Flower suddenly attacked, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was prepared to escape. He did not expect to be treated like this when he came to the Dark Tribe. How could he be happy? Old witch, you didn't like me from the beginning. What nonsense are you spouting now? You agreed to my duel with Feiqian. 1 move per person. That kid also agreed to it. Now that he was stabbed by me, he deserved it. Since Ling Xiao had decided to turn hostile, he would not give these people any face. You think you're in the right for ambushing me? Dark Flower said angrily. What a joke. On the battlefield, there's no such thing as ambushing. How naive. Lin Yang said this sentence back to the people present. Feiqian had said the same thing to him. Although the reason was different, the meaning was similar. Now, he immediately slapped him back. Good boy, let's see how much courage you have. Dark Flower did not plan to talk nonsense with Ling Xiao. A large black hand covered the sky and covered Ling Xiao. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Bang! Dark Flower, who had flown over, flew back in the same way he had flown out. A person stood in front of Ling Xiao. This person looked very similar to No Light in the Night. Mountain Lord. Ling Xiao looked at the person in front of him in surprise. He could not help but be overjoyed. He really did not expect Dark Knight Formless to suddenly appear. Dark Knight Formless, what do you want? Dark Flower's hands trembled. He was shocked. Dark Knight Formless' strength made him a little afraid. Ling Xiao is my disciple. Who dares to hurt him? Dark Knight Formless stood there and looked coldly at Dark Flower. She said in a cold voice, if anyone dares to harm him, don't blame me for ignoring the friendship of the same tribe. Ha ha ha, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Dark Knight stood up with a slight smile. He looked at Dark Knight Formless and said, 2 children were sparring. Elder Dark Flower was too concerned about Infatian, so he was a little impulsive. Sparring? Dark Knight, you're the leader of the Dark Tribe. How can you be so shameless? Infatian's cultivation is at the peak of the 3rd level of hell in the Yin Yang realm. Ling Xiao is only at the peak of the 2nd level of hell in the Yin Yang realm. The difference in their cultivation is so huge, and you say it was a sparring? When I gave you the position of leader, I didn't let you become so shameless. Dark Knight Formless didn't give Nightwalker any face at all. This made everyone in the sacrificial hall uneasy. Some of them knew how powerful Dark Knight Formless was back then. Dark Knight Formless had kept a low profile in recent years. Some people even said that he had lost all his martial arts. However, from the way he sent Elder Dark Flower flying with one punch, it was clear that he was very, very strong. Who do you think you are? How dare you look down on my father? Although Infatian's lung was pierced, he was still a Yin Yang realm warrior. Although he was in great pain, his life wasn't in danger. Therefore, he became cocky at this moment. He roared at Dark Knight Formless. Shut up! Nightwalker suddenly roared at him. Father! Slap! Nightwalker slapped Infatian's face and said angrily, I told you to shut up, so shut up. Are you not going to listen to your father, your Uncle Formless used to be the #1 warrior of the Dark Clan. He's your senior. How can you be so rude? Although he said this, he knew that although the slap hurt, it could save his son's life. Dark Knight Formless had been very cruel for a period of time. That's enough, Nightwalker. There's no need to pretend. I only have one thing to say. Ling Xiao came to the Dark Clan to learn martial arts. If he violates the rules, you can punish him. However, if I find out that someone is trying to frame him, I won't forgive them. I don't care about the Dark Clan's matters. However, Ling Xiao is my disciple. You'd better remember that. After saying this, he turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared. He left very confidently. He didn't wait for a response before leaving. He was smart enough to leave all the questions to the Dark Ones. Patriarch, Dark Knight Formless is only an elder. How dare he cause such a ruckus in the sacrificial hall? We can't let him off easily. Dark Flower suffered a loss at Dark Knight Formless' hands and naturally wanted revenge. Okay, then I'll leave the matter of dealing with Dark Knight Formless to you. I wish Elder Dark Flower victory. Nightwalker was furious. How could Dark Flower be so blind? Did he really think that he didn't want revenge? He was the patriarch of the Dark Clan. After being humiliated in front of so many people, he wanted to kill Dark Knight Formless on the spot. However, he knew that he was no match for him. Not to mention that among the 4 doyens, No Light in the Night and Dark Knight were brothers of Dark Knight Formless. To deal with the Dark Knight, one could only do it in the dark and not in the open. When Hidden Flower heard Nightwalker's words, he sat down unhappily and glared fiercely at Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was not afraid of him at all. Men, bring the young patriarch to heal. As for the others, follow me to the altar. Nightwalker glanced at Ling Xiao and ordered. Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and the Qingwan Flower followed the crowd to the heaven worship altar. However, Ling Xiao's heart was like a surging ocean, unable to calm down for a long time. Although he was saved by Dark Knight Formless, he wasn't happy at all. Today, Dark Knight Formless could save him. What about tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow? The night was invisible, so it was impossible for it to watch over him all the time. Furthermore, he couldn't use the Butterfly Lady, Yuan Venerate, and Divine Codex too often. Therefore, he had to make the best use of his time to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible. Martialists with a cultivation base at the 5th level of the Dark Tribe were not the only ones. Even martialists with a cultivation base at the 3rd or 4th level of the underworld could pose a great threat to him. Although they might not be able to kill him, he couldn't just keep running away, right? Furthermore, he still had friends. If he ran away, what would happen to Lin Yang and the Qingluan flower? Strength. After entering the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, he had to work even harder to improve his strength. He couldn't slack off at all. Otherwise, he would be killed sooner or later. Furthermore, he had offended in Feitian, Hidden Flower, and Nightwalker. If he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to survive long with the protection of others. Lin Yang, you should know more about the 8 Immortal Mountain. How strong is Feitian among the younger generation of the Dark Tribe? Ling Xiao suddenly turned his head and asked Lin Yang. He. You asked the right person, boss. As far as I know, there are 4 geniuses in the Dark Tribe. And Feitian was ranked at the very bottom. The other 3 are Dark Gold, Dark Underworld, and Dark Knight Wuzuan. Lin Yang said excitedly. And Feitian is ranked last? Ling Xiao frowned. And Feitian's cultivation had reached the peak of the First Revolution 3rd level of Hell. He was only a step away from the First Revolution 4th level of Hell. Ling Xiao could even feel that Feitian was about to break through. There were actually 3 people stronger than this guy? That's right. Dark Gold's cultivation has reached the peak of the First Revolution 4th level of Hell. Dark Knight Wuzuan is even stronger. His cultivation has reached the early stage of the First Revolution 5th level of Hell. He's almost among the upper echelons of the Dark Tribe. Dark Underworld's cultivation is about the same as Dark Knight Wuzuan's. A few days ago, he got the opportunity to go to the Black Snake Demon sect to further his studies. He'll probably be back soon and will be even stronger. Dark Underworld and Dark Knight Wuzuan are basically existences that surpass the Elders. However, they are focused on cultivation and aren't obsessed with power. That's why they don't have positions. Lin Yang's words made Ling Xiao frown. Although these 3 geniuses might not be his enemies, they were definitely his opponents. There was no doubt about that. Moreover, these 3 geniuses were all First Revolution martial artists. It seemed that there would be more and more First Revolution martial artists in the upper 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao lamented in his heart. His cultivation was enough to run amok in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain, but in the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, it was really nothing. He wasn't at the bottom, but compared to the geniuses in the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, he could only be considered trash. Very good. With such opponents, my determination to continue to advance will be even more stimulated. Ling Zhao's fighting spirit was not extinguished by Lin Yang's words. Instead, it became even more exuberant. He had walked from the Tianfeng city of the past to where he was today by relying on his hard work step by step. Now, he was just continuing to work hard. One had to know that his real age was only 18 years old. And after entering the samsara, he was even younger. Boy, now you know fear, right? I also have to tell you a very unfortunate news. Dark Gold and Dark Underworld are the elder brothers of Feitian. Although they are not blood-related, they are only the adopted sons of the Dark Knight tribe's leader. However, they are very protective of Feitian. If you let them know that you stabbed Feitian, you can imagine what will happen to you. Hurry up and acknowledge me as your adopted father. Otherwise, you're dead meat. No Light in the Night had become even more obsessed with Ling Xiao ever since the previous exchange of pointers ended. He had always wanted Ling Xiao to become his adopted son. I've already said that I won't acknowledge them. Although Dark Gold and Dark Underworld are strong, I don't even put that old witch Dark Flower in my eyes. These 2 are nothing. Fine. But don't regret it later. No Light in the Night sneered. You're lucky today. Those 3 geniuses from the Dark Ones are all out training. Otherwise, how many times could Nocturnal Formless have saved you? With that, he sped up his pace and left. Sometimes, he felt that he was despicable. The more others rejected him, the more he wanted to adopt him. Moreover, Ling Zhao's performance had indeed made him like him more and more. Although he had rejected No Light in the Night, Ling Xiao still felt some pressure. And Feitian was already difficult to deal with, let alone the other three. He also believed that there were other geniuses like them in the 8 great families. Especially the Sand, Snake, and Sword clans, who were on equal footing with the Dark Ones. He didn't need to think to know that they were no weaker than the Dark Ones. Boss, you don't need to care too much about what that old man says. Once you enter the Dark Ones, even if you're an outsider, you'll still find some good opportunities. Of course, they're also a test. Once you pass them, you'll gain great benefits just like we did on the 8 Immortals Mountain. Lin Yang was a member of the Lin family. The Lin family had many disciples on the 8 Immortals Mountain. He knew a lot of things that Ling Xiao didn't. I understand. Ling Xiao nodded. Let's work hard together. Yes, let's work hard together. Lin Yang and Qing Wan knew that they weren't as talented as Ling Xiao, but they didn't want to fall behind. They just wanted to keep up with Ling Xiao's footsteps. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. This was because an extremely strange aura had suddenly appeared in front of him, causing the 12 divine beasts' god positions in his body to become slightly agitated. The martial spirit of the Son of God emitted a strange power that seemed to resonate with the aura in front of him. Is that the Dark Ones have an altar? Ling Xiao looked ahead. The Heaven Sacrificial Altar was indeed worthy of being called the Heaven Sacrificial Altar. It stood there like a huge pagoda that pierced through the sky. The Heaven Sacrificial Altar was dozens of levels high, and its surroundings were made of gold and special metals. It looked very luxurious. However, this was not the main point. The key point was that the power that resonated with the 12 divine beasts' divine positions came from the Heaven Sacrificial Altar. What was it? Although Ling Xiao didn't know what it was, he believed that it was definitely something good. Most likely, it was a treasure from the Black Tortoise mainland. He stepped into the heaven-worshipping altar. That power became clearer and more active. Ling Xiao even felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough because of this power. Although he had just broken through to the first revolution Yin Yang Realm's 2nd level, Hell Peak. However, after exchanging blows with several experts during this period of time, the potential within his body had been constantly stimulated. The power that had once been hidden in his body was also stimulated. He didn't seem to be deliberately cultivating, but in reality, his cultivation was constantly improving. This made Ling Xiao very pleased. He decided that he had to find a way to get his hands on the Heaven Sacrificial Altar's treasure. He was certain that it was the Dark Race's supreme treasure, the Shadow Black Gourd. Although the name didn't sound like much, the Shadow Black Gourd was a divine-grade spirit artifact. It would be of great help to Ling Xiao. It might even be able to increase his cultivation significantly. However, he didn't dare covet it. He had to wait for an opportunity. He calmed himself down as much as possible. Under the Dark Race's leadership, they worshipped their ancestors at the Heaven Sacrificial Altar. With that, the ceremony was over. Ling Xiao's thoughts were simple. If the Dark Race treated him with sincerity, he would treat them with sincerity and make them the strongest clan on 8 Immortal Mountain. However, if they didn't treat him well, he wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Although he could be cunning at times, he was a simple and straightforward person. He would treat anyone who treated him well. He would return the favor 100 times, 1,000 times over. After half an hour, the ceremony finally came to an end. Nightwalker looked at the 10 Dark Race experts and said, "You are all qualified to adopt children. These 3 have already worshipped their ancestors and become members of the Dark Race. However, if they wish to join us, they will need your approval. Let's begin. Whoever you take a fancy to will be accepted as an adopted son or daughter. That person will be accepted into the inner race." Nightwalker's words were met with a deathly stillness. In truth, many of them had taken a fancy to Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao had offended Elder Darkflower and injured young Patriarch and Feitian. Who wouldn't be wise enough to openly make an enemy out of the Patriarch and Elder? No Light in the Night wanted to adopt Ling Xiao, but he knew that now wasn't the time. He'd only be rejected if he brought it up. So he didn't say anything. I don't think you need to waste your time, big brother. Those 3 pieces of trash should be thanking the heavens if they can become outer members of the Dark Race. Inner members? Impossible. Elder Darkflower snorted coldly. Forget it. Since no one has taken a fancy to any of you, you'll all be outer members of the dark race from now on. Outer members will have to do some chores. I hope you remember that. Nightwalker's eyes flashed with a cold sneer as he spoke. How dare they offend him after joining the dark race? They really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Although he wouldn't go so far as to kill them, he could still give them a hard time. Nightwalker was right when he said he was narrow-minded. How could he just sit back and do nothing when they'd hurt his son? That's enough. Outer members like you don't have the right to stay at the altar. You may return to your residence now. Someone will assign you tasks and chores. Nightwalker smiled. But don't be discouraged. If you want to become an inner member without acknowledging an inner member as your father or mother, there's no need to be discouraged. There's another way. What is it? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. It was better to become an inner member, but he wanted to do it on his own. He didn't want to rely on others. It's simple. All you need to do is gain the approval of the Umber Gourd and learn a martial art or secret art from it. Nightwalker smiled. When he said this, many people around him laughed. Xianxia could tell that those people's smiles were mocking. No Light in the Night couldn't help but say, Patriarch, why are you bullying 3 children? The gourd is the most precious treasure of the dark race. It's harder than ascending to heaven to get a chance to communicate with it. All inner members can do it, but only one outer member gets the chance every year. No Light in the Night continued. One of the 2 geniuses who comprehended martial arts or secret techniques from the gourd is Ming. He obtained a high-tier jade grade martial art. This martial art is close to the peak jade grade martial art. It can be said to be the strongest jade grade martial art. The other one is Dark Knight Wuzun. He obtained a high-tier jade grade secret technique. It's also the strongest jade grade secret technique. Even if they're both high-tier martial arts and secret techniques, they can be divided into inferior, ordinary, good, outstanding, and supreme. What Dark World and Dark Knight Wuzun obtained were the best of the best. Do you think these 3 people can compare to those 2 geniuses? You have to know that even a dark gold expert couldn't get anything from the shadow black gourd. Isn't that Xianxia a genius? Isn't he very confident? Isn't this a simple matter for him? Dark Knight looked at Xianxia and said, What do you think? You're right, Patriarch. Xianxia will definitely be qualified to touch the gourd. At the same time, he'll be able to comprehend martial arts or secret techniques that aren't inferior to those 2 geniuses. How could Xianxia lower his head after being provoked like this? Moreover, his confidence had long since become incomparably strong after numerous life and death challenges. He didn't care about the geniuses of 8 Immortal Mountain. Even now, there were still many dark ones who were stronger than him. In his eyes, there were only 4 people in the same generation as him, and Feitian, and Jean, and Ming, and Dark Knight Wuzun. What an arrogant tone. I'm afraid you won't even be qualified to touch the gourd in the end. Dark Flower sneered, You should know that there's only one qualification every year. Oh, right, this qualification will be decided in half a month. There won't be any special competition. Instead, they'll directly choose the number 1 outer race disciple. Do you think you can do it? Become the number 1 outer race disciple in half a month? Why not? Xianxia looked at Dark Flower and said, Maybe you've seen mediocre people who think it's impossible, but I can do it. Good boy, you're going to be arrogant. You're going to suffer. Those outsiders wouldn't give up their rankings so easily. There are more than 1,000 of them from the 8 Immortal Mountains. The 3 of you are at the bottom of the list. Hidden Flower sneered. There's no need for Senior Elder to worry about that. Xianxia nodded and saluted Nightwalker and the others. He then left with Lin Yang and the Qingyuan Flower. Patriarch, you really know how to bully people. That Xianxia just joined the Dark Ones, and he's already trying to get the right to touch the gourd. Sumo, who is ranked first among the outer clans, will not agree. That kid is going to suffer. Hidden Flower said with a smile after Xianxia left. Sister, you can't say that. Xianxia is a good kid, but he's a little too flamboyant. This time, he was lucky enough to injure not heaven. I'm sure he'll be even more complacent. If no one can teach him a lesson, I'm afraid he'll soar into the sky. Nightwalker's words were dignified, but there was a hint of coldness in the corners of his eyes. Just now, the Dark Ones, especially the outsiders, had been beaten to death, beaten to the point of losing their confidence, and forced to return to their original mountains. That was something that had happened before. He didn't like Ling Xiao, so he wanted to borrow the hands of the outsiders to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. After returning to his residence, Ling Xiao separated from Lin Yang and the Qingyuan flower. From now on, they would each have their own life of cultivation. Although they would often be together, Ling Xiao would probably have more time to cultivate alone. He tidied up the small wooden house. The environment wasn't bad. Although it couldn't compare to the inner clan's residence, it was still surrounded by beautiful scenery. The only troublesome thing was that he had to do chores. But now, Ling Xiao was too lazy to think about those things. He set up a formation around the small wooden house. This had become a habit of his. After all, it was best not to let outsiders know about some of the things he wanted to cultivate. Otherwise, there would be trouble. As soon as he finished setting up, Lin Yang and the Qingyuan flower came looking for him. "Boss, I heard that as long as you're a Dark One, even if you're an outsider, you're entitled to a high-tier jade-grade martial arts skill. Although it's a low-tier one, it's still better than a mid-tier one. If you can pass the test of the outsiders, you'll get a high-tier jade-grade martial arts skill. It'll be a good one, or even an outstanding one. Anyway, it's a waste to not take it. Let's go to the Dark Tower. That's where you can get a high-tier jade-grade martial arts skill." Lin Yang said a lot of things in one breath. But Ling Xiao understood what he meant. To put it bluntly, this was the benefit of entering the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. A mere low-grade high-grade martial skill can make you so happy? You should know that if you're an inner disciple, you'll be able to get a high-tier jade-grade martial arts skill. If you perform well, it won't be hard to get a high-tier martial arts skill. No light in the night appeared outside Ling Xiao's wooden house again. "This guy is really haunting me." Every word he said was full of sarcasm. He wanted Ling Xiao to understand the benefits of being an inner disciple. "Thank you for your reminder, Grand Elder No Light in the Night. Unfortunately, we're just outsiders. We'll get a better martial arts skill through our own methods," Ling Xiao said respectfully. Although No Light in the Night was really annoying, Ling Xiao was still indebted to him. So, he wouldn't treat No Light in the Night as directly as he treated Hidden Flower. "Kid, I know you don't believe me, but you have to understand that you've injured in Feitian. That kid will be able to reach the 4th level of hell in a month at the latest. At that time, the gap between you and him will be even bigger. Without my help, you'll never be able to catch up to him." No Light in the Night reminded him, that kid is an Yinqing's son. He has the best martial arts skills and countless treasures. I'll say something you don't like to hear, but you're no different from a beggar in front of him. Although that kid didn't learn anything useful from the Shadow Black Gourd, and Yinqing and Hidden Flower both love him. So, his martial arts skills, movement skills, and body refinement skills are all top-tier jade-grade martial arts skills. What do you have to compete with him? He has so many good things, but he's ranked last among the 4 geniuses. Grand Elder, do you think I need to be afraid of trash like him? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. After hearing No Light in the Night's words, Ling Xiao didn't fear in Feitian at all. Instead, he despised him even more. He had such good conditions, but he only cultivated to such a level. He probably wasted all his cultivation time chasing girls. "Kid, you're so stubborn. If you don't listen to your elders, you'll suffer. You'll regret it." No Light in the Night said so much just to make Ling Xiao feel afraid and helpless so that he could help. Ignoring No Light in the Night's sarcasm, Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qingyuan Hua arrived at the Dark Tower. Strictly speaking, the Dark Tower was a branch of the Hall of Good and Evil in the Dark Tribe, but it had changed its name. Aside from the martial arts manuals, there were also some other things. The one in charge of the Dark Tower was Yi Wuliang, the elder brother of No Light in the Night and Yi Wuwu. Ling Xiao didn't know much about this person, nor did he offend him, so their relationship was quite normal. But he was only here to get the martial arts manuals he needed, so he didn't care. Of course, it wasn't Yi Wuliang who welcomed them. As an elder, he couldn't do everything himself, especially when Ling Xiao and the other 2 were just outer tribe disciples. The man standing in front of them was a deacon of the Dark Tower. After asking Ling Xiao and the other two's intentions, he said, "You three have two choices. One was to take away a set of low-grade jade-grade martial skills. You don't have to take any tests. The other is to help the Dark Tower complete a task, and then the difficulty of the task and the degree of completion will determine what high-grade jade rank martial arts manual you will get." "What if we can't complete the task?" Lin Yang asked. "If you can't complete the task, you will lose this precious opportunity, and you won't even get a low-grade jade rank martial arts manual." The deacon replied. "Then I'll just take it." Lin Yang was well aware of the difficulty of this mission. He knew that he wouldn't be able to complete it, so rather than getting nothing, he might as well get a low-grade high-tier jade-grade martial skill first. He could exchange for it when his strength increased. "I want to take a task. Is there a top-grade task?" Ling Xiao thought that since he was going to learn, he should learn a top-grade jade rank martial arts manual. After all, it would be a waste of time to change martial arts manuals. "Of course there is, but are you sure you want to take it? I'm afraid among the Dark Tribe, only An Ming and Yi Wuzuan can complete the task." The deacon asked coldly. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment. If he could not obtain the best, he would rather not have it. In any case, he already had the Eastern Purple Chi Sword. This Eastern Purple Chi Sword was an excellent high-grade jade-grade martial skill. The Thunderstorm skill and the Lava Storm were both outstanding high-level jade-grade secret skills. If he could upgrade his Lava Battle Body and Thunder Battle Body to a higher level, the quality of these two secret skills would also increase. Therefore, inferior products were meaningless to him. If you want to fight, then fight for the best, even if he failed, it didn't matter. "I'm sure." Ling Xiao nodded. "Alright, take the mission. You have 3 days to complete the mission. If you exceed the time limit, even if it's a minute or a second, the mission will be considered a failure." The deacon took out the mission card and gave it to Ling Xiao. Then, she looked at the Qinghuan flowers. Qinghuan flower also chose to accept the quest, but she chose a good level quest, which was much easier than Ling Zhao's. After all, she was a samsara warrior who had entered the secular world. She was more experienced than Lin Yang, so her success rate in completing the task would be higher than Lin Yang's. Such a choice was very reasonable. After accepting the mission, the three separated again. Lin Yang went back to cultivate. Qinghuan Flower and Ling Xiao went to their respective destinations to complete their own missions. This was not the first time Ling Xiao stepped out of the Eight Immortals Mountain, but this time, he walked a long distance. According to the map, he came to a desert hundreds of miles away from the Eight Immortals County. In this vast desert, there was an inn. Ling Xiao was sitting in the inn, resting, eating meat and drinking wine. "Waiter, take these spiritual stones. I want to ask you something." He casually put 100 low-grade spiritual stones on the table as a tip to the waiter. 100 low-grade spiritual stones were nothing to Ling Xiao. However, it should be known that just these 100 low-grade spirit stones were enough for an ordinary family to use for a very long time. After all, an ordinary family's monthly living expenses were only 500 or 600 low-grade spiritual stones. The waiter took the spiritual stones and said respectfully, "Young hero, as long as it is something I know, I will tell you everything." "Have you heard of the White Wolf County?" Ling Xiao asked. Hearing these 4 words, the waiter trembled and said in a low voice, "Young hero, why do you want to know about the White Wolf County?" "To kill the Black Wolf soldiers." Ling Xiao did not hide it. The shop assistant sucked in a breath of cold air, but he still said, "White Wolf City was destroyed 3 years ago. It was a city that was not inferior to the Eight Immortals County. But 3 years ago, a troop of Black Wolf soldiers came out of nowhere and massacred the entire White Wolf City in one night. Even a few sects in the White Wolf City disappeared without a trace. It was said that the Black Wolf soldiers were not human, but monsters that could transform into human form. If you really want to go to that place, I suggest you give up. It is definitely not a good place. If you are not careful, you will lose your life." "Oh? Do you think I am not strong enough?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. The waiter laughed and said, "I don't know how strong you are, but the White Wolf County is now the Black Wolf soldiers' base. The leader of the Black Wolf soldiers, also known as the Black Wolf General, is a martial artist at the later stage of the third level of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm. According to some people, the Black Wolf General may be related to a force in the Eight Immortals County. Of course, this may be a rumor, but his strength is undeniable. The later stage of the third level of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm is only slightly weaker than in Feitian. It seems that he is the best opponent for me to practice my skills. A smile appeared on Ling Zhao's face. His opponent wasn't an existence that he absolutely couldn't fight. This was indeed good news for him. He was eager to increase his cultivation, so he might have to fight the Black Wolf General. The Black Wolf General was not as strong as the Mount Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain, but Ling Zhao defeated the Mount Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain with the help of the Butterfly Lady. It was not a satisfying victory for him. Therefore, he planned to defeat the Black Wolf General with his own strength. Here's your reward. Ling Zhao threw the waiter another 100 lower-grade spiritual stones, then left the inn and sped towards the White Wolf County. Sigh, another reckless person. I advised him with good intentions, but he did not listen. The waiter shook his head, took the reward, and continued with his work. Ling Zhao did not know that the waiter had already judged his fate. He sped through the desert for almost an hour and finally arrived at the outskirts of the White Wolf County. Most of the White Wolf County was covered by the desert, but he could faintly see a huge white wolf statue above the city gate. It looked very majestic. It even contained a very strong mental strength. Ling Zhao believed that if he entered the White Wolf County city directly, he would be discovered by the Black Wolf soldiers. But now that he was alone, he could use the martial arts that he had learned in the past. His figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. Activating the shadow steps and shadow body, he floated into the White Wolf County city like a ghost. The mission this time was to eliminate the Black Wolf soldiers. And the mission could only be carried out by one person. If it was a head-on battle, Ling Zhao felt that it was basically impossible for him to win. With his strength, he would probably be played to death. But to complete this mission, he only needed to capture the leader first. As soon as he entered, he saw the leader of the Black Wolf soldiers cultivating there. He did not know how high the leader's level was, but he was very strong. His cultivation had reached the peak of the third level of Hell, but he was much stronger than the desert cloud. He released a terrifying murderous aura that could stop a child from crying. This person's body was covered with black hair, and his figure was more like a black wolf. So the legend that the Black Wolf soldiers are a group of demons is not a rumor. Ling Zhao thought to himself. Suddenly, the Black Wolf soldier's face changed, and he clawed at Ling Zhao's location. Who is it? Come out. This Black Wolf was indeed a black wolf. His sense of smell was so sensitive that even Ling Zhao's shadow steps could not deceive him. When he got too close, he was detected by him. That voice was filled with a chilling aura. The sharp claws clawed at him, releasing a black claw print. Black Wolf Heart-Gouging Claw. The name of this martial skill was extremely tacky, but Ling Zhao did not dare to underestimate it. Because this Black Wolf Heart-Gouging Claw was actually a good high-tier Jade-grade martial skill. It seemed that the Black Wolf soldier's strength was not without reason. This Black Wolf soldier's leader should not be a Black Wolf general. However, they were already able to cultivate to a high-grade Jade-grade martial skill. Ling Zhao would never believe that there was no one supporting them from behind. The terrifying wolf claw completely covered Ling Zhao, and wanted to tear Ling Zhao apart. But unfortunately, Ling Zhao did not move. He only raised his hand, and a black shadow cone pierced through the air and hit the wolf claw. It actually destroyed the wolf claw instantly. At this moment, Ling Zhao did not want to use the martial skill of the Eight Immortal Mountain, as he was afraid that his identity would be exposed and bring trouble to himself. Ling Zhao's move, the Black Wolf soldier's leader. This move of his was the consummate skill that had made him famous. Even if it couldn't kill his opponent in one move, it should at least have some effect. However, what shocked him the most was that when he released this move, it actually had no effect at all. How could he not be shocked when his opponent easily disintegrated his attack? Sir, who are you? The Black Wolf soldier's claw print soldier's claw. Claw his claw print claw. You don't need to know who I am. If you want to live, tell me, where is your Black Wolf general? Also, where are the treasures that you have plundered for so many years? Ling Xiao went straight to the point. Killing the Black Wolf General was the core of the mission. Obtaining the treasures was his own wish. He needed spiritual stones and all kinds of treasures, as much as he could get. No one would complain about having too many of those things. Ling Xiao had thought of using his soul power to search for the Black Wolf General's whereabouts and the treasures at the same time. But he did not succeed. There seemed to be some kind of restriction in the White Wolf County that affected the effect of his soul power, causing the search area to be greatly reduced. That was why he did not attack immediately, but asked this person. What a joke. Do you think I will tell you? The Black Wolf soldier sneered. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you blocked my move. This is the White Wolf County, the nest of the Black Wolf soldiers. Since you are here, don't think that you can leave alive. So, you are not willing to tell me? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows slightly. Not only will I not tell you, I will also kill you. After saying this, the shadow of a wolf suddenly appeared behind Ling Xiao. This wolf shadow was about the same size as an ordinary black wolf, but it was an illusion. Furthermore, it was filled with terrifying destructive power. Like a real wolf, it wanted to tear Ling Xiao's body apart. Petty tricks. Ling Xiao sneered and remained motionless. Suddenly, a shocking bolt of lightning shot out from his body. The wolf shadow was shattered. Of course, he was using the thunder and lightning battle body. Since the other party was about to die, he didn't care if he was exposed or not. Are you Ling Xiao from the Eight Immortals Mountain? The leader of the Black Wolf soldiers suddenly said. Oh? You actually know me? Of course I know, an arrogant and ignorant brat. It just so happens that someone wants your life. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. The leader of the Black Wolf soldiers sneered. Who wants my life? Ling Xiao said with a frown. You don't need to know. Anyway, you will die soon. A dead man doesn't need to know so many things. The leader of the Black Wolf soldiers laughed as if he had picked up a treasure. As long as I kill you, I can leave this damned White Wolf County city and get rid of this damned curse. I can return to where I belong. You want to kill me? Haha, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. As Ling Xiao spoke, he suddenly stabbed out with his sword. The sword technique that was like starlight pierced through the air and emitted a dazzling light in the void. It was like a falling star. It was going to destroy everything in the place where it fell. Advanced Demon Wolf Battle Body. The leader of the Black Wolf soldiers roared and his body suddenly became a lot bigger. The black fur on his body also grew to about 1 foot long. Each of them was as thin and hard as steel needles. Not only that, his body was also as fierce as a werewolf. The Advanced Demon Wolf Battle Body was considered quite a powerful battle body. In particular, its defense was extremely high. However, it was a pity that the current Ling Xiao was no longer the same as before. After the battle with the Mount Purple Fairy Mountain Master, his cultivation level had increased and the power of all his moves had increased tremendously. The sword easily pierced through the steel needles and pierced through the body of the leader of the Black Wolf soldiers. The heavy sword released a ferocious power of thunder and lightning, immobilizing the leader of the Black Wolf soldiers. He could only look at Ling Xiao in horror. It was just one move. Moreover, it was a mid-tier Jade grade martial skill. He had easily injured the leader of the Black Wolf soldiers and captured him alive. This was Ling Xiao's great improvement. Now, your life is in my hands. It's up to you whether you want to talk or not. Although he said it casually, the heavy sword contained a strong power of thunder and lightning. It was wreaking havoc in the body of the leader of the Black Wolf soldiers. It destroyed the leader's limbs and bones, causing him so much pain that he wished he was dead. The needle-like black fur on the leader of the Black Wolf soldiers gradually disappeared and he returned to his original appearance. He was a middle-aged man in his 30s. This man knew very well that not only was his life in Ling Xiao's hands, but Ling Xiao also controlled his cultivation level. Let me go. I'll tell you everything you want to know. The leader of the Black Wolf soldiers finally began to beg for mercy. No one wanted to die. It was just that some people were more tolerant while others were more cowardly. Very well. Answer my first question. Who asked you to deal with me? Ling Xiao asked coldly. Tyrant of the Sand Clan. The leader of the Black Wolf soldiers replied. Second question. Where is the Black Wolf General? The Black Wolf General is under the treasury of the White Wolf County City. There's a secret room there where he is cultivating. The treasures you need are also there. The leader of the Black Wolf soldiers answered Ling Xiao's questions without hesitation. He did not want to die. Very well. You can go to hell now. Ling Xiao's heavy sword suddenly emitted a terrifying destructive force. Don't blame me. Your answers to the last two questions are very good. However, you lied to me about the first question. You know that Tyrant and I are enemies, so you said that he asked you to kill me. In fact, that's not the case. I'll talk. I'll talk. The leader of the Black Wolf soldiers did not expect Ling Xiao to discover his lie. He was scared out of his wits. No need. Since you lied, you deserve to die. Ling Xiao did not show any mercy and ended the life of the leader of the Black Wolf soldiers. What surprised him was that there was a demon core in this guy's body. It seemed that the rumors were true. These Black Wolf soldiers were not normal humans. This demon core was not the same as ordinary demon cores. There were special inscriptions flowing on it. He is indeed cursed, however, so what if he is cursed? Others may not be able to use the cursed demon core. However, to me, Ling Xiao, this thing is a treasure for refining elixirs. It seems that I will be able to break through to the third level of hell soon. Ling Xiao was happy. He was no longer in a hurry to find the Black Wolf General. Instead, he sat in the pitch-black demonic water where the leader of the Black Wolf soldiers was. This kind of water must have been made by the Black Wolf soldiers for their cultivation. Only the leaders of the upper echelons were qualified to use it. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was basking in his glory. Sitting in the demonic water, he began to concoct pills. He refined the cursed demon core into an unusual pill. Strange pills had no grades. It also didn't have a fixed effect. It was just a pill that could increase the cultivation effects of demon cores or special materials. Eating this strange pill was more effective than directly swallowing the cursed demon core. In that instant, the power of the curse was disintegrated by the tyrannical martial spirit. The power of the demon water was also being continuously extracted by the power of the curse. Ling Xiao's body began to change constantly. Sometimes, he would take on the appearance of a black wolf, and other times, he would return to normal. This repeated for nearly an hour. Ling Xiao opened his eyes. Although he had yet to break through, he could feel that he had accumulated 100% of his strength. Breaking through only required a fierce battle. Next, it was time for him to find that Black Wolf General and have a great battle. Perhaps he would gain more benefits if he made a breakthrough in battle. Once again, Ling Xiao activated his dark shadow steps and entered the desolate White Wolf County city. As long as he didn't go near someone as strong as the leader of the Black Wolf soldiers, Ling Xiao was not afraid of being discovered. Even if those ordinary warriors of the Black Wolf soldiers saw him pass by, they would just treat it as a gust of wind. After a while, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the location of the treasury of the White Wolf County city. Along the way, there were countless traps and mechanisms. However, he had the Tai Chi Eye. These things posed no threat to him at all. Hence, he was not afraid at all. Just as he arrived outside the treasury, he could clearly feel a strong evil force seeping out from underground. Ling Xiao was sure that the Black Wolf General must be below. A look of excitement appeared on his face. Then, it disappeared. At this moment, another group of people arrived outside the White Wolf County city. The leader of this group was none other than Xiadiao, the rest should be warriors of the Sand tribe. Is the news accurate? Ling Xiao has entered the White Wolf County city? Xiadiao looked at the city that was almost covered by the desert and asked coldly. The person he was asking was none other than Bai Yin, who was ranked third among the Dark tribe. Bai Yin's cultivation was not as high as Xiadiao's. She was only at the peak of the third level of hell. She was not a reincarnation realm warrior. When he learned that Ling Xiao was trying to compete with them for the right to comprehend the Shadow Black Gourd, he already had the idea of colluding with the Sand tribe. He knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao. Although he had entered the upper Eight Immortals mountain earlier, his cultivation was only at the level of desert cloud. He was already annoyed that there were two people above him. Now, there was also Ling Xiao. How could he bear it? Hence, even if Ling Xiao did not die, he must be chased back to the Black Immortal Mountain. He could not compete with him. Don't worry, young Master Xiadiao. I risked my life to come with you. If I didn't have accurate news, do you think I would dare to come? Baiyin said with a smile. That's good. You must guard the only exit of the White Wolf City. You must not let Ling Xiao escape. If you find him, inform me immediately using the Soul Lock token. I must kill him this time. Xiadiao's hatred for Ling Xiao was too deep. Although he had sworn not to attack Ling Xiao on the Black Immortal Mountain, he would die tragically if he did. But he still did not want Ling Xiao to live. Ling Xiao had left the Eight Immortals Mountain to come to the White Wolf City. It was an excellent opportunity. Don't attack first. It won't be too late to attack after Ling Xiao comes out. Xiadiao had failed to kill Ling Xiao many times. Hence, he had become very cautious. He would not attack the Black Wolf soldiers in the White Wolf City first. Although those people were not worth mentioning in his eyes. But he still wanted to conserve his strength and go all out to deal with Ling Xiao. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could make a breakthrough in such a short time. If that was the case, wouldn't he be a real monster? At this moment, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the underground of the treasury. The underground secret room of the treasury was filled with traps and mechanisms. However, Ling Xiao, who had the Tai Chi eye, did not touch any of the traps and easily arrived at the bottom. If it were someone else with the same cultivation level as him, he would have died on the way. That was because the traps and mechanisms displayed terrifying power in his Tai Chi eye's deduction. Every attack could seriously injure or even kill a martial artist at the third level of hell in the first transformation Yin-Yang realm. And Ling Xiao was only at the peak of hell in the first transformation Yin-Yang realm. He would not be able to withstand a head-on attack. There was also a formation. Although there were many flaws, if one did not know how to break the formation, it would take 1 or 2 years for an ordinary person to break it. Ling Xiao was different. He was good at breaking formations. This was very simple for him. After stepping into the underground secret room, there were 2 paths. One led to the cultivation place of the Black Wolf General. He was not in a hurry to deal with the Black Wolf General. That guy was cultivating anyway. He could make it later. Ling Xiao chose the path that led to the treasure cave. Perhaps he could find some key items in the treasure cave that would allow him to break through. Along the way, he would encounter a lot of danger. However, it was nothing to Ling Xiao. In this huge secret chamber, there were a lot of spirit stones, a large number of low-grade and middle-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao roughly calculated that the total number of low-grade spirit stones here was close to 500 million. There were also 4 to 5 million middle-grade spirit stones. He was dumbfounded by so many spirit stones. He did not have such high expectations at first, so at this moment, it was inevitable that he was excited. He was even stunned for a while. It's fortunate that I have a large enough storage ring. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to fit all of these things. Ling Xiao smiled and waved his hand. The large number of low-grade and middle-grade spirit stones were all kept in his storage ring. 1 million middle-grade spirit stones were given to the butterfly girl as snacks. The butterfly girl liked spirit stones. This was especially true for high-quality spirit stones. It was not easy to raise this little guy. However, it could save her life at a critical moment. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not feel that it was a pity at all. 1 million middle-grade spirit stones was enough for the butterfly girl to eat for a year and a half. After keeping the spirit stones, Ling Xiao continued to walk forward. He found a large number of pills. The quality of these pills was not bad, but Ling Xiao did not care for them. Because the quality of the pills he refined was much better than these. However, he would not miss out on so many pills. He still took them all. After he went back and refined them, he could extract useful materials from them. They would definitely be useful for refining pills in the future. In any case, as long as there was enough space, Ling Xiao would not reject anyone. He kept these things and continued to move forward. He saw a gourd hanging on the roof that was emitting a golden light. There was nothing special about the gourd. It could guarantee the effect of the pills. As for the medicinal pills inside, they were extremely powerful. It's the Yin-Yang Breakthrough Pill. Ling Xiao's face was filled with joy. The Yin-Yang Breakthrough Realm Pill, as the name suggested, was a pill that could help a Yin-Yang Realm martial artist break through. One Yin-Yang Breakthrough Realm Pill could allow a martial artist at the pinnacle of the first level of hell to easily break through to the second level of hell. 2 pills could allow a martial artist at the peak of the second layer of hell to break through to the third layer of hell. 4 of them could allow a cultivator at the peak of the third layer of hell to easily break through to the fourth layer of hell. So on and so forth, the amount of medicinal pills required for each breakthrough would increase by double. And this was only what ordinary warriors needed. If a first transition martial artist wanted to break through from the first layer of hell to the second layer, the amount of Yin-Yang Breakthrough Pill required would be doubled. In other words, he needed 2 of them. The logic was the same. Although Ling Xiao could also refine the Yin-Yang Breaking Cultivation Pill, the ingredients were hard to find. Therefore, he had never used it after entering the samsara. Inside the gourd, there were actually 10 Yin-Yang Breakthrough Realm Pills. This meant that if Ling Xiao's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the third layer of hell, he could use these pills to break through to the fourth layer of hell. There should be 2 Yin-Yang Breakthrough Realm Pills left. These 2 pills were useless to Ling Xiao anyway, so he planned to give them to Lin Yang. With these pills, Lin Yang should be able to break through to the third layer of hell in one go. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. Looks like I really have to speed up my breakthrough to the third layer of hell. As long as I can reach the pinnacle of the third layer of hell, the rest of the journey will be very easy. Ling Xiao kept the gourd and continued walking forward. He wanted to know what other treasures there were in this treasure cave. As he walked further in, there were no more medicinal pills. Instead, there were large amounts of divine weapons and various martial arts manuals. It was a pity that the best of these martial arts manuals were only high-grade jade-grade martial skills, so they weren't very attractive to Ling Xiao. Why don't I bring them back and give them to my friends? Only when my friends are strong can they help me more. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao decided to keep all the martial arts techniques and weapons. The worst weapon was a premium-grade spiritual weapon. The best one was an immortal-grade spiritual weapon. Unfortunately, it was a saber and not a sword. It wasn't very useful to Ling Xiao. However, if he brought it back to exchange for contribution points, he should be able to exchange it for a lot. What's that? Ling Xiao's gaze was suddenly attracted by a huge brocade on the ground. On the brocade, there was a scene of a black-clothed man holding a long sword and fighting with a demon. The man holding the long sword was obviously very strong. His body was constantly releasing a special energy wave and glow. Ling Xiao didn't understand what was going on at first. However, after taking a closer look, he realized that the black-clothed swordsman was actually made of dragon tendons. Those were real dragon tendons, every single one of them released the power of a dragon. It was terrifying. The eyes of the black-clothed swordsman were actually made of the demon core of a demonic beast. The level of this demonic beast was actually at the level of no light in the night. The sword in the black-clothed swordsman's hand was made of the rib of a white tiger. It was perfectly combined with the brocade. This made the black-clothed swordsman extremely strong. At least 108 dragon tendons, 108 white tiger rib bones, in addition to the powerful crystal core of a demonic beast, as well as other rare materials, this shocking brocade was created. The demon wasn't weak either. The demon was made of the skin and bones of the heavenly demon. It was extremely vivid. Upon closer look, the pattern drawn on the brocade actually contained the mysteries of a formation. Could this be a magic treasure? A magic treasure that's definitely not weaker than the umber black gourd? Ling Xiao made a judgment in his heart. He then focused on breaking the formation and took the brocade from the ground. Just as he was about to put it into his storage ring and continue searching for treasures, a strong wind suddenly attacked. Ling Xiao knew that the Black Wolf General had finally found out that he had touched the treasure cave. That was why he had charged out. The Black Wolf General's sneak attack was extremely powerful. Ling Xiao used the light flash technique to dodge and barely avoided the attack. The many treasures behind him were all destroyed by the Black Wolf General's claws. What a bastard! You actually sneaked into this general's treasure cave to steal things. It's fine if you took the other things, but you even tried to touch my dark sword deity diagram. This thing, my master worked hard to refine for a full 500 years before he finally succeeded. This general risked the infamy of killing my master to get it. You want to take it away? The Black Wolf general was also a little surprised that he couldn't kill Ling Xiao in one move. Moreover, Ling Xiao felt that this guy's cultivation wasn't at the late stage of the first transformation 3 levels of hell. He was at the peak of the first transformation 3 levels of hell. If Ling Xiao wanted to defeat the Black Wolf general, he would have to make a breakthrough or borrow other powers. Since it's in my hands, it's mine. Anyway, you didn't get it properly. After hearing the Black Wolf general's words, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't return the treasure. You're courting death. The Black Wolf general suddenly roared. His voice was so loud that it shattered the surrounding boxes. Many treasures that Ling Xiao didn't have time to take away were also shattered. This power was really terrifying. It was as strong as the blue waves of the ocean. As long as one was hit, one would definitely die. A Yinyang round level 3 martial artist in the First Revolution was indeed extraordinary. More importantly, every martial technique that this guy used was purer than the Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master. Steel Armored Bull Demon Martial Soul Transformation, Advanced Lightning Combat Body, Advanced Lava Combat Body. Faced with the Black Wolf general's second attack, Ling Xiao naturally couldn't retreat. Since his opponent cared so much about the Dark Sword deity painting, Ling Xiao couldn't let it go. Hence, he channeled 90% of his Yin-Yang Yuan force and merged it into the heavy sword. He stabbed it out. A sword to the west, his opponent was too strong, so he could only use an advanced Jade-grade sword technique. Boom, their Yuan force collided, and there were continuous explosions. The entire underground secret room seemed to be collapsing. Ling Xiao was also pushed back by a terrifying force for close to 100 meters. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The difference in cultivation level was huge. Without using the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he was still at a disadvantage. This isn't the place to fight. Let's find another battlefield. Although Ling Xiao wanted to get his hands on all the treasures, it didn't seem like it was possible now. Once this place collapsed, he and the Black Wolf general would probably be buried alive. It was better to fight outside. He really wanted to see just how powerful this Black Wolf general was. Even though he had only received one attack, he could already feel the barrier of his cultivation level cracking. His cultivation level was finally showing signs of a breakthrough. Anyway, he had already accumulated all his strength. The next step was to rely on the opponent's powerful essence energy to help him break through. It wasn't the first or second time that he had used such a crazy method of breaking through, so Ling Xiao was very familiar with it. With a flash of his body, Ling Xiao pierced through the ground with a light godly traversal, and turned into a beam of sword light, breaking through the air and landing on the ground. After that, he stood there and waited for his opponent to arrive. The Black Wolf general was stronger than Ling Xiao, but his speed was really lacking. Ling Xiao had already been up there for about a minute before he broke through the huge block of soil and came up. Good boy, you have guts. You actually dared to not run away. Seeing that Ling Xiao did not escape, General He Lang could not help but smile. Only if Ling Xiao didn't run away would he have a chance to take revenge. Otherwise, if that thing of his was taken away, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Moreover, he would definitely be angered to death. Why are you running? My mission this time is to kill you. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. General He Lang didn't bother to talk to Ling Xiao at all. His terrifying attack once again rushed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao cooperated with his occult world body. With the Steel Armored Ox Demon Transformation, Advanced Lava Battle Body, Advanced Thunder Battle Body, and Scarlet Sun Feather Raiment, he fought against General He Lang. He knew that he was no match for his opponent, but he still attacked with all his might. It was not just passive defense. This way, the opponent's attacks would be more ferocious. He was getting closer and closer to breaking through. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, the two of them fought for a full 10 rounds. Ling Xiao's body was injured in 7 or 8 places. Every part of it looked extremely miserable. As for General He Lang, he was only hit by Ling Xiao's sword. There was a bloodstain on his neck, but it was not particularly obvious. The difference in strength between the two was still quite big. I'm about to break through. All of a sudden, Ling Xiao felt a surge of energy crazily trying to surge out of his body. He turned around and dodged another attack from General He Lang before finally disappearing into the shadows. Next, he had to find a place to break through in peace. After breaking through, it would not be too late to fight General He Lang again. He was too fast for General He Lang to keep up. After searching for a long time, General He Lang still could not find him. Suddenly, he received an order saying that there was another group of people coming from outside the White Wolf County city. The strongest among them was a young man whose cultivation level was similar to his. General He Lang was furious when he heard this. He vented all his hatred for Ling Xiao on this young man. Deputy General, go find that kid. I'll take care of the trouble outside. With that, he rushed out without waiting for the Deputy General's order. He was obviously eager to vent his anger. General He Lang's Deputy General was a paper man in his 40s who looked more cultured and refined. However, his eyes were somewhat evil and cold. His cultivation level had also reached the middle stage of the third level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm, which was why he was qualified to be the Deputy General. He was also called the second chief by the He Lang soldiers. After receiving General He Lang's order, he started to instruct the He Lang soldiers to conduct a carpet search of the White Wolf County city. At this moment, Ling Xiao had returned to the secret underground room and started to focus on breaking through. The higher the cultivation level, the longer the time needed to break through. This time, he had fought with General He Lang for 10 rounds and risked being killed before he showed signs of breaking through. He naturally did not want to miss this opportunity. He had to find a safe place to break through. After about 15 minutes, Ling Xiao rushed out of the ground again. The group of He Lang soldiers who were searching for him on the surface were hit by the terrifying sword qi. Their bodies were torn into two on the spot. Ling Xiao stood on a commanding height and looked coldly into the distance. There was a battle going on there. It was a battle between two experts. Two warriors at the peak of the third level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm were fighting there. They were like two human-shaped demon beasts. Every time they attacked, a huge sandstorm would erupt in the desert. There was a strong smell of blood in the air. Many He Lang soldiers had been killed. Their corpses could be seen both inside and outside the White Wolf County city. It's General He Lang? Who is that? Ling Xiao squinted his eyes and looked carefully. He could not help but frown when he saw the fierce sandstorm. After looking carefully, he understood everything. Idiot. I didn't expect this guy to chase me all the way here. It seems like he really wants to kill me. Many He Lang soldiers and Sand Clan warriors could not interfere in the battle between the two experts. This was because once they got close to the battle, it was very likely that they would be killed by the terrifying power. That person seems to be Baiyin from the foreign clan? Why is he here? On the first day that Ling Xiao joined the Dark Clan, he had already read through the information of the top 10 warriors of the Dark Clan. He knew more about Baiyin, who was ranked 3rd. Good boy. In order to reduce the number of competitors, you want to use idiot to kill me? Sha Diao was fighting with the Black Wolf General. As for Baiyin, she stood to the side and watched silently. At the only exit of White Wolf County City, there were dozens of Sand Clan martial artists blocking the entrance. Of course, they were not trying to stop the Black Wolf soldiers from entering. They were trying to stop Ling Xiao and prevent him from escaping. You really want to kill me? Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless, Sha Diao, help me stop the Black Wolf General. I'll kill Baiyin first, those who kill me must die. Ling Xiao laughed coldly in his heart. Then, he disappeared into the darkness again and advanced in the huge black sandstorm. His target was Baiyin. He was not afraid of exposing his identity. He had already entered the demonic Tyrant Blood Dragon martial soul transformation state. In any case, Baiyin deserved to be killed. That idiot would definitely not dare to leak the news. This kid had sworn not to attack him. If the people of 8 Immortal Mountain knew that this kid still wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he would be finished. Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached the early stage of the 3rd level of Hell. Even the power of the meteor sword technique had increased greatly. He did not need to use a high-tier jade martial skill or secret technique to deal with Bai Yin. A heavenly fire caused hundreds of spots of light to appear in the void. Then, these spots of light turned into hundreds of dazzling sword chi and exploded in the void like thunder. They pierced towards Bai Yin from hundreds of meters away. The heavenly fire's magic was that it could disperse and deal with a group of people. It could also target a single person and make them suffer a series of attacks. It would be difficult to dodge. When the sword chi came, it was too late for Bai Yin to notice. The sword chi flashed like stars and was extremely fast. Bai Yin could feel the sharp chi from dozens of meters away. If it cut his skin, he would be in trouble. Bai Yin's face was filled with fear. It was impossible for him to block such an attack. Who was his opponent? Why did he suddenly attack him? He did not understand. The hundreds of sword chi were about to pierce his body and turn him into a hedgehog. A loud roar came from the sky. Bastard! How dare you kill a disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain? You're courting death. He couldn't let Bai Yin die. Bai Yin had come with him. If she was killed, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the dark race. Tell the truth, what a joke. If he did, he would die a horrible death. But to lie, if that happened, people would definitely think that he was the one who killed Bai Yin. Therefore, he definitely could not let Bai Yin die. He sent the Black Wolf General flying with a single punch before charging towards Ling Xiao. He wanted to stop Ling Xiao from killing Bai Yin. Black Sunstorm Sword. In the void, a black sun suddenly appeared. The entire desert seemed to have turned black, emitting a gloomy aura. In the end, the terrifying sword managed to block Bai Yin's attack in time. Boom, the black sun released a black light and collided with Ling Xiao's meteor sword art. An explosion that turned the entire desert upside down erupted. Gravel flew everywhere like a sandstorm. Many of the nearby Black Wolf soldiers and Sand Race's warriors were killed because they couldn't dodge in time. This attack from the Sand Eagle was extremely powerful. The Black Sunstorm Sword. Ling Xiao had never seen the Sand Eagle use such a move before. It seemed like this guy's strength was not to be underestimated. Bai Yin heaved a sigh of relief after being saved by the Sand Eagle. I recognize you, Ling Xiao. I didn't expect that you would dare to attack Bai Yin. Did you really think that I would let you have your way? Ling Xiao's demonic tyrant blood dragon martial soul transformation was too obvious. There was no way the Sand Eagle couldn't recognize him. He stood proudly in front of Bai Yin and said arrogantly, "If I want to kill her, can you stop me? Moreover, you swore that you wouldn't attack me. If you break your oath, it will come true." Ling Xiao looked at the Sand Eagle and said calmly, If I kill you, no one will know that I broke my oath. Naturally, I won't be punished." The Sand Eagle snorted and was about to attack Ling Xiao. However, at that moment, Bai Yin let out an ear-piercing scream. Her body was torn to pieces. The terrifying sword chi completely cut him apart, as if he was being torn apart by 5 horses. What? The Sand Eagle looked behind him in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes. He had blocked Ling Xiao's attack. How could Bai Yin still die? I told you, if I, Ling Xiao, want to kill someone, he won't be able to live. Ling Xiao mocked. You might be able to kill someone, but you're not qualified to save someone. I have hundreds of sword auras. You only blocked 320 of them. There are also dozens of sword chi that I have hidden in the quicksand. Killing him is enough. The number 3 outer prodigy of the Dark Tribe is nothing in my eyes. Forget it. If he's dead, you must die too. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself. The Sand Eagle said coldly. The outer sect disciples of the Dark Tribe fought to the death for a ranking. In the end, both of them died. That should be a good report, right? Let's not make up such a cliché story. It's boring. Ling Xiao was no longer afraid of the Sand Eagle. The moment he reached the early stage of the 3rd level of hell, the Sand Eagle's threat to him was reduced to single digits. Although it wasn't 0, it was much, much less. So you're a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain. The Black Wolf Army doesn't want to interfere in your feud. Kid, hand over the Dark Sword Deity painting and I'll let you go. The Black Wolf General suddenly said. Give it back to you? Do you have a big face? Ling Xiao looked at the Black Wolf General and said, to tell you the truth, I came to the White Wolf County City for no other reason than to kill you. Take the dark sword immortal portrait as my spoils of war. You're courting death. The Black Wolf General was surrounded by black aura. He had almost turned into a huge black werewolf. His physique was even more burly than the previous leader. He was also more powerful. Wolves and dogs are from the same clan. You might be able to become one of my martial souls. A beast soul at the peak of the 3rd level of hell. Not bad, not bad. I can use it for a long time. Among the 12 beast gods, there was a dog god. Wolves and dogs were from the same clan. Therefore, Ling Xiao could use the Black Wolf General's beast soul. Black Wolf General, why don't we work together? Since we have a common enemy, wouldn't it be great if we worked together to kill him? The Sand Eagle suddenly looked at the Black Wolf General and suggested. You people from the 8 Immortal Mountain are not trustworthy. The Black Wolf General couldn't work together with the Sand Eagle because he didn't know if the Sand Eagle and Ling Xiao had a feud. If they were ambushed in the process, he would be in trouble. Therefore, he would rather watch Ling Xiao fight with the Sand Eagle. He believed that his strength was more than enough to deal with Ling Xiao. There was no need for him to work with anyone. Idiot, you'll be at a disadvantage if you underestimate this guy. The Sand Eagle frowned. Only those who had experienced the battle with Ling Xiao knew how terrifying Ling Xiao was. It's not up to you to judge whether I'm an idiot or not. If you have the ability, stay away and let me have a showdown with this Ling Xiao. The Black Wolf General would definitely not let Ling Xiao go because the Dark Sword deity diagram was with Ling Xiao. As for Sha Diao, he didn't want to be his enemy if he could. If it was any other day, Sha Diao wouldn't retreat. But today, he was here to kill Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao could fight with the Black Wolf General, then one of them would definitely be injured. Even if Ling Xiao wasn't injured, he would definitely consume a lot of energy. At that time, it would be easier for him to kill Ling Xiao. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and led the rest of the sand race to retreat with Bai Yin's body. When they reached the only way to the 8 Immortals County, they laid an ambush. Naturally, they were waiting for Ling Xiao. You should join forces with him. After Sha Diao left, Ling Xiao looked at the Black Wolf General and said. Bullshit, with your little strength, I don't need to join forces with anyone to take your dog life. The Black Wolf General was very confident. Is that so? Then let's try. After saying this, a terrifying purple gas rose from Ling Xiao's body and soared into the sky. The purple gas actually enveloped the storm from before. A huge purple sword appeared behind Ling Xiao. Eastern Purple Chi Sword, 1 sword to the west, proficient in fire control. Under constant grinding, Soaring Cloud had already been cultivated to the level of proficiency. It could be used more often, and its power had also increased. To deal with the Black Wolf General, a mid-tier Jade martial skill was no longer enough. He had to directly use a high-tier Jade martial skill. Moreover, this Eastern Purple Chi Sword was compatible with Ling Xiao's demonic Tyrant Blood Dragon martial soul transformation and his powerful high-tier lightning body. Ling Xiao wanted to kill the Black Wolf General and was determined to fight with all his strength. Moreover, he wanted to rely on his own strength and not the Butterfly Lady's strength. The moment the giant purple sword appeared, it didn't end. Behind Ling Xiao, a pitch-black universe emerged. It was a boundless universe that was pitch-black. Only the stars were dotted in the void. The black sandstorm was sucked into the black universe and disappeared. Tyrannical martial spirit, Ling Xiao was Ling Xiao's greatest source of confidence. This was his own strength and his own trump card. It was different from the attacks of the Butterfly Lady and Yuan Venerates. What is it? The moment the Tyrant martial spirit appeared, the Black Wolf General felt a great threat. But he couldn't understand what it was. He just felt confused. There was some fear in his heart. However, in front of so many Black Wolf soldiers, he could not back down. Although it was hard to back down, he had to back down, otherwise, he would have nowhere to put his old face. A wolf howl came out of his mouth. His body was several times larger than before. His height had already reached 4 to 5 meters. His sturdy muscles made him extremely strong. The surging black chi released from his body finally helped him block some of the pressure from the tyrannical martial spirit. He felt much better. His confidence also recovered. He is merely at the peak of the first transformation's second level of hell. Even if he has a strange martial spirit, it can't make up for the huge gap in cultivation. Killing him will be as easy as flipping my hand. The Black Wolf General encouraged himself in his heart. Are you thinking that I'm only at the peak of the first transformation second level of hell and that I'm easy to deal with? Unfortunately, my cultivation has only just broken through. Ling Xiao looked at the Black Wolf General. His soaring aura made the giant purple sword even bigger. The giant sword turned into a ray of light and blended into the pitch-black universe. Then, it returned. Like a comet, it dragged a long purple tail in the universe and shot over at an extremely fast speed. The early stage of the first transformation third level of hell. The Black Wolf General was shocked. You actually hid just now to improve your cultivation? That's right. I have to thank you for this. If it wasn't for the tough battle with you that allowed me to break through my cultivation that had been stuck for a long time, I might not be your match. In order to thank you, I'll finish you off in one move. Ling Xiao said indifferently. T. So what if you've broken through? Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? The Black Wolf General was curious. He held again and his body flashed. His huge body was extremely agile. He turned into countless afterimages and pounced on Ling Xiao. His attack wasn't that big, but Ling Xiao could feel that the destructive power was really terrifying. I'm going to break your neck so that you won't be able to be so arrogant anymore. The huge wolf body instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Then, its huge claws covered the sky and slammed down on Ling Xiao's head. It's over. Ling Xiao and the Black Wolf General said the same thing. Then, a huge purple light pierced through the Black Wolf General's body and nailed him to the city wall of the White Wolf County. The Black Wolf soldiers who were originally cheering were instantly muted. They looked at this scene in horror. The Black Wolf General is dead. It was unknown who shouted, but the Black Wolf soldiers began to scatter in all directions. Without their commander, they lost their backbone. They didn't dare to face a powerful enemy. Although there were some brave Black Wolf soldiers who stayed behind. But Ling Xiao didn't even look at them. He reached out and pulled out a cursed demonic beast crystal core from the Black Wolf General's body. It contained the Black Wolf General's beast soul and all his demonic power. Then, in front of all the Black Wolf soldiers, Ling Xiao swallowed the demonic beast crystal core. His demonic power was quickly converted and filled the reservoir of his cultivation. The reservoir was filled by a third of the water directly, and this wasn't Ling Xiao's main goal. The Black Wolf General martial soul that gradually appeared behind him was Ling Xiao's main goal. The Black Wolf General martial soul occupied the Hound God's deity position. From today onwards, 4 of the 12 Beast God's deity positions in Ling Xiao's body had been occupied. Butterfly Lady martial soul, Steel Armored Ox Demon martial soul, Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon martial soul, Black Wolf General martial soul. Of course, there was still the strongest Sun God martial soul that was sealed and temporarily useless. Only when Ling Xiao became stronger could he use it to truly unleash its terrifying power. This Black Wolf General's corpse can be used to complete the mission. Ling Xiao could feel the increase in his strength, and he was extremely pleased. Facing the charging Black Wolf soldiers, he suddenly transformed into the Black Wolf General. Every incarnation could inherit the strongest moves of the beast soul itself. The Steel Armored Ox Demon martial soul gave Ling Xiao the Steel Armored Ox Demon Shield, a powerful defensive move. Without a grade, it would only become stronger as the martial soul became stronger. The Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon martial soul gave Ling Xiao the Demonic Dragon Blood Curse, a secret technique. Once used, it could directly absorb the opponent's blood and chi, causing the opponent to panic. If the opponent's strength wasn't high, it could also directly suck the opponent dry. Ling Xiao had never used these two moves before because his cultivation hadn't broken through to the first revolution 3 levels of hell and he felt that their power wasn't enough. As for the move that the Black Wolf General taught Ling Xiao, it was the Black Wolf Pack Kill. It was also a single move, the same move that the Black Wolf General had released earlier. At this time, Ling Xiao was also released. The shadows of a pack of black wolves pounced on the Black Wolf soldiers. Combined with Ling Zhao's mastery of the profound meaning of shadows, it was several times stronger than the Black Wolf generals. Although the Black Wolf soldiers were brave and wanted to avenge their general, the only result of attacking Ling Xiao was death. We can go now. He had obtained so many treasures, completed his mission, and killed Bai Yin. Ling Xiao felt that there was no need to kill anymore. He turned around and transformed into a black wolf, darting into the vast desert. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. What should we do, second master? Seeing Ling Xiao leave and knowing that the Black Wolf general had died in battle, the rest of the surviving Black Wolf soldiers placed their hopes on the second leader. Don't worry, we will definitely avenge the general. Don't forget his true identity. The second master looked at the dust in the distance and gritted his teeth. Pack up, we're going to the Eight Immortal City. On the road to the Eight Immortal City, Ling Xiao was ambushed. But this ambush was a bit laughable. Facing the much stronger Ling Xiao, the 46 Sand Race soldiers who ambushed Ling Xiao were all killed except for Sha Diao. Sha Diao, Sha Diao, it's time for us to settle our grudges today. Ling Xiao wanted to kill Sha Diao. He didn't do it that day because he wanted to give no light in the night face. Now that he had entered the dark race, he didn't need to give anyone face. What's more, this was the outside world. Sha Diao was alone. Even if he killed him, the Sand Race wouldn't know who did it. So what if they suspected him? In any case, the Sand Race couldn't blame Ling Xiao for the deaths of all their soldiers, right? Ling Xiao's killing intent began to brew. As he spoke, the terrifying shadow of a wolf gradually formed around him. At this moment, he was like the leader of a pack of black wolves, evil and powerful. The terrifying black gas caused the surrounding air to become cold. You really are a monster. If I don't kill you today, I'm afraid I won't be able to make a name for myself. Seeing that Ling Xiao had transformed into a black wolf general and was a huge werewolf that was 4 to 5 meters tall, he was shocked. The Sand Eagle felt a trace of fear, but more than that, it felt anger and hatred. He knew that Ling Xiao had to die. Moreover, he had to kill this guy today. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be this kid's match in the future. Facing the incoming pack of wolves, the Sand Eagle could feel the threat. Each of the wolf shadows had the power to destroy an ancient martial art practitioner of the first transition second level of hell, or an ancient martial art practitioner of the third level of hell. Although it couldn't kill him, it could definitely severely injure him. What's more, it wasn't just one wolf silhouette, but hundreds of them. They were densely packed, making one's scalp go numb. Sand Eagle knew that he could not be afraid. With a wave of his hand, 3 swords flew out from his storage ring at the same time. Then, 3 black suns appeared behind his back. They looked even more powerful than the attack he used to save Bai Yin. Each of the black suns was formed by terrifying black sword chi and demonic fire. The blazing sword chi tore through the void. It was strange and unpredictable. The sword radiance pierced the wolf shadows, producing explosive sounds and shattering them one by one. Although this move consumed a lot of the Sand Eagle's yin-yang yuan chi, he still had a cold smile on his face. So your cultivation has broken through to the early stage of the first transition third level of hell. No wonder you dare to fight me. However, do you really think that your early stage cultivation can defeat me, who is at the peak of my cultivation? You overestimate yourself. The Sand Eagle already knew Ling Xiao's true cultivation after this collision. Although he was surprised that Ling Xiao could achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation in such a short time, he really didn't care about an early stage cultivation of the first transition. Third level of hell. One had to know that there was a tenfold difference between the early stage and middle stage cultivation. Early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage, this was a difference of 30 times. How could he lose? Although he didn't know what happened to the Black Wolf general, he guessed that Ling Xiao had lost. The reason why he transformed into the Black Wolf general was to cover up his failure. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to kill the Black Wolf general. It was true that Ling Xiao was strong, but after knowing Ling Xiao's true cultivation, the Sand Eagle wasn't afraid anymore. In fact, he even felt disdain and contempt for Ling Xiao in the depths of his heart. It seems that my father guessed correctly. You were so powerful at the Black Deity Mountain because of the array formation. Without the array formation, you are a piece of trash. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me when your cultivation is so different from mine? Today, I will send you on your way. At this moment, the Sand Eagle had forgotten the oath he had made. He hated Xiao so much that he could throw the oath to the back of his mind. 3 suns, Black Sun Extinction Sword. The 3 black suns exploded with black sword chi. Like a roaring wind, they blasted towards Xiao. Terrifying sword light shone in the void. However, it was a terrifying black light. Can't you see? The current you is no longer my opponent. Xiao smiled coldly. He released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit again. Fighting in a place where there were no bystanders was cool enough. He could release the Sky Tyrant martial spirit without restraint to strengthen his combat strength. East Rising Purple Chi Sword, 1 sword destruction, small success. This was the second move of the East Rising Purple Chi Sword, a move that Xiao had just learned. After breaking through his cultivation, learning anything seemed to be much easier. The sword light flickered and easily struck the 3 black suns, preventing them from advancing any further. Stupid guy, you dare to touch my 3 black suns. You are simply Zhaori. Black sun burning body. Sword injury to 5 organs. Die. The 3 black suns suddenly exploded. The terrifying heat seeped into Xiao's heavy sword and then into Xiao's body, destroying Xiao directly from the inside. This was the most terrifying part of the Sand Eagle's Black Sun Sandstorm Sword. Who is the stupid one? Facing the Sand Eagle's sudden attack, Xiao's expression did not change. A black hole appeared in the palm of his right hand. Shadow Ultimacy, Dark Prison. Since he had decided to kill the Sand Eagle, he did not care what martial arts he used. The light Shadow Ultimacy could be used. Although it was not as strong as when he was at his peak, it was more than enough to deal with the Sand Eagle. Especially when the Sky Tyrant martial spirit was released. The black hole became even larger in the boundless universe. The light of the 3 black suns were all swallowed by the black hole. Xiao did this just to take advantage of the Sand Eagle's attack. If he borrowed the Sand Eagle's powerful black sun power, Xiao's cultivation would also break through a little faster. He couldn't wait. He couldn't wait to recover his former valiance. Until now, he didn't dare to inquire about the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's matters, because even if something happened, he couldn't help. There were also many enemies around him staring at him, and they could take his life at any time. In order to become stronger, he was willing to take any risk. Originally, with Xiao's current strength, wanting to resist the power of this black sun burning body wasn't difficult. However, he now took the initiative to use the black prison to devour this power into his body, in order to let himself break through as soon as possible under the stimulation of an even stronger external power. Awakening the power sleeping in the body. The Sand Eagle's attack power was absolutely no small matter. But Xiao could borrow the power of the Tyrant martial spirit, coupled with the black prison, plus his own sturdy internal organs and meridians, to directly refine this power. That black sun power entered his body through the black prison. In an instant, his internal organs seemed to be instantly destroyed. The blazing temperature was about to completely melt the meridians in his body. However, Xiao, who had long been tempered by the divine fire, already returned to normal after a moment of intense pain. His body was like a giant beast, greedily swallowing and absorbing this black sun power. This power fused into every one of his cells, continuously awakening the power sleeping because of reincarnation. At that moment, the crazy power that Xiao once stored in his body began to unceasingly pour into his limbs and bones. In the reservoir of cultivation, large amounts of river water continuously poured in. The 1/3 of the energy that he previously obtained from the Black Wolf General had now reached 2/3, and it was still constantly increasing. This power originally belonged to him, but it was just sleeping in his cells. Now that it was awakened, he could directly use it. On his body, a resplendent light bloomed. The energy rapidly climbed from 2/3 to 100%, the reservoir of cultivation was completely full. This meant that his cultivation would advance from the early stage of the first transformation 3 levels of hell to the middle stage of the first transformation 3 levels of hell. It also meant that his strength would obtain a huge increase. Ordinary reincarnation martial artists would increase their strength by 10 times when advancing a realm. while his strength would increase by nearly 20 times. This was also the key to why he was able to challenge those of a higher rank. If combined with his various powerful abilities, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with the Sand Eagle, who was at the peak of the first transition third level of hell. Boom, less than 2 hours after his breakthrough, Xianxia made another breakthrough. He had reached the middle stage of the third level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Even if he didn't use his Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he could still kill the Sand Eagle. Moreover, he had already released his martial spirit of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. A terrifying force roared between heaven and earth. With Xianxia as the center, a terrifying force field was formed. The surrounding gravel was stirred up by this force field, forming a huge storm. The scene was extremely shocking. What happened? The Sand Eagle's heart instantly fell to the bottom of the valley. He didn't understand. Facing Xianxia, he had already used his strongest killing move, the Black Sun Sword technique. He wanted to kill Xianxia in a short time. He even wanted to use the power of the 3 Black Suns to destroy Xianxia from the inside. However, after the power of the Black Suns merged into Xiao's body, it didn't have any effect. Instead, it stimulated the dormant power in Xiao's body, causing Xiao's strength to make another huge breakthrough. He's a monster. The Sand Eagle took a few steps back. He had never seen such a monster. In just a few hours, he had made consecutive breakthroughs. How could he continue to fight? At this moment, he even wanted to turn around and run away. No, I can't run away. If I run away, I will never be able to defeat him again. The Sand Eagle shook his head and finally stopped. The storm finally stopped. Xiao's figure was exposed. The Sky Tyrant martial spirit's invincible power was completely released. This terrifying aura made the Sand Eagle's face turn even uglier. Was the Xianxia floating in the void really Xianxia, the ferocious black wolf incarnation? Each strand of its long black fur was like a sharp sword, causing people to feel a sense of undefeatable fear. What kind of martial spirit is this? What kind of power is this? How can it suppress my fighting spirit and make me so scared? My Black Sun Sword technique is known for its ruthlessness. It took me a lot of effort to get it from the Patriarch. How can it be suppressed by his martial spirit? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Kill him. Kill Xianxia. I want to kill this terrifying inner demon. The Sand Eagle had to use words to numb himself and make himself more confident. If he was completely suppressed by that aura, he wouldn't even have the slightest fighting spirit. He couldn't win the battle. Kill. The Sand Eagle held a sharp sword, and the sand martial spirit behind him condensed into a more dazzling black sun. Covered by the black sand, it looked more mysterious and powerful. Although there was only one black sun, it was more powerful than the previous 3. Then, his body flickered and turned into a dozen shadows in the void. In an instant, he arrived in front of Xianxia. The sword stabbed out, the wind whistled, the black sun showed a terrifying demonic light. This sword was like an immortal god piercing the sky. The sword stabbed out with an imposing aura like the roaring sea. Clang, Xianxia looked at the scene coldly and raised the heavy sword in his hand. He accurately grasped the trajectory of the sword in the Sand Eagle's hand and then hit the opponent's sword with a natural trajectory. Black sun flame, black sand bloodthirsty, take my fist. The sharp sword was blocked by Xianxia. The Sand Eagle wasn't afraid. He suddenly condensed his left hand into a fist. A terrifying black sand giant formed behind him. There was a halo behind the giant, which was the light released by the black sun. This fist directly hit Xiao's body. However, Xiao suddenly moved the heavy sword to his left hand and blocked the Sand Eagle's sword. His right hand collided with the Sand Eagle's left fist. At that moment, a terrifying suction force was released from the Sand Eagle's fist. Ha ha ha, you little thief Xiao, you're dead meat. My Black Sun Sword skill combined with the Sand Martial Spirit can greatly enhance the power of the Sand Martial Spirit. You can just wait to become a dried-up human being. Xiao wasn't afraid of Xiao's exquisite battle technique blocking his attack. Instead, he laughed excitedly. Because he wanted to make contact with Xiao. Even if he couldn't touch his opponent's body, as long as he could touch his opponent's arm, it would be enough. What a joke. Do you think you can defeat the current me? A cold voice came out from Ling Xiao's mouth. His body instantly entered the Tyrant blood demonic dragon martial spirit transformation state. Then, a terrifying power was released from his right hand. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Tyrant blood demonic dragon blood curse. The moment the secret technique was unleashed, the Sand Eagle screamed. Sand Eagle suddenly screamed. He found that his blood seemed to have a life of its own and was about to leave his body. He lost control of his blood and power. The giant sandman behind him crumbled. What the hell? The Sand Eagle retreated in fear. But it was already too late. Ling Xiao spat out a beam of black light from his mouth. Ling Xiao shot out the shadow all that had killed many powerhouses in the past. It pierced the Sand Eagle's throat. Although the Sand Eagle retreated very quickly, it was of no use. In a straight line, he couldn't be faster than the shadow all. You. I don't want to die. The Sand Eagle's body collapsed in the desert. He didn't understand what had happened until the moment of his death. Why? Why did he lose so miserably? Why did Ling Xiao seem like an invincible god of war? Looking at the Sand Eagle's corpse and Bai Yin's corpse that had been thrown aside, Ling Xiao smiled coldly and kept both corpses in his beast ring for the time being. He had already thought of how he would report this. The Sand Eagle had tried to kill him, but had mistaken him for someone else and killed Bai Yin. Then the Sand Eagle was killed by the Heilang general. Ling Xiao was the one who had killed the Heilang general and avenged the Sand Eagle. He wasn't one to hold grudges against the Sand Eagle. Not only would Ling Xiao be spared, but he would also become the hero of Mount 8 Immortals. Whether or not the Sand Tribe and the Dark Tribe believed him, they would have to thank him on the surface. Besides, Bai Yin had been killed by the Sand Eagle. The Sand Tribe and the Dark Tribe were now enemies. Even though Bai Yin was only an outsider, she was still one of the top 3 outsiders and was highly valued by the Dark Tribe. Even if the Dark Tribe didn't declare war on the Sand Tribe, they would still hold a grudge. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao could not help but reveal a cold smile. The Sand Tribe didn't care about the Dark Tribe in the first place. It was normal for the Sand Tribe and the Dark Tribe to become enemies. He didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. Time to go back. He tore through the air and disappeared into the desert in the blink of an eye. While he was passing by, there was already news from the White Wolf County City in the small inn. The waiter who had warned Ling Xiao not to go to White Wolf County City before was now stunned as he listened to a cultivator who was passing by White Wolf County City spit everywhere. Let me tell you, General Heilang was killed by 8 Immortals Mountain's disciple, Ling Xiao. With just one move, that huge purple sword pierced through the Black Wolf General's body. Eastern Purple Chi Sword? Yes, it's the East Rising Purple Chi Sword, a high-level Jade grade martial skill. This Ling Xiao is really too strong. I think he passed by here before going to White Wolf County City. Haven't you seen him before? When the shop assistant heard this, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, impossible, he actually killed General Black Wolf. This was too strong. Fortunately, I didn't offend that person. Otherwise, I would definitely be dead. Actually, why would Ling Xiao feel bad for a waiter? After he left White Wolf County City, he went straight to 8 Immortals Mountain and went to the Dark Tribe to report to No Light in the Night what had happened. He also handed over Sha Diao and Bai Yin's corpses. At this time, the Dark Tribe and the Outer Tribe, Qing Wanhua and Lin Yang, were surrounded by a group of Outer Tribe disciples. Qing Wanhua's mission was relatively simple, but she still failed. Because someone had interfered, she had no choice but to return early. In the end, she didn't even get a good high-level Jade grade martial skill. Who knew that when she returned, she would see Lin Yang being surrounded by a group of people. Hence, she joined in the battle. From the beginning of the battle until now, it had already lasted for a total of 3 hours. Although the 2 of them were not weak, their opponents were too many and they were still beaten up until they were covered in injuries. In addition, the 2 of them were not as vicious and merciless as Ling Xiao, so they really did not dare to kill. Hence, they were restrained and could not use their full strength. Senior Sister Qing, why are you doing this? My skin is rough and I don't mind being beaten up. But you can't get hurt, or the boss will skin me alive. Lin Yang was annoyed that he was unlucky to have dragged Qing Wanhua into this. This was the last thing he wanted to see. Didn't you notice? These people are ruthless. If you were alone, you would have been killed by now. Qing Wanhua said with a serious face. That's not right. They are all dark tribe disciples. How dare they kill people? Lin Yang was shocked. Why wouldn't they dare? If they had someone backing them, they would have dared to kill and burn. At most, they would be punished. Qing Wanhua sighed. Then what should we do? If this continues, we will be dead for sure. Lin Yang did not want to die. He had just stepped into Eight Immortals Mountain. How could he want to die? He still had a bright future ahead of him. If you don't want to die, swear to cut ties with Ling Xiao. Otherwise, both of you will die today. One of the people besieging them shouted. F***ck off. Even if I die, I will not betray the boss. If you want me to cut ties with the boss, it will be over. It was true that Lin Yang was afraid of death, but he had a strong sense of brotherhood in his bones. Even if he died, he would not betray Ling Xiao. This was his most simple feeling. I can't do that either. Ling Xiao dared to fight with the Lord of Purple Immortal Mountain to save me. If I betray him, I will be worse than a beast. Qing Wanhua shook her head. She would never do such a thing. In the past, Ling Yan was so unlucky, but she, Qing Wanhua, did not choose to betray Ling Yan. Today, she would not betray Ling Xiao. In that case, both of you can die. The foreign disciples besieging Qing Wanhua and Lin Yang sped up their attacks and became more ferocious. Lin Yang and Qing Wanhua struggled to hold on, but the wounds on their bodies were increasing. They did not know what they were expecting or waiting for, but they had a feeling that they had to hold on. As long as they did not die, there would be hope. Just as the two of them were about to be blinded by blood, suddenly, over 100 of the foreign disciples who had surrounded them fell to the ground. Black Wolf Pack kill. A familiar voice came from afar. Shadows of wolves began to bite the warriors besieging them. Those who hurt my friends. Die. Ling Xiao had returned. He would not show mercy like Lin Yang and Qing Wanhua. When he attacked, it was to kill. These people had treated his friends so badly. If he did not kill these bastards, who would dare to make friends with him in the future? There were more than 200 warriors besieging Qing Wanhua and Lin Yang. Ling Xiao released the Black Wolf Pack kill twice, and all of them fell into a pool of blood. The scene was extremely horrifying and strange. Are you two okay? Boss. Ling Xiao. Lin Yang and Qing Wanhua were overjoyed to see Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had become their pillar of support. We're fine. We're just a little tired and have some external injuries. Lin Yang and Qing Wanhua were in a similar situation. They had fought with their lives on the line, and that was enough. But boss, you killed so many people. Will the Dark Ones come after you? Lin Yang asked worriedly. Come after me? Do you think I'm the only one who can do whatever I want? These bastards wanted to kill you, so I killed them. That's how it works. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the Dark Ones for not being strict enough. 200 outsiders ganged up on 2 outsiders on Mount 8 Immortal. Ling Xiao was confident that no light in the night would pay more attention to him now that his cultivation had improved. Besides, he had just killed the Heiling general. It would be foolish of the Dark Ones to oppress him now. Even if the Dark Ones did come after him, he wouldn't regret his decision. His good brother and good friend were besieged and almost killed. If he didn't say anything and only cared about his own life, then he would really regret it. Come, let's go to my house. Ling Xiao brought Lin Yang and Qing Wanhua into his wooden house. He then gave them healing pills to help them heal and recover their energy. He then took out 2 yin-yang breakthrough pills and gave them to Lin Yang. Brother, haven't you been worrying about how to break through? You can break through to the 3rd layer of hell with these pills. Also, you don't have to learn those inferior high-tier Jade grade martial skills. This time, I made a trip to the White Wolf County City and obtained a few good high-tier Jade grade martial skills. You two can have one each. Lin Yang, you have the Heavenly Demon Spider, so you can learn this Spring Breeze healing art. This high-tier Jade grade martial art was a combination of a high-tier Jade grade cultivation technique and a high-tier Jade grade martial skill. All of them are of good quality. When used, the spring rain will fill the sky like silk. It works well with your heavenly demon spider incarnation, making it extremely powerful. Boss, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Lin Yang hurriedly shook his head. Nonsense. If you don't want it, I'll throw it away. Ling Xiao glanced at Lin Yang and said, since we're good brothers, if you don't accept this small gift, then what's the point of talking? Boss, don't be angry. I will accept it. If I knew that you were so powerful, why would I join the Eight Immortals Mountain? With this martial art, I can absolutely run amok in the Eight Immortals Mountain. Lin Yang said excitedly. Another benefit of entering the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain is that the competition will be even more intense. This will be of great help to the advancement of one's martial arts path. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he looked at the Qingyuan flower and said, although you had a high-grade jade-grade martial skill before, it was only a low-grade martial skill. I have a set of 100 flower arts here. It contains cultivation methods and martial skills. It's the same as Lin Yang's set. It's of good quality and very suitable for girls to cultivate. Moreover, I noticed that you're walking the feminine path. The martial skills in this set of 100 flower arts will definitely be useful and powerful for you. Alright, you guys cultivate here. I'll protect you. Especially Lin Yang. You're about to break through, you can't be disturbed. Don't talk nonsense with me. Let's begin. Afraid that Lin Yang would nag again, Ling Xiao said firmly. Lin Yang and the Qingyuan flower did not hold back. Both of them sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. After a full 4 hours, Lin Yang opened his eyes. Ha ha ha, the early stage of the third layer of hell. This feeling is indeed several times stronger than the second layer of hell. Lin Yang said excitedly. Not long after, the Qingyuan flower also opened her eyes. This 100 flower arts seems to be tailor-made for me. It's really amazing. I only cultivated for 4 hours and I feel like I'm about to break through. Although I haven't cultivated the 100 flower arts martial skill, I believe that it will be very powerful. That's good. If you guys become stronger, it'll be easier for us to survive. Ling Xiao nodded. He was very satisfied with the increase in strength of his two friends. As for the Qingyuan flower and Lin Yang, they were very grateful to Ling Xiao. To be honest, if they didn't meet Ling Xiao, they would have been at the bottom of the mountain. The two of them were probably still at the bottom of the Eight Immortals Mountain. It was impossible for them to advance. They wouldn't have been able to obtain a high-grade jade-grade martial skill. Boss, I won't say any more words of thanks. I won't say them anyway. In short, from now on, if you want me to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, I won't even frown. The stronger I become, the higher my position in the Lin family. Now, the Lin family has some differences on whether to support you or not. When I become stronger, I'll definitely suppress those differences and fully support you. Lin Yang said loudly. Me too. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask. You didn't just save my life, you also helped me break through. I won't forget. The Qingyuan flower said seriously. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Maybe I'll need you guys in the future. Thank you in advance. Ling Xiao nodded and didn't decline. In Ling Xiao's opinion, the relationship between friends should not be as simple as water. There should be mutual benefits. If someone was willing to give up their life for you, then that was a true life and death friend. If there was no need for each other, then they couldn't be called friends. They could only be friends by chance. What? Sha Diao is dead? How could he be dead? Was he killed by the Heilang general? Ling Xiao's side was filled with joy. However, the Sand Clan's side was filled with sadness. Originally, only Sha Lin, Sha Tongtian, and a few others knew that Sha Diao had left the Sand Clan. They didn't think anything could have happened to him. After all, Ling Xiao couldn't use the array to deal with Sha Diao outside. However, they just received news that Sha Diao had been killed. Sha Lin was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. It wasn't the Heilang general. It was probably Ling Xiao who did it. The messenger reported. We met the second-in-command of the Heilang army in the Eight Immortal City. From what he said, Ling Xiao not only killed Sha Diao, but also Bai Yin and the Heilang general. What? How can he be so strong? Lin looked at the messenger in disbelief. Although it's unbelievable, it's the truth. The messenger said. Just now, the Dark Clan spy reported that Ling Xiao directly handed over the bodies of Bai Yin and Sha Diao to No Light in the night. He also said that the young master killed Bai Yin and was killed by the He Lang general. In addition, the He Lang general's body was also handed over to the Dark Tower. That kid obtained a top-grade high-tier jade-grade movement technique, Thousand Li Wolf Traversal. If that kid succeeds in cultivating this movement technique, it will be even more difficult to kill him. Bastard, he killed my son and still wants to frame me. How shameless! Sha Lin roared. Although Saren knew that Ling Xiao killed Sha Diao and Bai Yin, he didn't have any evidence. Could he ask the Black Wolf soldiers to testify? Don't joke. Those people would only make things more complicated. If the 8 Immortal Mountain knew that the Sand Race colluded with the Black Wolf soldiers, they would be in trouble even if they weren't afraid. The higher-ups of the 8 Immortal Mountain would have to punish the Sand Race just for show. It wasn't worth it. So this time, even if Ling Xiao killed Sha Diao, he could only endure it. He also had to be on guard against the Dark Race causing trouble for the Sand Race. Emir Ling Xiao really put the Sand Race in a passive position. Damn that Ling Xiao. If there's a chance, I won't let him go. Men, bring gifts and visit the Dark Race's elder Hidden Flower. The only thing Saren could do now was to collude with Hidden Flower. He knew from his spies that Hidden Flower didn't get along with Ling Xiao. Perhaps he could really help him. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know what Saren was doing behind the scenes. At this time, he was practicing the Wolf Travels 1,000 Li movement technique in his room. The Wolf Travels 1,000 Li was a top-tier high-tier jade movement technique. It was a comprehensive study of the wolf's combat movement technique. In the end, it was a strange movement technique. If Ling Xiao used it in his human form, it would be much stronger than most high-tier jade movement techniques. If he used it in his Black Wolf general form, it would be even more unpredictable and terrifying. At this time, it was even stronger than the Shadow Step and faster than the Light Flash Godly technique. Of course, the Shadow Step and Light Flash Godly technique would be better in the future, but the most suitable one was the best. Right now, Ling Xiao was practicing the 1,000-mile wolf in order to increase his battle strength. He got this movement technique from the Dark Tower as a reward for killing the Black Wolf general. The reason why he chose movement techniques instead of martial skills was that Ling Xiao found that there weren't any martial skills that were suitable for him in the Dark Tower. In addition, he now had the Eastern Purple Chi Sword, Violent Thunder Art, and Lava Storm. Martial skills and secret techniques could wait. What he wanted the most was the martial skill that he comprehended from the Dark Shadow Black Gourd. It should not be bad. Just as he was cultivating, there was a knock on the door. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and saw that it was No Light in the night, so he walked out. He did not want to disturb Lin Yang and the Qingyuan flower's cultivation. Greetings, Lord Doyan. On the surface, Ling Xiao was still very respectful towards No Light in the night. After all, this guy had helped him before. Although he was a little against him now, it was because he wanted to take him in as his adopted son. He was not deliberately making things difficult for him. It was understandable. Different people naturally had to be treated differently. Then he wouldn't respect Hidden Flower and Nightwalker so much. Brat, you're really ruthless. You actually killed so many people. No Light in the Night said with a smile. Lord Doyan, are you here to punish me? Ling Xiao asked. That's not it. At first, the Patriarch and Elder Hidden Flower wanted to punish you, but I stopped them. Since the Dark Ones allowed those people to attack the Qingyuan Flower and Lin Yang, it's unreasonable for them to punish you. We can't do such unfair things. Otherwise, how can we convince our disciples in the future? No Light in the Night shook his head. Thank you, Lord Doyan, for speaking up for justice. Ling Xiao sighed in relief. Although he wasn't afraid of people questioning him, it was still troublesome. Now that No Light in the Night had stopped them, it was naturally a good thing for him. You actually know how to thank people? Forget it, let's not talk about this. I'm just thinking for the Dark Ones, not just for you. No Light in the Night shook his head. I'm here to announce your reward. You killed General Hailang and avenged Bai Yin of the 8 Immortals Mountain. You've also spread the name of 8 Immortals Mountain throughout the White Wolf County. It'll be very beneficial to our business in the future. That's why the Patriarch wants me to agree to 2 reasonable requests. You can make your requests now, but they must be reasonable. I can't agree to anything that's too outrageous. Can you give me a few more top-grade Jade rank martial arts techniques? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Do you think those are trash on the street? You think I'll give them to you just because you want them? Deal. No Light in the Night shook his head. If you don't give me the top-grade Jade rank martial arts techniques, I'm guessing you won't give me the top-grade pills either. Naturally, you won't give me the top-grade weapons either, right? That's right. You're really stingy. Ling Xiao pursed his lips. Lord Doyen, I've heard that the 5th floor of the ghost prison is a good place to cultivate. Why don't you let me in? Since he couldn't accept the benefits, Ling Xiao made a request that he really wanted to fulfill. He wanted to check out the situation in the 5th floor of the ghost prison and see how Ling Yan was doing. The 5th floor of the ghost prison was a place to imprison serious criminals. At the same time, it was an excellent place to cultivate. Ordinary people didn't have the qualifications to enter. Your request is really weird. It really surprised me. I've heard that you and Ling Yan are good brothers. Don't tell me you want to go in and save him? No Light in the Night stared at Ling Xiao and asked. Lord Doyen really knows how to joke. Do you really think I can save him with my current strength? I just want to go in and see how he's doing. You won't even agree to this small request, right? Ling Xiao said. You can go in, but I have to warn you. Ling Yan is a serious criminal. Don't even think about saving him. Of course, if you can surpass all the martial artists in the 8 Immortals County one day, then I won't care. But now is definitely not the time. Also, the requirement to enter the 5th floor of the ghost prison is very high. Only those who have reached the 5th floor of hell are qualified to enter. But since you've made this request, if I still don't agree, then I'll seem insincere. But, you have to call me adoptive father. No Light in the Night revealed a roguish smile. I won't call you that. Ling Xiao said resolutely, Lord Doyen, you're making things difficult for me. With your age, you can have as many sons as you want. Why do you insist on having me as your adoptive son? Because you're outstanding. No Light in the Night said with a smile, how about it? I'll ask you again. If you don't agree, then don't go to the 5th floor of the ghost prison. Then forget it. Anyway, I can still go in when my cultivation reaches that level. There's no need to trouble Lord Doyen. Ling Xiao was determined to not call No Light in the Night his adoptive father. Besides, this wasn't a matter of life and death, so he wasn't in a hurry. Because even if he went in now, he wouldn't be able to save Ling Yan. Kid, you're really stubborn. Forget it, I'm just joking with you. I agree to this request. You can go to the 5th floor of the ghost prison at any time, but I have to remind you not to act recklessly. You can't afford to offend the prisoners there. No Light in the Night sighed. Thank you, Lord Doyen. Ling Xiao hurriedly thanked him. Alright, don't say thanks. What's the second request? No Light in the Night wanted to use all means possible to make Ling Xiao his adopted son. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to coax Ling Xiao into becoming his adopted son. As for my second request, I need a spirit gem that is at least mid-grade or above. Or a treasure that can repair one's soul. Can you tell me where I can get it? Ling Xiao had made this request because of the Yuan Venerate and the Divine Book. The butterfly lady needed spirit stones, which he already had. On the other hand, the Yuan Venerate and the Divine Book needed treasures that could repair one's soul. This was especially true for the brocade treasure he had obtained in White Wolf Prefecture City. Given his abilities, he simply couldn't identify it. If he wanted the help of the Yuan Venerate, he would have to consume his spirit power. However, the Yuan Venerate had just recovered some energy and he didn't want the Yuan Venerate to turn into ashes. Therefore, spirit treasures were extremely important. The Divine Book, which had been fed with spirit gems, had obviously become much stronger and might be able to help him a lot in the future. The stronger the Divine Book, the stronger the secret technique sword. This wasn't a bad thing for Ling Xiao either. You will have to go to the inner hall of the reward, virtue, and punishment evil hall to ask. There might be something you need there. In principle, you can use contribution points to exchange for items in the inner hall. However, there are other methods. For example, you can use the 1,000-mile wolf traversing wolf to complete missions assigned to you. No Light in the Night replied, the inner hall master is from the snake race. There are also 3 deputy hall masters from the sword race, the sand race, and the dark race. The dark race's deputy hall master is my big brother, Dark Knight Wuliang. I think he has a pretty good impression of you. Go look for him and you might be able to find what you want. However, even though you are a disciple of the upper 8 immortal mountain and can enter the inner hall, you are still a disciple of the outer race. Anything you buy or exchange will be more expensive. Why don't you just become my adopted son? At the very least, you can save half of your contribution points or spirit stones. No. Think about it again. I said I don't want it. Why haven't I seen someone like you forcing others to become your son? Ling Zhao's attitude was still firm. Kid, you'll agree one day. Alright, you've made 2 requests, and I'll help you fulfill them. When you go to the inner hall, you can mention my name. For my sake, as long as it's not too expensive, I'll definitely sell it to you at a cheap price, or even give it to you for free. Let's go. Perhaps No Light in the Night felt that he couldn't force Ling Xiao to change his mind, so he obviously changed his strategy. He no longer forced Ling Xiao. Instead, he adopted the strategy of giving benefits so that Ling Xiao would owe him a favor. After a while, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao wouldn't call him father. Even his biological father was only like this, right? After No Light in the Night left, Ling Xiao returned to the wooden house, only to find Jian Qingluan and Lin Yang looking at him nervously. Are you alright, boss? What could be wrong? Not only did Grand Elder No Light in the Night not punish me, he even agreed to 2 of my conditions. Right, one of them is to visit Ling Yan on the 5th floor of the ghost prison. Of course, nominally, I'm going there to cultivate. Ling Xiao looked at Qingluan. You're going alone? Qingluan couldn't help but worry. Although you're strong, the 5th floor of the ghost prison isn't a good place. I'm afraid you can't do it alone. Don't worry, I'm not going there to save anyone. I just want to see Ling Yan and understand the situation. Only by coordinating from the inside and outside can we succeed. Otherwise, if we make a plan carelessly, the chances of success will be extremely low. Ling Xiao explained. I see. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. Qingluan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. You don't have to worry. Hurry up and cultivate. I'm going to the inner hall of the Hall of Good and Evil in a bit. Ling Xiao said. If you have something to do, go do it. I think after what happened just now, no one will dare to make trouble for us. Besides, you can't guard us for the rest of our lives, right? Both of our strengths have increased. As long as an outer clan disciple comes looking for trouble, they won't be able to do anything to us. Qingluan said. That's right, boss. If you have something to do, go do it. Lin Yang said. Alright, I'll familiarize myself with the wolf travels 1,000 miles and then go. This movement technique would be used frequently by Ling Xiao in the future. He had to cultivate it well first. After all, the shadow steps and light flash godly technique couldn't be made public. Besides, they weren't as powerful as the wolf travels 1,000 miles. The 3 of them continued to cultivate. Ling Xiao was still eager to improve his strength. And his next opportunity was the test of the Shadow Black Gourd. First, he had to become the number 1 outer clan disciple. The number 3 outer clan disciple, Bai Yin, had already been killed by him. Only the number 1 outer clan disciple, Su Mo, and the number 2 outer clan disciple, Lin Fengyan were left. If there was no enmity between them, he wouldn't have killed them. However, he had to defeat them. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to come into contact with the Shadow Black Gourd. The wolf travels 1,000 miles was a top jade grade movement technique. Naturally, it was very difficult to cultivate. There were many ordinary Yin-Yang realm warriors who couldn't cultivate it in their lifetime. It was already very difficult for some talented people to cultivate it to the initial success level. Extremely powerful geniuses could only cultivate it to the expert or great success level. Those who could cultivate it to the great perfection level could be called the top geniuses in the Eight Immortals County. As for the perfection level, there had never been anyone in the Eight Immortals County. However, even though the wolf travels 1,000 miles was so difficult to cultivate, Ling Xiao only used 2 hours to cultivate it to the expert level. This terrifying speed of comprehension was not only due to the powerful analytical ability of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. There was also the experience that Ling Xiao had gained from cultivating it over the years. For example, he was good at the Divine Light Travel technique and the Shadow Step. Their movement techniques were basically the same. Therefore, cultivating the wolf travels 1,000 miles was much easier than cultivating other combat techniques. If others knew that he had cultivated the wolf travels 1,000 miles to the expert level in just 2 hours, they would probably go crazy with jealousy. If No Light in the Night knew, he would be even crazier to adopt him as his son. After cultivating it to the expert level, the next level of improvement would probably have to be honed through actual combat. Studying it alone wouldn't have much effect. Therefore, Ling Xiao stood up and stepped out of the wooden house. Before he left, he hung a sign outside his wooden house. Unauthorized personnel are not to be disturbed. Violators will be severely punished. This was his territory. He had the right to set up this sign. Based on the fact that he had killed more than 200 Outer Clan disciples in a fit of rage, the deterrence of his sign was definitely not bad. After leaving the wooden house, Ling Xiao went straight to the inner hall of the Reward Kindness and Punish Evil Hall. The inner hall was located in a different place from the outer hall. It occupied a larger area. When he got close to it, he could smell a special aura that made him feel dizzy. Ling Xiao hadn't reached the inner hall yet. 7 or 8 youths about 17 or 18 years old were walking toward him. They were obviously Inner Clan disciples. And they happened to be Dark Clan disciples. They were stunned when they saw that Ling Xiao was wearing the Outer Clan uniform of the Dark Clan. Because he was a stranger. "Kid, did you just join the Dark Clan?" One of the youths arrogantly blocked Ling Xiao's path and asked. Ling Xiao glanced at the person indifferently. His cultivation was not weak. He was at the late stage of the 3rd level of the hell. If it were in the past, Ling Xiao would have a hard time dealing with such an opponent. But today, he was not afraid. He didn't even pay attention to the person. He walked straight to the inner hall of the Hall of Good and Evil. When he passed by the person, he took a detour. He couldn't be bothered to deal with these guys because he had important business to attend to. But how could an Inner Clan disciple be ignored? The 7 or 8 youths blocked the entire path. "Kid, we're asking you a question. You're just an Outer Clan disciple. Why don't you kneel and kowtow to us Inner Clan disciples? What's your name?" These youths were all very strong. They were much stronger than the disciples of 8 Immortal Mountain. It was normal for them to be so arrogant and have such an attitude. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at them coldly. "My name is Ling Xiao. What do you want from me?" A cold smile appeared on his face. "Ling Xiao. The Ling Xiao who stabbed senior brother in Feitian." A cry of surprise came from the crowd. This guy is not to be trifled with. Listen to senior brother in Feitian. Don't provoke him. Let's go. Someone else said. It seemed that Ling Xiao's notoriety was very well known in 8 Immortal Mountain. When the Inner Clan disciples heard this, they were a little fearful. "What are you afraid of? Let's kill him and avenge senior brother in Feitian." Naturally, there were those who were not afraid of him. After all, Ling Xiao was just a disciple who had just been promoted to the 8 Immortals Mountain. It was normal for them not to be afraid. Someone is coming. This is the inner hall of the Hall of Good Rewards and Evil Punishments. It's best not to cause trouble. If you cause trouble, this trash will at most be sent back to Black Immortal Mountain. It won't be much of a loss. We're doomed. Let's go. In the end, these people still chose to leave. But before he left, he said, "Ling Xiao, don't go back to the Dark Ones if you dare. Otherwise, you'll suffer. Let's go." Watching the Inner Clan disciples leave, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the inner hall of the Hall of Good and Evil, and he didn't want to cause trouble for himself, he would definitely teach these people a lesson. He hoped that they wouldn't be stupid enough to provoke him again. He continued to walk forward. The majestic building in the inner hall came into view. The most eye-catching thing was one of the white pagodas. If he wasn't mistaken, that was the core of some great formation. It maintained the safety of the inner hall. If this great formation was broken, the inner hall would never have a day of peace. After all, it wasn't easy to rely on people to defend it. Stop. Just as Ling Xiao was about to step into the inner hall, a thunderous roar suddenly came from the sky. Then, two giants, about 6 to 7 meters tall, jumped out from behind the door, wielding weapons and wearing armor. The roar just now was made when they were in the air. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks and looked at the two giants calmly. They were emitting a cold murderous intent. It was obvious that they were targeting him. If he dared to step into the inner hall, the two giants would definitely attack him. The two giants emitted a terrifying aura. They were like Quafu from the ancient times. Each giant's cultivation was at the early stage of the Yin-Yang realm level 4. Although they weren't reincarnation realm martial artists, their cultivation was enough to stop most of the ignorant disciples who dared to break into the inner hall. Anyway, he didn't expect them to guard the treasures in the inner hall. There was the great formation and the true experts inside. These two giants were probably just in charge of guarding the door. Don't underestimate these giants. They had the blood of the Quafu clan flowing in their bodies. They were extremely strong and could easily defeat their enemies even if their cultivation was the same. An early-stage Quafu clan giant at the 4th level of hell could easily defeat more than 10 human martial artists of the same cultivation. More importantly, their meridians were thick and their bodies could contain more elemental energy. Although their breakthroughs were slow, they gained more with each breakthrough. The giant guards looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Their attitude was very domineering. Their mission was to prevent sneaky people from entering the inner hall. If anyone tried to force their way in, they could kill them on the spot. Although Ling Xiao was not afraid of these two giants, the strength that he possessed was much greater than these two giants. However, he didn't want to fight them head-on for the same reason as before. If he fought in the inner hall of the Hall of Good and Evil, it would cause a lot of trouble. I'm Ling Xiao, a disciple of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain and an outsider of the Dark Tribe. I'm here to exchange my contribution points. Please make way. Ling Xiao cupped his hands in a humble manner. After all, guarding the door was their duty. Being fierce was also to intimidate the enemy. Therefore, he didn't blame these two giants. However, what they said next made him angry. Ling Xiao? I've never heard of you. Get out of here. Ling Xiao saw a hint of mockery and ridicule in the eyes of these two giants. He suddenly understood that someone must have given these two giants some benefits to deliberately make things difficult for him. Thinking of this, he smiled coldly and raised his identity card. You don't recognize me, but you can't not recognize my identity card, right? All disciples of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain are qualified to enter the inner hall of the Hall of Good and Evil. You won't stop me, right? Sorry, we can't read. Get out of here, or don't blame us for being rude. The two giants sneered. Ling Xiao's face suddenly became gloomy. You're just watchdogs of the Hall of Good and Evil. How dare you break the rules? Aren't you afraid that the Hall Master will punish you? Bastard, how dare you scold us? It seems that you're really as arrogant as the rumors say. If you dare say another word, we'll chop you into minced meat. The two giants roared almost at the same time. A piece of trash who just stepped into the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain dares to provoke us. You're courting death. One of them suddenly waved the giant blade in his hand. It was like a blade that could tear the sky apart and cut down on Ling Xiao. Boom, a terrible boom sounded. It was the sound of the giant blade rubbing against the air. It was like thunder. If this saber really slashed down, even a sturdy building would be directly cut in half. If Ling Xiao really got hit, he would be turned into minced meat. The giant guard really didn't show any mercy and wanted to cripple him. He would never be merciful to such people. So what if they were in the inner hall? Being attacked by the other party was different from the previous few indifferent comments. You two stupid watchdogs, do you really think I'm afraid of you? I'm just giving you face. I don't know who sent you to deal with me. But today, you two watchdogs deserve to die. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with indifference. Killing intent radiated from his body as his Black Wolf General Martial soul transformed and covered his entire body. He raised his sharp claws and easily caught the giant blade that was coming at him. The giant attacking Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. His giant blade weighed over 1,000 kilograms. Only he could lift it so easily. Moreover, he knew very well how terrifying his attack was. How could this young man catch the giant blade with one hand? His hand was as tough as diamond, and there wasn't the slightest trace of damage. How dare you resist? You're courting death. The other giant stabbed at Ling Xiao with a giant trident. He actually wanted the two of them to work together to kill Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao caught the trident with ease. One in each hand, the two giants' expressions changed drastically. But things weren't over yet. Ling Xiao's body flashed with electricity. The lightning passed through the two weapons and directly entered the bodies of the two giants. When the two giants were struck by the terrifying electric current, they immediately let out earth-shattering cries of agony. Their bodies were almost completely charred black. How is this possible? You're just a new disciple of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain. How can an outsider of the Dark Clan be so strong? Although the two giants were injured, they weren't dead yet. The physique of the giants was not just for show, it was really very strong. Ling Xiao looked at them coldly. Can I go in now? Yes, of course you can. The two giants didn't dare yell at Ling Xiao. They were knocked down by Ling Xiao in a single move. Only then did they realize how terrifying this young man was. By the way, who ordered you to do this? Lightning danced above Ling Xiao's hands, clearly threatening the other party. If the other party answered carelessly, the lightning would directly blast them to death. Young Master and Fei Tian. The two giants didn't dare to hide anything and could only speak cautiously. And Fei Tian again? There was no end to this. You're just as reckless as your two guard dogs. Fine, since he wants to deal with me, then don't blame me for being impolite. I don't care if you're the son of the Dark Tribe's leader, I'll play you to death. Ling Xiao sneered and walked towards the Hall of Good and Evil. As for whether the battle here would alert the Hall of Virtue and Punishment for Vice, he didn't know. He didn't have the time to care so much now. Since he had already made his move, there was nothing to regret. The two giant guards trembled in fear as they watched Ling Xiao step into the inner hall. They couldn't wait for this demon to leave. They had been guarding this place for many years. In the past, even if they met someone stronger than them, they didn't dare to act rashly. After all, their identities were not ordinary. However, this brat was simply a madman. Not only was his strength so strong that it shocked them, but he also attacked without the slightest hesitation. It was as if he was not afraid of anything at all. This person was someone they couldn't afford to offend. As soon as Ling Xiao stepped into the inner hall, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This person was about 30 years old and had a dignified appearance. He was wearing the clothes of the Dark Tribe, so he should be a Dark Tribe warrior. He looked at the two black-skinned giant guards outside the door and frowned slightly. Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You must be Ling Xiao." Alas, I'm still a step too late. It was Dark Knight Vice Hall Master who asked me to come. He was afraid that you would clash with the giant guards. I didn't expect you to be so strong that you could subdue them. But this is also troublesome. Forget it, come with me. Dark Knight Vice Hall Master will help you solve this problem. When this person spoke, although he tried his best to sound friendly, Ling Xiao felt that it was very fake. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suspect that this person had bad intentions. He said indifferently, "There's no need to trouble senior brother. I know what I'm doing. Besides, I'm here to exchange for things in the inner hall of the Good and Evil Hall. I'm not in a hurry to see Dark Knight Vice Hall Master. It's not good to trouble him with what happened outside. You're too arrogant. Do you know that? This is the inner hall, different from the outer hall. If you don't have someone familiar to lead the way for you, I'm afraid that no one will know if you die halfway. Any of the formations, traps, and mechanisms here can take your life. If your cultivation hasn't reached the peak of the 3rd level of hell or the peak of the 4th level of hell, it's impossible. With your strength, you'll definitely get into trouble if you walk around rashly. It's better to obediently follow behind me. That person frowned and then said very seriously. There was a sense of coldness and arrogance in his voice. Obviously, he was unhappy with Ling Xiao's attitude. I've said that there's no need. Senior brother, if you have something to do, go ahead. I'll just walk around by myself. Ling Xiao said indifferently, it's just a formation trap. It can't do anything to me. If I really die, it won't implicate you, senior brother. How arrogant. That person suddenly released his martial soul, and a pitch-black shadow appeared behind him. Then, a terrifying aura rushed towards Ling Xiao. This aura was clearly trying to suppress Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao submit and listen to him obediently. However, facing this terrifying aura, Ling Xiao's expression was still indifferent. As usual, he didn't seem to be affected at all. This made the man's face darken. He said coldly, you don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, you can leave by yourself. After saying that, he turned and left. When he came, he was a black shadow. When he left, he was still a black shadow. When this guy left, he deliberately activated the formations along the way in an attempt to make Ling Xiao unable to follow him. One had to know that there was a distance of at least 1,000 meters from the main entrance to the inner hall. Within this distance of 1,000 meters, all kinds of formations were intertwined and extremely complicated. If one was trapped by one of the formations, it was possible that one would be doomed eternally. This person obviously felt that Ling Xiao wasn't willing to submit to him and was a little angry. He did this on purpose and made Ling Xiao suffer a great loss. Then, Ling Xiao would definitely bow down and listen to him. After a while, he arrived at the entrance of the inner hall. Then, he muttered to himself coldly, you don't know what's good for you. You just stepped into the upper 8 immortal mountain and you dare to be so presumptuous in front of me. This time, under the layers of formations, can you still make it here alive? Of course I'm still alive. This mirror ray formation of the inner hall is nothing in my eyes. Suddenly, a voice came from the front. The dark warrior had been mocking Ling Xiao in his heart, wanting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. But now he saw Ling Xiao walk out of the array unscathed. He couldn't laugh at all. You, the dark race martial artist, wanted to say something, but he couldn't find the words to say. He was too shocked to say anything. Although he had heard that Ling Xiao was good at arrays, he didn't expect him to be so good at them. It was like he was treating the arrays of the inner hall like child's play. Wasn't this too terrifying? No wonder young Master Feitian wants this kid dead. It doesn't seem unreasonable. If this kid continues to grow like this, he'll become a strong opponent of young Master Feitian. He already has Dark Gold, Dark Knight, and Dark Knight. There can't be another Ling Xiao. Since the array can't kill him, I'll have to do it myself. Thinking of this, Su Mo smiled cruelly. Yes, he was Su Mo, the warrior who occupied the #1 position in the outer clan. He was 30 years old. Although he had always been the #1 in the outer clan, he was still looked down upon by many inner clan disciples. Most importantly, his cultivation level was only at the peak of the 3rd level of hell of the Yinyang realm. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao not just because of Feitian's order. Of course, he also felt that Ling Xiao should be killed. If Ling Xiao died, his #1 position wouldn't be coveted. Tell me, are you the #1 in the outer clan, Su Mo? Who the hell sent you? What do you want? I don't think Vice Hall Master Feitian would send someone to greet me. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the unfamiliar face in front of him. Of all the outer clan disciples, only Su Mo didn't have a portrait, so he didn't recognize him. But he could guess. Kid, you ask too many questions. I'm too lazy to answer. Since Su Mo had already made up his mind to kill, he wouldn't answer any of Ling Xiao's questions. After all, this was the inner hall of the Hall of Rewards, the good and punishes the evil. Although there was no one here for the time being, there was no guarantee that no one would pass by later. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao quickly, it would be very troublesome. Wang, Su Mo rushed forward, his hands turning into black palms, and the shadow martial spirit behind him merged into his palms. This caused the pair of palms to bring about a raging wind, an elemental energy storm. Like a bloodthirsty beast, he charged towards Ling Xiao. Each of the palm shadows was powerful enough to turn those giant guards into minced meat. Brat, you can only blame your bad luck. Why is your talent so outstanding? Why did you offend someone you shouldn't have offended? Don't blame me if you die. I'm only doing this for the bounty. Just go. Sumo's expression became incomparably ferocious. His whole body merged with the pitch-black shadow martial spirit, appearing strange and powerful. Although he was an outsider, because he was the #1 outsider, he naturally received some benefits. The dark shadow martial spirit was given to him by the Dark Ones. It was extremely powerful. Faced with Sumo's sudden attack, Xiao did not panic. He had long felt that there was something wrong with this guy, so he had been gathering his strength the moment he stepped out of the door. At this time, facing Sumo's attack, he was naturally not afraid and was about to counterattack. All of a sudden, in the quiet courtyard, a bright sword light suddenly attacked. This sword light passed by in the blink of an eye. The terrifying palm shadows released by Sumo were all petrified, and then fell to the ground. To be able to petrify elemental energy, this kind of strength was really terrifying. Soon after, a figure arrived. Sumo, you really have guts. You actually dare to make a move in the inner hall of the Hall of Virtue and Punishment for Vice, and don't you know, Xiao is my man. This voice was as cold as frost, with a bit of majesty, as sharp as the sword light. Those who heard it felt a chill run down their spines. Xian. Sumo's face suddenly changed, and he turned to escape. What a joke, Xian was one of the top geniuses in the entire Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. There was no way he could be his opponent. But at this time, how could he escape? Under the pressure of Xian's powerful aura, Sumo's legs suddenly weakened, and he fell to the ground, his face ugly. He knew that Xian was strong. But he did not expect Xian to be so strong. This was too terrifying. He couldn't even run away. Xian, don't blame me. This is not what I want to do. This Xiao offended young Master Feitian, and it was he who sent word that all Dark Clan members who killed Xiao would be greatly rewarded. You should know that young Master Feitian has the support of young Master Lin Tian. Do you dare to go against young Master Feitian's wishes? You know best what kind of character he has. I advise you not to stay with this boy anymore. If you really offend young Master Feitian, no one can save you. At the thought of the young sect master who was as strong as the rising sun, Sumo suddenly calmed down. He was even a little fearless. Young Master Lin Tian was a legend in the 8 Immortal City, a legend. His heaven-defying talent had always been spoken of. Although the geniuses of the 8 great clans were competing with him, no one had heard of anyone who could defeat him. Mo Feiyu could not, and Ming could not, Yu Wuzuan could not, and Xian naturally could not. Deacon Xian, why are you here? Seeing Xian, Xiao was quite excited. Although he was hated by Feitian because of Xian, this matter had nothing to do with Xian. He was still able to sort out his hatred. He clearly remembered the number of times Xian had helped him. If he cut off contact with Xian because of other people's threats, then he, Xiao, would be too cowardly. Coincidentally, I also came to exchange something. Xian smiled sweetly at Xiao, without her usual coldness. Then, she looked coldly at Sumo and said, Young master? He wouldn't go against me, Xian, for Feitian. Sumo, you tried to hurt my friend, so I gave face to the young master. I won't kill you, but I'll leave one of your eyes as a lesson so that you won't do such a stupid thing in the future. It could be heard that Xian was still somewhat afraid of young Master Lin Tian. With her personality, she would definitely not let Sumo go, but now she only wanted one eye. Even so, Sumo was still shocked. The eye was the window to the soul. Once it was dug out, the soul would be hurt. He looked at Xian in shock and said, If you dare to attack me, young Master Feitian will not let you go, the sect will not let you go either. I am young Master Feitian's man, and also the young master's man. If you dare to touch me, you will regret it. If I don't even leave one of your eyes, then how can I, Xian, stand in front of my friends? Xian said coldly, Show me your eye. She did not waste any more words. Suddenly, she drew her sword, and the cold sword she pierced towards Sumo's right eye. Bam! How could Sumo just sit there and wait for death? He used all his strength to release his powerful martial soul. A giant black axe flew out from his storage ring and blocked in front of him. Although he was sent flying by the ferocious sword radiance, at least his eyes were saved. It's useless to resist. If you dare to attack, don't blame me for accidentally taking both your eyes. Lin Ruoxian's expression was cold. He shook the long sword in his hand and sword qi swept out, but it was completely different from Ling Zhao's sword qi. Ling Zhao's sword qi was domineering and arrogant. It was the sword qi of a king, the sword qi of a tyrant. Lin Ruoxian's sword qi was free and easy. It was ever-changing, like flowing water. She did not release her martial soul because there was no need to. Against Su Mo, she only needed to use her sword techniques. Several sword qi were released at the same time, each with a threatening sharpness. Su Mo was sent flying again, and the giant black axe in his hand was knocked away. However, at this time, Su Mo's vicious eyes were looking at Ling Xiao. He was no match for Lin Ruoxian, but he wanted to use Ling Xiao as a hostage to make Lin Ruoxian hesitate. A black shadow rushed out from behind him and turned into a ferocious beast. In the blink of an eye, it was behind Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian, if you insist on forcing me, then I won't hold back. Since you want my eyes, I'll kill your so-called good friend and make you suffer. Su Mo's expression was terrifying as he laughed sinisterly. If you dare touch him, I'll kill you. Lin Ruoxian only wanted one of Su Mo's eyes, but Su Mo dared to threaten Ling Zhao's life. She released a giant white snake martial soul behind her. This was her earliest martial soul, the white snake martial soul. As for the snake-haired martial soul, it was awakened later. This made her one of the heirs to the snake clan. However, she was more comfortable with the white snake martial soul, so she released it now to kill Su Mo Deacon Ruoxian. Don't worry. With his strength, he won't be able to kill me. Ling Xiao didn't want Lin Ruoxian to offend the young master because of him. So he decided to deal with Su Mo himself. Since Su Mo had already decided to kill him, there was no need for him to be merciful. After saying that, Ling Xiao released his aura and entered the demonic tyrant blood dragon martial spirit's incarnation. Devil Dragon Blood Curse. Ling Xiao really liked this move now. As long as one's strength was similar to his, or even slightly stronger than him, they would be affected by the demonic dragon blood curse. Their qi and blood would not flow smoothly, and even attacking him would be difficult, let alone killing him. As for those whose cultivation levels were lower than his, once the devil dragon blood curse was unleashed, they would most likely turn into a dried corpse in an instant. Su Mo had hoped that his martial soul would be able to kill Ling Xiao. However, he had not expected this. As soon as he released his martial spirit, he felt his qi and blood churning, as if they were about to leave his body. Then, he saw Ling Xiao rushing towards him. The sharp dragon claws went straight for his head. Su Mo was quite alert. At this time, he managed to avoid being hit in his vitals. However, he still burst out with a scream. Both of his eyes were both plucked out by Ling Xiao's sharp claws. Ling Xiao wanted to continue to attack and kill Su Mo, but at this time, another figure appeared. It was the Dark Tribe's elder, the Vice Hall Master of the Inner Hall, Yi Wuliang. Little guy, when it's possible to let people off, you should be merciful. You've already plucked out his eyes, so let him go. Consider it as giving this old man face. Ling Xiao looked at Yi Wuliang coldly and said, Elder, do you know what he did to me? I know, so I'll do my best to give you what you need next for free. This Su Mo is a good friend of mine, so consider it a deal. Yi Wuliang nodded. Okay, then I'll give you face. If he didn't want to kill him, then so be it. Su Mo's eyes were already gone anyway. These eyes were different from arms and other things. Once they were plucked out, there was basically no way to regrow them. Unless they were replaced with another pair of eyes, the success rate was extremely low. Su Mo's eyes were bleeding, but he still shouted savagely, Ling Xiao, you're ruthless enough. This old man won't let you go. From today onwards, we'll fight to the death. Still not leaving? Yi Wuliang frowned and said. Su Mo knew very well that if he stayed here, he wouldn't be able to keep his life. Helplessly, he could only suppress his anger and turn to flee. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to become so strong in just a few days. I'm really shocked. It seems that before long, there will be a place for you among the geniuses of 8 Immortal Mountain. Lin Ruoxian looked at Ling Xiao and said excitedly. Yu Wuliang thought to himself, no wonder my brother No Light in the Night wanted to take this kid as his foster son. This kid really does have the ability. He was also very surprised that Ling Xiao could become so strong. This was something he didn't expect at all. Thank you for the praise, Deacon Ruoxian. Actually, I was just lucky. After killing the Black Wolf General, I found something in White Wolf City that helped me achieve a breakthrough in my cultivation. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Okay, then you can follow Master Yu Wuliang to get the thing. I'll leave first. If you have any problems in the future, you can find me at the Snake Tribe. I'll definitely help you. Lin Ruoxian also had urgent matters to attend to. If she hadn't seen Ling Xiao in danger, she wouldn't have wasted time to help. Only Ling Xiao or her family had the right to make her put aside her urgent matters and stop. Deacon Ruoxian, if you have urgent matters, you can leave first. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Goodbye. Lin Ruoxian turned and left. Let's go, young man. Follow this old man. In this inner hall, if you see anything you like, as long as it's not too expensive, this old man will buy it for you. I'll keep my promise, but it can only be one thing. Yu Wuliang was a man of his word. After Lin Ruoxian left, he said to Ling Xiao. Yes, Senior Elder. Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. He let go of a piece of trash that he could kill at any time in exchange for a free item. This was definitely a good deal. Moreover, he also gave Yu Wuliang face. He believed that if Yu Wuliang encountered any problems in the future, he would have to take care of him. This wasn't just a small benefit. There were many benefits. As Yu Wuliang stepped into the trading area, Ling Xiao immediately heard many whispers. Everyone was surprised. Why would a Vice Hall Master walk together with a disciple who had just ascended to Upper 8 Immortal Mountain? There were envious people. There were jealous people. There were also confused people. The structure of the inner hall is similar to the outer hall. For this, the disciples who have just ascended to Upper 8 Immortal Mountain can exchange things, so the structure hasn't changed. It's the same where you look for things in the past. Yu Wuliang didn't care about the discussions. He explained as he walked. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded. Actually, as soon as he entered, he noticed that apart from the fact that the quality of the items here was better, he didn't find any difference from the outer hall. Go and look for it if you understand. I will wait for you here. Come and find me when you are done. Yu Wuliang naturally couldn't follow Ling Xiao around blindly. Thank you, Senior Yuan. After bidding farewell to Yu Wuliang, Ling Xiao headed to the medicinal herb exchange. This time, besides purchasing the necessary medicinal herbs for alchemy, he intended to use his remaining contribution points to exchange for soul treasures. Yuan Venerates needed large amounts of soul treasures to help him decipher the secret of the Dark Sword Immortal diagram. He believed that it would be worth it. Not only could this strengthen the soul of a Yuan Venerate, but it could also help him complete the tasks he needed to complete. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Master, there is a Sword Soul Stone. Can you help me get it? Suddenly, Shendian's voice came from the storage ring. Sword Soul Stone? Ling Xiao noticed that there was a gemstone shaped like a broken sword in the medicinal herb exchange. He had heard of this Sword Soul Stone before but had never seen it before. It was said that possessing a Sword Soul Stone could strengthen the power of a sword martial soul. It could also make a sword martial soul stronger. Ling Xiao didn't have much use for this item, so he asked Shendian out of curiosity what she wanted it for. Master, with a Sword Soul Stone, I can replenish my soul power and even condense a physical body. Although I can't exist for a long time, I can come out of this secret technique to help you in the future. Shendian said excitedly. Ling Xiao had seen Shendian's appearance before, but he had seen her in the secret technique through his soul power. He wondered how beautiful Shendian would be if she could really return to her human form. Upon seeing Ling Xiao in a daze, Shendian thought that he was hesitating. Thus, she added, Master, if you save me, I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. It's just a small matter. You don't have to be so serious. In fact, you saved my life when you imparted the Violent Thunder technique and the lava storm to me. Wouldn't I, Ling Xiao, be an ungrateful person if I couldn't even bear to give you a sword soul stone? Although the divine grimoire did not appear often, the two secret techniques that she had imparted to Ling Xiao had allowed Ling Xiao to preserve his life and defeat his enemies in the previous assessment. How could Ling Xiao forget this kindness? I'll take this. I'll ask Grand Elder Evernight for it. Ling Xiao thought for a while and then left the medicinal herbs exchange. Are you sure you want this sword soul stone? This thing is very expensive. Boundless Knight frowned. What's wrong? Senior Doyen can't give it to me for free? It doesn't matter. If I need contribution points, I can earn them. If I need spirit stones, I can earn them too. Ling Xiao said. Do you know that this sword soul stone costs 400 million low-grade spiritual stones? Even I can't get so many low-grade spirit stones in such a short time. Boundless Knight sighed. What's even more troublesome is that, aside from paying the money, you also have to unconditionally complete 3 tasks for the clan. All of them are troublesome tasks that you can't even imagine. Can you do them? I can. Ling Xiao nodded. Compared to helping the divine grimoire, this little trouble was nothing to him. The divine grimoire wasn't just a good teacher and helpful friend. Moreover, the divine grimoire was his savior. If he couldn't do such a simple task, wouldn't all his previous bold words be useless? You have to think clearly. This sword soul stone is very precious to warriors who have sword martial spirits. However, it is not worth it for you to use it like this. Boundless Knight reminded him. I've thought it through. Ling Xiao nodded. Forget it. I promised you. How about this? I'll help you pay half of the 400 million low-grade spiritual stones and you pay the other half. As for the 3 tasks, I'll help you complete 2 of them. You only need to complete 1. I believe that those guys in the sect will be happy to do it. After all, I can do more than you. Are you satisfied? Boundless Knight asked with a smile. Senior Doyen, thank you so much. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. After all, this sword soul stone is a treasure. There are only 3 pieces in the entire inner hall. If you want to get it, you have to meet the requirements and apply for a spot from the hall master. But don't worry, with me here, the hall master will give you face. You can go back first and wait for my good news. Boundless Knight said. No problem. Thank you, Senior Doyen. Originally, Ling Xiao felt close to Boundless Knight because he was Boundless Knight's elder brother. Now, after this incident, he had a good impression of Boundless Knight. Okay, then I'll go and find the hall master. If you have nothing else, you can go back first. You injured in Feitian, I'm afraid that many people will find trouble with you. These days, there's no shortage of flatterers. Heaving a sigh, Boundless Knight turned and left. Ling Xiao also left with the materials he exchanged. Master, you've been so good to the divine grimoire. The divine grimoire will not forget. The divine grimoire said excitedly as soon as he left the inner hall. If you want to thank me, you have to wait until you get the item. Ling Xiao chuckled. Furthermore, you keep calling me master. If I don't even help you with such a small matter, wouldn't I be a little too cowardly as a master? The divine grimoire was touched, but some words were meaningless. She would remember it in her heart. No matter what happened in the future, she would remember Ling Xiao's kindness. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know what the divine grimoire was thinking. He just walked towards the mountain where the dark tribe lived. He had just reached the foot of the mountain when he suddenly stopped on a deserted forest path. There's really a lot of trouble today. Did I beat up in Feitian or poke a hornet's nest? Come out. Ling Xiao's spirit power was very strong. Coupled with the presence of a Yuan Venerate and the divine grimoire, almost no one could avoid his senses. Not bad, kid. You actually discovered us. As they spoke, 8 people walked out of the forest. Ling Xiao recognized all 8 of them. Weren't they the people who had stopped him at the entrance of the inner hall and then left? That condescending, arrogant, and rude look was something that would never be forgotten. They looked at Ling Xiao mockingly. Even a fool would know that they were looking for trouble. Naturally, there was a leader among the 8 of them. Based on his attire, he seemed to be a member of the Dark Tribe. However, Ling Xiao didn't recognize him. Instead, this person walked out with a smile and looked down at Xianxia. Do you know who I am? This fellow's cultivation wasn't bad. He was only one grade lower than Infatian's. He was at the late stage of the third level of the yin-yang boundary, so his aura was much stronger than the others. His arrogance was also a notch higher. I don't know. Xianxia replied faintly. You don't even know young Master Infatian? You are indeed a frog in a well. This is young Master Infatian's younger brother. Don't be so fierce. You'll scare this kid again. Infatian waved his hand as if he was the boss. He looked at Xianxia and said, Kid, we're not looking for trouble with you this time. It's just that you've been a little rude to us before. How about this? You'll follow me and help me clean up the latrine. Once you're done, I'll reward you handsomely. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Infatian finished speaking, there was a burst of crazy laughter. Obviously, they were mocking Xianxia. Do you think you're worthy? Xianxia looked at Infatian indifferently and said, Go back and take a piss and look at yourself. See if you're better looking than others. Even Infatian was injured by me. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to clean your latrine? Naturally, he did not put these people in his eyes. He even dared to beat up Infatian. These people were nothing. Now that his strength had increased, there was no need for him to be afraid. Looking at these people, Xianxia did not need to think too much to know that it was Infatian who had arranged this. Including the giant guard, Sumo, and these 8 people. This Infatian's moves really came one after another. What did you say? Infatian was stunned. The other 7 people were also stunned. They thought that in front of the 8 of them, Xianxia would definitely be submissive, and obedient. They did not expect Xianxia to be so arrogant. His attitude was even more arrogant than theirs. I think you're courting death. Infatian had always thought that Xianxia was able to injure Infatian because of a sneak attack and because Infatian had underestimated him. In fact, Elder Anhua and the Dark Knight tribe leader said so. It could not be false. Therefore, he felt that Xianxia was not Infatian's match. Similarly, he was not his match either. After all, Xianxia had just ascended from the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. How powerful could he be? As he spoke, he released his powerful aura and released his dark shadow martial spirit. It was very similar to Sumo's, but not as strong as Sumo's. However, it was purer. This aura was like a black devil rushing towards Xianxia, wanting to teach Xianxia a lesson. Brat, I originally only wanted you to clean the latrines, but seeing how arrogant you are, you don't even put me in your eyes. I've decided not to let you clean the latrine. In the future, you will sleep in the outhouse. If you dare to be stupid, this young master will destroy you. This was a long way from the inner hall of the Hall of Good and Punishment of Evil. They were already in the territory of the Dark Ones. Therefore, Infatian was naturally not afraid of Xianxia. However, before his aura could even get close to Xianxia, it was shattered into pieces. You still dare to fight back? Infatian was even more annoyed. Suddenly, he waved his palm, bringing with it a burst of black wind. It was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. It blasted towards Xiao's head. The rest of the youths were shouting and cheering. You dare to bully me with your mediocre skills? If I don't show you who's boss, you won't know that I have 3 eyes. Xiao frowned and suddenly took a step forward. He didn't use any incarnation, nor did he use any martial technique. He just casually pointed out with his finger, and a sword-light like aura shot out from his sword. It was pure energy, but it condensed into sword aura. Ah! The sword aura shot out from the tip of his finger and pierced Infatian's palm. Infatian cried out in pain. Xiao's face showed a hint of coldness and mockery. You think a piece of trash like you can stay in the inner clan? You're just relying on the fact that you're the child of the clan leader's concubine. Xiao mocked. How is this possible? It hurts. You. Aren't you only at the late stage of the first transformation 2nd level of hell? Infatian found it hard to believe that his palm had been pierced through. As the strongest person here, he had been defeated by Xiao in one move. The rest of them wouldn't be able to do the same. At this moment, he wasn't thinking about fear, but about humiliation. The other 7 youths here were all inner clan members and they were on good terms with him. He had wanted to show off his power in front of these people and use Ling Xiao as a stepping stone. Who would have thought that he would be the first to be injured? Young Master Farron, can you do it? That's right, young Master Farron. Don't joke around. Is that kid really that powerful? If you can't do it, why don't you let us do it? A few youths egged Farron on. This made Farron, who had planned to stop, even angrier. He almost lost his mind. He started to numb himself and comfort himself. He thought that he had underestimated Ling Xiao and that he hadn't used his full strength. Kid, you dare to fight back? Good, very good. Today, I'll let you know that the inner clan and outer clan are not on the same level. Die. At this moment, Farron had completely lost his mind. He couldn't think of anything else. His mind was filled with rage. He only wanted to kill Ling Xiao to save his face. His hands formed claws in front of him and the shadow martial spirit behind him took the shape of a tiger. It was obvious that he was going to use his martial skill. Of course, it wouldn't be a weak martial skill. Every disciple of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain knew a high-tier jade martial skill. It was just that they were of different grades. Dark Beast King Fist, Tiger Swallowing Stance. With a roar, the tiger formed from the shadows behind him also pounced towards Ling Xiao. Within the shadow of the fist, there was a ferocious tiger head. Looking at its power, it was really powerful. A high-tier jade martial skill. It's a waste to use it in the hands of a piece of trash like you. Ling Xiao looked at his opponent with disdain. He didn't use his martial spirit transformation, nor did he use his body. He could use his physical strength to suppress this piece of trash. Although Farron was also a reincarnation realm martial artist, he had probably cultivated to the reincarnation realm under the protection of others. His combat experience was too poor. Fine, I'll play with you. Ling Xiao had just learned the 1,000-Mile Wolf, a top-tier jade martial skill. He hadn't practiced it in a real battle yet. Naturally, he wanted to practice it this time. After all, his opponent couldn't pose a threat to him. There shouldn't be any problems playing with him. 1,000-Mile Wolf, Lone Wolf. Following the activation of the 1,000-Mile Wolf, Ling Xiao instantly appeared behind Farron. What? Farron spent a lot of energy to throw a punch and it landed on the ground. He couldn't even catch Ling Xiao's shadow. Just as he was about to look for Ling Xiao, he suddenly felt a terrifying aura coming from behind him. He hurriedly turned around and threw a punch. However, there was still no sign of anyone. Bastard, where the hell are you? Don't hide. Farron was scared out of his wits. Encountering an opponent that he couldn't catch was a nightmare for him. Well, aren't I here now? End of chapter 24:11. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.